Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝗵𝗲 on Wattpad. Now let's start. Life really 𝗧𝗵𝗲. The man muttered to himself, dragging tired feet across the empty sidewalk. The streetlights flickered above as he sighed, drained from another exhausting shift. All he did was work, eat and sleep. Rinse and repeat. As he walked, his eyes heavy and half-closed, he didn't notice the sound of tires screeching. Suddenly, there was a loud crash. His body was propelled into the air and collided with a street lamp. Pain surged through him as he collapsed to the cold pavement, staring blankly at the night sky. It hurt more than he could bear. His breathing slowed, and the pain began to fade into numbness. He wondered if this was how it would end for him. A bitter chuckle escaped him as he thought about the possibility of an afterlife. He hoped that if there was a God listening, he would be granted a chance to enjoy life in his next existence. His vision faded to black. Then it came back. The boy blinked, realizing he was no longer on the street. He found himself lying on a soft bed, staring up at a wooden ceiling. The scent of something warm and sweet wafted through the air. Confused, he sat up slowly. The room was small but cozy, and a mirror by the window caught his attention. He stood, wobbling a little on his smaller legs, and caught his reflection. A young kid stared back, no older than 14. He reached out, touching the glass, then his face, bewildered. This wasn't him. His heart raced as he pondered the possibility of reincarnation. A small laugh escaped him as he realized that perhaps God had actually listened to his wish. Still stunned, the boy walked to the door, opened it, and stepped into a hallway. The smell of food grew stronger. Entering the living room, he saw a woman in the kitchen, humming to herself while cooking. She turned as she heard him and smiled warmly, picking him up with ease. She greeted him affectionately, and he stared at her in confusion, wondering if she was this body's mother. She gently set him down and returned to the stove. As she sliced the meat, her nails suddenly extended into sharp, elegant claws, cutting through it effortlessly. He was taken aback, trying to process what he was witnessing. Before he could react further, the front door opened. A man entered, and the woman lit up, running to him and kissing his cheek. They exchanged pleasantries, and the boy noticed something strange about the man. Half of his face appeared scaly, like a lizard. He was bewildered by the unusual family he had found himself in. The man noticed him and walked over, hugging the boy tightly. He didn't respond, still trying to comprehend his situation. The man then mentioned heading to the shower, and as he walked away, the boy rushed into his room and shut the door behind him, leaning against it with his heart racing. After a few moments, 𝗂𝗃 sat down on the bed, his mind racing as he tried to piece everything together. It had been a whirlwind since he woke up in this strange world, in a body that wasn't his. Taking a deep breath, he focused, trying to dig deeper into the memories of this body. Flickers of images and sensations rushed through him, a mother's warm voice, a father's strong hug, school bells, laughter, pain, and confusion. He realized this world had powers, evident from the lizard-like features of his father and the sharp nails of his mother. He nodded to himself, now certain of his identity. His name was 𝗂𝗃, he was about 13 years old and he was in middle school. Unfortunately, everything else felt hazy, like a fog clouding someone else's memories. Determined to understand more, 𝗂𝗃 stood up, stretched, and walked to his door. As he opened it and quietly made his way to the front entrance, his mother called out from the kitchen. She asked where he was going and he replied that he wanted some fresh air. She reminded him that dinner was almost ready, but he assured her he would return later. Stepping outside into the evening breeze, he marveled at the sky painted in oranges and purples as the sun dipped toward the horizon. This was all so strange. Walking aimlessly, hands in his pockets, he tried to take everything in. People passed by, displaying their powers, someone with a tail carrying groceries, another flying above casually, and a couple with glowing hands holding each other tightly. Kafka's eyes widened as he realized just how far from the world he knew he truly was. He spotted a massive building in the distance, looming like a titan above the surrounding structures. It looked familiar, resembling a giant H. His heart raced as he connected the dots. He was in the world of My Hero Academia. He looked down at his hands, searching for any signs of powers. Nothing unusual. No claws, no scales. He wondered if he had a quirk, as quirks were usually obtained at a young age. His parents had quirks, his mother could extend her nails into blades, and his father looked like a gecko. Yet, he hadn't noticed anything different about himself. Just then, the blaring sound of a horn interrupted his thoughts. A car sped down the street, tires squealing as the driver slammed the brakes, but it was too late. Time seemed to slow as Kafka's eyes widened in fear. He felt something inside him react. Green lightning crackled around his legs, and he leapt high into the air, clearing the entire car with a single jump. He landed on the sidewalk, breath heavy, and noticed his legs were scaly, shaped like a lizard's, glowing with jagged cracks of green energy. Just as quickly, they returned to normal. Confused, he wondered what had just happened. The driver scrambled out of the car, panicked, asking if he was okay. Kafka brushed off his shirt and nodded, feeling a rush of excitement. He walked away, his mind racing with questions about what had just occurred. His legs had changed, and that green lightning, was that his quirk? He focused on his arm, trying to remember the sensation. Energy surged through him, and his arm transformed, covered in small lizard-like scales with green lightning snaking around it. He smiled, realizing he had a lightning lizard quirk. Excitement flooded his body as he ran home, feeling lighter and more powerful than ever. By the time he reached home, the smell of food hit him instantly. Dinner was ready, and Kafka sat down at the table, still dazed by everything that had happened. His parents chatted across the table about work, groceries, and some news report, but he hardly listened. He was lost in thought, realizing he was in the world of My Hero Academia. The idea of meeting Izuku, All Might, and attending UA filled him with excitement. A small grin crept onto his face as he contemplated the possibility of befriending them and perhaps even becoming a hero himself. His eyes lit up with determination as he clenched his fist, vowing to make his second chance count. 2 days had passed since Kafka had been transported into this strange new world. It felt surreal waking up in a different body and life. The first morning had been the strangest, but he was beginning to settle into the rhythm. His new mother kissed him on the cheek as he prepared to leave for school, wishing him a good day. He had gotten used to calling her that, and the affection felt oddly natural now. He grabbed his bag and headed out, walking through the quiet suburban streets until he reached the school building. No one waved at him or even glanced his way, and Kafka sighed inwardly, realizing this body wasn't exactly popular. He entered the school and quickly located his shoe locker using the memories stored in his new body. Everything felt like déjà vu, but not quite. After changing into his indoor shoes, he headed to Class 3C. As he opened the classroom door, the atmosphere remained unchanged. Nobody greeted him, and he took his seat in the back row next to the window. Despite the isolation, he smirked to himself, finding some comfort in the seat. Classes passed in a blur, and when the lunch bell rang, Kafka stretched his limbs and headed toward the hallway. That's when he noticed a crowd gathered near a classroom door, students whispering and chuckling, while others looked grim. His eyes narrowed, sensing something was off. He made his way to the front of the crowd and was taken aback by the sight before him. 3 boys were surrounding a smaller, clearly injured figure on the ground. A yellow-haired boy, a red-haired boy, and a green-haired boy. Kafka recognized the one on the ground immediately. It was Izuku. He thought to himself that this was not how it was supposed to be. Kirishima, usually a protector, was acting aggressively. The crowd began to quiet as they noticed him, revealing familiar faces. Momo Yaoyorozu, Ida, Ochako, and 2 unfamiliar girls, one resembling Bakugo and the other looking like Izuku. Confusion washed over Kafka as he knelt next to Izuku, inspecting the bruises on his face, asking if he was okay. Izuku looked up, stunned, tears pooling at the corners of his eyes. Ignoring the hostile remarks from the green-haired boy, 𝗂𝗏𝗃 gently lifted 𝗧𝗂. As he turned to walk away, Kirishima grabbed his shoulder, but suddenly the temperature dropped, and green lightning sparked around Kafka's body. Emerald scales shimmered briefly across his skin, and his eyes glowed vibrantly. He told Kirishima to back off, causing him to stumble back instinctively. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 continued walking, leaving the crowd in stunned silence as he brought 𝗧𝗂 to the infirmary. In the quiet room, 𝗂𝗏𝗃 noticed the absence of a nurse. He opened a tall cabinet, found bandages and rubbing alcohol, and returned to 𝗧𝗂's side. He assured 𝗧𝗂 that the alcohol would sting a bit, pouring it on a cotton pad and gently dabbing it on 𝗧𝗂's bruises. To his surprise, 𝗧𝗂 didn't flinch. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 wrapped the bandages carefully and leaned back, smiling softly, declaring the treatment complete. 𝗧𝗂 remained silent, staring at 𝗂𝗏𝗃 as if trying to solve a puzzle. Then, barely above a whisper, 𝗧𝗂 asked why 𝗂𝗏𝗃 had helped him. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 blinked, surprised, and replied that it was because 𝗧𝗂 needed help. 𝗧𝗂's eyes widened, and he revealed that he was quirkless, feeling useless. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 shrugged, acknowledging he had hurt him. When 𝗧𝗂 expressed disbelief that 𝗂𝗏𝗃 didn't hate him, 𝗂𝗏𝗃 was taken aback, asking why he would. This revelation struck a chord with 𝗧𝗂, and tears streamed down his cheeks as he felt the weight of Kafka's words. His hand slowly reached out and patted 𝗧𝗂's back, feeling unsure and awkward. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 thought about how he had never been good at comforting others. The boy cried harder, and it was evident that it wasn't just sadness, it was years of pain, rejection, and loneliness spilling out all at once. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 remained silent, continuing to pat 𝗧𝗂's back as the boy sobbed into his hands. For the first time, someone had chosen not to mock him or ignore him, but to care. For 𝗂𝗏𝗃, who had been moved into a world not his own, this moment made one thing painfully clear. Maybe he was sent here for a reason, and that reason might be the crying boy beside him. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 sat next to 𝗧𝗂, who had finally stopped crying. He asked if 𝗧𝗂 was okay, and the boy looked at him, giving a small nod and a soft smile. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 smiled back, but internally he was a mess. He wondered what was going on. This was supposed to be the world of My Hero Academia, but so many things were different. Kirishima, Ochako, Momo, and Ida were here, but weren't they supposed to meet 𝗧𝗂 later at you? And why was Kirishima bullying 𝗧𝗂? That never happened in the anime or manga. Suddenly, someone tapped his shoulder. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 turned to find 𝗧𝗂 looking at him with concern. 𝗧𝗂 asked if he was okay, and 𝗂𝗏𝗃 assured him that he was fine before asking if he could pose a question. 𝗧𝗂, though confused, nodded in agreement. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 inquired about the people who had been bullying him, wanting to know why. 𝗧𝗂 looked down, sadness creeping into his features as he revealed that they were his classmates. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 blinked in surprise, and then 𝗧𝗂 added something that nearly knocked the wind out of him. Those two people with green hair were his siblings. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 stared at 𝗧𝗂, letting that sink in. He was shocked to learn that 𝗧𝗂 had siblings. He couldn't believe it. He wondered when 𝗧𝗂 had gotten a brother and sister, as that was never mentioned in the manga or anime. He asked about the others, and 𝗧𝗂 explained that the one with red hair was a classmate, while the one with blonde hair was Bakugo, whom he called Kakin. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 noted that 𝗧𝗂 still referred to him as Kakin in this world. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 narrowed his eyes and asked if Bakugo was his friend. 𝗧𝗂 lowered his gaze again, admitting that they used to be friends, along with his sister. Kafka's eyes widened again, realizing that 𝗧𝗂 had a sister too. He felt his mind racing with questions about what was happening in this world. He pressed 𝗧𝗂 about why they were bullying him, to which 𝗧𝗂 replied that it was because he wanted to be a hero. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 frowned, feeling disturbed by this revelation. He had already known Bakugo was difficult, but the others being involved shocked him. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 encouraged 𝗧𝗂 to tell his teacher or parents about his siblings, but 𝗧𝗂 looked down, shadows covering his face. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 realized he had hit a nerve when 𝗧𝗂 explained that they wouldn't listen. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 pressed further, asking what he meant by that. 𝗧𝗂 revealed that his father was the #1 hero and his mother was 𝗂𝗏𝗃 was taken aback, nearly falling off the bed. 𝗧𝗂 flinched at his reaction, and 𝗂𝗏𝗃 grabbed his shoulders, demanding to know what he meant. 𝗧𝗂 stammered that he was the son of the #1 and #3 heroes. Kafka's eyes widened in disbelief as he processed this information. He asked for Izuku's full name, and after a moment of hesitation, Izuku revealed it was Izuku Yagi. Kafka's mind raced as he realized that Toshinori, also known as All Might, was Izuku's father. He released Izuku and backed away, rubbing his face in disbelief. This world was but everything felt flipped on its head. Kafka asked why Izuku didn't tell his father, but Izuku replied that he wouldn't care. Kafka's eyes narrowed, feeling that this couldn't be true. All Might was known as a true hero, a kind soul. He pressed Izuku for more information, asking why his father wouldn't care. Izuku looked up, his eyes sad and hollow, explaining that his family was famous and strong, while he was quirkless, making him feel like an embarrassment. Kafka felt a pang in his chest, realizing that this version of Izuku was even more tragic than the one he knew. Kafka stood up and exhaled, then called out to Izuku. The boy looked at him curiously as Kafka reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone, asking for his contact information. Izuku blinked in surprise, stammering that he had forgotten his phone in class. Kafka told him to stay there and suggested they walk home together when it was time to go. Izuku's eyes lit up with excitement at the prospect. When Kafka was about to leave, Izuku called out to him, asking for his name. Kafka burst out, laughing at the stutter, finding it amusing. He walked back to Izuku and raised his hand for a handshake, introducing himself as Kafka. Izuku smiled back and shook his hand, introducing himself as well. Kafka then asked if Izuku could tell him the names of the bullies, and though Izuku looked confused, he complied. Kafka learned the names of the three others: Zuko, the boy with green hair, Izumi, the girl with green hair, and Katsumi, the Bakugo lookalike. Afterward, Kafka walked out of the infirmary and back into class. As he sat down in his seat, he stared out the window, contemplating the strange differences in this world. After class ended, Kafka quietly made his way back to the infirmary. He pushed the door open and found Izuku still lying there, bruised and alone, with no nurse in sight. Kafka wondered what kind of school didn't have a nurse. He approached Izuku and told him it was time to go. Izuku stirred and slowly sat up, limping slightly as he walked over. Kafka asked if he could walk, and Izuku assured him that he could, explaining that his leg wasn't broken. Kafka glanced at him, taking in the sight of his bruised body, feeling the weight of the situation. Together, they walked through the hallways until they reached Class 2B. Kafka opened the door, and every pair of eyes locked onto them, the tension palpable. The ones staring the hardest were Bakugo, Momo, Ochako, Kirishima, Ida, and three others Kafka didn't recognize yet. He walked inside casually and addressed Izuku, asking which seat was his. Izuku blinked, stunned by the casual way Kafka spoke to him. He hesitated before pointing to a desk where Ida was sitting, and his bag lay at his feet. Kafka approached Ida and told him to move so he could get the bag. Ida narrowed his eyes in confusion, and Bakugo and another green-haired student stood up. Ida smirked, bent down, grabbed the bag, and threw it to Bakugo, instructing him to go get it. Bakugo caught it with a cocky grin, and Izuku protested, but Kafka didn't flinch. He stepped toward Bakugo and demanded the bag back. Bakugo refused, grinning as a few students chuckled at the scene. Kafka glared at him, giving him one more chance to hand it over. Bakugo's grin widened as Izuku stepped behind Kafka, his fist glowing. Then beg for it. Izuku called out Kafka's name as Zuko threw a punch at Kafka, connecting squarely with his face. The classroom held its breath, but Kafka remained unfazed, not a scratch on him. Zuko, taken aback, exclaimed in confusion and then suddenly felt a sharp pain as Kafka turned and struck Bakugo, who crashed to the ground. Kafka knelt down, picked up his bag, and addressed the class with a warning about picking on someone their own size before walking out with Izuku. The room fell silent, and Katsumi couldn't help but comment on Bakugo being sent flying. Bakugo, frustrated, vowed revenge. Ochako checked on Zuko, who was shaking out his hand, bewildered by the strength of his punch. Momo wondered if Izumi knew Kafka, noting his apparent friendliness with Deku. Izumi, frowning, replied that she had never met him. Katsumi remarked on Kafka's looks, while Izumi stared at the door, lost in thought about who Kafka really was. Outside, Kafka and Izuku walked in silence until Kafka pointed at a poster of a pro hero in flashy armor surrounded by flames. Izuku informed him that the hero was Inferno, the number 4 hero, which surprised Kafka, who had never heard of him. Izuku explained that while All Might was the number 1 hero in Japan, he was ranked 38th worldwide, revealing that the top hero was called Angel. Kafka was taken aback by this revelation. They continued walking toward Izuku's house, Kafka in awe of the luxurious building that resembled a hotel rather than a home. Kafka expressed his disbelief at Izuku's wealth, and they paused at the gate. Kafka playfully raised his fist, prompting Izuku to reciprocate with a fist bump, which brought a genuine smile to his face. As Kafka walked away, Izuku felt a warmth in his chest, but it quickly faded when he entered his home and was met with the cold glares of Izumi and Zuko. Izumi remarked on his new friendship, but Izuku remained silent, lowering his eyes. Zuko, with a sharp tone, demanded his attention and, without warning, grabbed him by the collar, accusing him of lying about Kafka's intentions. When Izuku stuttered a defense, Zuko's anger flared, and he struck Izuku hard in the stomach, causing him to fall to the floor in pain. Izumi, unimpressed, ordered Zuko to leave, stepping over Izuku as he groaned and slowly got back on his feet. Izuku dragged himself into the living room, where his mother, Inko, sat reading. She glanced at him with disdain, prompting him to quickly look down and mutter an apology before retreating to his room. Inside, he found a simple space with just the essentials, and as he sat on his bed, he felt the weight of the world on his shoulders. Despite the pain, he managed a faint smile, reflecting on how Kafka had treated him without disgust. He recalled Kafka's bravery in the classroom, standing up to Bakugo and calling him bro, a gesture that had warmed his heart in a cold world. Izuku hoped they could become friends. Meanwhile, Kafka wandered through the empty city streets as the sun set, his thoughts racing. He kicked a pebble, contemplating the strange behavior of his peers, who seemed more like bullies than the kind-hearted individuals he had expected. The memory of Izuku's battered face haunted him, and he felt anger rise within him. Stopping to gaze at the indifferent stars above, he mused about being in an alternate universe, a twisted version of his favorite story where Izuku was treated poorly. Kafka chuckled bitterly, realizing that if someone had created this world, they must have a deep-seated hatred for Izuku. His thoughts turned to the quirk his father had mentioned, Kaiju, a transformation ability that would allow him to become a giant lizard with glowing green scales. He felt a thrill at the prospect of testing it out. Just then, a muffled scream pierced the air, and Kafka's instincts kicked in. He slipped into an alley, moving stealthily toward the source of the sound. As he approached a corner, he peered around and froze at the sight before him. 6 figures loomed in the alley, 5 surrounding a struggling girl while the 6th leaned against the wall, laughing. They were anything but normal, with one sporting a dog-like snout and claws, and another exhibiting beastly features, including horns and yellow eyes. One had a mouth that stretched from cheek to cheek, rows of jagged teeth smiling hungrily. The girl trembled in the center, her arms pinned behind her by one of the thugs. Her face was pale, her eyes brimming with tears. Her school uniform was torn at the shoulder. MC thought he recognized her. He couldn't place the face, but he had seen her before, maybe at school or in a manga. She looked terrified and helpless. One of the men sneered and placed a hand on her chest, warning her not to move or they would hurt her. A single tear rolled down her cheek. Her body trembled, but she didn't resist. MC, filled with anger, declared that the only one who would be hurt was the thug. A growl rose in his throat, and his BLD burned with fury. The world blurred around him as he felt a surge of energy. The thug turned around, confusion in his eyes, but before he could react, Kafka's fist glowed a fierce green, a spark of lightning dancing across his skin as he struck the thug's face with tremendous force. The man flew back, crashing into the brick wall with a sickening thud. The other thugs turned instantly, their eyes wide in disbelief. They were stunned, questioning who he was and if he was a hero. Kafka didn't answer. He turned his back to them and approached the girl, who was shaking, her breath caught in her throat. He pulled off his jacket and gently placed it around her shoulders, assuring her that she was safe now. She clutched the jacket tightly, tears falling freely. 𝗂𝗏𝗏 stood up and faced the thugs again, his eyes gleaming in the dark, a green flicker pulsing behind them. His body hummed with energy, something inside him awakening. He walked forward, the moonlight casting shadows across the ruined street. His face was half-transformed, his right eye glowing with a primal blue light, veins of energy pulsing from his temple to his jaw. His arms were bulked with muscle, claws twitching. He moved with a primal grace, half man, half monster. 3 thugs stood in his way, dismissing him as just a kid. They charged at him, but he sidestepped their attacks with ease. He kicked one thug in the chest, sending him flying back into a dumpster. The other thugs froze, their bravado fading. 𝗂𝗏𝗏 didn't give them time to recover. He darted forward, moving faster than they could react. He grabbed one man by the collar and slammed him into the floor. Another tried to punch him, but 𝗂𝗏𝗏 weaved to the side, elbowing his ribs, then flipping him over. One by one they fell. He stood in the center of the alleyway, breathing heavily. His features began to recede slightly, but it wasn't over yet. A scream pierced the air, and 𝗂𝗏𝗏 spun around, his heart stopping. The girl, the one they had been harassing, stood with her back against a wall, 𝗬𝗫𝗐 down her cheek. The first thug, somehow back on his feet, dragged his sword with a twisted grin on his face, threatening her. 𝗂𝗏𝗏 blinked and vanished, reappearing between them in a blur of speed. He grabbed the thug's throat, lifting him off the ground, then slammed him into the wall. His eyes glowed brighter as he lost control, unleashing his fury. He punched the man again and again, the thug's face caving under the relentless assault. The concrete wall behind him cracked under each blow. The girl screamed for him to stop, and that broke the fog of rage. 𝗂𝗏𝗏 froze, his fist hovering inches from the man's battered face. The thug collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Gasping, 𝗂𝗏𝗏 stepped back, looking at his bloodied hands and monster-like arms. He whispered to himself, questioning what was happening to him. He stood over the unconscious thugs, his chest heaving. The girl trembled against the wall, clutching her arm where 𝗬𝗫𝗐 had dried. He turned to her slowly, half his face still bearing the mark of his transformation, and asked if she was okay. She flinched at his voice but nodded weakly, assuring him she was fine. Her eyes, wide and glassy, weren't looking at the men, they were looking at him. 𝗂𝗏𝗏 felt the fear radiating from her, realizing it wasn't just from the situation but from him. His claws began to recede, skin shifting back to normal as he pulled out his phone, stating he had called the police and they would be there soon. He stepped away from her, keeping his distance, then turned down the alley, asking her to tell the police what had happened. He walked into the shadows, his silhouette swallowed by the darkness. The girl watched him go, frozen in place, whispering that she didn't get his name. The breeze lifted strands of her hair, white with a streak of crimson red. She wondered who he was, her heart racing as she recalled his strength and those eyes. She stepped into the light, still trembling, but with awe glinting behind her fear. 𝗂𝗏𝗏 arrived home, the door creaking open. His mother called out to him, demanding to know where he had been and what time it was. He shut the door behind him, his hoodie stained, his steps slow. He told her he would explain later, as he was really tired. She looked ready to argue but stopped when she saw his face. He walked past her and climbed the stairs, his limbs heavy. Once inside his room, he shut the door gently and collapsed onto the bed. Staring at the ceiling, shadows from the streetlights danced across it. He thought about what was wrong with him, lifting the hand he had used to strike the thug. He questioned why he couldn't stop or control it, feeling as if something else had taken over. Exhaustion flooded his limbs, and he turned on his side, wondering what was going on. His eyes closed and sleep took him. The soft golden hue of dawn slipped through the slits in the curtains, painting long shadows across the wooden floor. The small room was modest, with bare walls adorned with a few old posters of heroes 𝗂𝗏𝗏 didn't know, a cluttered desk with notebooks and pens, and a single bed tucked under the window. A shelf in the corner held school books, a few action figures, and a dusty alarm clock that hadn't gone off. Beneath the blanket, 𝗂𝗏𝗏 stirred. A mop of thick black hair shifted as he slowly opened his eyes, dark, almost coal-like, with a heavy stillness behind them. He sat up, his long bangs hanging just over his sharp eyes, nearly covering the tired expression on his youthful face. He thought to himself that this wasn't his body, still feeling like a kid. His feet touched the cool wooden floor, and the air was still. 𝗵𝗃 stepped into the bathroom, where a single flickering light buzzed overhead. The mirror reflected a boy with lean features and tired, shadowed eyes. His skin was pale, and his hair hung unkempt around his face, strands sticking to his forehead from sleep. He thought about how long his hair was and how his eyes looked like those of a ghost staring back at him. He splashed cold water on his face, watching droplets trace down his cheek, reminding himself that he was still in this fake 𝗵𝗃 universe. After brushing his teeth silently, he stared at his reflection, the rhythmic scraping of the bristles against his teeth grounding him in the silence. After drying his face with a towel, 𝗵𝗃 stepped out of the hallway and into the living room. The scent of freshly brewed coffee lingered in the air. His dad sat on a worn couch, legs crossed, reading a thick book titled Pathways of Power, wearing simple pajamas and glasses resting low on his nose. He looked up and smiled at his son, greeting him with a cheerful, "Good morning, champ." 𝗵𝗃 responded quietly, "Morning," feeling reserved. His dad grinned, commenting on how early 𝗵𝗃 was up that day. 𝗵𝗃 thought to himself that this body wasn't a morning type. He then asked if he could go for a jog. His father, pleasantly surprised, encouraged him to stay fit, saying, "That's my boy." "Sure, have it." 𝗵𝗃 nodded faintly, thanked him, and moved toward the door, slipping on worn sneakers near the mat. He opened the door slowly, letting the cool morning air inside, and waved goodbye to his dad. Outside, 𝗵𝗃 jogged down the still empty neighborhood street. The sky above was a pale orange and blue canvas, and the streetlights blinked off one by one as he passed. The further he went, the quieter it became. He reached the edge of a forest, a place he'd seen on the way to school before but never entered. He thought to himself that this should do and stepped into the thicket, where leaves crunched underfoot, and the sun barely touched the ground. Walking deeper, he pushed past branches until he reached a small clearing. The wind whispered around him, and the trees stood silent like ancient sentinels. He quietly prepared himself, feeling a low hum echo through the clearing. Suddenly, green lightning flickered at his fingertips, snaking along his arms, and iridescent scales shimmered across his skin. The air grew dense with power as he focused, letting the storm within him rise. Crackles of green lightning lit up around his arms. His pupils thinned, and his muscles shifted, bulking slightly as shimmering 𝐒𝐻𝐽 armor emerged across his shoulders and legs. Jagged claws formed at his fingertips, and his hair lifted with static charge. A sharp tail flickered into existence for a moment before fading. He felt stronger, faster, and definitely cooler. Crouching low, he took off in a blur, sprinting through the trees like a green bullet. Wind whipped around him as the forest blurred by. He leaped, clearing 10 meters easily, and landed on a tree branch as if it were solid ground. He grinned, feeling exhilarated. This was fun. He launched again, springing from branch to branch like a jungle beast, flipping midair, spinning off trees, and rebounding with a parkour twist. Landing in a clearing with a skid, his claws dug into the dirt. He raised his fist, green lightning dancing around it, and decided to try a punch. He reared back and swung, creating a shockwave that shattered the tree in front of him. 2 more behind it splintered and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Stunned, he blinked and then grinned wide, realizing how strong he was and that he wasn't even at full power yet. Looking at his hands, he charged them again and kicked off the ground into a spinning aerial flip, bringing his leg down in a sweeping spin kick. A monstrous gust of wind blasted out, bending trees backward and sending loose leaves and twigs flying outward. He landed in a crouch, hair still wild, scales fading, and laughed more freely, feeling more like himself. This quirk was kind of sweet. He looked down at his wristwatch, dusted with bark and dirt, and was shocked to see the time. His eyes widened as he realized he had to hurry. After a few minutes, he reached his house, bursting through the front door. His dad was in front of the mirror, fixing his tie, a coffee mug in hand, while his mom stood by the stove, flipping something in a pan. Both turned at the sound of his entrance. His dad chuckled, asking if he was done with his jog, while his mom, surprised, questioned when he had left. Ǩafқа replied that he had been gone for about 40 minutes. His mom scolded him for not drinking anything, and he grinned, admitting he hadn't. His dad laughed, reassuring his wife that it was fine since Ǩafqa was a growing boy. He then kissed her on the cheek, and she blushed, pouting about their hopelessness. Ǩafqa raised an eyebrow, thinking it was time to leave before this turned into a rom-com. He darted to his room, quickly grabbed his uniform, and threw it on. He plopped at the table, devouring his breakfast like a beast. His dad watched in awe, remarking on how he was eating like a pro wrestler, while his mom smiled, relieved that he was at least eating. After wiping his mouth, Ǩafqa stood up, announcing that he was heading out. His dad questioned why he was leaving so early, and his mom reminded him that he hadn't packed lunch. Already halfway out the door, Ǩafqa explained he was picking up a friend and said goodbye. Meanwhile, the morning sun crept through the windows of the Yagi household, casting long shadows across the kitchen tiles. Izuku sat silently at the counter, biting into a half-made sandwich. He wore his uniform, neat and tucked, but his eyes were dim and empty. To his left, his family gathered at the dinner table, laughing. His mother, Inko Yagi, radiated elegance and warmth, while his father, All Might, sat tall with pride. His siblings, Izumi and Zuko, talked excitedly, basking in the attention and warmth that Izuku could never seem to grasp. He stared at them, not with jealousy, but with a hollow ache, a reminder of everything he didn't have. Looking down again, his appetite faded. The sound of someone knocking at the door broke the moment, and everyone turned to look. Izumi asked who could be there so early in the morning and, without a hint of care, called out for Izuku to get the door. Izuku, tired and lifeless, obeyed, standing and walking to the entrance with slouched shoulders, preparing to greet another indifferent adult or stranger. But what he saw made his breath catch in his throat. Standing there with a casual smirk was Ǩafqa, hands in his pockets, a single hand raised in greeting. He greeted Izuku, saying he was one of his friends and thought he would walk with him to school. From the kitchen, Inko called out, asking who it was. Ǩafqa introduced himself as a friend of Izuku's, and the entire table went quiet. Even Izuku looked back, stunned by the word, friend. Ǩafqa gave a casual grin and asked if he could come in, while a deep voice answered calmly but firmly. Ǩafqa stepped into the room, his eyes scanning the surroundings. He spotted Inko Tashinori, the number 3 hero Blizzard, who appeared stunning and strong, but her eyes were sharp and judgmental, unlike the kind gaze he remembered from the manga. Then there was Zuko, whose explosive presence was marked by a visible green aura forming around his fists, his glare filled with rage. Zuko pointed accusingly at Ǩafqa, claiming he was the one who had hurt his hand. All Might raised an eyebrow and urged Zuko to calm down and explain. Zuko growled that Ǩafqa had made him hit him hard, resulting in a broken hand, insisting it was intentional. Ǩafqa crossed his arms, clearly annoyed, thinking to himself how pathetic Zuko seemed. He then looked at Zuko and back to All Might, stating that he hadn't done anything. Zuko had swung at him, and he had merely stood there. Inko sharply asked for clarification, and Ǩafqa repeated himself, shrugging as he added that it wasn't his fault if Zuko had fragile fingers. The atmosphere in the room froze as Zuko's anger boiled over, and he threatened Ǩafqa. He took a step forward, his quirk flaring, but All Might interjected, stepping between them with a raised hand, demanding an end to the confrontation. Ǩafqa looked up at All Might, unfazed by the pressure emanating from the former symbol of peace. He met All Might's gaze with calmness and determination. All Might narrowed his eyes and stated that he would apologize for his son but warned Ǩafqa that if he had indeed hurt Zuko, he would not tolerate it. Kafka's expression darkened, and the room grew cold as he demanded All Might to repeat what he had said. All Might, taken aback, repeated that Zuko was his son, to which Ǩafqa pressed further, mentioning Izuku's bruises and scars, accusing All Might of showing him no love or praise, only coldness and insults. Inko stood up, angered by Kafka's words, but he snapped back, asserting that she had hurt him. All Might placed a firm hand on Kafka's shoulder, a warning that turned painful, but Ǩafqa remained unflinching, his eyes glowing faintly with restrained rage. A strange pressure filled the air, causing even All Might to hesitate momentarily. Just then, Izuku's voice came from the stairs, announcing he was ready. With his bag in hand, Izuku looked between the tense figures, and Kafka's expression softened instantly. He brushed All Might's hand off his shoulder and walked toward the door, with Izuku following closely, casting a confused glance at the stunned room behind him. As the door closed, Zuko scoffed, dismissing them as losers. Izumi, arms folded, stared at the door, pondering why. Someone strong would stand up for someone like Izuku, questioning if strength was meant to trample weakness. Meanwhile, Inko placed a hand on All Might's arm, asking if he was okay. He didn't respond immediately, lost in thought about the pressure and intensity he had just witnessed. He smiled faintly, finding the situation interesting. Outside, Izuku walked quietly beside Kafka, glancing at him in disbelief. He finally asked why Kafka had come to pick him up. Kafka shrugged, stating that they were friends. Izuku blinked in surprise, unsure if he had heard correctly. Kafka confirmed it was true, and for the first time in what felt like years, Izuku smiled brightly, excitedly agreeing to be friends. Kafka smirked, noting that they already were. He reflected on the earlier confrontation, feeling the anger and pressure that had filled the room. He recognized the need to control his temper better. As he exhaled, he glanced at Izuku, who was still smiling up at him, and thought about how, if the real All Might or Inko had been there, they would have fiercely defended Izuku. It had been 2 weeks since Kafka entered this world, 2 weeks of observation and patience, keeping his rage buried just beneath the surface. He was not there to play the hero, not yet. He had goals, starting with gathering information, which came easily thanks to Izuku. Izuku Yagi, once a fictional character in Kafka's past life, was now real, broken and bruised but not beyond saving. He talked a lot, sharing every detail about heroes and quirks, and Kafka listened, absorbing the information like a sponge. He learned about the top 5 hero schools worldwide, realizing UA was not the only elite institution. There were prestigious academies in various countries, all producing powerful individuals capable of bending the world around them. Izuku was a treasure trove of knowledge, and Kafka made sure to remember everything. But gathering information was only the first step, the second was training. Upon entering this world, Kafka recognized the potential within his new body. It wasn't weak, it just needed to be utilized correctly. So, every day after school or sometimes before sunrise, he trained rigorously, using his past experiences and knowledge from countless manga and anime arcs. He turned his simmering rage into fuel, pushing himself through intense workouts, push-ups, shadowboxing, cardio, and strength training using whatever he could find. Each day, he grew a little stronger, refining his body to be faster and more resilient. The progress was earned, and he knew he hadn't reached his limit yet. The third and most important goal was to protect Izuku. Kafka established a routine, waiting outside Izuku's house every morning, rarely knocking or calling, just standing there with his hands in his pockets and his hood up. Izuku would open the door, initially surprised, but eventually he stopped asking questions and simply smiled, walking beside Kafka as they discussed the latest hero news. At school, Kafka stayed with Izuku until a teacher arrived, prioritizing his safety over his own schedule. During lunch, he would slide into the seat across from Izuku, ignoring the stares and whispers. After school, he walked Izuku home, providing protection without needing to explain himself. Gradually, Kafka noticed the changes in Izuku. His shoulders were less slouched, his eyes no longer darted around in fear, and his steps were firmer. More confident, Kafka noticed the bruises fading on Izuku. 2 weeks ago, Izuku's arms had been covered in purple marks, his legs trembling when he walked, and his lips had cuts from enforced silence. Now, his limbs were steadier, his face clearer, and the bruises had faded into pale yellow reminders of healing, slow and steady. One afternoon, Kafka walked beside him as the sky was painted in soft orange hues with the sun beginning to dip. The cool wind brushed against their uniforms, and Kafka glanced at Izuku's arm, catching a glimpse of smooth skin that made him smile. He didn't smile often, but this time it came naturally. This wasn't just a mission anymore, he wasn't just there to get stronger. He was watching someone rise. Kafka looked ahead, his eyes narrowing slightly. There were still 4 months until Yue's entrance exam, and he was more than ready to get in. But Izuku still needed work, still needed training. Kafka's mind drifted as they walked, contemplating the anime world they inhabited and how he could take advantage of that. If he played it right, he could turn Izuku into something more, not a carbon copy of a hero, but something better, faster, smarter, stronger. He thought about Toji and Asta, about the idea of training someone to use their body like a weapon, quirks or not, a blank slate with raw heart and iron will. Kafka's smile widened at the thought. The next day, a quiet, cloudy weekday morning found Kafka standing in front of the Yagi residence, hands stuffed in his pockets, eyes half-lidded with boredom as he knocked lazily on the door. After a brief wait, the door creaked open, revealing Izumi Tashinori. With short green hair and sharp emerald eyes, she regarded Kafka with an unreadable expression. Kafka asked if Izuku was home, tilting his head to peek past her, but she stood firm, blocking his view. Izumi informed him that Izuku was out, sent by their mother to grab something quickly. Kafka let out a low sigh and scratched the back of his neck, asking where Izuku had gone. Izumi hesitated before suggesting he come inside and wait. Kafka froze, internally confused, wondering why she would invite him in when she had seemed to dislike him before. Curiosity got the better of him, and he accepted her offer. Stepping inside, he plopped down on the couch like it was his own home, kicking off his shoes and relaxing, though his mind was racing. A few minutes passed in silence until Izumi sat across from him, her eyes carefully watching him. Kafka remained quiet, and the atmosphere grew awkward. Suddenly, Izumi broke the silence, asking if he knew Izuku was quirkless. When Kafka confirmed this, she questioned why he would protect him, stating that Izuku was worthless and that associating with him could harm Kafka's reputation. Kafka raised an eyebrow, considering her words. He thought about his own reputation, realizing that the only people who talked to him were Izuku and the vending machine he sometimes punched when it ate his change. He looked Izumi in the eyes and asked, "So what?" She seemed caught off guard as he continued, explaining that he didn't care what people thought of him. He did what he wanted when he wanted, and with whom he wanted. He was not there for applause, he was there for himself. Izumi expressed her concern that Izuku was weak and questioned the nature of strength. Kafka exhaled slowly and smiled, stating that he believed the strong were meant to protect the weak. He leaned back, remembering Izuku's heart and spirit, emphasizing that Izuku might not have a quirk, but he had more heart than many who did. He described Izuku as funny, kind, and charming, even when he rambled about hero costume fabric. Just then, the door opened, and Izuku entered, his hair messy and eyes wide when he saw Kafka lounging on the couch. Kafka grinned and waved, greeting him casually. Izuku was surprised and asked what Kafka was doing there. Kafka replied that he came to hang out and tell him something, noting that Izuku was healing nicely. Turning to Izumi, Kafka thanked her for the talk before walking over to Izuku, ruffling his hair with a playful smirk. He called him Izubro and suggested they head out together. Izuku smiled brightly, and Izumi watched them leave, feeling a tightness in her chest and a warmth in her cheeks. She didn't understand why her heart raced as she observed her brother's smile, the kind he used to wear when they were younger. Memories flooded her mind of when they used to laugh together, when she defended him from bullies, and when they were still friends, siblings, and equals. She wondered what had happened to their bond, wishing she had the answers. Outside, Izuku and Kafka walked toward the park, which was quiet and kissed by a warm breeze. Birds chirped lazily, children played in the distance, and the sky was painted with soft hues of orange and blue. Kafka and Izuku sat on a bench near a half-dead tree. Kafka slouched with his legs stretched out, while Izuku sat awkwardly, fidgeting with his sleeves. Kafka turned to him, seriousness in his expression, and asked what a hero meant to him. Izuku blinked, confused by the sudden question, and leaned in slightly, trying to understand. He thought for a moment and replied that a hero was someone who saved people with their quirk. Kafka sighed and shook his head, indicating that he was wrong. Izuku tilted his head, puzzled, and tried again, suggesting that a hero was someone who used their quirk for the greater good. Kafka gave him a blank stare before leaning back, still not satisfied with the answer. He pointed to his chest, and Izuku squinted, trying to grasp what he meant. Kafka face-bombed dramatically and clarified that a hero was someone with a heart of gold, someone who protected others, not because of their power, but because it was the right thing to do. He stood up and looked out over the park, emphasizing that while a quirk could help, it wasn't necessary to be a hero. What mattered was having the right heart, and that was why he wanted to help Izuku become one. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise, and Kafka smiled gently, expressing his longing to walk the path of a hero together. Overwhelmed with emotion, Izuku struggled to find his words, tears welling up in his eyes as he expressed his doubts about being quirkless. Kafka, thinking about the heroes who had overcome their limitations, reassured him that it didn't matter. He stepped closer, ruffled Izuku's messy green hair, and insisted that he could absolutely be a hero. Izuku stared at him, eyes wide and trembling lips, before breaking into tears of joy, realizing he could truly aspire to be a hero. The beach was quiet except for the rhythmic sound of waves rolling onto the shore. The salty air clung to their skin as seagulls circled lazily above. Kafka stood near the edge of the sand, stretching with casual confidence, while Izuku stood behind him, catching his breath from the walk. Kafka cracked his neck and declared that they were there to train. Izuku, confused, wondered what that entailed. Kafka looked out over the horizon, channeling his inner anime mentor, and laid out an intense training plan that included push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups, a long run, and sparring. Izuku felt overwhelmed, questioning if it was too much, but Kafka shrugged it off, emphasizing the urgency of their preparation for the entrance exam. Doubt filled Izuku's features, but Kafka's calm confidence reassured him that he could do it, not because of a quirk, but because he had the heart for it. Slowly, Izuku nodded, ready to embrace the challenge. After 2 hours of grueling training, Izuku lay flat on the sand, exhausted and soaked, while Kafka stood nearby, unfazed and stretching. Kafka reassured him that it was just the beginning and that they would build from there. He handed Izuku a water bottle, encouraging him that even crawling forward was a victory. Izuku smiled, grateful for Kafka's support. As the sun set, Kafka reflected on the beauty of the world around them, feeling determined to live each day to the fullest. He suggested they make the next day count, and they shared a laugh, lightening the mood. 2 months later, the sun blazed over the shoreline as Izuku, now more toned, dashed forward with determination. Their fists collided midair, creating gusts of wind with each strike. They moved with speed, reading each other's patterns in a rhythm of sparring. Suddenly, Kafka ducked beneath Izuku's punch and countered with an uppercut, sending Izuku stumbling back. But Izuku quickly recovered, spinning midair and landing perfectly. Determined, Izuku charged forward again, aiming a punch, but this time leapt up and delivered a powerful kick. Kafka flew back, crashing into the ground, creating a small crater in the sand beneath him. Izuku landed cleanly with a backflip, breathing heavily but feeling proud. He thought about how he had finally managed to catch Kafka off guard. Suddenly, from the crater, Kafka stood up, not with his legs, but propelled by a force that cracked the ground beneath him. He grinned and acknowledged Izuku's effort, clearly impressed. Izuku glared, feeling frustrated. He couldn't understand how Kafka could brush off his strongest attack so easily, especially since he wasn't even using his quirk. Kafka chuckled, acknowledging the truth in Izuku's complaint. He admired Izuku's muscular physique, a testament to months of relentless training, and felt a sense of pride in his role as a teacher. With a mischievous smile, Kafka announced that it was time to have fun, leaving Izuku confused and slightly apprehensive. Kafka cracked his neck and a faint glow began to build around him, signaling that he was ready to step things up. Izuku gulped, feeling a mix of excitement and dread. As they moved through the neon haze of the city, Kafka's demeanor shifted. He scanned the surroundings like a hunter tracking prey, while Izuku followed closely behind, feeling increasingly anxious. Kafka suddenly stopped, closed his eyes, and inhaled deeply, his expression turning calm and focused. In the silence, a distant scream pierced the air, and Kafka's eyes snapped open with a slow smile. Before Izuku could react, 𝗂𝗏𝗂 grabbed him by the collar, and they shot forward like a bullet. The wind howled in Izuku's ears as 𝗂𝗏𝗂 moved with incredible speed, weaving through the streets. They came to a halt in front of an old, decaying building, its windows shattered and graffiti covering the walls. Izuku breathed, trying to catch his breath, while 𝗂𝗏𝗂 smirked, hinting at the adventure that lay ahead. As they stepped inside, the air was thick with the smell of mold and decay, and each step crunched against glass and debris. 𝗂𝗏𝗂 motioned for Izuku to stay low as they peeked around a corner into the main hall. Their eyes widened at the sight before them. A woman lay on the floor, her clothes torn, and a man was tied up nearby, pleading desperately for help. A small boy, no older than 6, was curled up against the wall, shaking in fear. One of the thugs approached the boy, amusement twisting his face. The man cried out, trying to protect the child, but the thug coldly dismissed him. Just then, Izuku sprang into action, landing between the thugs and the boy, his eyes glowing with determination. The room fell silent as the remaining thugs exchanged confused glances, then grinned, underestimating him. They charged at Izuku, their intentions clear. One thug morphed his arms into gleaming weapons, while another exhaled a thick mist. Izuku's instincts kicked in as he dodged their attacks with surprising agility, moving like water. In a flurry of movement, he took down several of them, leaving them miming on the ground. However, the fight wasn't over. A shockwave tore through the air as a tall man with spiked crimson hair appeared, fury radiating from him. He demanded to know who Izuku was, and when he learned that Izuku had defeated his crew, his anger intensified. The boss raised his hand, fingers glowing with energy, and unleashed a powerful attack that struck Izuku in the chest. Izuku struggled to recover, coughing and collapsing against the wall. Despite the pain, he pushed himself up, determined to keep fighting. The boss mocked him, but Izuku's resolve only strengthened. He reached for a nearby chair and hurled it at the boss, but it exploded midair. The boss advanced, laughter echoing off the cracked walls as he prepared to strike again. Izuku, bloodied and on one knee, felt his strength waning. Just when it seemed all hope was lost, Kafka's voice cut through the tension, commanding attention. 𝗂𝗏𝗂 stood tall, arms crossed, a steadfast presence between the criminals and the family in need. He reminded Izuku that heroes are forged in the fire of adversity, and that every wound and every punch taken meant he was still fighting. With renewed determination, Izuku felt his spirit ignite. As a sudden burst of wind blew through the shattered windows, Izuku's resolve solidified. He realized he couldn't stop here. He had to rise again, no matter the odds. Izuku stood firm, his foot planted and back straightened, eyes glowing with a fierce green light. The boss's smile faded as he growled, questioning if Izuku was still standing. A beam of energy shot forth, but Izuku rolled under it and launched a spinning kick into the boss's arm. The impact caused the beam to veer off course, blowing a hole in the ceiling. Gritting his teeth, Izuku declared that he wasn't done yet. He grabbed a broken chair nearby and hurled it as a distraction. The boss dismissed the move as a stupid trick and blasted the chair into splinters. However, Izuku had already moved, sliding under the debris and twisting behind the man to deliver a powerful punch to the back of the knee. The boss roared in pain and turned, firing point blank. The beam grazed Izuku's side, burning through his shirt and skin. He screamed but remained standing, determined. He thought to himself that pain wasn't the end, but the start. With blood running and muscles burning, Izuku surged forward, leaping up, bouncing off the wall, and coming down with a spinning dropkick. The boss stumbled, his knees buckling. Izuku shouted that he was fighting for the people the boss had tried to hurt. He followed up with an uppercut, then a cross, and finally a decisive punch. The boss's eyes rolled back as he crashed through a pile of crates, unconscious. Silence enveloped the room as Izuku stood there, fists bloodied and breathing heavily. His body trembled, but he didn't fall. He looked down at his bruised and torn hand and smiled, realizing he had done it. But then, a slow clap interrupted his moment of triumph. 5 new figures appeared in the hallway, dressed in dark combat gear, watching him like vultures. Izuku felt a wave of dread wash over him as his knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. One of the villains calmly suggested they eliminate him before leaving. As they approached, 𝗧𝗂𝘁 felt his strength fading and his eyes began to shut. After a few minutes, 𝗧𝗂𝘁's eyes slowly opened. Blurry trees swayed above him, and for a moment he thought he was floating until he felt the warmth of someone beneath him. He blinked and raised his head to see Kafka carrying him on his back, shoulders relaxed and footsteps steady. Kafka's ears twitched slightly, and he greeted 𝗧𝗂𝘁 with a grin, acknowledging that he was awake. Confused, 𝗧𝗂𝘁 tried to process everything: the fight, the villain, the family. Suddenly, he tensed and shouted for Kafka to tell him where they were. Kafka chuckled and reassured him that they were outside. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 gasped, asking about the villain and the family. Kafka casually explained that the police had arrived, taken the family, and he had run off with 𝗧𝗂𝘁 before they were spotted. When 𝗧𝗂𝘁 asked if they were okay, Kafka smiled softly, confirming that he had saved them. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 stared at Kafka's back, feeling his heart slow as the weight of his body felt lighter, not from healing but from peace. He rested his head back down and whispered his gratitude. Kafka turned his head enough to smile, responding that he was always there for him. Back at the abandoned building, flashing red and blue lights illuminated the scene. Officers combed through the rubble, yellow tape marking the perimeter of the destroyed cinema. A stretcher wheeled a family into an ambulance, silent, shaken, but alive. Suddenly, measured footsteps approached. A tall, tired man with wild hair and sharp eyes arrived. When a police officer tried to stop him, the man revealed his ID, shocking the officer, who recognized him as 𝗍𝗫𝗫. Behind him followed President Mike and Miss Joker, both somber. 𝗍𝗫𝗫 requested a report on what had happened. The officer hesitated, explaining that the family was too traumatized to speak but suggested he show them instead. They followed him to a steel door, and the team froze upon seeing the massive crater in the center of the room, walls torn apart, and the roof completely gone. Chunks of ceiling were embedded in the ground like meteorites. But more terrifying than the destruction were the 6 men laid across the battlefield. One with red hair was conscious, bruised, and grunting in pain, while another thug had an arm bent at an unnatural angle. One man lay with a mouthful of BLD, face pale and marked by a deep fist imprint on his chest. Another was buried in the wall, unmoving, while another had a leg twisted and smoking from burns. The last was barely conscious, trembling violently. 𝗍𝗫𝗫 crouched next to the one still awake, who was bleeding and trembling. He asked what had happened, but there was no answer. When he pressed for who had done this, the man's lips quivered before he erupted into a sobbing scream, calling out about a demon and begging to be left alone. Miss Joker's eyes widened, and President Mike clenched his fists. 𝗍𝗫𝗫's thoughts turned dark as he realized that whoever had caused this destruction was not trying to be a hero. He scanned the battlefield again, noting the precision and emotion behind the devastation. It was clear that this was the work of someone who had unleashed their wrath. He turned to the others, coldly questioning if this was the work of a villain, pondering why they would attack their own. The battlefield lay before them, filled with shattered concrete and bent steel, villains scattered like broken dolls. Above all, there was the haunting silence of a nightmare none of them would forget. As the sun hung low over the horizon, casting streaks of gold and crimson across the quiet ocean, 2 boys were engaged in a grueling workout on the sand. Izuku struggled to finish his push-ups, arms trembling under the weight of stone slabs strapped to his back. In contrast, Kafka balanced perfectly on one arm, 6 large blocks secured to his legs, moving with the grace of someone carved from steel. Izuku gasped through labored breaths, counting his push-ups, pushing himself to the limit. With one final roar, he reached 200 but collapsed sideways, the blocks falling from his back with a thud. He lay flat on the sand, arms spread wide, chest rising and falling like crashing waves. Kafka continued his push-ups without hesitation, counting up to 1,000 before effortlessly catching the blocks as they fell. Standing tall with the sun shining behind him, Kafka grinned and joked with Izuku, who lay on the ground, groaning about his exhaustion. Kafka laughed and joined him in the sand, reflecting on how much Izuku had changed. No longer did he look like a boy drowning in self-doubt. He resembled someone who had crawled from rock bottom and refused to stop climbing. As they rested, Kafka asked if Izuku was hungry. Izuku, still not opening his eyes, joked about needing to find his soul first. They shared a light moment, the sound of waves and seagulls surrounding them. Kafka looked out at the sun, its reflection dancing across the ocean, realizing that this peace was earned after chaos and pain. He thought about how Izuku had come to him broken but now breathed like a fighter, rising faster each time he fell. Izuku quietly asked Kafka if he thought he was ready. Kafka stared at him for a moment before bluntly stating that he wasn't ready yet, leaving Izuku surprised. Kafka leaned forward, grinning, and explained that he was burning with potential. That's different. Izuku frowned, confused. Kafka explained that ready meant waiting for the right moment, while burning meant moving forward despite flaws and fears. A real hero, he said, is not perfect but relentless. Izuku felt a surge of strength, not from weakness but from emotion. Kafka reassured him that he didn't need to be perfect, just persistent. Izuku thanked him, feeling a newfound sense of strength. They sat in silence, the waves brushing the shore behind them as the orange sun dipped lower, casting long shadows. Kafka remarked on the beauty of the scene. As the sun set, the streets were bathed in a gentle amber hue, neon signs glowing softly as shops opened for the night. Cars rumbled down the road while pedestrians strolled by, absorbed in their own worlds. Among them walked Izuku and Kafka, side by side, the air around them light-hearted and filled with the rhythm of their footsteps. Izuku excitedly shared his admiration for Angela, the top German hero, describing her incredible combat skills and reflexes. Kafka listened with a half-smile, his hands in his pockets, occasionally glancing at Izuku as he spoke animatedly about heroes and their abilities. Suddenly, they heard a soft cry and froze. Ahead, a small boy sat alone on the curb, tears ebbing down his dusty cheeks. Without hesitation, Izuku stepped forward, kneeling in front of the child with warmth in his voice. The boy explained that he had lost his mother. Izuku smiled gently and offered to help him find her, lifting the boy onto his shoulders. He encouraged the child to let him know when he spotted her. As they moved through the city, checking every alley and storefront, pedestrians glanced at the unusual pair. Despite not finding her right away, Izuku remained patient and determined. Then, the child excitedly pointed out a frantic woman across the street. Without waiting for traffic, she dashed toward them, and Izuku gently placed the boy down just in time for him to run into her arms. The mother knelt, holding her child tightly, overwhelmed with relief. Grateful, she thanked Izuku and Kafka, who stood a few feet back, arms crossed but softened by the scene. Izuku smiled, feeling fulfilled that the child was safe. The boy waved goodbye as his mother led him away, and for a moment, silence hung in the air. Izuku's smile faded slightly, his eyes distant, revealing a quiet sadness beneath his warmth. Kafka noticed and stepped closer, placing a reassuring hand on Izuku's back, acknowledging his heroism. They stood together, shoulder to shoulder, amidst the bustling city, two boys who had grown up too fast yet managed to hold onto their true selves. They resumed walking in silence, Kafka glancing at Izuku, who seemed lost in thought, yet still retained his kind spirit. Days later, the school year was coming to an end, and the atmosphere in the classroom was tense. Kafka sat by the window, half listening to the teacher discuss futures and aspirations of becoming pro-heroes. He observed his classmates, some with quirks that seemed less than impressive. When the teacher mentioned Kafka's name as a student aiming for you, the room fell silent, filled with judgmental glances. Kafka remained calm, leaning back in his chair, asserting his determination to pursue his dreams. Meanwhile, in another classroom, the mood was heavy as the teacher called out names of students who had applied for you. When Izuku's name was mentioned, laughter erupted from his classmates. Bakugo mocked him, and others joined in, leaving Izuku shrinking in his seat. The teacher attempted to restore order, but the damage was done. As class ended, Kafka walked down the hallway, contemplating how Izuku was handling the situation. He reached Izuku's classroom, pushed open the door, and paused. No students were present. Desks stood empty. Izuku's bag remained, but he was nowhere to be found. Kafka thought to himself that something felt off. Where was everyone? Did they leave early? He looked around, puzzled, then turned to leave. Just then, a girl nervously spoke up, catching his attention. A brown-haired girl with glasses stood at the door, fidgeting with her fingers. She informed him that they had taken Izuku to the gymnasium. Kafka's eyes widened in alarm. Without another thought, he jumped out of the window, landing on his feet and sprinting away. The sounds of screams, shouts, and laughter filled the air. His heart raced as he dashed through the halls, panic rising within him. Upon reaching the gymnasium, he found a crowd of students gathered, forming a half-circle around something. He shouted for them to move, shoving through the startled onlookers. Then he saw Izuku, bloodied and bruised, barely conscious. His head hung low as Zuko, Kirishima, and Ida held him in place, arms pinned back. Bakugo stood in front of him, his fists raised, evidence of violence evident on his knuckles. Nearby, Katsumi, Momo, and Ochako laughed as if it were all a joke. Izumi stood behind them, silent and unmoving. Bakugo noticed Kafka in the crowd and grinned, taunting him about being there to watch. Izuku lifted his head slightly, his swollen eye barely opening, and weakly called out to Kafka. Kafka stared, unable to speak or move, his eyes cold and fierce, creating a silence that felt heavy in the air. Bakugo grinned, sparks popping from his palms as Kafka approached. He challenged Kafka, but Kafka remained focused on Izuku, who was hurt and struggling to stand. Kafka's steps were steady, unwavering, like a force of nature. Bakugo's grin faltered as he tried to regain control of the situation. Kafka knelt beside Izuku, who had BLD running down his cheek and a torn shirt. He apologized for being late, and Izuku looked up at him with wide eyes, a mix of relief and confusion. Kafka stood slowly, his gaze shifting to Kirishima, whose hand was still gripping Izuku's shoulder. In a swift motion, Kafka grabbed Kirishima's arm, and a sickening sound echoed through the gym as Kirishima fell to his knees in pain. Ida, eyes wide, charged at Kafka, but before he could reach him, Kafka moved like lightning, landing a powerful blow that sent Ida crashing into the wall. Green lightning crackled across Kafka's body, thin scales shimmering along his arms. He turned toward Zuko, who attempted to back away but found himself cornered. Kafka declared Zuko pathetic and struck him in the gut, folding him in half. Before Zuko could collapse, Kafka delivered a series of rapid blows that left him dazed and gasping for air. As Kafka focused on Zuko, Bakugo attempted to attack from behind but was met with a knee to the gut, causing him to fall to his knees. Kafka glared at him, promising to deal with him later. The laughter from Katsumi, Momo, and Ochako faded, replaced by terror as Kafka's cold gaze fell upon them. He stepped forward, and the gym fell silent. In a moment of panic, Katsumi threw a glowing RBB band at Kafka, which exploded in a cloud of smoke. She believed she had caught him, but the smoke cleared to reveal Kafka untouched. He was suddenly in front of them, grabbing Ochako by the neck and lifting her off the ground effortlessly. Her legs kicked weakly in the air as her friends screamed in horror. Kafka demanded that they laugh, reminding them of their earlier amusement at Izuku's expense. They complied, laughter tinged with fear and tears, hollow and miserable. He dropped Ochako, and she gasped as she hit the ground. Kafka turned his attention back to Bakugo, the one who had started all of this. He struck Bakugo repeatedly, BLD splattering across the gym floor. The air grew heavy with tension as Kafka continued his assault, his fists coated in crimson, yet he remained silent. Suddenly, an invisible force threw Kafka back, and he landed on his feet, sliding across the floor. He looked up to see Izumi, her hands glowing with telekinetic energy, trembling as she pleaded with him to stop. Kafka continued to advance, his shadow looming over her. She braced for impact, but instead, a hand grabbed his wrist. It was Izuku, bloodied but awake, asking him to stop. Kafka stared at Izuku for a long moment before exhaling slowly, allowing the glow to fade. He carefully picked Izuku up and turned his back to the others, warning them that if any of them touched Izuku again, he would not hold back. No one moved. Momo and Ochako dropped to their knees, shaking, while Katsumi stared at the floor, her hands trembling. Izumi remained silent, but in her mind, the image of Kafka's cold, burning eyes echoed, along with the promise behind them. Kafka carried Izuku out of the gym without looking back. The students moved aside for him, their eyes wide as they took in the aftermath of the chaos he had wrought. Ida was stuck in the wall, Zuko was knocked out, Kirishima was in pain, and Bakugo lay unconscious and bloodied. Whispers of fear filled the air, calling Kafka a monster. Kafka's gaze remained fixed on the door, anger burning in his eyes. He thought to himself that this world truly was messed up. Later, he sat in the hospital hallway, elbows on his knees, one hand gripping his hair tightly. His knuckles were pale, veins bulging, a visible sign of the storm raging within him. He couldn't calm down, despite trying to breathe. Each blink brought back the image of Izuku's bloodied face, his swollen eye, and the way he smiled through the pain. A woman's voice broke through his spiral, and he looked up to see a nurse standing in front of him, smiling gently. She asked if he was Kafka Shinji, and he nodded curtly. The nurse informed him that Izuku had made a full recovery and would be cleared to leave soon. Kafka managed a polite smile, but the nurse lingered, concern etched on her face. She urged him to let someone know if anything was wrong. Kafka turned away, assuring her that he was fine, though he could sense she didn't believe him. He walked down the hall, his body tense with each step. He pushed open the door to room Izuku was sitting on the bed, bandages still wrapped around his arms. His face was mostly healed, but there were traces of bruises too deep to vanish in just a few days. However, he smiled the moment he saw Kafka, a weak, genuine smile. Izuku acknowledged Kafka with a hesitant nod, trying to maintain his smile. Kafka, however, did not return the gesture, he simply stared. Confused, Izuku tilted his head slightly. Kafka's voice was cold as he remarked on Izuku's condition. Izuku nodded again, trying to reassure him that he was okay, but Kafka's concern transformed into anger as sparks of electricity flickered around him. He demanded to know why Izuku hadn't fought back. Izuku looked down at his bed sheets, gripping them tightly, mumbling that they would have stopped eventually, once they got bored. Kafka felt something snap inside him. He stepped forward, his voice low but sharp as he questioned Izuku's reasoning. Izuku flinched, his fingers curling into the blanket as he admitted he couldn't fight back. In that moment, Kafka's anger twisted into something else as he watched Izuku tremble, tears forming in his eyes. The silence in the room was heavy. Kafka realized he was not looking at the strong boy who trained beside him, but rather at a broken, terrified child buried under layers of scars, both physical and emotional. He thought about how Izuku was still trapped in the house where no one came to save him, and his anger melted into a different kind of resolve. Slowly, he stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Izuku tightly. At first, Izuku froze, but then he collapsed forward, burying his face into Kafka's chest. His sobs filled the room, silent, shaking, raw. Kafka held him tighter, offering warmth without words. He closed his eyes, resting his chin on Izuku's head, thinking about how Izuku was just a child, a boy who had been abandoned, beaten, and forgotten. He realized that Izuku was not yet a hero, he never had the chance to be one. As Izuku sobbed harder, clutching Kafka's shirt, Kafka understood that Izuku was still healing and allowed to be weak, allowed to cry. When Kafka opened his eyes, he looked past Izuku, staring at the wall in front of him. His eyes burned with a cold, steady rage as he made a silent promise that things would change. He would ensure that Izuku would no longer suffer. He held Izuku like that for a long time, until the sobs faded into quiet breathing, and the boy in his arms finally fell asleep, broken but safe. Kafka sat there, glaring at the wall, waiting and planning. The world had failed Izuku Yagi for the last time, and he would make sure it would not happen again. After a few minutes, Kafka stood beside the bed, arms crossed, eyes locked on the fragile figure curled under the blanket. He waited for the moment Izuku's lashes trembled and his eyes slowly fluttered open. Izuku blinked groggily, his voice barely above a whisper as he asked what time it was. Kafka softly replied that it was time to go home. There was no edge in his voice, just quiet strength. Izuku hesitated, blinking away the fog in his vision before sitting up. His body protested, but his spirit hurt more. He agreed to go home, and 𝗂𝗏𝗃 stepped back, allowing Izuku to move on his own without offering help. They left the room in silence, their footsteps echoing through the sterile corridor. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 noticed the nurse from earlier, the one who had tried to help him and had helped Izuku. He walked up to her and bowed low, thanking her for everything and for helping Izuku. Surprised, the nurse smiled warmly and Izuku, still keeping his eyes low, bowed beside him. The nurse chuckled, saying it was her job, but she was glad Izuku was doing all right. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 nodded, his eyes softening as he thanked her once more. They walked out of the hospital and into the Twilight City, catching the train in silence. As they sat side by side, 𝗂𝗏𝗃 glanced down and noticed Izuku's hands trembling again. He didn't say anything, he didn't need to. He knew exactly why. Instead, he turned his gaze forward. Jaw clenched as buildings blurred past the windows. He thought about how Izuku was still afraid. They arrived after a few quiet stops, and as they stepped off the train, Izuku didn't speak for the first time in a while. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 looked ahead as they walked in silence through the neighborhood streets. The air was cold, but it didn't bite as hard as the weight sitting on Izuku's chest. They turned the corner and stopped. 3 luxury cars sat in the driveway of Izuku's house. Izuku froze, panic rising within him as he recognized the vehicles. His shoulders dropped, and his tone became quiet but urgent as he told 𝗂𝗏𝗃 he could go home now. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 looked at him without saying anything. Izuku insisted he would be fine, but 𝗂𝗏𝗃 remained firm, assuring him that everything would be okay. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 turned and started walking toward the house, causing Izuku to panic further. He warned 𝗂𝗏𝗃 that the cars belonged to Bakugo's family, Momo's and Iida's, and if they saw him, they might do something. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 didn't flinch, he raised his fist and knocked on the door. Izuku's eyes widened with dread as he thought about the consequences of 𝗂𝗏𝗃's actions. The door opened, revealing Zuko, now wrapped in bandages. Zuko's eyes widened with rage as he recognized 𝗂𝗏𝗃. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 simply stared at him, unimpressed and unshaken, walking right past him into the living room. What he saw was a scene from a warped play. Momo, Bakugo, bruised and bandaged, eyes locked on 𝗂𝗏𝗃 like a hound on a scent, Katsumi talking to Momo and chuckling, Izumi looking at her phone, and Iida wrapped in gauze, glaring. Inko Yagi sat on her pristine couch, visibly upset as she spoke to Mitsuki, while All Might stood with arms crossed, his face unreadable but cold. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 recognized Masaru and Mitsuki Bakugo, Masami and Yashitaro Yaoyorozu, Akira and Takehiko Iida, and one other girl watching quietly with narrowed eyes. As everyone turned to look at him, the tension snapped. Bakugo shouted angrily, while Iida yelled about who let 𝗂𝗏𝗃 in. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 stood still, calm and silent, like a storm building behind the clouds. Only All Might and Inko seemed to recognize him. The others did not yet know who he truly was. 𝗂𝗏𝗃's eyes scanned the room slowly, feeling the weight of judgment and anger directed at him, but none of it compared to the fire smoldering inside him. Izuku and Zuko stepped in behind 𝗂𝗏𝗃, with Zuko intentionally bumping into 𝗂𝗏𝗃's shoulder as he passed. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 didn't budge, he just kept looking forward, calm, controlled. When Inko Yagi laid eyes on 𝗂𝗏𝗃, her entire body stiffened. Her chair screeched as she stood up suddenly, rage radiating off her like waves. Her hair lifted slightly, strands moving unnaturally as a green aura erupted around her. The table rattled, and utensils began floating midair from the sheer pressure of her quirk. She glared at 𝗂𝗏𝗃, her voice sharp with accusation. It was clear she believed he was responsible for hurting her son. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 turned his eyes toward her, his expression unreadable. Inko's anger intensified as she demanded to know if he had harmed her child. Other parents exchanged glances, the tension in the room escalating. Momo's mother, Masami, stood as well, shock quickly transforming into fury. She confronted 𝗂𝗏𝗃, her eyes wide with disbelief and anger. Izuku began trembling, not out of fear for himself, but for 𝗂𝗏𝗃. Yet 𝗂𝗏𝗃 remained unfazed, staring them down with a calm gaze that burned with quiet resolve. Suddenly, All Might stood and placed a firm hand on Inko's shoulder, urging her to calm down. Inko shot him a glare, but All Might's sharp look silenced her. She huffed and sat back down, frustration evident on her face. All Might turned his attention to 𝗂𝗂, asking him to explain why he had hurt his son and his friends. 𝗂𝗂 opened his mouth to respond, but before he could, Masaru Bakugo, Katsuki's father, rushed toward Izuku, concern etched on his face as he inspected the bruises. Izuku offered a soft smile, reassuring Masaru that he was okay. 𝗂𝗂 froze, his eyes widening slightly before softening. In this twisted version of their world, Masaru remained the same kind soul, and that made 𝗂𝗂 smile for a brief moment. For the first time that night, he felt himself relax. He then stated that he had defended his friend, causing everyone to turn their attention to him. Mitsuki, confused, asked him to clarify. 𝗂𝗂 repeated his statement in a cold tone, explaining that he had made those who hurt Izuku pay. Silence enveloped the room, eyes widening in shock as Mitsuki, Masaru, and Tensei Ida processed his words. The others looked on in disbelief, except for Inko and All Might. Tensei, still confused, asked what 𝗂𝗂 meant. 𝗂𝗂 looked directly at Ida, who began to sweat. He sighed, acknowledging that he had gone too far but refusing to apologize, stating he would do it again while glaring at Bakugo. Masaru turned to his son, seeking confirmation. Bakugo clenched his fists, insisting they were just playing around and that it had gotten out of hand. The others nodded in agreement, except for Izumi. Zuko scoffed, crossing his arms and echoing Bakugo's sentiment. Kafka's jaw clenched, his gaze icy as he challenged their definition of playing. Tensei glanced at his brother, shocked by the implication. Ida looked down, stuttering that 𝗂𝗂 was lying. 𝗂𝗂 then directed everyone's attention to Izuku, who was asked softly by Masaru if what 𝗂𝗂 said was true. Izuku looked down, his shoulders trembling. Before he could speak, All Might clapped his hands, commanding attention as the wind rushed through the living room. He declared that it was just kids being kids and urged everyone to calm down. He approached Izuku, placing a heavy hand on his shoulder and asking if they were just playing. Izuku flinched but nodded, confirming they were merely playing around. 𝗂𝗂 glared at him, his fist clenched, thinking that Izuku was using his trauma. He directed his hatred toward All Might, who smiled and addressed the others, suggesting they have some snacks. The parents slowly relaxed, though some remained uncertain. Bakugo and Zuko continued to glare at 𝗂𝗂, but he paid them no mind as he approached Izuku, who sat on the couch, shoulders sagging. 𝗂𝗂 leaned in and whispered softly that it was okay. Izuku looked down, tears welling in his eyes as he expressed his feelings of worthlessness. 𝗂𝗂 felt a sting in his heart, about to respond when his senses flared. Something was coming. He spun, his arm shifting into his kaiju form in an instant, catching a spear mid-strike and breaking it before it could reach his eye. The room gasped in shock. Tensei shouted his name, and 𝗂𝗂 looked up at the attacker, a girl with long hair and a smug smile. She was identified as 𝗂𝗍𝗵𝗲, and 𝗂𝗂 raised an eyebrow, wondering who she was. She taunted him, and All Might stepped forward, attempting to de-escalate the situation. 𝗂𝗍𝗵𝗲 interrupted him, insisting that 𝗂𝗂 should not go unpunished. All Might sighed, reminding her that he was just a kid. 𝗂𝗂 narrowed his eyes, challenging her to fight. She smiled, clearly eager for a confrontation. Lightning sparked around him, scales crawling along the side of his face, his pupils glowing as the pressure in the room shifted to something heavy and dangerous. He calmly stated that he wouldn't hold back, which made her instinctively take a step back and summon another spear. All Might, having reached his limit, commanded everyone to stop. He told 𝗂𝗂 to leave his house without punishment. Kafka's eyes shifted from Steelheart to All Might, then back to Izuku. He agreed to leave but warned that if anything happened to Izuku, there would be consequences. All Might simply smiled, acknowledging the threat. As 𝗂𝗂 walked toward the door, he waved at Izuku, who looked at him with sad eyes. The others remained frozen, having witnessed 𝗂𝗂 threaten the #1 hero in Japan, yet All Might kept smiling. Once 𝗂𝗂 left, silence fell over the room until Tensei turned to All Might, shocked by what had just transpired. All Might smirked to himself, intrigued by the boy. Outside, 𝗂𝗂 walked in the moonlight, feeling a throb in his hand. He looked at his palm, where a deep gash from the spear was healing instantly, skin stitching together before his eyes. He was taken aback but sighed, clenching his fist and looking up at the sky. The moon stared back at him, and he resolved to get stronger. As he walked slowly through the neighborhood, hands deep in his pockets, the sky darkened, painted in soft orange and fading gold. It was a quiet evening, but inside him, it was anything but. His mind replayed Izuku's face, his trembling voice, and his words. Kafka clenched his jaw and quickened his pace. By the time he reached the front door of his house, he felt like a shell of himself. He quietly opened the door and stepped inside, greeted by the warmth of home, the soft lights and the faint smell of something sweet. His mother, Hira, peeked out from the kitchen, wearing an apron and a wide, glowing smile. She asked if Izuku was not with him that day. Kafka blinked softly, explaining that Izuku had gone home. He offered a tired but respectful smile, and Hira tilted her head, expressing disappointment that Izuku wouldn't get to try her chocolate pudding. Kafka exhaled softly, thinking about how much she loved feeding people, especially kind souls like Izuku. He nodded lightly and headed toward the stairs, suggesting they could save some for next time. Hira agreed, promising to save a batch just in case. He made it to his room, quietly shutting the door behind him. The moment it closed, a silence settled over him again, thicker this time. Kafka walked to his bed and dropped down, landing face up with a dull thud against the mattress. The ceiling stared back, but Kafka wasn't looking at it. His eyes felt heavy, his thoughts even heavier. He thought about how something felt wrong with him and the world around him. He lifted his right hand above his face, staring at his palm, fingers spread open. He wondered why he was so easily angered and why he burned so fast. His hand began to shift, dark lines stretching over his skin, a faint scale-like shimmer appearing along his forearm. The transformation was partial, just a glimpse of his kaiju form. He pondered if it was a side effect of his quirk. He stared at it for a few more seconds, then let it fade. His arm dropped onto the bed beside him as he let out a long sigh. He realized he needed to learn self-control. He couldn't lose himself like that again. He rolled his head to the side, eyes half closed, his body sinking deeper into the mattress. He thought about needing to get stronger, not for glory, not for revenge, but just to live an easy, fun life. He chuckled under his breath, dry and tired, acknowledging how ridiculous his motivation sounded. The sound of the ticking wall clock filled the room as he stared at the ceiling once more, eyelids fluttering with fatigue. He hoped for the best and closed his eyes. The room dimmed around him as sleep finally began to win. A few days later, it had been 5 days since the world stopped spinning right for Izuku Yagi. 5 days since the turmoil, the truth, and the heartbreak. Izuku sat beside Kafka on the beach, the two of them meditating, arms on their knees, breathing in rhythm with the waves. The sky painted them in gold as the sun dipped low on the horizon. Kafka peeked at Izuku from the corner of his eye and smiled, thinking that he looked better. They had hung out more since then, and it helped. He reflected on how at least that less-than-ideal version of All Might had kept his word. Kafka stood and stretched, his body casting a long shadow on the sand. He announced that it was time to call it a day. Izuku, with his eyes still closed, remarked that it had been nice. Kafka smirked, confirming that was the point, and crouched beside him to flick his forehead. He grinned and playfully called him a nerd. Izuku chuckled, brushing the sand off his breathes as they walked side by side, the beach now behind them. Kafka suggested heading to his place for a bit, and Izuku agreed with a smile. As they neared Kafka's house, he suddenly stopped, remembering he needed to grab something from the store. Izuku offered to come along, but Kafka raised his palm, insisting he should just head inside and that he would be back in a moment. What Izuku didn't know was that Kafka never went to the store. The second he turned the corner, he dashed to the side of the house, crouched under the kitchen window, and checked his phone. He texted his mom to go silent, grinning as he prepared for the surprise. He leapt up onto the side of the house, climbed onto the roof, and slid down the old chimney with the reckless grace of someone who had done this too many times. He landed with a thump, coughing as he dusted himself off, gave his parents a thumbs up, and hid behind the curtain with a party popper in each hand. Meanwhile, Izuku stood at the door, puzzled. He wondered if anyone was home and tried the knob, discovering it was open. Cautiously, he stepped inside, noting how dark and quiet it was. He made his way to the living room and flipped the light 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Suddenly, party poppers went off, and 𝗵𝗃, Hira, and Shinji shouted in unison, wishing him a happy birthday. Izuku flinched, his body stiff, eyes wide in disbelief. 𝗵𝗃 ran toward him, grinning and wishing him a happy birthday, calling him an adorable little mess. Izuku looked around at the decorations, the cake, and the handmade banner that read, "Happy Birthday Izui." He pointed at himself, dumbfounded, and asked if it was really for him. 𝗵𝗃 confirmed it was, reminding him that he had mentioned his birthday was coming up. Izuku was surprised, realizing he had indeed talked about it while rambling about his family's birthdays. As Izuku stared at 𝗵𝗃, his lips trembled, and his eyes blurred with tears. 𝗵𝗃 stepped forward and pulled him into a hug, anticipating the emotional moment. Hira wrapped her arms around them, exclaiming how sweet it was, while Shinji dove in for a massive bear hug, declaring it family hug time. Izuku laughed, his laughter breaking the tension in the room, and 𝗵𝗃 and his parents exchanged smiles, realizing how special this moment was. 𝗵𝗃 then declared it was time to get the party started. They sat down to eat cake and open little presents, the warmth in the room palpable. 𝗵𝗃 playfully hurled a chunk of cake at Izuku, hitting him square in the face, causing Shinji to laugh heartily. Izuku, now determined to retaliate, grabbed a fistful of cake and threw it back, splattering frosting on 𝗵𝗃's face. The playful chaos continued as they ambushed Shinji, who was caught off guard. Laughter filled the room, and Hira captured the moment with her phone, snapping a photo of Izuku laughing harder than he had in years. His eyes glowed with joy, and his smile stretched wide. As the night wound down and the lights dimmed, 𝗵𝗃 lay on the couch, watching Izuku nod off beside the leftover cake. His mother was cleaning the mess, and his father was wiping his face. 𝗵𝗃 looked at Izuku, who was stuffing his face and smiling, thinking that his smile was a gift far greater than anything else they had given him. He reflected on how fun the night had been. The living room was quiet now, crumbs of cake lingering on the table, and frosting stained a few pillows. Party hats were knocked over, and one streamer lazily twirled down from the ceiling fan. The chaos of laughter had settled into a warm, glowing silence. From down the hall, the bathroom door creaked open. Shinji stepped out, towel draped over one shoulder, wiping his hands. He yawned, feeling the remnants of the party linger in the air. He rubbed his face with the towel, chuckling to himself. As he called out to Hira, he was interrupted by her gentle gesture, raising a finger to her lips. Her gaze was fixed on the couch, eyes tender and shining. Shinji tilted his head in confusion and followed her gaze. There, sprawled across the couch in the dim, golden light of a nearby lamp, was 𝗵𝗃, fast asleep, arms folded across his chest, head tilted slightly back as he snored softly. Nestled beside him was Izukuyagi, his head resting peacefully on 𝗵𝗃's shoulder, curled slightly inward like a child sleeping through a dream. His mouth was slightly open, a bit of frosting still on his cheek, and his breath came slow and steady. Both boys looked safe and unburdened. Shinji's shoulders relaxed as he observed the scene. Hira slowly approached him, wrapping her arms around his waist and resting her head on his chest. He looked down at her and smiled, whispering that maybe 𝗵𝗃 could stay. Hira agreed, hugging him tighter. He kissed the top of her head, and for a moment, they stood there, two parents in love, watching two boys who had found something like home in each other. As 𝗵𝗃 snored, a small stream of drool escaping his mouth, Izuku slept peacefully beside him, smiling as if the world had finally become kind. It was nighttime in the city, and the streets buzzed with the mellow energy of neon signs and late-night chatter. 𝗵𝗃 walked alone, hands tucked in his pockets, a folded paper list in one hand. He sighed, lifting the list closer under the streetlight, reminding himself to grab the items and head back home. As he turned a corner, a large crowd caught his attention. They were all gathered around something, or someone. Murmurs and excited gasps filled the air. 𝗵𝗃 squinted, curious, and made his way through the people, gently nudging past shoulders. A man turned to him, explaining that there was an arm wrestling challenge. A girl in a red jacket and matching cap had beaten every challenger so far, and if someone could defeat her, they would win a significant prize. In the middle of the ring stood the girl, short blonde hair framing her mischievous smirk. Across from her was a towering man, not just big but resembling a bear. Yet, somehow, the girl was holding her ground. Suddenly, with a confident grin, she brought the bear's arm down with a thud, and the crowd erupted into cheers. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 blinked in disbelief, wondering if she had really just beaten a bear. As he watched her smirk under the brim of her hat, he decided to step forward through the crowd, catching the attention of a man in a suit and sunglasses. The man smirked, inviting 𝗂𝗏𝗃 to challenge the girl. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 handed over the yen without hesitation, ready to test his strength. The girl extended her arm, gloved hand resting on the crate, and 𝗂𝗏𝗃 sat opposite her. Their hands met, and he could feel the warmth and tension beneath her steady grip. As the suited man counted down, the atmosphere shifted. Dust swirled around them as the ground trembled slightly. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 clenched his teeth, realizing the challenge was more intense than he anticipated. The girl's eyes narrowed, and red energy began to leak from her body, surrounding her in a blazing aura. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 responded with his own power, green sparks crackling from his arm as electricity danced in the air. The crowd quieted, sensing the rising tension. The table creaked under the weight of their strength as they strained against each other. The girl gritted her teeth, pushing harder, but 𝗂𝗏𝗃 met her force with equal strength. The metal on their side of the table began to bend from the clash of raw power. In that moment, she caught a glimpse of something terrifying. His hair hung forward, shadowing most of his face, but beneath the fringe were glowing green eyes, bright and cold. Behind him, she felt a looming presence, a sensation like death. Her breath hitched, and her confidence wavered as she realized she might lose. With a final push, the table snapped, dust flying as both competitors tumbled back slightly. The crowd gasped in silence. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 stumbled, his hand slamming into the metal crate's surface. The suited man declared the girl the winner, and 𝗂𝗏𝗃, panicking, dusted himself off and walked away, stuffing the list back in his pocket, feeling the weight of disappointment. As he disappeared into the crowd, the suited man rushed to the girl, Rose, with a worried look. She stood, trembling, staring at her palm, realizing how close she had come to losing. She asked Arthur if he knew the boy, but he shook his head, puzzled. He noted that he knew every gifted child in Japan, yet 𝗂𝗏𝗃 was not in any records. Rose stood up, dusting herself off, excitement bubbling within her as she wondered who 𝗂𝗏𝗃 was. A few days later, 𝗂𝗏𝗃 found himself outside Izuku-Yagi's house, leaning against the wall beside the door. The sun hadn't fully risen yet, casting a soft orange hue over the quiet street. He sighed, reflecting on how he had finally been allowed to leave after the arm wrestling challenge. She didn't yell at first, she simply stared at the missing groceries, her eyes glowing with a terrifying intensity. Her aura alone was enough to freeze him in place. Then came the yelling and the grounding. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 thought to himself that he would never anger his mother again. The door creaked open, pulling him back to the present. He turned to see Izumi standing there, dressed in a simple black shirt and white briefs. Her green eyes blinked when she noticed him. She blushed slightly and greeted him. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 barely acknowledged her, responding with a flat and cold, "Morning." He didn't hate her, but trust was another matter after everything that had happened. Izumi shifted awkwardly and asked how he had been. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 kept his gaze elsewhere, replying simply that he was fine. He peered over her shoulder, inquiring if Izuku was coming out yet. She turned to look behind her and confirmed that he would be out soon. As she stepped aside, she looked down, her thoughts racing, questioning why she was acting this way. Before she could figure it out, the door opened wider, and out stepped Izuku. Behind him were All Might and his mother, 𝗏𝗏𝗏. Both 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Izuku glared at 𝗂𝗏𝗃, but All Might just offered his signature grin. He greeted 𝗂𝗏𝗃 enthusiastically, but 𝗂𝗏𝗃 didn't even look at him properly, bluntly asking where Izuku was. All Might assured him that Izuku was right there, and Izuku stepped forward, his face lighting up as he greeted 𝗂𝗏𝗃. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 returned a half smile and raised his hand for a casual fist bump, and they bumped fists as if nothing else mattered. 𝗂𝗏𝗂 suggested they leave, but just as they began to walk, All Might called out, offering them a ride. Everyone turned in shock, and 𝗏𝗏𝗄 questioned why they would need it. All Might raised a hand with a calm smile, his voice carrying an odd weight that silenced her. 𝗂𝗏𝗂 narrowed his eyes, feeling suspicious, and shook his head, declining the offer. He looked at 𝗧𝗂 and suggested they head out, ignoring 𝗧𝗂, who stood near the door, muttering under his breath. After a while, they arrived at the massive gates of 𝐒𝐻, where students crowded the entrance, buzzing with nerves and excitement. 𝗂𝗏𝗂 and 𝗧𝗂 walked together until they reached the registration boards. 𝗂𝗏𝗂 glanced at the assignment letters, noting that 𝗧𝗂 was assigned to room D while he was in room B. They exchanged brief words of encouragement before parting ways. Inside room B, 𝗂𝗏𝗂 sat through the written exam without breaking a sweat. Math, biology, general knowledge, nothing too complex. It all passed in a blur. Later, all the applicants gathered in a large auditorium where 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝐺 stood at the front, explaining the practical exam. He detailed the types of robots they would face, emphasizing the importance of avoiding the zero-pointer. 𝗂𝗏𝗂 leaned back in his chair, thinking that at least this was just like the anime. He smirked, realizing that this might actually be fun. When the explanation ended, everyone was sent to their designated training grounds. 𝗂𝗏𝗂 arrived at Gate B, stretching his arms as he surveyed the area, which was packed with nervous faces. He noticed a few familiar ones in the crowd but chose not to acknowledge them, focusing instead on the task ahead. 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝐺 appeared on a screen, announcing that when he said go, they should run. Before the countdown even started, 𝗂𝗏𝗂 exploded forward with a jump, sailing clean over the gate. Iida shouted that he was cheating, but 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝐺 reassured everyone that villains don't wait for countdowns. The gates burst open, and the students rushed forward, but 𝗂𝗏𝗂 was already gone. He bolted into the arena, green lightning crackling faintly beneath his shoes as his eyes darted across the battlefield. He didn't slow down. The moment his feet touched concrete, he launched himself toward a pack of three-pointer robots swarming around a broken pillar. He grinned, calculating the points he could earn, and his arms shifted, transforming into clawed gauntlets of raw strength. In a flash, he spun through the group. The first three-pointer fell with a heavy slash, sparks flying. The second reached out with a metal claw, but 𝗂𝗏𝗂 ducked low, his claws slashing upward and cleaving through its arm and chest. The third robot barely had time to react before it was knocked aside. 𝗂𝗏𝗂 continued his relentless momentum, easily dispatching the robots in his path. Alarms blared in the distance as more bots closed in, surrounding other students. Without hesitation, 𝗂𝗏𝗂 dashed through crumbling alleys and rubble, his claws flashing as he slashed through limbs and kicked down machines trying to corner helpless students. He landed beside a boy who was struggling against a two-pointer and quickly intervened, encouraging him to get moving while he took care of the threat. Just then, a robot's fist slammed into 𝗂𝗏𝗂's jaw, but he quickly recovered. A glow lit from within his mouth as he revealed sharp teeth, biting down on the robot's metal arm with a deafening crunch. He tore the arm off and spun, sending the stunned robot tumbling away. Other students watched in awe as 𝗂𝗏𝗂 rushed past, taking down over 100 robots in just a few minutes. His body shifted as needed, gaining the advantage with each encounter. The green aura surrounding him pulsed with energy, and he dashed forward, saving a girl from a three-pointer. He didn't reply to her thanks, simply giving her a thumbs up as he landed and tore through another robot charging at them. He leapt atop a building, surveying the chaotic arena filled with robots and students fighting. Breathing steadily, he cracked his knuckles, letting the green lightning crawl along his arms. Determined to finish the fight, he jumped, executing a series of precise mid-air flips before crashing down through a group of 4 robots, his claws digging into one's core while his knee struck through another's head. He didn't just fight. He danced through the battlefield, a blur of raw power and precise control. With every slash, jump, and roar of metal tearing apart, 𝗂𝗏𝗂 established himself as someone the onlookers couldn't ignore. High above the chaos, inside 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏's central monitoring room, the teachers and top heroes watched in silence. Large monitors displayed different sectors of the exam arena, where students battled waves of robots. some struggling, others excelling. Aizawa narrowed his eyes, arms crossed, observing the scene. He noted the boy surrounded by green lightning, his readings fluctuating wildly. One moment they spiked off the charts, and the next, they dropped as if he were suppressing himself. Present Mike leaned back in his chair with a grin, acknowledging the boy's flair. He remarked on the kid's style and precision. Midnight tapped her lips thoughtfully, her eyes widening as she leaned forward, captivated by the footwork displayed on the screen. Behind her, 𝗵𝗃 stood with arms folded, ears twitching, her gaze fixed on 𝗵𝗃 as he executed a dropkick and caught a falling student midair. She expressed her admiration, calling him a monster. Endeavor remained silent at first, arms crossed, watching 𝗵𝗃 dismantle a swarm of robots with a fierce grin and glowing green claws. His flames flickered slightly as he observed the boy break through a steel-plated Zero Series head with a spin kick, questioning the possibility without a high-tier quirk. Meanwhile, the scoreboards began to update, drawing everyone's attention. Bakugo Katsuki had 387 points, showcasing his explosive power as he blitzed through the battlefield. Izumi Yagi had 437 points, moving with precision and sharp green aura slicing through machines. Zuko Yagi had 274 points, standing amidst the wreckage of crushed robots. His control lacking but his power undeniable. Then came another name, Izuku Yagi with 479 points. The boy once seen as quirkless bulldozed through 2 pointers with sheer determination, breaking through metal bodies like they were glass, his eyes burning with grit. Midnight blinked in disbelief, realizing it was the Yagi boy. Nizu, sipping his tea calmly, noted that he was finally blooming. But the surprises continued. A dark-haired boy appeared with 511 points, surrounded by a void that collapsed robots from within. A girl with short white hair and a ghostly aura had 548 points, dancing across the battlefield with elegant water strikes. A blue-haired boy blasted forward with sonic booms, striking faster than the eye could track, earning 576 points. A girl with a katana had 637 points, her blade slicing through machines with incredible speed. The teachers murmured in astonishment, with Aizawa commenting on the insanity of this year's batch. Then the screen shifted again. 𝗵𝗃 was seen on a massive pile of robot wreckage, kneeling in the center like a war god on a throne of metal. His chest heaved slightly, green lightning crackling from his limbs, and his clawed arms dripped with oil and sparks. As the smoke cleared, the scoreboard blinked, and everyone froze. 𝗵𝗃 Shinji, 1,893 points. Silence enveloped the room, followed by chaos. Present Mike expressed his shock, while Midnight and 𝗵𝗃 echoed disbelief at the impossibility of his score. Endeavor's pride cracked as he questioned the reality of the situation. Nizu dropped his cup, astonished that 𝗵𝗃 had outscored their top entry by a factor of 4. On screen, 𝗵𝗃 slowly looked up, his eyes glowing in eerie green beneath his messy bangs. He remained calm, still, and terrifying amidst the sparking remains of robots. He cracked his knuckles, acknowledging his overwhelming performance with a chuckle, admitting he might have overdone it a little. Back in the control room, a moment of silence passed until Aizawa finally remarked that the kid was in his class. 𝗵𝗃 expressed her amazement at his strength, while Midnight noted the dangerous potential he possessed. Nizu adjusted his tie, chuckling as he anticipated just how strong 𝗵𝗃 truly was. On the ground, 𝗵𝗃 landed near a group of injured students, assessing the situation for immediate threats. He resolved to keep going a bit longer. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a loud mechanical boom echoed in the distance. Kafka's heart raced at the sight of the towering zero-pointer, a metal behemoth rolling through the city. Students screamed and scattered in chaos. 𝗵𝗃 narrowed his eyes, surprised by the size of the threat, but smiled as he prepared for action. He bent his legs slightly, glowing green cracks racing down his calves as boosters erupted from the sides of his legs, pulsing with energy. With a thunderous blast, 𝗵𝗃 rocketed forward like a missile, reaching the zero-pointer in an instant. Its glowing red optics had no time to register his presence. With a fierce grin, 𝗏𝗂 unleashed new boosters along the cracks of his kaiju flesh, ready for impact. He drove his fist directly into the robot's head, creating a blinding flash that lit up the sky. The upper half of the zero-pointer exploded outward, collapsing in slow motion as metal groaned before crashing to the ground. 𝗏𝗂 landed lightly amidst the destruction, surrounded by twisted metal and smoke. He turned, his calm and proud demeanor intact, and wondered how Izuku was faring. After the 𝗬𝗧𝗔 entrance exam, 𝗏𝗂 lounged on the living room couch, lazily holding the remote while the TV played a mindless program. Izuku sat on the floor, quietly enjoying the moment. 𝗏𝗂 sighed, frustrated by the lack of good shows. Just then, the doorbell rang, and Hira's cheerful voice called from the kitchen, asking him to answer it. Reluctantly, 𝗏𝗂 rolled off the couch and opened the door, finding 2 plain envelopes stamped with the 𝐒𝐻 Academy seal. He realized they were the results and picked them up, heading back inside. He called out to Izuku, who jumped to his feet in excitement. 𝗏𝗂 waved the envelopes like a prize, teasing that he had told Izuku it was a good idea to change his address to his. A flashback revealed 𝗏𝗂 leaning over Izuku's paper during the test, suggesting he use Kafka's address instead. But 𝗏𝗂 then patted his back and glared at him. The main character urged Izuku to trust him, and after a moment of confusion, Izuku nodded and filled in the form. The main character thought it was the smartest idea he'd had all month. Back in the living room, both of them sat down side by side. Izuku's fingers trembled as he opened his envelope. Inside was a thin chip. Izuku looked puzzled and asked what it was. The main character recalled the hologram feature and watched as 𝗏𝗂 snatched the chip and slotted it into the projector on the coffee table. A bright blue light shone up and flickered, then Present Mike appeared in hologram form, grinning as always. The main character raised a brow, noting that it was Present Mike in this world instead of All Might revealing the results. Present Mike announced Izuku's score, a total of 486 points, ranking him 8th in the entrance exam. He exclaimed that Izuku was in and that you couldn't wait to see him. The hologram flickered out, and Izuku sat still for a moment, his eyes wide and glassy. Tears welled up and slid down his cheeks as he realized he had really gotten in. 𝗏𝗂 smirked, patting his head, while the main character smiled and reassured Izuku that he had worked hard. Izuku expressed his gratitude, saying it was all thanks to 𝗏𝗂. The main character grinned, insisting that it was all Izuku's doing, just a little push from him. Izuku wiped his tears and laughed softly, appreciating Kafka's words. 𝗏𝗂 leaned back with a stretch, and then Izuku asked if he was going to open his own envelope. The main character remembered he had gotten distracted and chuckled as 𝗏𝗂 opened his envelope and pulled out the chip. When he clicked it, instead of Present Mike, Aizawa appeared on the screen, arms crossed and looking like he'd rather be sleeping. Aizawa informed 𝗏𝗂 that his results were unexpected, revealing that he had shattered the previous exam record with a total of 1920 points, ranking first. 𝗏𝗂 blinked in disbelief, processing the information. Aizawa concluded with a simple farewell, and the hologram faded out. 𝗏𝗂 sat there for a moment, stunned, scratching his head, remarking that it wasn't dramatic at all. Suddenly, arms wrapped around him from both sides as his mom and dad pulled him into a tight family hug. His mom exclaimed how proud she was of him for coming in first place, while his dad laughed and celebrated his achievement. 𝗏𝗂 struggled to breathe, playfully asking them to stop squeezing him. Izuku chuckled at the sight until Kafka's dad pulled him into the hug as well, calling him family. 𝗏𝗂 groaned dramatically about the group cuddle attack, and everyone laughed together. Izuku's face was buried between 𝗏𝗂 and his dad, muffled but smiling as he softly thanked them all. A few days passed since the acceptance letters arrived, and now the day had come. 𝗏𝗂 was finally leaving for you. He stood in his room, a half-zipped suitcase on the floor. The quiet hum of the ceiling fan did little to calm his nerves. After double-checking his belongings, he zipped the suitcase closed with a loud click. His eyes lingered on the old action figures on his desk, the worn punching bag hanging by the closet, and the ceiling poster that had been there since he was 6. In this strange version of the MHA world, they were going straight to the dorms. He grabbed his duffel, rolled his neck with a sigh, and stepped into the hallway. His mom, Hira, was already waiting by the door, arms open like a shield. She reminded him to eat right, not skip sleep, and warned him that if she heard he tried to fight a student, she would teleport to you and drag him back home by his ear. 𝗵𝗃 snorted and hugged her tightly, joking that he made no promises. Then his dad, Shinji, stepped up like a pro wrestler giving a pre-match pep talk, telling him to go destroy them. 𝗵𝗃 grinned and agreed. As he stepped outside, his eyes locked on the surprise waiting for him, a branded bus idling at the curb, gleaming in the morning sun. He thought it was impressive that you had a personal pickup for him. The bus door hissed open, and as 𝗵𝗃 boarded, tension hit him like a wave. Up front sat Bakugo and Zuko, arms crossed with their ever-set expressions. Next to them, Kirishima chatted nervously with Mina, while Momo and Ida focused on their devices. Katsumi glared out the window, occasionally glancing back to see who had joined them. 𝗵𝗃 didn't bother with any of them. After what had happened before, after he had lost control and fought them, they didn't look at him the same way. He preferred it that way. Then he saw her, Izumi. She sat across from Katsumi, holding her phone and looking nervous as she noticed 𝗵𝗃. He gave her a quick nod, acknowledging her presence. That was it. She looked down immediately. 𝗵𝗃 didn't dislike her. She hadn't done anything to him, but she had made Izuku's life difficult. A smile broke on his face as he spotted Izuku halfway down the bus. Izuku called out to him, and 𝗵𝗃 lifted his hand, walking past the rest. Just as he passed Izumi, he paused, not because of her, but because someone else caught his eye. 2 rows before Izuku sat a girl with white hair on one side and blazing red on the other, a burn scar across her left eye. She was calm and quiet, watching the outside world pass by the window. Her energy felt cold, reminiscent of someone he used to know. 𝗵𝗃's eyes widened in realization. He stepped up beside her and asked for her name. She looked at him, clearly confused, and introduced herself as Shoko Todoroki. 𝗵𝗃 blinked in shock, processing the fact that they had turned Shoto into a girl. Without another word, he turned around and sat next to Izuku, visibly shaken. Izuku asked if he was okay, and 𝗵𝗃 wondered what else this universe would throw at him. He pressed his forehead against the window, eyes scanning the sky as if it owed him an explanation. After a few minutes, the buses rolled smoothly to a stop in front of 4 towering buildings. It was early morning, but the atmosphere buzzed with tension and excitement. Dozens of students began pouring out from 6 different buses, each carrying fresh hopefuls who had passed the rigorous entrance exam. Standing in front of the main campus were 5 notable figures. Shota Aizawa, Midnight, Sekijiro, can also known as Vlad King, Present Mike, and the small but incredibly sharp Principal Nizu, all waiting calmly as the students gathered. Aizawa stepped forward, hands stuffed in his pockets, his expression as lazy as ever but his voice firm as he introduced himself. Welcome to you, high school. The crowd grew quiet as Aizawa scanned the mass of teenagers with tired eyes and continued. Each student was instructed to look at their student ID, which displayed a letter and number indicating their rank and class. Ranks S to A were assigned to Class A, B to C to Class B, and D to E to Class C. 𝗵𝗃 raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the ranking system. He stood in the middle of the crowd, pulling out his ID and flipping it over with a flick of his thumb. His eyes landed on the letter S and the number 1 stamped cleanly on the corner. Next to him, Izuku had just checked his own ID, which read a rank number. He looked over and gave 𝗵𝗃 a warm smile, noting that they were in the same class. 𝗵𝗃 smirked and raised a fist, feeling a sense of camaraderie. They bumped fists, a silent gesture of achievement. Aizawa's voice cut through the moment again, instructing the students to head to the line that matched their rank. The students began moving, their bags slung over shoulders, with curious chatter rising as they separated into different groups. 𝗵𝗃 and Izuku made their way toward the large S sign, where 21 other students were already waiting. 𝗵𝗃 scanned the faces and immediately recognized a few of them: Jiro tapping her ear jack and chewing gum, Tsuyu flicking her tongue, Ojiro adjusting his bag, and Denki laughing heartily. Then his gaze landed on a boy who looked remarkably like Mineta but with a striking appearance. He stood tall with wild, dark purple hair tied into a long braid, sharp eyes giving him a bored yet dangerous look. His oversized black and white shirt with purple accents, baggy black briefs, and combat boots created a confident vibe that was nothing like the Minato he knew. Aizawa stepped in front of their group again, announcing that he would be their homeroom teacher for the next 3 years. Without waiting for further response, he instructed them to follow him into one of the buildings labeled 1A. The structure was modern and sturdy, embodying the essence of a hero school. As they stepped through the doors, each student received a key with a dorm room assignment. Kafka looked down at his key. Room Aizawa informed them that classes would begin the next day and advised them to settle into their dorms. With that, he turned and walked away, his scarf fluttering slightly behind him. Kafka headed down the hallway, searching for his dorm number until he found it. He slid the key into the lock, twisted it, and stepped inside. The room was perfect, equipped with a clean desk, a large window overlooking the campus courtyard, a closet filled with his new UA uniform, and a small bookshelf with neatly stacked blank journals. He threw his suitcase on the bed and flopped down onto the mattress with a satisfied sigh, realizing that this was where his journey began. The soft rays of dawn trickled into the quiet dorm room, the peaceful silence only broken by a loud snore echoing from under a messy blanket. Kafka lay sprawled out on his bed, mouth wide open, one leg dangling off the edge, completely unaware of the new day. The knocking at the door barely registered at first, but it persisted. Kafka groaned and pulled the blanket over his head. Finally, with a reluctant sigh, he sat up, hair a chaotic mess and face blank with confusion. He dragged himself to the door and opened it slowly, revealing Izuku Yagi, who was smiling brightly with his signature nervous energy. Izuku greeted him with a cheerful, "Good morning." Kafka stared at him, still trying to shake off the remnants of sleep. He was confused about why Izuku was at his door so early. Izuku chuckled, explaining that they were in the UA dorms, not his house. Kafka's eyes widened slightly as memories of the previous day returned. He scratched the back of his head lazily and agreed to join Izuku for breakfast. After closing the door, he shuffled to the bathroom, brushed his teeth, splashed cold water on his face, changed, and stumbled out of his room looking slightly more awake. In the dorm kitchen, it was quiet and peaceful, with most students still asleep. Kafka opened the fridge and scanned the shelves, finding the basics: dried kelp, smoked bonito flakes, fresh fish, rice, and pickles. He decided there was enough to make something decent and glanced over at Izuku, who was seated on the couch watching the news. Kafka instructed Izuku to relax while he prepared breakfast. Surprised, Izuku learned that Kafka could cook. Kafka smirked, recalling how living alone had taught him to take care of himself, making cooking second nature. He mentioned that his mother had taught him, which impressed Izuku. As the water boiled and the kitchen filled with the warm, comforting scent of miso, grilled fish, and rice, Kafka felt a sense of peace. Suddenly, he noticed a girl with long black hair and soft lavender eyes peeking over the table, staring at the food with anticipation. Without a word, he pulled out another bowl and added more to the pot. When everything was ready, he set down 3 plates of food: perfectly steamed rice, warm miso soup, grilled fish, and tangy pickled vegetables. He called out to Izuku, announcing that breakfast was done. "This looks amazing," Izuku thought as he ran over, his eyes wide and sparkling. He sat down eagerly. Kafka turned toward the quiet girl still hiding in the corner and encouraged her to come out, mentioning that he had made her a plate too. She blinked, slowly standing up and walking toward them. Izuku looked at her nervously, clearly caught off guard by the mysterious guest. Kafka smiled and said that if she was going to eat his food, she should at least introduce herself first. She stared at him silently, then finally muttered her name, Chia. Kafka introduced himself and Izuku, who bowed slightly, becoming a nervous mess. Izuku expressed his delight as he took a bite of the food, almost crying from how good it was. He exclaimed that it tasted like actual restaurant food, while Kafka grinned. Chia remained silent, simply devouring the rice with an emotionless expression, but her plate was scraped clean in seconds. When she stretched out her bowl for seconds, Kafka chuckled and remarked on her hunger. He served her again, then leaned back, watching as the quiet morning passed by. After a few minutes, the three finished their breakfast. 𝗧𝗂𝐁𝗵 quietly excused herself with a small bow and retreated to her room. 𝗵𝗃 leaned back in his chair, arms folded behind his head, thinking that at least she was polite. 𝗧𝗂𝐁𝗵𝐴 stood and stretched with a small smile, announcing that he was going to get changed for class. 𝗵𝗃 agreed, and both boys went to their rooms to change into their school uniforms. Soon after, they headed out, walking across the campus grounds toward the main building. When they reached their classroom, 𝗵𝗃 tilted his head up at the massive door, thinking about how huge it was. Pushing it open, they stepped inside and were greeted by the chatter of their new classmates. 𝗵𝗃 scanned the room, recognizing a few faces, then took a seat beside 𝗧𝗂𝐁. After a few minutes, he noticed a familiar figure in a yellow sleeping bag at the front of the room. The yellow bag began to rise, and soon Shota Aizawa unzipped himself from the bag, standing in front of the class with his usual half-awake scowl. Aizawa informed the class that he would be their homeroom teacher and instructed them to get outside for a physical test. The class looked at one another, surprised, and 𝗵𝗃 thought it was expected. Everyone followed Aizawa out, and soon enough, the boys were in the locker room, changing into their gym uniforms. 𝗵𝗃 tightened his shoes and stretched as the class gathered. Aizawa began to speak about the basic physical fitness tests and encouraged them to use their quirks to perform at their best. Some students got excited and began talking, but Aizawa clapped his hands and glared at them, warning that the student who came in last would be expelled. Gasps echoed across the class, and 𝗵𝗃 thought that was quite the plot twist. Some students grew nervous, while others fell silent. Aizawa announced the first event, the ball throw, and called for the student who got first place to step up. The class grew tense as everyone glanced around, trying to figure out who would step up first. Whispers filled the air, and no one wanted to move, but everyone was thinking the same thing. Who got first place? 𝗵𝗃 walked toward Aizawa as the rest of the class looked at him. Bakugo called him a loser for being first, but 𝗵𝗃 barely glanced at him. Zuko smirked, pointing out that 𝗵𝗃 was not dead last, which made Kirishima, Momo, Ida, and Ochako chuckle. 𝗵𝗃 sighed as Aizawa tossed him the ball and instructed him to throw it as far as he could. Ida stepped forward, questioning why 𝗵𝗃 was throwing first if he was supposed to be in first place. Aizawa clarified that 𝗵𝗃 was ranked first in the entrance exam and had even shattered All Might's previous record. The entire class fell silent, eyes widening in disbelief. Even 𝗧𝗂𝐁 looked up, surprised. A blue-haired boy with sharp eyes leaned forward, grinning with interest. 𝗵𝗃 stepped into the circle, rotating his shoulders, thinking it was time to impress them. His right arm began to crackle, green light wrapping around it as kaiju-like features emerged. Sharp claws formed, and green energy pulsed from his skin. 𝗧𝗂𝐁 quickly ducked, warning everyone that something was coming. Then, with a tremendous force, 𝗵𝗃 hurled the ball, creating a shockwave that bent trees violently and cracked the ground beneath him, sending dust into the air. The ball pierced through the clouds, disappearing from view. A few students were blown back by the force, while others shielded their eyes. As the dust settled, Aizawa checked his device, his expression blank. He smirked as he announced the distance, 36,924 meters. The class fell into silence, and 𝗵𝗃 thought he might have overdone it. Bakugo clenched his fists, while 𝗧𝗂𝐁 blinked in awe. The blue-haired boy grinned widely, acknowledging 𝗵𝗃's strength. Aizawa stood off to the side, arms crossed lazily, scanning the device in his hand, and called for the next student. One by one, students came forward, some performing well while others struggled. 𝗧𝗂𝐁 stepped up next, her purple eyes focused as she took a deep breath. With an elegant motion, she twisted her hips and let the ball fly, producing a pulse of raw pressure from her fingers. The ball zipped through the air quickly, and Aizawa checked the result, announcing 693 meters. A few students whistled, impressed by her solid score. 𝗵𝗃 stood silently, watching from the sidelines with his arms crossed, thinking it was time for the big reveal. 𝗧𝗂𝐁 stepped up, determined. He took the ball, took a deep breath, and focused before letting it fly. As he released it, green lightning sparked around his arms, and a loud pop echoed as the ball cut through the air at incredible speed. A loud boom followed, causing everyone to flinch, Aizawa blinked at the screen, then held it up, announcing 763 meters. Gasps spread throughout the class, with Bakugo and Kirishima expressing their disbelief at Izuku's newfound strength. Kafka raised an eyebrow, thinking it was impressive. He leaned back, casually watching as Mineta stepped up. Mineta slapped two of his great ball together, creating a larger orb, then launched it with surprising technique. Kafka's eyes narrowed as the ball exploded midair, bouncing off sticky pads it created in rapid succession. The ball shot into the sky like a bullet, and Aizawa announced 868 meters. Kafka was shocked by Mineta's performance, but before he could relax, he noticed Izumi stepping up. The scar on her cheek caught the sun just right as she took the ball, silent and calm. As she reeled back her arm, green lightning coiled around her, and then she threw it with a powerful force. A shockwave rippled across the training field as her ball arced into the sky. Aizawa checked his pad again and announced 1,638 meters. Kafka was stunned, realizing that she had inherited one for all. His fists clenched as he processed this revelation, his lips a tight line, but his eyes burned with determination. Just then, the blue-haired boy with sharp, wild eyes stepped forward, his body pulsing with a kinetic hum. Kafka had never seen the boy before. He thought to himself about the stranger's presence. The boy grinned widely but remained silent. In an instant he sprinted forward with astonishing speed and launched the ball. A loud crack echoed as the ball soared into the sky, sending dust swirling from the force of the throw. Aizawa announced the distance, 2,947 meters. Kafka's eye twitched in disbelief, wondering if they had truly introduced a character like Sonic the Hedgehog into this world. The other students reacted with a mix of admiration, confusion, and fear, as the shockwaves continued to ripple through the air. When the results of the ball throw were revealed, the rankings were as follows: Ochako Infinity, Kafka 36,924 meters, Sonic 2,947 meters, Izumi 1,638 meters, Mineta 868 meters, Izuku 763 meters, Chia 693 meters, and further down to Toru Invisible Girl in 17th place. Toru trembled as her name landed at the bottom, shocked and fearful of expulsion. Aizawa, narrowing his eyes, clarified that it was merely a tactic to motivate them, assuring everyone that no one would be expelled. For now. Relieved, Toru collapsed to her knees. Later that evening, after a long and exhausting day, everyone returned to their dorms, showering and cleaning up in the quiet halls. Kafka fell onto his bed, arms behind his head, reflecting on the day's events. He hoped tomorrow would be less chaotic as he stared at the ceiling, faint thunder rumbling outside. With a sigh, he closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. In the cozy main hall of the UA dorm, soft chatter filled the air as students arrived, forming small circles of conversation. Kafka entered quietly, hands in his pockets, scanning the crowd for familiar faces like Mina, Momo, Ochako, Izumi, Katsumi, Chie, Sonic, Bakugo, Zuko, Toru, Ruko, Aiku, Ida, Kirishima, Tiu, Shoko, Aoyama, Ojiro, Denki, Mineta, and finally, Izuku, who sat at the edge of a couch. As Kafka approached Izuku, Mina suddenly exclaimed with excitement, drawing everyone's attention. She bounded over, grabbing his arm and pulling him toward the group. With a wide grin, she announced that they were about to introduce themselves, starting with her. Mina introduced herself as Mina Ishido, revealing her quirk, Acid, which allowed her to create and control acid. Jiro followed, introducing herself as Kyoka Jiro, with her quirk, Earphone Jack, which enabled her to channel vibrations. Momo Yaoyorozu introduced herself next, explaining her creation quirk that allowed her to create non-living materials. Tiu Azui, known as Tsu, shared her frog quirk, while Ojiro introduced himself as Mashireo Ojiro, explaining his strong and flexible tail. Toru, though invisible, introduced herself as Toru Hagakure, stating her quirk was invisibility. Shoko Todoroki introduced herself next, revealing her half-hot, half-cold quirk. Aoyama struck a dramatic pose, introducing himself as Yuga Aoyama, the sparkling gem of Class 1A, and showcasing his naval laser quirk. Kirishima introduced himself as Ijiro Kirishima, with his hardening quirk, while Bakugo confidently declared himself as Katsuki Bakugo, explaining his explosion quirk. Zuko Yagi introduced himself with a smirk, detailing his impact drive quirk, and Katsumi Bakugo followed, claiming her quirk allowed her to make anything she touched explode. Izumi Yagi confidently introduced herself, revealing her two quirks, telekinesis and strength boost. Aiku, uninterested, simply stated his name and quirk, dark side. Ruko, striking with her pale skin and long white hair, introduced her quirk, absolute zero. Chia introduced herself as well, explaining her trace quirk, which allowed her to track people. Sonic, munching on a chili dog, introduced himself as the fastest thing alive, with his hyper dash quirk. Mineta, barely looking up from his phone, introduced himself with his pop-off quirk, which allowed him to pull sticky ball from his head. Finally, all eyes turned to Izuku, who nervously introduced himself as quirkless, causing a heavy silence to fall over the room. Some students sneered or chuckled, but Mina gasped in shock, declaring it was cool that he had gotten in without a quirk and praised his impressive ball throw. Izuku explained that he had trained hard, prompting Ojiro to ask for tips. Suddenly, half the class began to bombard him with questions, while the usual group remained indifferent. Kafka felt relieved that not everyone was dismissive. Mina then turned to Kafka, prompting the last introduction. He introduced himself as Kafka Shinji, revealing his quirk was called Kaiju. Denki enthusiastically asked if it was like Godzilla, which led to a brief discussion about the fictional monster. Kafka explained that his quirk was similar, though not as tall, and demonstrated by forming a monstrous, clawed limb, surprising everyone except Izuku. Denki eagerly asked to touch it, and when he did, he remarked on its tough yet smooth texture. Mina, Tsuyu, and even the invisible Toru joined in, much to Kafka's surprise. As the energy in the room shifted to a lighter, warmer atmosphere, students began to chat freely, getting to know one another. However, Izuku remained distanced from the usual cold-hearted group, which Kafka noticed as the evening continued. One by one, everyone retired to their dorm rooms. Kafka smiled as he lay back on his bed, arms behind his head. He thought about how glad he was that the author hadn't changed everyone. The next day, Kafka sat near the back of the class, eyes half-lidded, staring out the window as sunlight filtered in. His black bangs hung lazily over his face as he stretched a bit and yawned. He realized he really needed to get an alarm clock later. He couldn't keep making Izuku wake him up every day. The kid was going to start charging him rent. Just then, the classroom door opened with a soft click and the sound of dragging cloth. Aizawa entered, wrapped tightly in his yellow sleeping bag, only his disheveled hair and deadpan stare visible. Kafka thought to himself that here came the caterpillar. Aizawa stepped forward, sighed, and unzipped the sleeping bag in one sharp motion. Kafka thought again that there went the butterfly. Aizawa announced that someone else would be instructing them that day. Before anyone could ask questions, loud stomps echoed down the hallway. Kafka sighed, recognizing the dramatic entrance. Suddenly, the door burst open, nearly flying off the hinges. All Might declared his arrival, and gasps and cheers filled the classroom. Mina jumped out of her seat, sparkling with excitement. Denki and Ojiro clapped, while Ida adjusted his glasses in awe. The rest of the class joined the hype, except for a few. Kafka barely lifted an eyebrow, Sonic blinked slowly, Aika didn't even look up, Ruko leaned back in her seat, uninterested, and Chia kept her hands folded. Mineta muttered something inaudible. Izuku, however, looked nervous. All Might beamed as he walked to the front and announced that they would be participating in the classic hero versus villain training. The class went silent as he explained that they would split into pairs, with one team defending a mock weapon while the other acted as heroes trying to recover it. He emphasized that they would be in real buildings, facing real pressure and real stakes. He then slammed a button, and a panel behind him whooshed open, revealing sleek rows of sealed suitcases containing each student's costume. All Might instructed them to put on their hero costumes and meet him at ground beta. After a few minutes, the class gathered at the mock city zone, standing in formation. Buildings towered around them, and the wind whistled slightly. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 rolled his shoulder, dressed in a sleek black hero suit with white patterns trailing the arms and legs. The sleeves cut just before his wrists, revealing faint kaiju scale patterns that pulsed with red energy. He stretched casually and looked around, noting that everyone's outfits were still the same as in the manga. His eyes landed on Izuku, who wore a black suit with glowing green outlines, gloves reinforced with padding, and a black mask covering his mouth. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 thought it looked edgy but not bad. All Might stepped up once more, now holding a medium-sized box with slips inside. He announced that he would be assigning their partners and roles himself by drawing from the box. Everyone's eyes widened, and murmurs echoed as he reached in and pulled out the first pairing. He announced Team 1 as Sonic and Rouko as heroes. The class turned toward the two, and Sonic grinned at Rouko, expressing his hope that she was ready. Rouko folded her arms and gave a silent nod, her frost aura subtly flaring. All Might then announced their opponents as 𝗂𝗏𝗃 Shinji and Toru Hagekure as villains. The class blinked in surprise, and Toru, shocked, nervously waved her gloves at 𝗂𝗏𝗃, expressing her mixed feelings about being partners. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 smiled and calmly raised his hand in return, reassuring her that they had this. As they prepared to enter the mock building, the atmosphere shifted, and the students stared. Bakugo grinned, hoping 𝗂𝗏𝗃 would get his comeuppance, while Izuku quietly encouraged him. Inside the building, 𝗂𝗏𝗃 stood tall beside the fake bomb placed in the center of a large open room, while Toru paced nervously behind a pillar, mumbling to herself about their opponents. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 observed her anxiety and wondered why she was so scared. He leaned back against a wall, trying to reassure her that everything would be fine. Toru expressed her concerns about facing Sonic and Rouko, describing them as intimidating. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 let out a slow exhale, acknowledging her nerves but determined to handle the situation. After a few moments, the cityscape of the mock training site buzzed with silence. All Might's booming voice echoed over the speakers, signaling the start of the training. At that moment, a loud whoosh tore through the air as Sonic vanished from his position, leaving a trail of blue lightning behind him. He zipped through half the building, opening doors and clearing halls like a blur. As he pushed open a large double door to a wide hall, he froze, realizing the bomb was there, but Toru and 𝗂𝗏𝗃 were nowhere to be seen. An instinctive alarm rang in his ears. Suddenly, a crackle of green lightning exploded to his right, accompanied by a heavy gust of wind. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 appeared, his massive fist covered in scales and glowing red veins, crashing towards Sonic's face. Sonic jerked back with a burst of speed, narrowly dodging the attack. A thick ice wall slammed between them, courtesy of Rouko, but when 𝗂𝗏𝗃's fist collided with it, the wall shattered into 1,000 shards, sending a shockwave through the hallway. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 smirked, enjoying the challenge, while Sonic caught his breath, surprised at how close the attack had come. Rouko approached calmly, reminding Sonic that he shouldn't have rushed ahead, as 𝗂𝗏𝗃 was not someone to take lightly. 𝗂𝗏𝗃, with a playful smirk, acknowledged the compliment, while Sonic, slightly annoyed, vowed to do better. With that, both combatants flared their powers. 𝗂𝗏𝗃's body lit up with green lightning coursing through his limbs, his right arm shifting and darkening into kaiju scale armor. One eye burned with a demonic green glow, and green symbols crawled up his neck like living ink. Across from him, Sonic pulsed with blue crackling arcs, electricity dancing around his muscles. They vanished, clashing in the center of the hallway with a powerful impact that sent a concussive blast through the structure. Dust exploded outward as they engaged in a fierce battle of speed versus power. 𝗂𝗏𝗃's heavy blows slammed into the floor, leaving dents in the steel, while Sonic ducked and zigzagged, flipping across walls and throwing punches charged with kinetic force. The training had officially begun, and both sides were determined to prove themselves. But 𝗂𝗏𝗃's durability absorbed the blows, barely flinching as he countered with wide, sweeping strikes. He thought about how fast his opponent was and considered that if he could just force him into a pattern, he might gain the upper hand. Suddenly, Sonic jumped above him, flipping backward and executing a powerful move that sent a spear of blue lightning toward 𝗂𝗏𝗃. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 grinned and twisted to the side, blocking with his kaiju arm. The impact knocked him back, but he remained on his feet. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 grabbed the ground, his claws digging in, and in a blur, lunged forward with a green bolt of energy. He felt a surge of excitement as he prepared for his turn. He spun low and delivered an uppercut coated in green lightning. Sonic blocked the strike, but the force sent him skidding down the hallway, his boots carving lines into the ground. 𝗧𝗏, who had stayed at the back line, now stepped forward. She raised her hand, and the temperature dropped dramatically. The hallway erupted in white mist as the floors transformed into slippery sheets of solid ice. The cold air snapped around 𝗏𝗂, who barely managed to catch his footing. He thought about how the ice battlefield would complicate his strategy. 𝗧𝗏 hurled a frozen spear toward him. 𝗏𝗂 dodged, but she quickly fired 5 more. He lunged and caught one in midair, spun, and hurled it back with precision. Just before it hit her, the spear melted midair, splashing harmlessly to the ground. 𝗧𝗏 calmly explained that her quirk was not just for offense, and 𝗏𝗂 admired her versatility. The room had turned into a dangerous arena. The ground was slick, visibility was low, and blue and green light clashed in the mist. Every second, another shockwave or blast of ice struck. Class 1A watched through the monitors in the control room, their eyes wide and mouths agape. They expressed their shock at the intensity of the battle. Inside the building, Sonic zipped across the icy walls, practically invisible. 𝗏𝗂 remained focused until the sound of footsteps behind him signaled another incoming attack. He turned and caught Sonic's leg mid-spin. With a grin, he declared that he had Sonic. Sonic was taken by surprise as 𝗏𝗂 spun and slammed him into the ground, ice shattering beneath them. But Sonic quickly recovered, unleashing a surge of electricity that forced 𝗏𝗂 to back off. 𝗏𝗂 grinned, the green lightning still dancing across his shoulders, and acknowledged Sonic's speed, but noted that raw speed alone was not enough. The air was thick with tension as Sonic and 𝗧𝗏 stood on the cracked icy floor, breathing heavily. Around them, the mock city resembled a war zone, with craters, shattered windows, ice stalagmites, and scorch marks along the walls. 𝗏𝗂 stood across from them, still in his half-kaiju form, glowing with green electricity, his right arm pulsing with energy. Sonic remarked on the workout they were getting, but 𝗧𝗏 insisted they were not finished. 𝗏𝗂 smirked and reminded them that this was a team match. Confusion spread across Sonic's face for a moment, but then realization hit him. Suddenly, 𝗧𝗏 was smacked across the back, stumbling forward. She gasped and spun around, but saw nothing. Then, an announcement echoed from the loudspeakers, declaring that 𝗧𝗏 had been captured. She blinked and turned her head, noticing a small capture tape stick attached to her back. Following the tape line, she saw it floating mid-air. Toru, cheerfully invisible, declared that she had got them. Sonic's eyes widened as he turned to look at 𝗧𝗏, but it was too late. 𝗏𝗂 was right in front of him, grinning like a wolf that had cornered its prey. He reminded Sonic of his earlier words about this not happening again. Sonic tensed, preparing for a punch, but the blow never came. Instead, 𝗏𝗂 leaned in and flicked him on the forehead, a capture sticker firmly placed on Sonic's head. With a grin, 𝗏𝗂 declared that he had Sonic. The announcement echoed that team villains had won, and cheers erupted from the viewing room. Denki jumped up and down, excited by the outcome. Tsuyu blinked in confusion, wondering how Toru had gotten close. Chie was in awe of Kafka's perfect distraction, and Izuku smiled, confident in Kafka's abilities. Back inside the simulation, Toru deactivated her stealth, appearing next to 𝗏𝗂. She expressed her disbelief that the plan had worked, and 𝗏𝗂 acknowledged her timing. Toru excitedly remarked on how cool she was too, and 𝗏𝗂 chuckled, agreeing. Without warning, Toru hugged him from behind, giggling about being the best duo ever. 𝗏𝗂 smiled faintly but then noticed something strange. He asked Toru why her gloves and shoes weren't invisible like her clothes. She tilted her head in confusion, and he explained that her clothes were invisible, so why not the gloves? Toru blinked and innocently asked what clothes. 𝗏𝗂 was taken aback, realizing the implication. His face turned beet red as he screamed for her to get off him. He launched himself backward, flailing his arms and crashing into a wall as green lightning sparked across his body. Toru floated nearby, confused about what was wrong. 𝗏𝗂 was redder than a tomato, steam practically rising off his head as he buried his face in his hands, lamenting the lack of rules. From the observation room, Denki laughed uproariously, clueless about what had just happened. It had been about a week since the hero and villain training session, and the class still buzzed with memories of the intense battles. A recap of the matches revealed the standout moments, including Izumi and Jiro's strategic victory over Kirishima and Ojiro, Izuku and Mineta's surprising win against Bakugo and Ida, and Aiku and Momo's triumph over Mina and Ochako. Back in the present, the wind howled across the massive training facility known as the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or UF. Flames roared in the fake city section, crackling high into the air, while water from an artificial lake shimmered under the lights. Rubble was scattered, simulating the aftermath of a catastrophe. 𝗏𝗏 stood beside Izuku, gazing around the intricate setup with a mix of awe and calculation. He thought about how much larger the place was than he had expected, realizing that the students were truly meant to experience the full hero training. Beside him, Izuku's eyes sparkled with excitement, unable to contain his enthusiasm as he recognized 13. He had read all about their incredible rescue missions. Ochako stepped in front of Izuku, her eyes shining as she expressed her admiration for 13's work. 𝗏𝗏 observed them both and sighed, finding Izuku's obsession with heroes somewhat endearing. However, he quickly shifted his focus as dark mist began swirling ominously behind him, filling the air with a low hum and causing the temperature to drop. Kirishima exclaimed in surprise, noting the realism of the fake villains they had brought in for training. Aizawa, with a stern expression, ordered 13 to protect the students, causing confusion among the class. When Aizawa shouted that it wasn't a drill and that the villains were real, the color drained from everyone's faces. In an instant, Aizawa leapt from the platform, his scarf whipping through the air as he activated his quirk mid-flight. 𝗏𝗏 felt a surge of determination as chaos erupted around them. Portals opened beneath the students, and swirling black voids threatened to pull them in. 13 shouted for everyone to stay together, but Kafka's footing vanished as he was swallowed by a shadowy portal. He landed hard in the blazing city sector of USJ, rolling once before stopping himself. He thought about his plan to find Shigaraki, defeat him, and help him become the hero he had always dreamed of. Momo, Izumi, and Aiku emerged from behind the rubble, flames flickering behind them and casting shadows across their tense faces. 𝗏𝗏 dusted himself off and announced his intention to help Aizawa, asking if they would join him or stay back. Izumi nodded nervously, and 𝗏𝗏 shot a piercing glare at her and Momo, warning them against any funny business. The girls nodded, visibly rattled, while Aiku stepped forward calmly to ask about the plan. 𝗏𝗏 scanned the burning buildings, noting the villains emerging from the smoke, dozens of them in patched-up armor, some with animalistic traits and others wielding crude weapons. They moved like a pack of wolves. He instructed the others to handle the left side while he took the right. Momo gasped in fear at the sight of more than 20 villains, expressing her concern. Aiku acknowledged Kafka's strength but cautioned that it was too many for one person. 𝗏𝗏 grinned, electricity crackling across his shoulders as his body began to transform. His arms bulged with muscle, his eyes glowed like emerald stars, and claws formed along his hands. He declared that they should be worried for the villains instead. As he surged forward in his kaiju form, flames from the burning buildings reflected off his transforming limbs. Charging at the villains, 𝗏𝗏 moved with determination. He expertly dodged a heavy fist from his first opponent, retaliating with a powerful strike that sent the villain flying into a building. Without hesitation, he moved on to the next, knocking another villain aside with a swift elbow. The villains attacked in waves, but 𝗏𝗏 handled them with fluid, calculated movements, dodging and countering every strike. He took out another opponent with a roundhouse kick, sending them crashing back into their allies. As the fight intensified, 𝗏𝗏 smirked, sidestepping a charging villain and delivering a swift elbow to their stomach. The villains staggered back, gasping for air, only to be met with a crushing knee to the face. 𝗏𝗏 leaped over another opponent, kicking them down with a loud thud. He took a deep breath and jumped high into the air, surrounded by crackling energy. The villains watched in shock as his foot glowed with power. When he crashed back down, he stomped with immense force, causing the earth to crack open. A massive shockwave rippled through the area, sending every villain within range flying back. 𝗏𝗏 stood tall, his kaiju transformation radiating fierce energy. Aiku and Izumi watched in awe as 𝗏𝗏 overwhelmed the villains with his power. Izumi whispered in admiration, but the battle continued to rage around them, pulling them back into the fight. 𝗏𝗏 felt the rush of adrenaline but remained focused. He was just getting started. His fists were drenched in sweat and smoke from the last group of villains. Hearing a villain charging at someone behind him, he bolted forward with a streak of green lightning across his arm. The villain leaped at Momo, arm raised, but 𝗏𝗏's fist crashed into the side of the villain's face, sending them spiraling through a van and crashing into rubble. Momo gasped, and 𝗏𝗏 coldly warned her to stop holding them back. She froze, gratitude caught in her throat as her eyes lowered. Without a second glance, 𝗏𝗏 rushed into the remaining villains. His punches cracked skulls, and thunder echoed from his boots as he tore through the wave like a monster. Aiku moved with shadow-like grace, his dark side quirk engulfing enemies in tendrils of void. In a matter of minutes, the area fell silent, villains down and defeated. Aiku breathed, confirming that it was the last of them. 𝗏𝗏 turned to see Izumi slumped against a wall, her left arm twitching and bent unnaturally. He noted the side effects she was experiencing, similar to what Izuku had gone through with One for All. Momo sat beside her, barely catching her breath, her eyes avoiding 𝗏𝗏. He instructed them to rest. Izumi quietly acknowledged the situation, while Momo remained silent, both of them not lifting their heads. Aiku glanced between them and 𝗏𝗏, feeling the weight of responsibility. He sighed, realizing he was now the one tasked with keeping an eye on them. 𝗏𝗏 dashed off, moving swiftly across the damaged ground of the USD. Smoke curled up from collapsed buildings and smoldering fires, while distant explosions echoed from deeper within the chaos. He narrowed his eyes, focusing on the center of the battlefield. He landed heavily, cracking the cement beneath his boots as he scanned the scene. In his mind, he called out for Aizawa, Bakugo, Kirishima, Shoko, Izuku, Tsuyu, and Mineta. Aizawa was pinned down by a massive crimson creature. 𝗏𝗏's eyes widened in disbelief. This was no ordinary Nomu. The creature snarled, its red skin glistening like armor, and a single massive eye burned like a furnace. It was something entirely different. Meanwhile, Bakugo lay on the ground, injured, while Shoko helped Tsuyu to her feet. Izuku stood protectively in front of Mineta, his body trembling with fear as Shigaraki smirked behind them. Without hesitation, 𝗏𝗏 charged at the monster, attempting to punch it, but it dodged with surprising agility. Shocked, he glanced at Aizawa, who opened one bloodied eye and gave a faint nod, indicating he was still conscious but barely hanging on. Suddenly, a massive red fist barreled through the smoke, slamming into 𝗏𝗏's chest and sending him flying through a broken wall and into a pile of rubble. The impact rattled his senses, and he struggled to catch his breath as Izuku cried out for him, the dust still rising around the area. The red creature loomed ominously, its breath steaming in the air, claws twitching with anticipation. Shigaraki grinned, ready to end the confrontation. The monster turned its attention to Tsuyu, who froze in fear as it advanced, each step cracking the ground beneath it. Just as its claw was about to strike, it suddenly halted, trembling inches from Tsuyu's head. Shigaraki frowned, confused by the creature's hesitation. It stared past the students, towards the deep crater it had created earlier. A faint crackling hum echoed from the rubble, followed by a gust of wind that swept through the area. Silence enveloped them until two glowing orbs appeared in the distance, one red and one green, growing brighter. The monster snarled, retreating in fear or perhaps recognition. Then the crater erupted with a tremendous explosion, shaking the entire USJ. The ground split, and walls cracked under the force, sending students scrambling for cover. Bakugo staggered, bewildered by the sudden chaos, while Shigaraki shielded his eyes from the smoke and fire that filled the sky. Through the settling dust, a figure emerged, humanoid but unfamiliar, clad in dark emerald armor that shimmered with glowing green lines. It stepped forward, exuding an aura of power. The 𝗏𝗵𝗲 trembled at the sight of it, and Shigaraki's confidence faltered as he questioned what this new entity was. The students watched in stunned silence, too afraid to breathe. Izuku's heart raced as he recognized the presence before them. It was 𝗏𝗂, transformed into something beyond a mere 𝗏𝗵𝗲. Shigaraki squinted at the figure, confusion etched on his face. He called for Kurojirai, who appeared in a swirl of mist, only to confirm that this new creature was not one of their creations. Shigaraki's expression shifted as he noticed 𝗏𝗵𝗲 number 10 hesitating, growling powerfully, a sound that shook the very structure of the USJ. Kurojirai analyzed the situation, suggesting that 𝗏𝗂 was no longer on their side. Shigaraki's demeanor shifted to one of urgency as he commanded the 𝗏𝗵𝗲 to eliminate this new threat. The massive creature roared and lunged forward with incredible speed, surprising everyone. As the 𝗏𝗵𝗲's punch came crashing down, 𝗏𝗂 stood firm, catching the massive fist in his monstrous hand without flinching. The ground shook from the impact, but 𝗏𝗂 remained unscathed, his body radiating green lightning as he stared down the 𝗏𝗵𝗲 with a predatory gaze. The 𝗏𝗵𝗲 struggled to free itself, but Kafka's grip tightened, veins of light pulsing through his arms. With a swift movement, he blocked the creature's other fist with ease, electricity crackling in the air as he prepared to confront this formidable foe. Cracks formed beneath his feet as 𝗏𝗂 released the 𝗏𝗵𝗲, which jumped back instantly. Before it could land, a fist struck its face, sending it flying. The impact created a loud thud, and the 𝗏𝗵𝗲 grunted in pain, a deep mark left on its body. Shigaraki stood stunned, eyes wide with disbelief. The 𝗏𝗵𝗲 quickly regained its footing, touching its belly. The mark healed instantly, and the creature let out a low, guttural growl as it glared at 𝗏𝗂. Without hesitation, both the 𝗏𝗵𝗲 and 𝗏𝗂 charged at each other, fists raised. The ground shook as their fists collided, creating a shockwave that sent debris flying in all directions. Kafka's speed was overwhelming. His fists struck with lightning precision, each blow powerful enough to shatter stone. He dodged the 𝗏𝗵𝗲's attacks with ease, anticipating its moves. As the 𝗏𝗵𝗲 swung its fist at him, 𝗏𝗂 ducked and, with a swift motion, delivered a crushing blow to its face. The impact sent the 𝗏𝗵𝗲 crashing to the ground. The 𝗏𝗵𝗲 snarled in fury, quickly rising back to its feet, its body cracking and shifting. It charged at 𝗏𝗂 again, fists swinging with inhuman power. 𝗏𝗂 stood firm, his body a blur of motion as he danced around the 𝗏𝗵𝗲's strikes. With every blow the 𝗏𝗵𝗲 threw, 𝗏𝗂 countered, his own fists landing like thunder strikes. Each punch sent the 𝗏𝗵𝗲 stumbling back, but it quickly recovered. It seemed nothing could stop the massive beast, but 𝗏𝗂 wasn't done. The 𝗏𝗵𝗲's arms began to shake as it realized it couldn't land a hit on the agile warrior. It tried a new tactic, stretching its arms out in a horrifying manner, transforming them into long, blade-like extensions. With a sharp screech, the 𝗏𝗵𝗲 lunged at 𝗏𝗂, attempting to skewer him with its elongated limbs. Kafka's eyes narrowed, and in an instant he dodged the blade-like arms. His movements were fluid, slipping between the 𝗏𝗵𝗲's strikes with supernatural grace. But before the 𝗏𝗵𝗲 could retaliate, 𝗏𝗂 used its own extended arms to pull the creature towards him, bringing it right into his range. With a roar, 𝗏𝗂 jumped and planted both feet firmly on the 𝗏𝗵𝗲's face, launching it backward with a force that shattered the surrounding walls. The 𝗏𝗵𝗲 crashed into the wall, concrete and metal breaking apart as the beast slammed into it. Dust from the collision began to settle, and 𝗏𝗂 stood tall, unwavering as the shockwaves from their battle subsided. But 𝗏𝗂 wasn't finished yet. The air around him crackled with energy as bolts of lightning formed, swirling around him like a storm. His muscles tensed, and his eyes glowed with an intense, fiery green light. He bent his knees, preparing for the next move. His hands rose, and with a sharp motion, rocket thrusters activated from his elbows, the hum of the engines filling the air as he charged. The 𝗏𝗵𝗲, stunned from the previous blow, slowly began to rise, shaking its head and preparing for another attack. But 𝗏𝗂 didn't wait. With a primal roar, he launched himself forward, a blur of lightning and fury. The 𝗏𝗵𝗲 barely had time to react as Kafka's fist collided with its chest. The impact was like the sound of thunder, and the shockwave created by the punch tore through the air, sending tremors that rattled the very earth beneath them. The 𝗏𝗏's body was thrown back, its massive form overwhelmed by the sheer force of the blow. The shockwave reached the sky, parting the clouds above as the ground beneath them cracked and split. The 𝗏𝗏 let out a deafening roar as its body was torn apart by Kafka's overwhelming strength. For a moment, everything went silent, the only sound the wind whistling through the debris-filled air. Then, the dust began to settle, and everyone stood frozen, staring at the devastation left in Kafka's wake. Shigaraki's jaw tightened, his eyes narrowing in disbelief at the sheer power Kafka had unleashed. Mineta, Izuku, and the others could only watch, stunned by the ferocity of the battle. Kafka stood alone in the aftermath, his eyes still glowing with the intensity of his transformation. His breath came heavy, but there was no sign of fatigue in his posture. He had won. Everyone stood frozen, eyes wide, breath held. The last thing they expected was for the monstrous titan to begin walking toward them. Each thunderous step cracked the broken ground beneath his massive feet. The air trembled with each movement, and with every second, the looming figure got closer. Aizawa gritted his teeth, trying to push himself off the rubble. He thought about the danger they faced if he didn't act. But then, another figure stepped forward. It was Izuku, moving calmly, slowly walking toward the monster. Everyone's eyes snapped to him. Kirishima was shocked, questioning what Izuku was doing. Izuku chuckled, raising a hand, expressing relief that they weren't facing another monster. The rest of the class looked at him in disbelief. Mineta urged him to stop, while Tsuyu called out his name in concern. Izuku kept walking without fear. The kaiju stopped in front of him, towering like a building. A thick tension filled the air. Then, the monster scratched the back of its head. A beat passed, and a familiar voice rumbled from its throat. Kafka sheepishly apologized, explaining he wanted to eliminate the other monster before it caused more damage. Bakugo's jaw dropped in surprise. Kirishima was astonished that the creature could talk. Even Shoko, usually calm and collected, blinked in disbelief. Aizawa realized the voice belonged to Kafka. Izuku chuckled, acknowledging Kafka's effort in dealing with the threat. They both laughed, standing casually in the middle of the battlefield like two friends catching up after school. The rest of the class remained frozen in disbelief, realizing that the kaiju was indeed Kafka. Kafka's glowing eyes turned toward Shigaraki, who stood in the distance, frozen in place. The laughter faded as Kafka's voice deepened, indicating he needed a moment. Izuku nodded seriously, encouraging him to take his time. Kafka turned, moving with quiet thunder toward the villain who had started it all. Shigaraki stood still, scratching his neck violently, muttering frantically about how this wasn't part of the plan. Kafka's shadow loomed over him, and Shigaraki finally looked up, startled to see Kafka standing inches away. Kafka tilted his monstrous head slightly, narrowing his glowing eyes. He commented on Shigaraki's ashy appearance, leaving the villain speechless. Just then, a swirling black portal opened beside him, and Kurojirai emerged from the mist, urging Shigaraki to retreat. He extended the shadows toward Shigaraki, who remained stunned as Kafka didn't strike. The kaiju just stared, silent and focused. Kafka softly addressed Shigaraki, causing the villain's eyes to widen in realization that he knew his name. Kafka firmly stated that even if Shigaraki believed he was alone, he was not. His kaiju form began to glow, his body pulsing and shrinking as monstrous features folded back. Within moments, Kafka's human form stood before him, eyes still glowing faintly. He smiled, promising that he would save Shigaraki. Shigaraki's breath caught in surprise. Kurojirai called out to his emissary, and in a flash of shadows, they vanished, leaving only silence behind. Kafka remained, staring at the empty space where Shigaraki had been. The entire battlefield was stunned into silence. Even All Might, who had just arrived late to the scene, paused on the outskirts of the chaos, narrowing his eyes at the strange, powerful boy standing where a monster once had been. A few days later, the morning sun filtered through a pale white curtain, casting soft shadows on the sterile walls of a quiet hospital room. A window stood slightly open, letting in a gentle breeze that carried the faint scent of spring. The room was plain, white walls, a monitor off in the corner, and a single bed where a boy slept. 𝗵𝗃 lay there, unmoving, until his fingers twitched, his eyelids fluttered, and his face grimaced slightly as he let out a soft groan. Slowly, 𝗵𝗃 opened his eyes, the sterile ceiling above coming into focus as he blinked the blur away. His head pulsed with dull pain as he tried to sit up, instinctively grabbing the bed rail. He looked around, dazed. The white walls and the beeping of distant machines confirmed he was in a hospital. His body ached, but the pain was duller than expected. He tried to recall the last thing he remembered: flashes of smoke, roaring, and the Nomu with its brain exposed. But everything else was a blur. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence, announcing that he was finally awake. 𝗵𝗃 snapped his head toward the source of the voice but saw no one. Confused, he wondered who had spoken. The voice directed him to look down, and he nearly jumped when he noticed a small figure standing near his bed. An elderly woman, barely more than 4 feet tall, stood there with wrinkled skin and tired eyes full of experience. Her warm presence made the room feel a little less cold. Despite himself, 𝗵𝗃 chuckled, commenting on her unexpected height. The woman raised a brow, amused, and introduced herself as Chiyo Shizenji, the nurse at U. 𝗵𝗃 introduced himself as 𝗵𝗃 Shinji and expressed his gratitude, asking what had happened. Chiyo explained that after the USJ attack, he lost consciousness when the battle ended and had arrived in rough shape. She mentioned that a sweet boy with green hair had carried him there, and 𝗵𝗃's eyes widened, softening at the thought of Izuku. He asked if he had really been that messed up, to which Chiyo replied that he had been quiet, barely breathing but silent, unlike other students who would have cried in his condition. Looking down at his body, 𝗵𝗃 noticed that his arms, once injured, were now wrapped neatly in bandages. He bent his arms slowly, feeling no pain, and stretched slightly, realizing he felt brand new and even stronger. Surprised, he exclaimed that it was as if nothing had happened. Chiyo remarked on his luck, stating that most students wouldn't walk away from such injuries. Grateful, 𝗵𝗃 thanked her for everything. After a few minutes, 𝗵𝗃 slowly got out of bed, feeling more energized than he should have. He bowed slightly to Chiyo, expressing his intention to leave. She laughed softly and wished him well. As he turned toward the door, he paused to glance back at her, smiling faintly before stepping out into the hallway, sunlight pouring down from the windows outside. A few moments later, Chiyo stood still for a moment before walking back toward the now empty bed. Her expression shifted to one of contemplation as she picked up a clipboard and reviewed the report. Reading aloud quietly, she noted the severity of 𝗵𝗃's injuries, which should have taken weeks or even months to heal. She ran a finger over the edge of the paper, pondering how he had walked out of there as if nothing had happened. The image of 𝗵𝗃, unconscious with his wounds slowly healing, lingered in her mind. She realized that his body had healed itself on its own. With a small smile tugging at her lips, she returned to work, letting the mystery linger. Outside, 𝗵𝗃 walked quietly through the halls, his steps slow and heavy. The world outside was still, but inside him it was loud. He reflected on the power he possessed, realizing it was more than just strength. He lifted his hand and watched as it began to shift, scales sliding over his skin, a brief flicker of his monstrous form taking hold before fading. He recalled the strength he felt when he transformed, as if he could shatter mountains with one punch. Determined to understand this power, he sighed as the cool air brushed past him on his way toward the dorms. Reaching the door, he paused, hand hovering over the handle. He opened it slowly, and the door swung open to reveal his entire class gathered inside the lounge. Their chatter ceased as they noticed him, and silence filled the room. Ojiro was the first to speak, calling out to 𝗵𝗃. As soon as he did, a wave of voices rushed toward him, overwhelming him with concern and questions. Mina asked if he was okay, while Tsuyu noted he had been out for a while. Chie looked at him with sparkles of worry in her eyes. Ojiro expressed awe over the fight, asking if he was hurt. Aoyama complimented his transformation, and Toru and Denki echoed their concerns. 𝗵𝗃 blinked, momentarily taken aback by the swarm of classmates surrounding him. His eyes darted across the room, landing on Bakugo, Izuku, and the others, who remained seated, their expressions unreadable or distant. He avoided their stares, especially Izuku's, feeling a longing gaze but unable to return it. Izuku stood from his seat and approached, smiling slightly as he asked if 𝗵𝗃 was really okay. 𝗵𝗃 gave him a calm smile, assuring everyone that he was fine and had never felt stronger. As soon as he said it, the mood shifted from worry to wonder, curiosity lighting up their faces. Tsuyu asked about his transformation, while Denki excitedly recounted Kafka's giant monster mode. Aoyama inquired if it was a special quirk evolution. 𝗵𝗃 attempted to respond, but the voices overwhelmed him once more. Then, a hand grabbed him by the collar, yanking him out of the buzzing circle of classmates. He turned quickly to see who it was, Aizawa, with his badge clipped and scarf swaying slightly. His tired but sharp eyes commanded silence, and the room quieted immediately. Aizawa addressed 𝗵𝗃, bringing the chaos to a halt. 𝗵𝗃 blinked, confusion washing over him as he processed the command. Aizawa, his eyes flashing red with his quirk activated, issued a silent warning, urging 𝗵𝗃 to follow him. With a drop of sweat trailing down his face, 𝗵𝗃 complied, the crowd parting as they moved through the hallway, their footsteps echoing softly. After a few minutes, they reached a large office door. Heart pounding, 𝗵𝗃 pushed it open. Inside, the room was filled with serious faces. 8 individuals sat around a polished table, with Principal Nizu at the head, flanked by All Might, Endeavor, Inko, Mirko, Aizawa, Vlad King, and Midnight. Nizu smiled gently, folding his hands as he addressed 𝗵𝗃, his eyes piercing through him. 𝗵𝗃 shifted uncomfortably, managing a nervous smile as Nizu acknowledged him. Nizu, with an amused expression, noted Kafka's confusion about the reason for his summons. 𝗵𝗃 glanced around at the heroes observing him, feeling the weight of their attention. Nizu stood and approached a cabinet, retrieving a large, red, shining scale, holding it out for everyone to see. When he asked if 𝗵𝗃 knew what it was, 𝗵𝗃 stared at it, brow furrowed, unsure. Mirko chuckled softly and Midnight smirked. Nizu explained that it was a piece of the monster 𝗵𝗃 had fought a few days prior. He then produced another scale, smaller and green, which 𝗵𝗃 immediately recognized as one of his own. Nizu praised 𝗵𝗃 for being quite the puzzle, but before 𝗵𝗃 could respond, Inko interjected, irritation evident in her voice, questioning why 𝗵𝗃 was present. Midnight, with a dangerous glint in her eyes, challenged Inko, escalating the tension in the room. All Might intervened, calling for silence, and Inko reluctantly sat back down, though Midnight whispered her disdain for Inko's capabilities as a hero and a mother. Endeavor, confused, asked why they were gathered. Nizu pressed a button on a remote, projecting an image of a human body that rotated in midair. Vlad King confidently identified it as a human body, and Nizu confirmed it was the body of the monster they had faced. As the image shifted to reveal the Numo No. 10's body, everyone stared in shocked silence at the glowing orb where its heart should have been. Nizu pointed out the difference between the monsters and humans, prompting Mirko to question the purpose of their meeting. The atmosphere thickened with tension as Nizu turned his attention to 𝗵𝗃, revealing that Chiyo had discovered something interesting while he was hospitalized. Another press of the button changed the projection to show Kafka's own body, and gasps filled the room as they saw the glowing orb where his heart should be. Nizu demanded an explanation from 𝗵𝗃, and the room fell silent, the weight of judgment and suspicion heavy in the air. 𝗵𝗃 felt their distrust crawling under his skin, pulling him into a pit of confusion. Suddenly, a flash of green light cut through the tension. Inko, her eyes blazing with fury, accused 𝗵𝗃 of being a monster. Her voice dripped with venom as she hovered above the ground, glowing with an emerald aura. She raised her hand, palm directed at 𝗵𝗃, the power in the air palpable. Just as the tension reached its peak, the green light flickered out, leaving a deafening silence. Inko stumbled as her feet touched the ground, irritation flashing across her face as she snapped at Aizawa, who stood protectively between 𝗵𝗃 and the others. Aizawa asserted that they still didn't know if 𝗵𝗃 was an enemy, declaring him his student and vowing to protect him. The glares exchanged between 𝗏𝗏 and 𝐈𝐧𝐻𝗏 crackled with tension. 𝗧𝗏 intervened, calming the room by stating that he never labeled 𝗏𝗃 as an enemy or villain. He reminded them that 𝗏𝗃 had risked his life to help a classmate, prompting Midnight to agree that they shouldn't jump to conclusions. 𝗏𝗃 stood in the center, heart racing, trying to comprehend the situation. 𝗧𝗏 then asked 𝗏𝗃 to explain himself. 𝗏𝗃 flinched, pressing a hand against his chest, feeling the pulse of the orb within him. He exhaled shakily, admitting he didn't know what was happening, but firmly stating that he wasn't a monster. 𝗧𝗏's smile remained, though its warmth had faded, and he cautioned 𝗏𝗃 that, for now, he couldn't be trusted. 𝗏𝗃's eyes widened, and his pulse quickened as he realized the gravity of the situation. The sharp sound of clapping broke through the silence, drawing attention to All Might, who stood beside 𝗏𝗏, his iconic smile gentle yet firm. Even now, his presence filled the room like sunlight piercing through storm clouds. All Might calmly suggested that everyone take a breath, looking directly at 𝗏𝗃 with a steady yet commanding voice. He expressed that they were approaching the situation the wrong way, causing confusion to ripple through the crowd. Endeavor gruffly asked what All Might suggested, and his smile widened, bold and unshaken, as he proposed a test. The word echoed in the room, prompting 𝗧𝗏 to frown and question the idea of this. All Might confirmed that it would help determine if 𝗏𝗃 was truly dangerous or simply misunderstood, taking a slow step closer to 𝗏𝗃 as his shadow fell long. He assured everyone that this test would reveal everything. A few minutes later, the lights dimmed, humming softly overhead. A massive monitor flickered to life, displaying a sprawling simulation city. Teachers and heroes stood gathered, while Class 1A and 1B filled the seats, whispering nervously. Midnight expressed concern about the situation, noting that 𝗏𝗃 was facing All Might. 𝗧𝗏 flatly remarked that they could have confirmed Kafka's story without this spectacle. 𝗧𝗏, cheerfully sipping tea, countered that there was no fun in that, and besides, the other person was far too busy. Every head turned toward him, and everyone thought the same thing. Psychopath. The door slid open, and Class 1A entered, confusion evident on their faces. Ida asked for clarification on why they were there, but 𝗧𝗏 did not turn to respond, simply stating they were there to witness something. Moments later, Class 1B filed in, their chatter fading as Vault King stepped forward and commanded silence. The massive monitor zoomed in on a figure standing alone in the center of the virtual city. Denki squinted, realizing it was 𝗏𝗃, and the room stirred with curiosity. Sonic frowned, questioning what 𝗏𝗃 was doing down there. Vault King's steady voice cut through the murmurs, announcing that 𝗏𝗃 was about to have a sparring match. Class 1A was curious about who he would be facing, and Vault King calmly revealed it would be All Might. The word detonated through the room, and silence fell as every student froze, jaws slack and eyes wide. Even the background hum seemed to vanish. From the back, Monoma smirked, suggesting that the match would be entertaining. He remarked that a Class 1A reject fighting the #1 hero in Japan was either delusional or volunteering for a coma. A low growl rolled across the room as Bakugo's palms popped with tiny explosions, smoke curling between his fingers. His teeth clenched, sparks lighting his scowl as he glared at Monoma, who mocked him for not hearing. The air grew thick with tension, and Kirishima placed a calming hand on Bakugo's shoulder, urging him to let it go. But before either could move, Monoma's head snapped sideways as Kendo stood behind him, hands still enlarged, eyes blazing with frustration. She scolded him for running his mouth, and laughter rippled through both classes, even causing Bakugo to crack a grin. Kendo sighed, apologizing for Monoma's behavior, but no one replied as all eyes shifted back to the glowing monitor. 𝗏𝗃 stood alone in the heart of the artificial city, surrounded by broken towers that framed the horizon. A mechanical wind howled through empty streets, stirring dust and old papers. He rolled his shoulders, bouncing lightly on his feet to quiet the nerves churning in his gut. Across from him stood All Might, larger than life, his cape fluttering like a banner of justice, grinning with the weight of legends. All Might encouraged 𝗏𝗃 to give it his all, but 𝗏𝗃 stared at him, unimpressed, a half-smirk twitching at the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself that he was merely a crash dummy for a living icon and muttered that he wanted to punch All Might's smug face anyway. Then, in an instant, All Might vanished. The ground shook as a thunderclap exploded, and a golden blur appeared right in front of Kafka, fist pulled back. The punch detonated against Kafka's guard, shattering concrete and bursting windows. When the smoke cleared, All Might was still grinning, eyes alive with battle-fueled joy. Kafka's arms were coated in his kaiju armor, claws buried into the cracked pavement. His body trembled, but he hadn't fallen. All Might, excited, declared that he was glad Kafka hadn't broken in one hit and suggested they turn it up. In a flash, All Might vanished again, and Kafka barely had time to react before a fist slammed into his gut, forcing the air from his lungs as he flew backward, crashing through a row of cars. He rolled to a stop, coughing, his chest screaming with every breath. All Might shouted, "Detroit smash!" And Kafka raised his arm, but it was too slow. The impact bent his forearm at an awkward angle, and he thought to himself that All Might was too fast. Another hit came from above, a knee to his ribs, followed by a hammer fist that sent him crashing through the street, splitting asphalt like paper. All Might's next strike sent Kafka slamming into a steel beam, bending it inward before collapsing onto the concrete. For a moment, everything was silent, just the sound of Kafka's ragged breathing and the faint buzz of broken lights. All Might landed softly, crossing his arms and sternly asking if that was really all Kafka had. Kafka coughed, forcing himself to one knee, blood trickling from his mouth, and his right arm hung useless. But his eyes burned with determination as he glared, insisting he wasn't done until he could punch All Might's stupid grin off his face. He charged, and their fists collided again, creating a shockwave that swallowed the street. Kafka skidded back, holding his ground by sheer will as All Might shouted, "California smash!" Kafka barely blocked the blow, but it still sent him sliding, tearing cracks into the pavement. All Might's grin softened, shifting from amusement to respect as he acknowledged Kafka's resilience. Kafka, bloodied and trembling, raised his shaking arm again. All Might straightened, his grin returning, this time genuine, as he declared it was time to finish this properly. He dashed forward, muscles coiled like steel cables, and swung a devastating punch straight at Kafka. But Kafka snapped, catching All Might's fist mid-swing. The impact sent shockwaves through the ground, shattering the pavement beneath their feet. Kafka's glare burned through the dust as his body began to twist and expand, armor tearing through skin, scales cracking with heat. He rose, taller and broader, fully transformed into his kaiju form. Black and crimson energy erupted from his body like a storm, shaking the entire battlefield. Spikes jutted out along his arms and spine, and his eyes blazed a searing, electric blue. All Might's grin widened, expressing excitement at the transformation. Kafka roared, a sound that shattered nearby windows, and his wounds sealed instantly, armor gleaming in the sun's dying light. All Might's eyes lit up with enthusiasm, and he lunged forward, declaring it was time to get serious. He blurred through the air, delivering a powerful Carolina smash that blasted Kafka through 3 skyscrapers. Concrete rained down as Kafka tore through the wreckage, claws gouging deep trenches in the pavement before he came to a halt. The air shimmered around him as dust and debris swirled in his wake, and he dashed forward at impossible speed. His fist slammed into All Might's gut, creating a crater beneath them and sending shockwaves that shattered glass for blocks. All Might coughed but only grinned wider, impressed by Kafka's strength. Kafka spun, his tail slicing through the air, unleashing a powerful roundhouse that caused a nearby building to explode as the shockwave tore through it. All Might darted through the falling debris, fists glowing golden, and prepared for the next exchange, determined to give it his all. Kafka's arm shattered, spinning into the rubble. All Might landed, chest heaving, and observed the scene. He noted Kafka's resilience, realizing that while tough, he was not invincible. But Kafka did not scream or flinch. He simply stared, calm and cold. Blood dripped down his side as the air hummed with unnatural power. Flesh twisted and bone reformed. His arm regrew before All Might's eyes, smoother, sharper, stronger. All Might, shocked, thought to himself that 𝗂𝗃𝗁 must be kidding. 𝗂𝗃𝗁 smirked and vanished. With a thunderous boom, his regenerated arms struck All Might's chest, sending the symbol of peace hurtling through the skyline like a missile. He crashed into multiple buildings before slamming into the ground, carving a deep crater into the concrete. Staggering to his feet, All Might coughed, disbelief etched on his face. He couldn't believe he was being pushed back. 𝗂𝗃𝗁 stepped through the smoke, towering over him, his wounds glowing molten red. Energy pulsed through his exoskeleton like a living furnace. All Might clenched his fists, his aura flaring golden, wind swirling around him. He charged forward with a powerful attack, but 𝗂𝗃𝗁 caught the blow effortlessly, his massive hand closing around All Might's fist like an iron vice. The shockwave flattened entire buildings. With a fierce roar, 𝗂𝗃𝗁 lifted All Might and slammed him into the ground with tremendous force, again and again, before hurling him through a parking structure. Dust rose in clouds as 𝗂𝗃𝗁 charged again, claws glowing red-hot. He crossed them into an X and slashed deep across All Might's chest. BLD sprayed, but the hero gritted his teeth, refusing to fall. All Might strained against the pain, determined to hold on. 𝗂𝗃𝗁 roared, driving his heel into the ground, causing the entire block to cave in. All Might tumbled back, battered and bloodied, struggling to rise. He realized the situation was dire. 𝗂𝗃𝗁 slammed a fist into the street, creating a shockwave that sent cars flying. In a blur, he uppercut All Might so hard that the hero shot into the sky, tearing through a water tower. The city fell silent, smoke rolling across the ruins. When it cleared, All Might lay among the rubble, breathing heavily. 𝗂𝗃𝗁 landed before him, now colossal and monstrous, his armor gleaming like obsidian, his eyes burning crimson with fury. The kaiju had evolved beyond control. For the first time, All Might looked up, not as a hero, but as a man facing something beyond human. 𝗂𝗃𝗁 didn't speak, he couldn't. A low, guttural growl rumbled from deep in his chest, vibrating through the air. The ground trembled beneath him, and with a sudden, earth-shattering roar, the city seemed to recoil in terror. In a blur of motion, 𝗂𝗃𝗁 lunged forward. His massive fist slammed into All Might, driving him into the pavement with a cataclysmic clash. The shockwave shattered streets and sent concrete shards flying. The relentless assault continued, each strike echoing like thunder, a brutal symphony of kaiju power colliding with the symbol of peace. All Might lay battered, barely clinging to consciousness. 𝗂𝗃𝗁 loomed above him, chest heaving, eyes blazing brighter than ever. Then came the roar, a deafening bellow that made steel shiver and clouds tremble. His glowing eyes pierced All Might with unrelenting fury, pressing the assault, each strike more powerful than the last. Then, a flicker of darkness seeped into those blazing eyes, swallowing the fire. Inside Kafka's mind, chains rattled in a pitch-black void, dragging across the floor of his own consciousness. Shackles constrained him, binding him to an unseen prison. His heart raced, eyes wide with terror, trapped in the prison of his own rage and power. He felt the monstrous force he had unleashed, the kaiju fury, entwined with something far older and darker lurking beneath the surface. Trembling, he cried out to stop the chaos, desperate for control. He looked out at the battlefield, the city in ruins, All Might limping through the wreckage, BLD his face. Even in his hatred, he recognized that this was too much. A faint sound cut through the chaos, a whisper crackling in the air, questioning why. Kafka's head snapped toward it, and a horrific creature slithered from the shadows, its insectoid wings jagged and translucent, teeth like shards of broken glass, and eyes that were endless voids. Kafka's breath caught as he realized this creature was controlling him. He demanded answers, but the creature remained unflinching, its buzzing filling the air like a swarm of knives. It spoke of killing evil, and Kafka's eyes widened as the world warped before him. He saw All Might suspended in the air, lifted by his own massive hand. In horror, he screamed for it to stop as All Might dangled, BLD streaming down his face. Kafka's hand rose higher, ready to crush him. The ground quaked beneath him as his inner fury clashed with the external control. The creature's buzzing intensified, circling him like a predator closing in for the kill. In the observation room, tension hung thick in the air. No one dared breathe, eyes wide, muscles stiff. Every screen showed the same image, All Might being overwhelmed. The members of Class 1A and 1B were in disbelief. Their symbol of peace was losing. Denki whispered in shock, unable to comprehend what was happening. Then, breaking the tension, Aizawa urgently called for action, urging the heroes to stop Kafka before it was too late. Everyone turned, the gravity of his words pulling them from their trance. Heroes rushed to prepare, some students trembling, others clenching their fists in helplessness. Suddenly, a noise broke through, a chair scraping back. All heads turned to see Inko, her hair rising, eyes glowing with a wild, vengeful aura. Without saying a word, she walked toward the door. Aizawa questioned her, but she pointed at one of the monitors, and what he saw made his eyes widen. Back in the fake city, All Might groaned, his vision hazy and limbs broken. Kafka's massive form loomed above him, drool and blood dripping from his maw. All Might thought to himself that he might not make it. The monster raised its jaws, ready to finish the job when suddenly, a rock flew through the air, hitting Kafka in the eye. The beast stumbled back, letting All Might drop. A shadow landed in front of him, and All Might looked up in shock to see someone standing between him and the beast. Back in the observation room, gasps echoed, and eyes widened even further as they recognized the figure. Inko froze mid-step, turning around with wide eyes, while Midnight whispered the name they all feared to say. Even Aizawa was at a loss for words. Back in the fake city, Kafka growled, his monstrous eyes flickering, unstable. That tiny bit of humanity buried deep inside seemed to hesitate. Izuku didn't move. He looked directly into the beast's eyes, his voice calm and steady as he addressed Kafka. He hoped to reach the part of the creature still within. A long silence passed, and Kafka's shoulders tensed, his breath heavy, muscles rippling, torn between rage and recognition. Then, with a mighty roar, Kafka unleashed a primal sound that shook the air. Izuku narrowed his eyes and stepped forward, raising his fists into a fighting stance, determination etched on his face. He was ready for another sparring match, challenging Kafka to bring it on. With blinding speed, Kafka attacked, and the shockwave from his colossal punch obliterated everything in its path. A building collapsed in a cloud of debris, and the street cracked beneath the weight of his strength. As the dust settled, Kafka slowly lowered his arm, smoke swirling around him like a storm. His glowing eyes scanned the ruins, searching for movement. Izuku stood just outside the crater, unwavering. Kafka's eyes narrowed, and a low growl rumbled from his throat, vibrating the air around him. Izuku glanced at All Might, who was crouched nearby, still stunned by the impact. He instructed All Might to stay put, not looking back as he tightened his fists and took a step closer to Kafka. With a grin, Izuku declared that it was time to engage. Kafka charged, his fist like a meteor crashing toward the earth. The impact sent a massive shockwave through the city, dust erupting and buildings trembling. But Izuku was already in motion, sprinting up Kafka's massive arm and slamming his fist into Kafka's jaw. The creature didn't flinch, and Izuku gritted his teeth, acknowledging Kafka's enduring strength. As Kafka growled and swung his opposite fist, Izuku flipped mid-air, narrowly avoiding the blow and landing near a stop sign half buried in rubble. He grabbed the sign and, to All Might's disbelief, ripped it from the ground with raw strength, snapping it in half. Sparks flew as he ground the two metal pieces against each other, sharpening the edges in seconds. With a smirk, he prepared for the next phase of the battle, warning Kafka that this would hurt. Kafka roared and charged, his feet cracking the ground with every stomp. Izuku dashed forward, their battle colliding like titans. He weaved between Kafka's strikes, slashing at his legs and arms, each cut shallow but relentless. Sparks flew as Kafka howled, swinging his fists like wrecking ball, demolishing buildings with every miss. Izuku darted around him, each strike chipping away at Kafka's control. As Kafka's body began to glow, regenerating rapidly, Izuku pushed harder, flipping over a shattered rooftop and driving both blades into Kafka's back. Kafka roared in response, grabbing Izuku and throwing him across the plaza. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 crashed into a wall but stood up, wiping blood from his lip and urging 𝗂𝗏𝗁 to snap out of it. 𝗂𝗏𝗁 pounded the ground again, tearing up pavement and sending shockwaves everywhere. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 jumped into the air, flipping between falling rubble and slashing with both weapons, sparks lighting up the scene. Each strike chipped away at Kafka's control, and as they clashed again, 𝗧𝗂𝘁 realized he was nearing his limit. Standing his ground, bruised and battered, 𝗧𝗂𝘁 faced 𝗂𝗏𝗁, who charged like a rampaging titan. With fierce determination, 𝗧𝗂𝘁 soared through the air and landed on Kafka's back, blades in both hands. He stabbed downward, one blade digging deep while the other cracked on impact. 𝗂𝗏𝗁 screeched, jerking violently, but 𝗧𝗂𝘁 held on tight, calling out to him to wake up. Inside Kafka's soul, it was dark and corrupted, bound in chains. 𝗂𝗏𝗁 knelt, breathing, his limbs trembling with confusion and rage. In front of him loomed a grotesque entity, pulsing with red light and whispering madness into his mind. Struggling against the chains, 𝗂𝗏𝗁 heard 𝗧𝗂𝘁's voice echoing through the soul realm like a beacon. Kafka's eyes widened in recognition as he realized 𝗧𝗂𝘁 was still fighting for him. Visions flooded his mind of 𝗧𝗂𝘁 in the past, always rushing in to help others, quirkless yet resilient. With a roar, 𝗂𝗏𝗁 broke free from the chains, unleashing a shockwave of spirit energy. The entity lunged to devour him, but 𝗂𝗏𝗁 retaliated with a powerful punch, declaring his independence. Back in the real world, Kafka's beastly form froze mid-roar, trembling as 𝗧𝗂𝘁 blinked, still holding on. Suddenly, Kafka's massive frame began to glow and shrink, chunks of exoshell cracking and disintegrating into light. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 leapt down just as Kafka's real body collapsed, catching him and landing HRD on one knee. As he looked down, Kafka's eyes were half-lidded, breath ragged. 𝗂𝗏𝗁 coughed and, through a bloody grin, greeted 𝗧𝗂𝘁. They shared a moment of relief and laughter, exhaustion heavy but hearts lighter, two warriors united in victory. Kafka's laughter echoed before fading into unconscious silence, his body going limp in 𝗧𝗂𝘁's arms. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 checked his pulse, relieved to find it faint but steady. The fake city was eerily quiet for a moment before dozens of footsteps approached. Class 1A and 1B rushed in, familiar faces stopping in their tracks at the sight of 𝗧𝗂𝘁. Behind them were the pro-heroes, including Aizawa and Principal Nizu, with Inko Yagi floating at the center of the crowd. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 sighed and gently laid 𝗂𝗏𝗁 down, his muscles aching from the brutal fight. Aizawa approached with concern, asking if he was okay. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 nodded, turning to face the shocked expressions of his classmates. Bakugo was wide-eyed, incredulous at the sight of 𝗧𝗂𝘁 standing tall. Kirishima expressed awe at his accomplishment, while others struggled to comprehend the transformation they were witnessing. As they processed the moment, 𝗧𝗂𝘁 felt a sense of pride swell within him. He had faced the beast and emerged victorious, not just for himself but for 𝗂𝗏𝗁 as well. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 had always thought of himself as weak. Everyone stood in stunned silence as he calmly conversed with Aizawa and Nizu. Suddenly, a voice broke the moment. Inko rushed down to where All Might lay injured, dropping to her knees to cradle him, panic evident in her expression. She asked if he was okay, and All Might managed a weak smile, assuring her he was fine, just a little roughed up. He attempted to stand but crumbled again. Inko's fury ignited as she spotted 𝗂𝗏𝗁 lying unconscious. Without hesitation, she ripped a chunk of rubble from the destroyed building nearby and hurled it toward Kafka's body, causing gasps from the onlookers. Just before impact, the rock froze midair, confusion rippling through the crowd. Nizu and Aizawa exchanged bewildered glances, realizing 𝗧𝗂𝘁 had vanished from their side. He now stood in front of 𝗂𝗏𝗁, holding the massive chunk of rubble with one hand, his veins straining as he grounded himself. Slowly, he lowered it to the ground and turned to face Inko, who glared at him with fury. Inko's anger boiled over as she accused him of getting in her way. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 stared back at her, unflinching, and then sighed. He reflected on how, just months ago, he would have been too scared to even look at her. He noticed how small she seemed in that moment and took a deep breath. He acknowledged her anger, stating that she had every right to be mad, but he wouldn't allow her to hurt his friend. Inko trembled, her face flushed with rage. She lashed out, slapping him hard across the face, which drew gasps from everyone around. Izuku's head turned slightly, but he remained composed, slowly turning back to meet her cold gaze. Inko, still furious, raised her hand again, but this time Izuku caught it. He addressed her firmly, asking her to refrain from using violence on a student. He released her hand and walked past her, gently picking up 𝗂𝗂𝗏. With a bright smile, he looked at Aizawa and asked where he should take 𝗂𝗏𝗏. Aizawa, stunned but smirking, instructed him to take 𝗂𝗏𝗏 to the infirmary and promised to join him shortly. Nizu watched with admiration, remarking on Izuku's impressive display. As Izuku began to walk away, 𝗂𝗏𝗏 in his arms, Inko shouted after him, demanding to know how he could treat his mother that way. Izuku paused, looking back at her coldly, declaring that she was never his mother, just a stranger he had lived with. Silence fell over the group as Inko's eyes widened in disbelief. Izumi whispered in shock, and Zuko, shaken, remarked that he had never seen Izuku like this before. The class and pros watched in stunned silence as Izuku walked ahead, each step feeling lighter than the last. The gentle wind and warm sun surrounded him, but his arms trembled slightly, not from exhaustion, but from the overwhelming weight of emotion. As he walked, he reflected on how he had once been afraid of everything, a shadow who never truly belonged. He recalled how he couldn't even dream of being a hero, choosing instead to stay silent and cry when no one was looking. But everything changed the day 𝗂𝗏𝗏 entered his life. Memories flooded back, vivid and powerful, nearly making his knees buckle. He remembered their first meeting in the classroom, curled up and bleeding after Bakugo's attack, surrounded by laughter and cruelty. But then 𝗂𝗏𝗏 had appeared, fearless and determined, standing up for him. That moment ignited a spark within Izuku. He recalled their training sessions where 𝗂𝗏𝗏 would toss him around, never mocking him seriously, always making him laugh with his terrible jokes. Their first night out as vigilantes was another cherished memory. They had saved a man and his child from thugs, and Izuku had felt pride for the first time. 𝗂𝗏𝗏 had celebrated his efforts, making him feel like a hero. Then there was his birthday, which he had forgotten, only to be surprised by balloons and cake at Kafka's house, welcomed like family. Every memory brought a bittersweet sting, but it was the good kind of pain that filled him with warmth. 𝗂𝗏𝗏 had always been there for him, pulling him from the darkness, and Izuku realized he didn't need to know why. Just being around 𝗂𝗏𝗏 was enough. As he paused to watch the sun dip below the horizon, he cradled 𝗂𝗏𝗏 closer, whispering a secret meant only for the wind. He felt a shift within himself, as guilt, fear, and the weight of never feeling enough vanished. The pain of his past faded like shadows at dawn, leaving him feeling free for the first time in his life. The world around him was quiet as Kafka's eyes slowly opened. His vision sharpened reluctantly, and he lay there for a moment, listening to the faint hum of the fluorescent light and the rhythmic beeping of the heart monitor beside him. He groaned softly, sunlight streaming through half-closed blinds, dust motes drifting lazily in the beams. 𝗂𝗏𝗏 shifted upright, every muscle stiff from disuse, his joints quietly protesting. He looked around, and the realization hit him with a bitter taste. He thought about how many times he had woken up in a hospital room. Rubbing the side of his neck, he narrowed his eyes, trying to piece together how he had ended up there. His arms folded across his chest as he tilted his head in thought, sifting through the fog in his mind. Images flickered, fragmented and distorted by adrenaline. Then, something clicked and his eyes sharpened. A dry chuckle escaped his lips as he reflected on the situation, acknowledging that it didn't look good for him, but at least he had managed to confront that annoying opponent. More fragments surfaced in his mind. His body in motion, a monstrous pulse in his BLD, all might staggering back, and Izuku's voice pulling him down from the edge. Then, nothing. The memory shattered there, leaving only a void. He clicked his tongue in frustration, realizing his mind was withholding the good parts. The door creaked open, and a nurse stepped in with a tray of supplies, freezing in shock as her eyes widened. The tray clattered to the floor, tools scattering across the linoleum. She exclaimed that he was awake, and 𝗂𝗏𝗏 raised an eyebrow in confusion. Without another word, the nurse bolted, her shoes squeaking against the floor as she rushed into the hall, calling out that the patient in room 292 was awake. 𝗂𝗏𝗂 stared at the open doorway, hearing muffled voices and hurried footsteps, sensing an urgency that puzzled him. Minutes passed, and the noise dulled. The door opened again, revealing 𝗧𝗍 first, smiling with his characteristic, unreadable expression. 𝐈𝐵 followed, his dark eyes sharp as ever. Behind them came a woman 𝗂𝗏𝗂 had never seen before, tall and composed, with deep red hair that seemed to catch and hold the light. 𝗧𝗍 expressed his relief at seeing 𝗂𝗏𝗂 awake, and 𝗂𝗏𝗂 lazily acknowledged them. 𝐈𝐵 stepped forward, his voice clipped and direct, asking if 𝗂𝗏𝗂 remembered anything from a week ago. 𝗂𝗏𝗂 blinked in shock, realizing he had been asleep for over a week. The reality settled over him, and 𝗧𝗏 pressed for an answer to his question. 𝗂𝗏𝗂 nodded slowly and recounted what he remembered, prompting a silent agreement between 𝗧𝗍 and 𝗕𝗏. 𝗧𝗍 remarked that this made things easier, but before 𝗂𝗏𝗂 could inquire further, the red-haired woman stepped forward. Her hands moved quickly, and a metallic collar locked around his neck with a quiet click. Startled, 𝗂𝗏𝗂 wondered what was happening. Without pause, she clasped matching bands onto both of his wrists, the cold bite of the metal immediate. She informed him that he would keep these on until they reached their destination. 𝗂𝗏𝗂 frowned, confused, and asked who she was. The atmosphere in the room shifted, and 𝗧𝗍 and 𝗕𝗏 both froze for a fraction of a second, their surprise uncharacteristic. The woman's eyes flickered briefly before amusement curved her lips. 𝗕𝗏, in disbelief, questioned how 𝗂𝗏𝗂 didn't know who she was. 𝗂𝗏𝗂, still confused, asked if she was famous. The woman chuckled, a low, controlled sound, and stepped closer, casting a shadow over him. She introduced herself as 𝗧𝗏, extending a hand. He took it, feeling the firm grip and the weight of her gaze. She didn't release his hand immediately. Instead, she pulled him closer, her eyes sweeping over him in an appraising manner. She remarked that they were going to get along very well, which made Kafka's composure falter for a moment. 𝗧𝗍 cleared his throat, prompting them to move on. 𝗂𝗏𝗂 rose, his joints still stiff, and as they walked out, he glanced at the bands on his wrists, wondering what they were. 𝗧𝗏 explained they were quirk cancelers, locking his abilities as long as they were in contact with his skin. 𝗂𝗏𝗂 flexed his fingers, noting that he didn't feel any different, but his instincts warned him that 𝗧𝗏 was dangerous despite her seemingly weak demeanor. After a few minutes, the hospital corridor was quiet except for the sound of their footsteps, 𝗂𝗏𝗂 walking between 𝗕𝗏 and 𝗧𝗏, with 𝗧𝗍 leading the way. As they rounded a corner, a tall man in a black suit appeared, his polished shoes clicking against the floor. His unreadable expression made 𝗂𝗏𝗂 straighten slightly without thinking. The man stopped directly in their path, bowing low to 𝗧𝗏 before straightening again. 𝗧𝗏 smiled politely and nodded in acknowledgement. Without a word, the man extended his hand, palm up. A faint light began to bloom in his palm, small at first, then rapidly brightening until it filled the corridor with a pale, humming glow. 𝗂𝗏𝗂 narrowed his eyes against the glare, bewildered by the sight. The light swelled to a blinding point before lancing forward into a thin beam, splitting the air in front of them. The beam curved outward, expanding and twisting until it formed a perfect circle of swirling white energy, a portal. The air around it shimmered, distorting like heat over asphalt. 𝗂𝗏𝗂 stared, caught between disbelief and fascination, thinking that this was new. 𝗧𝗏 reached back, her gloved hand closing firmly around his wrist, and with a faint smile, she urged him to go through. Before he could protest, she pulled him forward, the light swallowing them whole. For a brief moment, everything was weightless and soundless. Then his feet hit solid ground. 𝗂𝗏𝗂 blinked rapidly, adjusting to the sudden change. The air was warmer, tinged with the faint scent of polished wood and expensive cologne. They stood in a long, grand hallway, the walls lined with ornate sconces, golden frames, and deep red carpeting that muffled their steps. Maids in crisp uniforms and butlers in black tailcoats moved quietly along the corridor, bowing politely as they passed. 𝗂𝗏𝗂, wide-eyed, wondered what this place was. 𝗕𝗏 curtly instructed him to keep up, prompting 𝗂𝗏𝗂 to quicken his pace, still glancing around like a tourist in a foreign country. After several minutes, they stopped before a tall double door. Rai stepped forward, placing a hand on the polished brass handle and pushing it open. The room beyond was spacious, sunlight spilling in from towering windows. A thick, elegant rug covered the floor, and in the center sat a man in his 70s, leaning casually in an armchair beside a low table. He looked up as they entered. Aizawa and Nizu both inclined their heads in a respectful bow. They greeted the Deputy Prime Minister warmly. Kafka blinked, glancing between them, feeling a rush of surprise at the title. Rai strode in with a smirk, gesturing toward Kafka, playfully addressing the older man. The old man rose to his full height, and Kafka's eyes widened, noting his impressive stature. The man's presence was commanding, marked by a diagonal scar across his cheek and forearms, his sharp gaze stripping away pretense. He stopped in front of Kafka, staring down at him for a long moment, causing Kafka to feel a flicker of unease. Then, unexpectedly, the man's expression softened into a smile, introducing himself warmly. Kafka felt thrown off by the sudden shift in demeanor and introduced himself hesitantly. Sori began pacing slowly around Kafka, inspecting him like a craftsman assessing his work. His hand landed on Kafka's arm, squeezing gently before nodding to himself, expressing approval. Then he stopped directly in front of Kafka, his expression shifting to something almost commanding as he made a surprising request. Rai, frowning, interrupted with a sharp comment about phrasing, explaining that Sori's quirk allowed him to analyze Kafka's condition and potential. With a reluctant sigh, Kafka removed his shirt, feeling the weight of Sori's gaze as it scanned him with precision. Sori's lips curled upward, expressing admiration for Kafka's potential. Before Kafka could respond, Sori's massive hand came down on his back with a thud, causing him to stagger forward. The man laughed, claiming it was a congratulatory gesture. Kafka, confused, asked for clarification, and Sori grinned, announcing that Kafka was engaged. Kafka's face went blank in disbelief as the door opened behind him. A young woman stepped in, her footsteps light, and her eyes immediately locked onto Kafka. Sori gestured toward her with pride, introducing her as Kafka's soon-to-be wife. Kafka stared, his mind a chaotic mess as he processed the situation. The room was filled with an almost ceremonial silence, everyone present wearing faint smiles except for Kafka. He focused on the girl across from him, noting her striking features and regal demeanor, feeling a sense of disbelief wash over him. The realization struck him hard as he recognized her resemblance to a character from an anime he knew. He scanned the room, noting the other's expressions, and opened his mouth to speak, but his words faltered under Aizawa's piercing glare. He quickly corrected himself, addressing Sori formally. Sori's grin sharpened as he reiterated the engagement, leaving Kafka stunned into silence. Just then, a sharp voice cut through the air, filled with indignation. The young woman expressed her disdain for the engagement, questioning why she had to marry someone like Kafka, whom she deemed beneath her. Kafka felt his patience thinning as she continued to belittle him. The atmosphere shifted, and Rai's calm but firm voice intervened, commanding her to stop being rude. The younger girl fell silent under her sister's authority, and Kafka noted the dynamic between them. Rai turned toward him, apologizing for her sister's behavior and introducing her properly. Kafka sighed, seeking clarity on the situation and why he was suddenly facing an engagement. Sori leaned forward, folding his arms, revealing that there were significant matters at play. Nizu, with his ever-present smile, suggested that Sori explain the situation, prompting a sigh from the older man. Sori began to explain the existence of chemical engine bioweapons in Japan and their connection to Kafka, who remained confused. Sori noted Kafka's lack of knowledge about these weapons and the world breakers they were designed to combat, revealing that such information was typically kept from the public. Kafka's confusion deepened as Sori tapped his knuckles against the table, activating a projector that cast a ghostly glow across the room, signaling that the explanation was just beginning. Kafka turned his head toward the image, his eyes narrowing. The wall displayed a creature that was difficult to classify. Its form was grotesque and towering, skin resembling cracked obsidian, with veins glowing faintly beneath its surface like molten rivers. Its eyes were hollow pits, burning with an unnatural fire. Jagged spines jutted from its back, each pulsing with an eerie red light. Its jaw hung open far too wide, rows of uneven fangs glistening ominously. Kafka's stomach twisted and he flinched. He thought to himself, shaken by the sight, questioning what kind of being this was. Boa's eyes widened, her usual arrogance faltering for the first time, revealing her unease. Aizawa stood still, his gaze steady, though his shoulders tensed slightly. Rai's expression remained deadpan, as if this were routine. Nizu, however, simply smiled. Sori explained that this was a world breaker. The silence that followed was suffocating. Kafka stared at the image, his pulse racing in his ears. He thought coldly that if such creatures existed, he might be in deeper trouble than he had imagined. The lights dimmed as the holographic projector hummed, casting pale blue light across the chamber. Sori continued, revealing that this creature was 𝗧𝗏𝗏, who had nearly shattered the world 40 years ago. The atmosphere grew heavy with the weight of Sori's words. Kafka felt his throat tighten as he glanced at the others. Rai's gaze was hard and steady, Aizawa's jaw was set in grim familiarity. Boa recoiled slightly before straightening, attempting to mask her fear behind a glare. Nizu maintained his usual smile. Sori didn't let the silence linger and shifted the images again. A new creature emerged, resembling a monstrous squid, but its tentacles were jagged and metallic, stretching outward as if they could pierce the heavens. Some coiled like serpents, while others opened to reveal gnashing mouths within mouths. Its eyes burned with abyssal hatred. Next, a blazing bird took form, its wingspan capable of engulfing cities, feathers aflame with molten fire. With each beat of its wings, volcanic fire cascaded downward, as though the skies themselves bled. Then came a being Kafka couldn't classify. Its body shifted and reformed in ways that defied logic. Eyes opened and closed across its surface, and limbs bent backward before dissolving into sludge. Just looking at it made Kafka's stomach twist. Finally, the image settled on a humanoid beast, towering and broad-shouldered, draped in ragged flesh that stretched tightly across its frame. Its face was almost human but twisted, mocking humanity with a wide, feral grin and glowing eyes that never blinked. Kafka's breath caught, and he forced himself not to look away, though something primal within him screamed to do so. Sori explained that each of these monsters possessed the strength to erase humanity from existence. However, with the combined force of heroes and the military, they had managed to bring them down, barely. He leaned back in his chair, his voice carrying a sharp weight as he emphasized the need for preparedness against such threats. Kafka swallowed hard, struggling to voice his confusion about his relevance in this discussion. This earned him a flicker of interest from Aizawa, whose sharp gaze turned toward him. Rai's brows lifted slightly, and even Boa's smug expression faltered as she regarded him with curiosity. Sori smiled slowly, indicating that he was getting to the point. With a snap of his fingers, the hologram shifted again, displaying floating digits. 1, 2, 3. Kafka blinked, unimpressed, and thought to himself that these numbers were meaningless. Boa scoffed, explaining that they were ratings. Sori confirmed this and asked what the ratings implied. Rai answered calmly, stating that they measured danger levels of both villains and beasts. Sori elaborated that common villains averaged between 1, 2 to 3, 7, manageable nuisances. The numbers shifted again, indicating stronger known villains that climbed higher, between 6, 8 to 7. The projector flared red, showcasing a single glowing figure, 7. Sori's tone dropped, reverent yet grim, as he introduced Grace, the number 1 villain, one of the strongest the world had ever faced. Kafka's eyes narrowed as he realized that in this world, the true threat was not All for One, but Grace, with a rating of 7. The digits rose ominously, indicating the world breakers with ratings between 8, 7 to 9. The air tightened, and Boa's confident demeanor shifted to unease. Rai's posture stiffened, and even Sori's expression darkened, haunted by memories of facing such despair. Kafka struggled to comprehend the implications of such high ratings. Sori's gaze fixed squarely on him, and he smiled, indicating that he was about to address Kafka directly. Kafka blinked, questioning if he was the subject of 𝗧𝗓𝗧's focus. 𝗧𝗓𝗧 smirked, revealing that he had secured footage of Kafka's clash with All Might. Boa's eyes widened in shock, realizing he had fought the #1 hero of Japan. Rai and Aizawa exchanged knowing glances, while Nizu's smile deepened, as if every reaction was a piece in his game. 𝗧𝗓𝗧 explained that he had measured Kafka's performance, and the number appeared, 3. Kafka raised an eyebrow, unimpressed, thinking that a rating of 3 point something was weak. Boa folded her arms, scoffing, while Rai tilted her head in study. Aizawa narrowed his eyes. Then the footage shifted, showing the moment Kafka's body warped, erupting with monstrous power. His aura thickened, cracking the battlefield apart. The numbers began to climb, 5, 6, 6, 2, 6, 9, 7. Gasps rippled across the chamber. Aizawa's composure cracked, eyes widening. Rai's calm mask faltered, and Boa leaned forward, disbelief etched on her face. The numbers surged higher, 8, 2, 8, 7, 9. The air felt as if it were collapsing inward, and the room fell silent except for the hum of the projector. Finally, the number stabilized, glowing digits casting light across their stunned faces. Aizawa's voice broke first, almost disbelieving, while Rai whispered, her calm voice betraying a rare tremor. Boa's lips trembled as she forced the words out, shocked by the revelation. Kafka could only stare, pulse hammering in his ears, realizing he had achieved a rating of 9. The silence was suffocating, every gaze in the room fixed on him, the weight of the number pressing down like chains he could never escape. 𝗧𝗓𝗧 smirked, suggesting that letting Kafka walk away with such a high rating would be irresponsible. The chamber felt stiflingly still, the glowing number hovering like an unholy brand, searing itself into every mind present. It was no longer just a number, it was a verdict, and the atmosphere was brittle and tense, as if a single word might shatter it. Every breath was caught, every gaze fixed, faces frozen between awe, disbelief, and fear, except for 𝗧𝗓𝗧 and Nizu, who remained unshaken, their expressions revealing hidden calculations. Where the others were dumbstruck, they were entertained. Then a sharp clap tore through the chamber, jolting everyone as if breaking them free from a trance. 𝗧𝗓𝗧 stood at the center, a smile curling across his lips, his tone casual yet dripping with intent. He asked if Kafka would take Boa's hand in marriage. The words landed heavily in the silence. Kafka blinked, still reeling from everything that had just unfolded. His eyes widened, and his body locked stiff, as though his mind had skipped a beat. He was confused and questioned why he had to get married. 𝗧𝗓𝗧 arched a brow, his smile unwavering. He explained that it was so they could keep their eyes on him. Kafka tilted his head, bewildered, and sarcastically suggested that they could just follow him around instead. A flicker of amusement danced in 𝗧𝗓𝗧's eyes as he took a step closer, each footfall echoing like a clock counting down. He remarked that with a treasure like Kafka, they needed more than just one set of eyes. Kafka's brow furrowed, and his pulse quickened. There was something heavier in 𝗧𝗓𝗧's tone, something more binding. The realization struck him like a blade, and his stomach turned. He was horrified by the implication that 𝗧𝗓𝗧 wanted him to have a child. 𝗧𝗓𝗧's grin widened, knowing and cruel, as he mentioned he had more granddaughters to offer if Boa wasn't to Kafka's liking, specifically naming Ria. Kafka's eyes darted toward Ria, who smirked playfully, her eyes glinting with mischief. He flushed, scratching the back of his neck, thinking that this family was insane. The air cracked apart when Boa shot up from her chair, fury igniting her entire frame. Her chair screeched against the marble floor as she rose, fists trembling, vines writhing behind her like serpents ready to strike. She declared that Kafka was a monster, her words splitting the chamber like thunder, causing gasps to follow. Kafka froze, his eyes widening slightly as he wondered why she sounded like she hated him. Boa's glare deepened, her voice dripping with venom as she insisted that he was not human. Her voice reverberated, shaking with a hatred so sharp it cut deeper than fear ever could. Kafka stiffened, expecting fear or awe, but this was pure, unfiltered hatred. 𝗧𝗓𝗧's calm voice sliced through the room, but Boa interrupted, her cry silencing him instantly. She proclaimed that she wouldn't marry Kafka and wouldn't let him live. She snapped her hands into a heart shape, a radiant pink light bursting between her palms as her vines whipped around her like banners in a storm. She declared that she would break him into tiny pieces after turning him to stone, unleashing a heart-shaped beam that erupted with blinding brilliance, crashing into Kafka's chest. His body flashed pink and then dimmed. The chamber fell silent once again, and Boa's confusion mirrored Kafka's as they both blinked, glancing down at themselves. The tension thickened, pressing down heavier than silence. Nizu tilted his head, fascinated, while Ria stifled a laugh. Even Sori's composure faltered for a brief moment. Desperate, Boa unleashed another blast, striking him dead on, but again, nothing happened. Kafka tilted his head, calm and confused, while Boa mirrored him, her eyes wide and equally lost. Then, laughter erupted in the room, deep and triumphant. Sori clapped his hands together, his voice booming as he praised Kafka's restraint, noting that not even Boa's beauty or charm could sway him. Boa staggered back, eyes wide and trembling as she questioned how this could be. Kafka scratched at his neck, awkwardly softening his gaze as he acknowledged her beauty but added that she simply wasn't his type. He thought about how she was far too young for him, considering his age before he died. The room froze, his words cutting through the chamber like glass shattering. Boa's lips parted, her entire world crumbling in disbelief. She struggled to comprehend the impossibility of his statement, her pride breaking in silence. Then, Sori clapped once more, the sound echoing, final and decisive, announcing that it was time to move on to the fun part. Kafka stiffened, narrowing his eyes in confusion as Sori snapped his fingers. From a swirling black portal, the suited man Kafka had glimpsed back in the hospital emerged, his posture precise and mechanical, eyes lifeless. Before Kafka could react, dark tendrils shot forth, wrapping around his limbs and pinning him in place. He was shocked and demanded to know what was happening. The world twisted, swallowed by darkness, and then cleared. Kafka found himself in a vast, sterile white room, the air cold and clinical. In the corner, Aizawa, Boa, Rai, and the others stood, watching silently with predatory gazes, like spectators in an arena waiting for the spectacle to begin. Sori stepped forward, calm and collected, holding an unremarkable black suitcase. Kafka's brow furrowed in confusion as Sori set the suitcase on the ground and pressed a hidden 𝗧𝗵𝗲. The suitcase unfolded, reshaping into something monstrous, gauntlets, colossal and brutal, glowing faintly with contained power. Sori slipped his hands into them, and they locked onto his arms with a hiss, his grin spreading wide as he straightened, his presence towering like a predator before the kill. He slammed his fists together, the sound cracking like thunder, sending a shockwave through the white chamber that rattled Kafka's bones. Sori's eyes burned with anticipation as he prepared for the next phase. Kafka's heart raced as he questioned what Sori meant by the fun part. The gauntlets pulsed with restrained energy, and the ground quivered beneath them. The sterile white chamber rumbled with silence, the air heavy with tension. Kafka shifted uneasily, his heart thundering in his chest as Sori adjusted his gauntlets, their glowing lines pulsing in rhythm with his heartbeat. Then, without a word, he vanished. Kafka didn't even have time to blink before Sori appeared in front of him like a ghost, his fist already buried in Kafka's chest. The impact detonated like a cannon, hurling Kafka across the room, his body slamming into the wall with a thunderous crack. Sori smirked, noting that it was harder than he expected. Kafka gasped, trembling as pain rippled through him. His instincts kicked in, and the armored scales of his kaiju form protected him, but even with that, he felt the pain. He collapsed to one knee, shaking uncontrollably, clawing at his throat until his eyes landed on the glowing collar still latched around his neck. The collar was restricting him, and Sori noticed immediately, his expression softening with sudden realization. He gave a lazy wave toward Ria, who stood calmly in the observation corner. She tapped a button on a remote, and instantly, the pain vanished. Kafka slumped, breathing heavily. Sori chuckled, admitting his mistake for forgetting Kafka still had that on. Kafka coughed, pushing himself up and forcing a smirk. He and 𝗧𝗏 exchanged determined looks, ready to engage in battle. The moment 𝗂𝗏 spoke, a blur of motion flashed in front of him. A massive gauntlet fist came for his head. 𝗂𝗏 barely ducked, the fist smashing into the wall behind him with enough force to send cracks spiderwebbing across the entire chamber. 𝗧𝗏 grinned, surprised at 𝗂𝗏's speed. 𝗂𝗏's lips twitched into a nervous smirk, sweat trickling down his temple. As he prepared for the next move, his arms shifted, green-black scales ripping through his sleeves, claws extending. His legs followed suit, muscles bulging as his feet cracked the ground beneath him. He darted forward, his clawed hands slicing through the air. 𝗧𝗏 blocked effortlessly with one gauntlet, sparks flying from the clash. 𝗧𝗏's grin widened as he caught 𝗂𝗏's leg mid-kick, playfully denying the attack. With a mighty swing, 𝗧𝗏 hurled him like a rag doll. 𝗂𝗏 spun, claws dragging into the floor to stop himself, screeching against the pristine tiles. He barely caught his breath before a fist buried into his ribs, causing him to stagger. 𝗂𝗏 thought in disbelief about 𝗧𝗏's speed, noting that despite the weight of the gauntlets, he moved like lightning. He spat onto the floor, his body hunched. 𝗧𝗏 stood tall, unbothered, and demanded to see 𝗂𝗏's true strength. 𝗂𝗏's eyes widened as he contemplated the challenge. He had never transformed fully on purpose. It always just happened. His chest heaved, sweat rolling down his temple. Then, in the darkness of his mind, he felt it, a familiar warmth rising within his core. A deep, guttural voice echoed in his mind, urging him to devour. 𝗂𝗏's lips trembled before curving into a smile. The chamber erupted in a flash of sickly green light. The floor cracked beneath him, winds spiraling violently outward. 𝗂𝗏's body expanded, scales consuming his form, horns jutting from his head as his monstrous figure loomed over the chamber. His roar rattled the walls like thunder. 𝗧𝗏's grin grew wider, clearly excited by the transformation. Behind reinforced glass, Boa, Rai, Aizawa, and a small group of scientists watched with wide eyes, astonished by 𝗂𝗏's sudden surge in power. Rai noted how 𝗂𝗏's rating had nearly tripled, while Boa clenched her fists, unable to look away from 𝗂𝗏's towering form. The clash was immediate. 𝗂𝗏 lunged, claws slashing like lightning. 𝗧𝗏 blocked, deflecting each strike with his gauntlets, the room filling with sparks and shockwaves. 𝗧𝗏 slammed a punch toward 𝗂𝗏's skull, but 𝗂𝗏 ducked and countered with a powerful kick. 𝗧𝗏 caught it, but 𝗂𝗏 spun mid-air, his leg whipping across 𝗧𝗏's chest, sending him skidding back. 𝗧𝗏, still grinning, encouraged 𝗂𝗏 to show him more. 𝗂𝗏 breathed, his monstrous form gleaming under the sterile lights, aware he couldn't maintain this form much longer. Then, at the same instant, they both lunged. Their fists met, 𝗂𝗏's clawed punch colliding with 𝗧𝗏's gauntlet fist. The shockwave shattered what remained of the chamber, sending them both blasting backward into opposite walls. 𝗂𝗏 coughed, shaking off the dust, BLD running down his chin. 𝗧𝗏 staggered up, laughter spilling from his lips, thrilled by the intensity of their battle. They charged again, fists colliding, claws clashing, their roars and laughter echoing through the collapsing room. Just as their fists wound back for one more devastating strike, a sudden thwack rang out, and both 𝗂𝗏 and 𝗧𝗏 froze, pain exploding across their skulls. A shadow loomed over them, tall and crooked, carrying a wooden cane. 𝗂𝗏 blinked, dazed, as his eyes slowly adjusted. He turned to 𝗧𝗏 for answers, only to see the same man who had been grinning moments ago now trembling like a child. 𝗧𝗏 stammered a greeting to the old woman, revealing his fear. 𝗂𝗏's jaw dropped slightly as he stared between the fierce old woman and the man who had just shaken the earth with his fists. The old lady's cane tapped against the broken floor, the sound louder than any explosion they had made. Her shadow loomed, and the entire chamber seemed to shrink. She demanded an explanation for the chaos. The once torn chamber fell eerily silent, dust lingering in the air like smoke after a battlefield. 𝗂𝗏 and 𝗧𝗏 found themselves on their knees, hands raised obediently as if caught in wrongdoing. The old woman, stooped and frail in frame, had a presence that crushed the room heavier than the strongest blow. Her eyes, sharp and black as obsidian, shifted toward 𝗂𝗏, coldly labeling him a demon. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 froze, unable to speak, feeling the weight of her hatred. She turned back to 𝗧𝗏, venom lacing her voice as she snapped about the need to exterminate 𝗂𝗏𝗃. 𝗧𝗏, still on his knees, raised his head, his expression shifting from fear to determination. He addressed her firmly, and the room itself seemed to freeze. The old woman, 𝗬𝗂𝐵𝗃, flinched slightly at 𝗧𝗏's tone before clicking her tongue in irritation. Without another word, she stormed out of the chamber, leaving an oppressive weight behind. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, his body trembling with confusion. Slowly, he rose to his feet, dust clinging to his clothes, and stared at 𝗧𝗏, who was wiping his brow and sighing deeply. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 wondered why everyone looked at him like he was some kind of abomination. He asked 𝗧𝗏 about the term demon, seeking clarity. 𝗧𝗏 glanced at him and forced a smile, trying to reassure 𝗂𝗏𝗃 that it had nothing to do with him, urging him to relax. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 narrowed his eyes, contemplating the situation. That was easy for him to say when his wife looked at 𝗂𝗏𝗃 as if he had harmed her family. He exhaled and forced a small shrug. 𝗧𝗏 noted that 𝗂𝗏𝗃 seemed fully healed, which meant he should be heading back to school now. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 blinked, caught off guard by the sudden change. He thought to himself that he had just arrived and now he was leaving. This whole situation felt chaotic. Before he could voice his thoughts, a familiar figure stepped into the chamber, 𝗧𝗏, his scarf trailing behind him. 𝗧𝗏 stated flatly that it was time for 𝗂𝗏𝗃 to go. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 scratched the back of his neck awkwardly, realizing it was indeed his cue to leave. He turned back toward 𝗧𝗏, forcing a polite smile and saying goodbye with a small wave as he walked beside 𝗧𝗏 toward the exit. The heavy metal doors groaned shut behind them with a final clang. The chamber fell silent again, save for the faint crackle of broken lights overhead. 𝗧𝗏 leaned back against the fractured wall, exhaling in relief. He sighed, finally feeling a sense of release. Footsteps echoed as 𝗬𝗲 and 𝗧𝗏 descended from the observation deck above. 𝗬𝗲's expression was tight with fury, while 𝗧𝗏 remained calm and analytical. 𝗧𝗏 eyed them both as they approached, smirking faintly and asking what they thought. 𝗧𝗏 crossed her arms and tilted her head, acknowledging that 𝗂𝗏𝗃 would be a significant help. She noted that his potential was higher than they had expected. 𝗧𝗏's grin widened knowingly, affirming that 𝗂𝗏𝗃 had room to grow, much more than they realized. A sharp click cut through the air as 𝗬𝗲, arms crossed tightly, clicked her tongue in frustration, her glare sharp. 𝗧𝗏's grin faltered slightly as 𝗧𝗏 sighed, closing her eyes. 𝗧𝗏 understood 𝗬𝗲's anger but insisted that 𝗂𝗏𝗃 wasn't the problem. 𝗬𝗲 turned to her, eyes blazing with emotion, exclaiming that 𝗂𝗏𝗃 was one of them, one of the beasts that had taken their parents. Her voice cracked, tears brimming in her eyes, and her fists trembled, nails digging into her palms. 𝗧𝗏's expression darkened as he looked away, his jaw tight, feeling the weight of the situation. The confident leader within him wanted to remain calm, but the fatherly instinct was angry, leaving him silent. 𝗧𝗏 stepped forward gently, wrapping her arms around 𝗬𝗲, who resisted for a moment before collapsing into her embrace, sobbing. 𝗧𝗏 spoke softly, trying to comfort her. 𝗬𝗲's cries echoed in the broken chamber, sharp and raw. 𝗧𝗏 stood there, eyes lowered, fists trembling at his sides, his thoughts heavy and twisted. In the hallway outside, the quiet steps of 𝗂𝗏𝗃 and 𝗧𝗏 echoed down the sterile government corridor. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 shoved his hands into his pockets, glancing sideways at the tired-looking man. He asked where Principal 𝗧𝗏 was, but 𝗧𝗏 didn't even glance at him, stating flatly that 𝗧𝗏 was staying behind to chat with the Prime Minister. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 blinked, surprised, but had no time to dwell on it. Suddenly, the air in front of them rippled, and a black slit appeared, splitting reality like fragile glass. The man in the immaculate black suit stepped out, the same one who had previously thrown 𝗂𝗏𝗃 through a portal. His gloved hands were folded neatly behind his back, his expression unreadable. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 thought to himself that this man seemed to appear out of nowhere every time. The man inclined his head politely toward 𝗧𝗏, who returned the gesture with a small nod. Without another word, the man snapped his fingers, and a swirling void expanded before them, an obsidian whirlpool dragging light into its core. Aizawa stepped inside without hesitation, as if walking through a doorway he had passed countless times. 𝗂𝗏𝗂 blinked, heart pounding, and muttered under his breath about stepping into the creepy void again. With a grunt he followed. In an instant, the suffocating darkness gave way to the familiar wide halls of 𝐻𝐻𝐈. The faint scent of polished wood and the echo of distant student chatter filled the air. 𝗂𝗏𝗂 exhaled, his shoulders loosening slightly, but Aizawa's voice snapped him back to reality. Aizawa stated that during his remaining time at 𝐻𝐻𝐈, 𝗂𝗏𝗂 would be assigned a watcher. 𝗂𝗏𝗂 slowed his pace, frowning in confusion. Aizawa explained that the watcher would observe him 24 hours a day. 𝗂𝗏𝗂 felt his stomach drop at the thought of constant surveillance. He tilted his head, trying to understand, and asked if it was like having a pro-hero assigned to him. Aizawa shook his head, and 𝗂𝗏𝗂 then wondered if it was a teacher. Aizawa simply replied no and stopped in front of a door, his hand on the handle. His voice was calm, but there was an edge beneath it as he mentioned that the watcher was already waiting for him. The door creaked open, and 𝗂𝗏𝗂 leaned forward, freezing in surprise. Sitting casually in the room, legs propped up on a desk, was Sonic. His bright eyes flicked up, and a wide grin spread across his face as he greeted 𝗂𝗏𝗂, glad to see him awake. Kafka's eyes widened in disbelief, wondering why Sonic was assigned to watch him instead of a pro or a teacher. Sonic chuckled, standing up and scratching his cheek sheepishly. He acknowledged that it must feel strange for 𝗂𝗏𝗂, considering he had fought All Might and was now supposed to keep an eye on him. 𝗂𝗏𝗂 remained quiet, leaning against the doorframe, his expression unreadable but his thoughts racing. Sonic walked closer, his smile softening as he reassured 𝗂𝗏𝗂 not to stress. He mentioned that if 𝗂𝗏𝗂 ever lost control, he would take care of him. 𝗂𝗏𝗂 stiffened, confusion flashing in his eyes as he reminded Sonic that he had beaten him in the hero versus villain test. Sonic's grin didn't falter, and his eyes glinted dangerously as he confirmed he remembered. 𝗂𝗏𝗂 raised a brow, questioning how Sonic was supposed to handle him. Before he could finish his sentence, something tapped his right cheek, a faint sting, like a flick of a finger. 𝗂𝗏𝗂 jerked his head slightly, stunned, as the space in front of him was suddenly empty. Before he could react, Sonic draped an arm around his shoulder, casually standing beside him as if they were best friends. Sonic remarked that their previous fight had been him playing with 𝗂𝗏𝗂. Kafka's eyes went wide, his pulse racing in disbelief. He couldn't comprehend how Sonic had appeared beside him so effortlessly. Sonic tilted his head, smirking as he explained that he didn't like going all out because it sounded like a drag. 𝗂𝗏𝗂 blinked, and despite himself, he let out a low chuckle, realizing Sonic reminded him of someone else. But his curiosity got the better of him as he asked if Sonic was as strong as All Might. Sonic leaned back, hands behind his head, surprisingly humble as he replied that he was not even close. All Might could easily defeat 𝗂𝗏𝗂, which left him feeling confused. He wondered how it was possible that Sonic was the one watching him. Sonic's smirk returned, sharper and more dangerous, as he explained that his job wasn't to overpower 𝗂𝗏𝗂 but to knock him out before he transformed completely. 𝗂𝗏𝗂 stiffened at the mention of lizard mode, narrowing his eyes in response. If he went all out, Sonic admitted he would definitely be in trouble. 𝗂𝗏𝗂 exhaled slowly, relieved that Sonic recognized the potential danger. However, if Sonic had the Chaos Emeralds, he could become Super Sonic, which would change everything. 𝗂𝗏𝗂 squinted at the hedgehog and asked if he knew what a Chaos Emerald was. Sonic tilted his head, scratching his chin as he thought, claiming he had never heard of it and wondered if it was pretty. Kafka's eyes twitched in disbelief, realizing that perhaps the emeralds didn't exist in this world. He sighed and waved the question away, shifting the topic to his hunger and asking if Sonic had anything to eat. Sonic's ears perked up, and his grin returned instantly as he declared that 𝗂𝗏𝗂 had come to the right guy. In a blur of blue, he dashed to the fridge, arms moving at lightning speed as he gathered ingredients. Within moments, the counter was piled high with 100 perfectly assembled chili dogs. With a flourish, Sonic presented the feast, proudly declaring it the best thing in the world. 𝗂𝗏𝗂 picked one up, took a bite, and was pleasantly surprised by how good it tasted. The two of them sat side by side at the table, devouring the chili dogs like they hadn't eaten in days. A comfortable silence enveloped them, two fighters who had just measured each other's strength now enjoying a meal together. After a few minutes, the door creaked open, and Aizawa stepped inside, his scarf draped lazily around his shoulders. He took in the scene of Sonic and 𝗏𝗏, both with full mouths and greasy hands, and they froze mid-bite. Sonic turned his head toward Aizawa, cheeks puffed out, and mumbled an offer for a chili dog. 𝗏𝗏 nearly choked back a laugh while Aizawa's expression remained unchanged as he declined the offer. The silence lingered for a moment before Sonic swallowed loudly and grinned sheepishly, while 𝗏𝗏 wiped chili off his cheek, trying to appear innocent. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed deeply, informing them that once they finished eating, they would be heading to class. Sonic raised a finger in salute, cheerfully acknowledging the instruction, while 𝗏𝗏 nodded, brushing crumbs off his lap. Aizawa moved to the coffee machine in the corner, pouring himself a mug and savoring the bitter steam. For the first time that day, a faint smile graced his lips as he murmured to himself about how he would manage without Sonic and 𝗏𝗏. Both of them exchanged glances and chuckled at the rare sight. After a few minutes, 𝗏𝗏 and Sonic walked side by side down the quiet halls of 𝐻𝐻𝐈, with Aizawa leading lazily in front of them. The familiar smell of chalk and disinfectant filled the air, and 𝗏𝗏's eyes roamed over the corridors. He asked if anything had changed while he was out, but Sonic looked confused and asked what he meant. 𝗏𝗏 sighed, explaining that he had been asleep for a while and wondered if anything significant had happened. Sonic scratched his chin, gears turning in his head, before his ears perked up as he excitedly mentioned they had learned how to use shape and space correctly. 𝗏𝗏 froze, his expression deadpan, realizing that wasn't the answer he was looking for. He sighed heavily, muttering under his breath about why he even bothered asking. Sonic rubbed the back of his head, looking sheepish, but before he could say more, Aizawa interjected without turning his head. He informed them that nothing major had happened, but 𝗏𝗏 had days' worth of homework to catch up on. 𝗏𝗏's eyes widened in shock, and he groaned to himself. Aizawa dismissed any excuses, and Sonic chuckled, earning a side-eye from 𝗏𝗏. Aizawa's monotone voice quickly silenced Sonic's laughter, reminding him that he hadn't even completed one assignment. As they reached the classroom door, Aizawa pushed it open and stepped inside. Every student turned their heads immediately, whispers rising as the tired teacher walked to the front. He instructed everyone to stay in their seats, and the murmurs grew confused. Aizawa's tired eyes scanned the room, and his tone turned sharper as he warned that they would have time for questions later, not now. The class exchanged puzzled glances, and Aizawa called for 𝗏𝗏 to come in. The room fell silent as 𝗏𝗏 walked in, rubbing the back of his neck and nervously sweeping his emerald eyes over the class. He greeted them with a nervous smile, but before he could say more, nearly the entire class jumped from their seats, surrounding him with questions about his well-being and what had happened. 𝗏𝗏 felt overwhelmed as voices overlapped, but Aizawa's patience snapped as he raised his voice, commanding everyone to sit down. The room fell silent instantly, and 𝗏𝗏 exhaled in relief as he slumped into a chair. Once the room settled, Aizawa pulled his scarf tighter around his shoulders and announced that the worldwide sports festival would begin in 1 week. Excitement buzzed through the class, and 𝗏𝗏 leaned forward, intrigued by the mention of the festival. Aizawa explained that this year, students would face top schools from England, America, Germany, Korea, and Russia. 𝗏𝗏's eyebrow arched in interest, realizing it wasn't just you competing. Aizawa's tone grew heavier as he drew their attention back, revealing that the location would be the dream dimension. 𝗏𝗏 tilted his head in confusion, and Iida shot his hand up, asking what the dream dimension was. Aizawa answered plainly, describing it as an artificial space created by the pro hero, Lullaby. Within it, individuals could go all out without risk. If someone got hurt in that dimension, they would simply teleport back unharmed. Gasps filled the room as curiosity spread. Aiku, intrigued, wondered if they could fight without holding back. Denki, filled with excitement, thought it was insane. 𝗏𝗏 sat back, arms crossed, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. The idea of a place where he could unleash his full potential without fear intrigued him, but something felt off. As 𝗂𝗏𝗏 leaned back in his chair, one hand tapping idly against the desk, his sharp eyes narrowed slightly at Izuku. The boy wasn't taking notes or pretending to listen. His green eyes were locked onto something else entirely. 𝗂𝗏𝗏 tilted his head, realizing Izuku wasn't paying attention to Aizawa. Following the invisible line from Izuku's gaze, Kafka's focus landed on Shoko Todoroki. She sat composed, her face cool and unreadable, but Izuku's expression told a different story. His usually jittery eyes were softer, almost glowing, and 𝗂𝗏𝗏 noticed the faintest hint of pink on his cheeks. 𝗂𝗏𝗏 blinked, and a slow, wicked grin spread across his face. He couldn't believe Izuku was staring at her like that. Shifting in his seat, he rested his chin on his hand, studying the scene with a predator's patience. The contrast between the oblivious Shoko and the clearly smitten Izuku was too good to ignore. This was perfect ammunition. The classroom settled into its usual monotony after Aizawa's announcement. He adjusted his scarf, cracked open his book, and spoke in his dry, drowsy tone, instructing everyone to turn to page like clockwork. The class moved in unison. Books flipped open, pens scratched against paper, and silence fell across the room, broken only by the occasional sigh of tired students and Kaminari's quiet groan as he nearly dozed off. Jiro ensured he stayed awake, jabbing him sharply with her headphone jack. Time dragged on, each tick of the clock stretching longer than the last. Kafka's eyes grew heavy, weighed down by boredom and lingering fatigue from the hospital. He fought against the dull ache in his muscles, each second feeling slower than the last. Finally, mercifully, Aizawa closed his book and announced that class was over. With that, he slipped out of the room, his scarf trailing behind him as the door clicked shut. Kafka's pulse quickened. He knew what was about to happen. As soon as Aizawa disappeared, the room shifted. Heads turned, and whispers swelled like buzzing hornets, every eye gleaming with curiosity, all focused on 𝗂𝗏𝗏. Well, not every eye. Bakugo slouched in his chair, arms crossed, glaring out the window with irritation. Izumi pretended to be uninterested while sneaking glances at 𝗂𝗏𝗏. Zuko scrolled on his phone, hiding his dislike beneath a facade of indifference. Momo, Mineta, Ruko, Kirishima, Ida, Ochako, and Katsumi remained neutral, while Shoko stayed calm and unreadable at her desk. Izuku, however, was lost in his thoughts, chin resting on his hand, eyes sparkling as he gazed in Shoko's direction, oblivious to the tension around him. 𝗂𝗏𝗏 sighed, knowing this moment would come the second he walked back into class. He raised his hands sharply, calling for attention. The room froze, dozens of eyes sharpening and focusing on him. He sighed, explaining that he had just come from the hospital and was exhausted. He set a limit of 3 questions, and groans rippled through the students, but eventually, they nodded in agreement. Kaminari leaned forward, eager to ask, but Jiro covered his mouth, annoyed. She warned him not to ask something foolish. Kaminari protested, insisting he wasn't going to. From across the room, Sonic smirked, agreeing with Jiro. The class then huddled together, whispering furiously as if planning a heist. 𝗂𝗏𝗏 watched from his desk, unimpressed, resting his cheek against his palm, wondering what they were doing. Minutes passed before the huddle broke, and Denki stepped forward, puffing out his chest as if he were in charge. He asked about Kafka's big lizard form and the smaller one from the US. 𝗂𝗏𝗏 stared at him, deadpan, pointing out that it was technically 2 questions. Denki insisted it counted as 1 since he asked in one breath. 𝗂𝗏𝗏 held back a laugh, finding Denki's seriousness amusing. He sighed, explaining that the smaller form was his full transformation, like being fully equipped in armor. The larger form, he noted, was his berserk form, which he couldn't fully control yet. Gasps erupted, and murmurs spread like wildfire. Denki's eyes sparkled with excitement, and 𝗂𝗏𝗏 chuckled under his breath, surprised by their lack of fear. Then, from the back, a playful voice chimed in, asking if he was like a kaiju, like Godzilla. 𝗂𝗏𝗏 froze, realizing the weight of the question. He admitted that he was indeed a kaiju. The realization struck him, and he chuckled at his own absurdity. Before he could dwell on it, Mina stepped forward, grinning mischievously. She asked what his type was, and the room fell silent, every head turning to listen intently. Even those who had previously acted disinterested, Izumi shifting slightly, Mineta lowering his book, and half the class subtly angling closer, were now listening intently. Kafka turned slowly to Mina, his expression flat. He felt a wave of confusion wash over him as he considered her question. Mina smiled, clearly unfazed by the attention. Kafka sighed, dragging his hand down his face, rubbing his chin thoughtfully as the silence stretched on, building anticipation. He finally spoke, expressing his admiration for a woman with a kind heart and a fantastic figure. The entire room jolted at his words. He continued, noting that a girl with a generous chest and curves would certainly be appealing. For a moment, silence reigned before it hit. Half the girls in the room froze, their faces turning crimson as they instinctively covered themselves. Mina, blushing fiercely, looked shocked and embarrassed. Denki's jaw dropped in awe, realizing Kafka had truly answered the question. Kafka shrugged casually, feeling a mix of surprise and amusement at the reaction. He noted to himself how sensitive the girls seemed about such topics. The group finally broke apart, giggling and gossiping as they drifted out of the room. Kafka slumped back into his chair, sighing heavily. Then, a calm voice rose behind him. He turned to see Mineta, cool and composed, leaning casually on his chair, utterly unbothered. Mineta gave a lazy thumbs up without even looking up from his book. Kafka squinted, pondering whether Mineta was still the same womanizer he always was. Groaning, he rubbed his stomach, feeling a wave of hunger wash over him. He stood and wandered toward Izuku's desk. The green-haired boy was still daydreaming, cheeks faintly pink, his eyes lingering on Shoko as if the world around him didn't exist. Kafka smirked, teasingly calling him lover boy. Izuku blinked, startled by the sudden attention. Kafka chuckled, encouraging Izuku to join him as they left together, walking down the hall toward the dorms. After a long stretch of silence, Izuku glanced at him nervously, curious about the nickname. Kafka smirked, claiming he had no reason other than wanting to call him that. They reached the dorms and Kafka stopped, turning slightly as he reached his door. He casually told Izuku he was heading to his room, leaving him with a sly grin and a piece of advice about being discreet when staring at someone. As Kafka slipped into his room, Izuku stood frozen, confusion washing over him. His thoughts raced as he realized Kafka had called him lover boy, just as he had been staring at Shoko. His face turned bright red, and he bolted down the hall, calling out to Kafka, insisting he had the wrong idea. From behind his closed door, Kafka chuckled softly, amused by Izuku's reaction. The airport was lively, with travelers rushing to catch flights, luggage wheels squeaking against polished floors, and announcements echoing overhead. Amid all this noise, Kafka slouched back in one of the chairs at the gate, trying to drift off. His peace was shattered by the sound of exaggerated munching. To his right, Sonic sat there happily devouring yet another chili dog, cheeks stuffed and grease glistening on his fingers. Kafka, feeling tired, remarked that eating 13 chili dogs in one sitting might not be good for Sonic. Sonic, grinning, dismissed the concern, claiming he could easily eat 20. To Kafka's left, Izuku watched with wide eyes, a mix of awe and mild concern as Sonic polished off the last bite of his 13th chili dog. Kafka groaned softly, leaning his head back. In front of him, Chia munched on a pack of chips, her cheeks puffed as she kept shoving one after another into her mouth. Mina leaned toward Toru, chattering excitedly about hairstyles, while Denki tried to get Jiro's attention. Behind Kafka, Mineta sat slouched, legs crossed, flipping through a book with a calm expression. Across from Izuku, Aoyama animatedly gestured with his hands, passionately discussing cheese with anyone who would listen. Kafka cracked one eye open at the noise, noticing Ojiro chatting politely with Aiku, while just behind them sat Shoko and Ruko, the quiet, appealing pair drawing plenty of stares from passing strangers. Kafka exhaled, wondering why they were all around him, and buried his face deeper into the chair. Just then, footsteps approached, and Aizawa's voice cut through the noise, announcing it was time to go. The class got to their feet, grabbing bags and snacks as they shuffled toward the gate. Shoko was just about to step onto the boarding bridge when a sharp voice rang out, calling her name. She turned, surprised to see her sister, 𝗵�恵𝗻, running up, slightly out of breath and holding a small booklet. 𝗵�恵𝗻 handed over Shoko's forgotten passport, reminding her to be more careful. As Shoko thanked her, 𝗵𝗻's eyes flicked past her sister, freezing as she spotted a boy with unkempt hair walking casually with the group, seemingly wanting nothing to do with anyone else. Her heart skipped a beat as something inside her recognized him instantly. 𝗵𝗻's eyes widened, her pulse quickening as she wondered if it could be him. Shoko tilted her head, sensing her sister's distraction. 𝗵𝗻 snapped back to reality, plastering on a soft smile and urging Shoko to return to her class. As Shoko turned to rejoin the others, 𝗵𝗻 remained rooted in place, her gaze lingering where she had seen him, her chest tightening and cheeks warming. Inside the plane, Kafka sank into his seat and pulled a black sleeping mask over his eyes, finally finding some peace. To his left sat Jiro, earbuds tucked in, head bobbing lightly. To his right was Ruko, the white-haired beauty, engrossed in a novel, completely unaware of the attention she was attracting. Kafka let himself relax until a familiar tune drifted faintly from Jiro's side. His brow twitched beneath the mask as he recognized it. He turned his head slightly, curious about the music. Jiro blinked in surprise and tugged one earbud out, asking if Kafka knew the band. Jiro's lips curled into a genuine smile for the first time in hours. He was excited to finally meet someone with taste. She eagerly held out the other earbud, and he grinned as he encouraged her to listen. Kafka slid it in, and the bright, rhythmic melody flowed through him, stirring faint memories of nostalgia. He nodded, acknowledging that it was not bad. Jiro chuckled, his eyes lighting up, affirming that the music was amazing. Kafka leaned back, letting the beat pulse in his ears, but before he could fully enjoy the moment, a light tap on his shoulder interrupted him. He cracked his mask upward just enough to glance at Ruko, who held her book open and tilted it toward him shyly. She softly asked if he knew the title. Kafka blinked, staring blankly at the cover, admitting that he had never read it. Ruko's pale lashes lowered as she nodded and returned to her reading, leaving Kafka frowning faintly. He wondered if she was trying to start a conversation, but he quickly dismissed the thought, deciding he just needed some rest. The rhythm of Jiro's music mixed with the soft turning of Ruko's pages. Within minutes, Kafka's breathing slowed, and he drifted off into a much-needed sleep as the plane carried them toward the world stage. As he fell asleep, darkness enveloped him. There was no sky, no ground, no stars, just an endless void. He floated weightlessly, caught in a silence so heavy it pressed on his chest. He wondered where he was and what this place could be. Twisting slowly in the nothingness, he noticed a spark, a faint glow in the distance. The light pulsed, drawing him closer. Kafka squinted as the glow sharpened into the form of a man. The figure wore 𝗂𝗪 samurai armor, battered but unbroken, glowing faintly with embers. A fearsome Oni mask adorned his face, with twisted horns and jagged fangs, and his eyes burned with unyielding resolve. The samurai gripped a long spear, its blade glinting in the dark, and his voice erupted like thunder across the void, proclaiming their hearts would burn and their souls would scream as they lived on. Kafka flinched, his eyes wide, as he floated closer without meaning to. He wondered who this man was and what he was talking about. The samurai's burning gaze locked onto him as he raised his spear high, declaring that they would fight for their children and families. Kafka's lips parted, a question forming, but he couldn't find his voice. His gaze followed where the samurai pointed, and his stomach dropped as the ground split open below them. From the abyss rose something massive, a nightmarish fusion of flesh and shadow, its body twisted like mountains of rotting muscle. Rows of jagged teeth stretched wide, and thousands of eyes rolled and blinked across its surface, each filled with feral hunger. Kafka's chest seized, and he felt a wave of dread wash over him. The air vibrated as a guttural sound rumbled from the creature, like stone grinding against stone. Its massive maw opened, dripping with black sludge, and the samurai declared they would destroy the mother of calamity. Kafka's eyes widened in horror as he looked back at the samurai. Dozens more armored warriors appeared, their armor glowing faintly, each roaring as they charged forward with weapons raised. Kafka instinctively moved out his hand, urging them to stop, warning that they couldn't fight that creature. But none of them listened. They sprinted across the void, their battle cries shaking the emptiness. Kafka's voice cracked as he screamed again, desperate for them to heed his warning. The monstrous figure tilted its grotesque head, revealing endless rows of fangs, and leaned forward. In an instant, everything went black. Kafka gasped, spinning in the void, his body trembling. Then he saw it, the bug. The same monstrous insect from before hovered in the darkness, its sharp carapace glistening, mandibles twitching as it drifted closer. Its glowing white eyes pierced him to his core. The insect's mouth moved, and broken echoes hissed from its throat, declaring they must devour the mother. Kafka's heart pounded, and sweat dripped down his temple as the bug lunged closer, its mandibles opening wide enough to swallow him whole. It shouted that they must kill the mother, and Kafka's scream tore from his throat as the insect's mouth engulfed him. He jolted awake, his entire body drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. Around him, the gentle murmur of voices replaced the nightmare. The plane's cabin buzzed as his classmates grabbed bags and prepared to disembark. Jiro, seated beside him, pulled out one earbud and glanced his way, worried about Kafka's pale appearance. Kafka rubbed his face with a shaky hand, forcing a small, breathless laugh, claiming he was fine and just had a weird dream. But inside, his mind screamed that it wasn't just a dream, it felt too real. That monster, the mother. He stood, slinging his bag over his shoulder, moving with the others toward the exit. But his steps felt heavy, as though invisible chains pulled on his ankles. He wondered if this was the reason he was brought here, to fight that thing, to kill it. He squeezed his eyes shut for a moment, then opened them again as the light of the airport streamed through the plane doors. A single uneasy word echoed in his chest, a weight he couldn't shake off. Kafka sighed, lowering his head as he followed the group out of the plane, the unease gnawing at him. After a few minutes, he looked around the bustling American airport terminal. His classmates were scattered across the lounge, chattering in small groups, some gawking at the sheer size of the building, others complaining about jet lag. He noted that the world stage was in America and thought it was packed, wishing for a drink before they headed out. He yawned, adjusting his hoodie, and began wandering toward the vending machines tucked along the wall. But halfway there, his steps slowed. On one of the benches nearby, a boy sat hunched over, trembling with his hands tangled in his hair. Kafka blinked, tilting his head, wondering what was wrong with him. As he stepped closer, he caught fragments of the boy's broken muttering, expressing his fear of the world and a longing to go home. Realizing the boy was having a panic attack, Kafka crouched down in front of him, keeping his voice calm and steady as he encouraged him to breathe slowly. The boy lifted his head and Kafka froze, feeling a sense of familiarity. Before he could place the face, a sharp voice rang out from behind, calling the boy's name. A girl with short, fiery red hair hurried over, her athletic build and confident steps drawing attention. She exhaled in relief upon finding him, expressing that they had been looking everywhere. Kafka blinked, recognizing the name Sora. That was his name. Before he could react, another voice called out. A smaller figure darted past the redhead, a young girl with snow-white hair and delicate, porcelain-like features. Her wide eyes sparkled as she threw herself at the boy. The boy's trembling stilled the moment he saw her. His expression shifted, like watching a storm clear in an instant. Sora smiled as he embraced her, burying his face into her shoulder while her little arms clung tightly. Kafka crouched nearby, eyebrows raised in surprise. The redhead thought to himself, wondering what he was witnessing. He glanced at Kafka and offered a small smile, expressing gratitude for finding him. Kafka stood, dusting off his breathes, and replied that it was no problem. But before he could leave, Sora turned back toward him. His entire demeanor had changed. Just a moment ago, he had been on the verge of collapse. Now, he smirked, shoulders relaxed, eyes sharp with confidence. Sora grinned, thanking him for the help. Kafka blinked, staring flatly, confused by the sudden shift in attitude. He managed to respond that it was no problem and started to walk away, saying he had to go. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 turned away, lifting his hood as he muttered under his breath, feeling that today was already too strange for him. He sighed deeply, hands shoved into his pockets, and continued toward the vending machines, the chatter of the airport enveloping him. Behind him, the trio still hadn't taken their eyes off his back. Shiro gently tugged on her brother's sleeve, her voice soft but laced with suspicion as she pointed out that he was wearing one of their enemy school's uniforms. They continued to watch him as his footsteps carried him farther away. Sora's smirk widened as he tilted his head, amused. He teased his sister about noticing, and the red-haired girl blinked in surprise, realizing it was true. Sora groaned, dragging a hand down his face, and remarked that she needed glasses. She defensively stated that she already had some, to which Sora replied that she needed better ones. Shiro frowned, still staring after 𝗂𝗏𝗃, her small hand tightening around her brother's. Stephanie crossed her arms, pouting but remaining quiet. Sora slipped his hands into his pockets, continuing to watch the hooded boy disappear into the crowd, feeling that this wouldn't be so bad after all. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 leaned against the bus window, his forehead brushing the cool glass as the scenery blurred past. The steady rumble of the engine filled the silence between conversations. His reflection looked serious and distant. He whispered to himself, expressing his disbelief about the recent events. The unease in his chest tightened as he questioned whether it had all been a dream. A sudden tap on his shoulder broke his thoughts. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 turned to find Denki grinning, leaning over the back of the seat. Denki offered him a shiny wrapped piece of candy, but 𝗂𝗏𝗃 declined. Denki shrugged, unbothered, and called out to 𝗧𝗓𝗏, who perked up at the mention of candy. 𝗧𝗓𝗏 caught the candy and eagerly opened it, stuffing it into her mouth, her cheeks puffing up like a chipmunk. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 chuckled at the sight, shaking his head as he sank deeper into his seat. He tried to calm himself, convincing himself it might have just been a dream, but the memory of the figures and that monstrous presence lingered, causing his shoulders to stiffen. Beside him, Izuku stared ahead, his gaze fixed on Shoko a few rows up. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 noticed and teased him, suggesting that if he kept staring he might actually make her fall for him. Izuku jumped in surprise, causing every head to turn at the sudden noise. The awkward silence that followed was broken by Bakugo's annoyed voice from the back, telling Izuku to be quiet. Zuko joined in, glaring at him. Kafka's smirk faded as he turned to face them, coldly telling them to mind their own business. The air grew tense as Bakugo leaned forward, eyes burning, while Zuko cracked his knuckles. A silent standoff stretched across the bus. Bakugo clicked his tongue in annoyance, and Zuko muttered something under his breath, looking away. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 held his glare for a moment longer before sinking back into his seat with a sharp exhale. Izuku tugged lightly at Kafka's sleeve, nervously assuring him that he was fine. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 sighed, agreeing to calm down as the tension eased and conversations resumed. That was when Mina leaned over from the aisle seat, tapping Kafka's shoulder. He turned to meet her curious pink eyes and wide grin. She asked if he and Izuku didn't really get along with Bakugo and his crew. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 thought to himself that she was quite nosy and flatly confirmed that they didn't. Before he could elaborate, the bus screeched to a halt, causing everyone to lurch forward in their seats. Aizawa's monotone voice floated from the front, announcing their arrival. The students rose, collecting their bags and chattering as they filed toward the exit. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 stepped down onto the pavement and froze, his eyes widening in amazement at the colossal structure before them. The building stretched across the horizon, towering so high that the upper floors vanished into the clouds. Gleaming glass, massive gates, and fluttering banners made you look like a rundown shack. The students collectively fell silent, their awe palpable. Even the loud ones were left speechless. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 thought to himself about how massive it was. Aizawa walked ahead, unfazed, instructing them to move along. They followed, though their eyes kept straying upward. Around them, more buses pulled in, unloading groups of students from across the country and beyond. Different uniforms, accents, and colors filled the plaza, the air buzzing with voices. Rivalries began to form in exchanged glares and whispered remarks. 𝗂𝗏𝗃 pulled his hood up, shoving his hands into his pockets as he blended into the flow of students heading toward the enormous entrance. As they moved deeper into the building, their footsteps echoed softly against the polished marble floor. Wide glass walls revealed towering structures outside, with banners in multiple languages fluttering in the breeze. Kafka's eyes wandered, soaking in every detail. They stopped near a sleek black counter where a woman in a pressed uniform stood. She smiled warmly as they approached. Aizawa stepped forward, looking utterly unfazed by the grand atmosphere, and stated that they were from 𝐻𝐸𝐽, there to enter the competition. The woman nodded immediately, her expression brightening as she confirmed the details and walked briskly toward a set of glowing screens behind the counter. As she typed, the students whispered among themselves. Ojiro leaned closer to Kafka, his tail swishing with curiosity. He expressed his admiration for Aizawa, noting how impressive it was that he spoke English so well. Kafka blinked, caught off guard, and tilted his head in confusion, unsure of what Ojiro was talking about. Before Ojiro could elaborate, Jiro leaned in, her earbuds swaying against her shoulders, explaining that as a pro hero, learning other languages must be essential for someone like Aizawa. Kafka stared at them, baffled, insisting that Aizawa had just spoken normally. Jiro and Ojiro exchanged puzzled glances, and Kafka turned back toward Aizawa, who was calmly waiting at the counter. His eyes narrowed as a realization struck him. He had heard Japanese, but they had all understood English. His pulse quickened as he processed that he could understand both languages, a surprising perk in this new world. Before he could ponder further, a woman approached with a smile, directing Aizawa to follow her. The class moved as a unit, their footsteps echoing down a long hallway illuminated by glowing panels in the ceiling. They arrived at a tall wooden door engraved with golden markings, where the woman paused to inform the students that they could enter, but Aizawa needed to accompany her. He instructed the class to go in, assuring them he would meet them later. The large double doors creaked open, and the students hesitated briefly before filing inside. Kafka stepped through the threshold with the rest, and the doors shut heavily behind them. Inside, a massive hall stretched before them, filled with rows of chairs that seemed to go on forever. Hundreds of students were already seated, all wearing uniforms of various colors and designs, with flags and insignias marking their academies. The buzz of conversation filled the air like a storm. Katsumi crossed her arms, smirking as she scanned the crowd, dismissing their rivals as unimpressive. Kafka initially ignored her words, his eyes darting from uniform to uniform as he read the name tags attached to each blazer, his mind racing. He spotted a group in immaculate blue and red uniforms, their ties pressed perfectly, their posture upright, identifying them as students from Holy Dragon Academy in England. Next, he turned to a group in crimson and black blazers, their name tags glowing faintly, which he recognized as Crimson Fong Academy from Korea. His gaze swept further, landing on a group with uniforms stitched with sharp silver trim, their name in thick German text he couldn't read, confirming they were from Germany. Beside them sat students in heavy dark blue uniforms, with Cyrillic letters sprawled across their tags, indicating they were Russian. Finally, he spotted another group across the hall, their sleek navy blue uniforms with white stripes unmistakably marking them as Iron Star Academy from America. As he continued scanning the crowd, his breath caught in his throat. In the middle rows, a tall figure sat relaxed, chatting with a ponytailed boy. The figure had white hair, a BLNDFLD, and a smirk that sent a jolt through Kafka. He leaned forward, eyes narrowing, heart pounding as he recognized Gojo. Confusion washed over him as he took in the familiar faces around the hall. He spotted Atsushi Naima, Osamu Dazai, Edward Elric, Kenshin Himura, Diavolo, and Mikima, each evoking a mix of surprise and disbelief. Before he could process the implications of their presence, the hall suddenly went dark, and a murmur rippled through the crowd. A single spotlight snapped on, illuminating the center stage where a lone desk stood. Footsteps echoed as a tall man walked into the light, his crimson suit matching the BL Dread hat atop his head, and his smile sharp and unsettling. Kafka's pulse thundered in his ears as he recognized Alucard. The figure on stage spread his arms slightly, his smile widening as shadows stepped into the light behind him. Teachers or something akin to them. Kafka's eyes locked onto one figure immediately, recognizing Fyodor Dostoevsky from BSD. More familiar silhouettes followed, overwhelming Kafka as he realized the extent of characters gathered in this hall. The crowd shifted uneasily, some students whispering while others looked thrilled. Kafka sat frozen, eyes locked on 𝗎𝗏𝗏 as that predatory smile lingered over them all. 𝗎𝗏𝗏 greeted the students of various prestigious schools, introducing himself as the principal of Holy Dragon Academy. A hush fell over the hall, with students from Holy Dragon Academy smirking with pride, while others shifted in confusion. Kafka leaned forward slightly, brows knitting together as he processed the implications of 𝗎𝗏𝗏's presence. Sensing the collective unease, 𝗎𝗏𝗏 tapped the microphone at the desk, explaining that a device had been designed to translate sound into any language, ensuring everyone could comprehend his words. Murmurs rippled across the room as students exchanged shocked glances, impressed by the technology. 𝗎𝗏𝗏's grin widened as he announced his intention to explain how the upcoming sports festival would proceed. He clicked a small button on the desk, and a projector flickered to life behind him, casting an enormous image across the hall. It displayed swirling gateways of light, portals glowing in shifting colors. 𝗎𝗏𝗏 introduced these as dream portals, a creation made possible by Miss Lullaby, who sat nearby, sound asleep, her aura radiating waves of power as if her dreams were bleeding into reality. He explained that these portals would transport the students to the dream dimension, a realm forged of thought, shaped by will, and perfect for battle. The murmurs grew louder, with some students leaning forward in fascination while others whispered nervously. 𝗎𝗏𝗏's eyes gleamed as he prepared to share more about the festival ahead. The image shifted, revealing an enormous island surrounded by endless sea, golden sand, forests, cliffs, and rivers sprawling out like a miniature world. 𝗎𝗏𝗏 leaned forward slightly, a dangerous grin forming on his lips as he explained that in this place, students could fight without restraint. There would be no limits or consequences, and no matter how brutal the battles became, no student would suffer lasting harm. He encouraged them to go wild, clearly enjoying the anticipation building in the hall. As the map zoomed in on the island, 3 glowing markers appeared at separate points. 𝗎𝗏𝗏 calmly stated that their objective was simple: their academy must obtain at least 1 flag and hold it until the timer ran out. With a grin, he revealed the time limit of 2 hours. Some students straightened in their seats, excitement sparking within them, while others clenched their fists, feeling the weight of competition. 𝗎𝗏𝗏 continued, noting that the academies that succeeded would proceed to the second round, while those that failed would be eliminated permanently. Kafka frowned, muttering under his breath, feeling uneasy about 𝗎𝗏𝗏's words. 𝗎𝗏𝗏 leaned back, savoring the tension in the room, then spread his arms wide, reminding everyone that they could do whatever it took to win. His smile widened, revealing sharp teeth, as he emphasized that there would be no rules, no mercy, and no hesitation. The room erupted in mixed reactions. Some students cheered at the freedom, while others grew pale, whispering in fear. Kafka sighed, shaking his head, realizing that chaos was imminent. Suddenly, 𝗎𝗏𝗏 snapped his fingers, and with a thunderous clank, the floor beneath the students shuddered. Kafka jerked forward, eyes wide as the seating platforms split open. The ground tilted, chairs collapsing, and the students began sliding downward, screaming as the floor transformed into a massive chute. As Kafka twisted in the slide, trying to stabilize himself amidst the insane speed, he burst through a portal. A brilliant flash swallowed his vision, and for a moment he experienced weightlessness. Then came the impact. Kafka stumbled, sand crunching beneath his shoes as he squinted against the blinding sun, the roar of waves hitting his ears. The endless blue ocean stretched before him, white gulls soaring overhead, and heat radiating off the golden beach. He sighed, brushing sand off his clothes and sinking his hands into his pockets as he stared at the vast island ahead. Determined, he began walking forward, the sun casting a long shadow across the sand. The heat baked the ground beneath his boots, and the sea breeze brushed against his face, salty and sharp. Testing the reality of the dream dimension, he pinched his cheek hard, wincing at the sting. Pain felt real here. Lifting his head, he noticed a massive, glowing hologram suspended high in the sky, with crimson numbers ticking down steadily. He shoved his hands into his pockets and trudged further along the beach, the rhythmic crashing of waves and the cries of gulls creating an eerie backdrop. Suddenly, shadows leapt from behind jagged rocks, landing in the sand around him with a heavy thud. Dust scattered from the impact. Kafka stopped walking, his eyes lifting lazily to look at them. For students, their uniforms marked with Russian lettering, smiled sharply, like wolves circling prey. One of them, a tall girl with black hair tied back in a braid, clicked her tongue in irritation, demanding to know if he was deaf or just stupid. Kafka gave no reply, simply sighing and relaxing his shoulders, which only seemed to provoke them further. One of the boys snapped, lifting his hand as a glow erupted in his palm, shaping into a jagged sword of golden light. The others followed suit, one igniting his arms with flames, another building up a crackling ball of light in his eyes, and the last clenching his fists as stone armor spread across his body. The boy with the sword declared that they should not kill him too quickly, wanting to hear him scream first. Then, an energy beam fired from the glowing boy's hands, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 through the air before detonating against Kafka. The explosion shook the beach, blasting up pillars of sand and rattling palm trees, echoing like thunder across the island. When the dust cleared, the battlefield had changed dramatically. Where Kafka had stood, the sand had fused into black, fractured glass, radiating heat. Yet, no figure remained above it. He was buried somewhere beneath that fiery tomb. One of the girls yelled in frustration, questioning why they had fired so strongly when they could have questioned him. The boy who had fired the beam smirked, dismissing her concern. As they stepped forward, the fractures under their feet began glowing faintly, pulsating as if the glass itself were breathing. One boy crouched down, pressing a hand against the shards, only to find two tiny glowing dots blinking beneath the surface. Before he could react, a massive hand burst through the glass, wrapping around his throat like iron. Kafka's grip tightened as the boy thrashed, sparks of green lightning crackling around Kafka's arm. With a sudden crack, the boy's body shattered into glowing blue fragments, exploding like shattered glass in the wind. The remaining three froze, their faces draining of color. Calmly, Kafka moved forward, faster than the eye could follow. His foot collided with the second boy's face, slamming him into the ground, and once again, the boy's body split apart into shards of light. The girl backed away in panic, throwing a barrage of energy blasts, screaming for him to stay back. The blasts erupted like mini explosions, but Kafka moved effortlessly, weaving through them with ease. With a grin, he declared goodnight before delivering a powerful blow to the girl's jaw, sending her off her feet. The beach was eerily empty, save for Kafka, who now stood victorious, ready for whatever came next. Her body shattered like the rest, fading into blue fragments. The battlefield fell silent, only the soft rhythm of ocean waves daring to break the stillness. Kafka exhaled slowly, brushing shards of glass dust from his coat sleeve. He felt a mix of amusement and relief at the outcome of the encounter. Rolling his neck until it popped, he maintained a calm but unreadable expression before turning toward the treeline. In the distance, more shadows moved, different uniforms, different countries. He thought to himself that 4 opponents were down and it was time to regroup with the others. Shoving his hands into his pockets, he walked into the jungle, the red timer glowing ominously above him. A few minutes later, Kafka walked along the stretch of sand, his boots leaving uneven prints in the grains. Above, the digital timer still burned across the sky like a cruel overseer. He stopped, gazing past the endless waves toward the looming treeline. The flags wouldn't be scattered in plain sight. His classmates were somewhere in this game too. If he stayed here, he'd find nothing but wasted time. He thought that if there were any flags or his classmates, they were more likely inside the forest than out here. With a quiet breath, Kafka turned his back to the sea and walked toward the woods. The shade swallowed him almost instantly. Sunlight broke in fragments through the canopy, painting shifting patches of gold across the damp ground. The air smelled of moss and earth, cooler than the beach but heavy with silence. Each footstep felt louder than the last. He thought to himself that it was too quiet. He kept moving, eyes sharp, scanning every shadow. His claws flexed unconsciously, green sparks trailing briefly across his forearms. Then he heard a rustle. Kafka froze, his ears twitching toward the sound. The bushes ahead trembled, something shifting inside. His body lowered instinctively into a stance, claws lengthening, lightning crawling along his skin. He thought that someone was following him. The movement grew louder, closer. His aura flared, the forest briefly lit with green. Kafka's claws dug into the dirt as he braced himself. Then the figure stepped out. It wasn't an enemy. It was 𝗧𝗧. Her uniform was a little dusty, leaves clinging to her sleeve. She brushed one off casually and smiled as if she had just bumped into him by chance. She announced that she had found him. Kafka blinked, his shoulders dropping slightly as his claws retracted. Green lightning fizzled down his arms and died with a faint crackle. He sighed, feeling exasperated as he acknowledged that it was just 𝗧𝗧. She grinned, confirming her presence in a playful manner. He narrowed his eyes, curious about how she had found him so quickly, given the size of the island. 𝗧𝗧 tilted her head playfully, reminding him of her quirk. She tapped the hilt of her katana, revealing that she could leave a mark on someone and track them wherever they went. Kafka blinked, frozen for a moment. Slowly, realization hit him, and he pointed at himself, his voice tight as he questioned whether she had left a mark on him. 𝗧𝗧 smirked, confirming that she had indeed found him. He was taken aback, demanding to know where she had marked him. 𝗧𝗧 just smirked and walked past him, humming a little tune under her breath, as if she were 10 steps ahead in a game only she knew. She suggested they go find those flags, but Kafka was still shocked and annoyed, insisting she shouldn't ignore him. 𝗧𝗧's smile widened, almost sinister in its playful malice. Kafka dragged a hand down his face, muttering under his breath as he realized he had no idea where the mark could be. He began checking his sleeves and arms, unbuttoning his coat and looking under his shirt, but found nothing. He crouched to check his back in the reflection of a puddle, twisting and grimacing, still finding nothing. He was shocked, wondering if she had left it on the inside. He slapped at his clothes, trying to shake out any hidden marks. 𝗧𝗧 sang a playful tune about their quest for flags, which only fueled his annoyance as he tried to figure out where she had branded him. 𝗧𝗧 reassured him that she would never brand him, though she admitted it was for tracking purposes. Kafka began checking pockets, coat linings, and even the soles of his boots like a paranoid detective. Eventually, he gave up and sighed. They continued deeper into the forest together, their footsteps pressing softly into damp soil, the silence between them broken only by the occasional distant caw of a crow. Kafka kept scanning the treeline while 𝗧𝗧 swung her katana lazily at branches, humming a tune only she seemed to know. Suddenly, Kafka's ears twitched at a faint sound, too light for footsteps, too sharp to be wind. Before he thought about it, he pulled 𝗧𝗧 tight against his chest with one arm. She was flustered and shocked, questioning his actions. An arrow shot through the air, slicing the space where her head had been. Kafka's other hand snapped out, claws extended, catching the mid-flight. The wood cracked in his grip as he crushed it effortlessly and tossed the splinters aside. 𝗧𝗧 blinked, stunned at his reflexes. They both turned sharply toward the sound of a slow clap echoing through the forest. 8 figures stepped out from the trees, circling them. 𝗧𝗧 quietly drew her katana, realizing they were surrounded. Kafka studied them carefully, recognizing their uniforms. 3 from Germany, 2 from America, 2 from England. Rival schools, but their movements weren't natural. He thought it was strange that they would be working together. 𝗧𝗧 then pointed out that they didn't look normal. Kafka focused on their eyes, which were blank and lifeless. His jaw tightened as he realized they were not themselves. A figure walked calmly out of the shadows, red hair gleaming faintly under the canopy. Her smile was gentle, almost sweet, but her eyes were dull and empty, like staring into the glazed pupils of a dead goldfish. She spoke softly, revealing that her pets had found something interesting, new toys to play with. Kafka froze, his expression shifting to one of shock and dread. He recognized her as 𝗵𝗃𝗻𝗲. 𝗧𝗧 glanced at him, surprised, and questioned if he knew her. Lightning sparked faintly across Kafka's arms as his claws sharpened once more. He confirmed that she was indeed the last person they wanted to meet. 𝗵𝗃𝗻𝗲 tilted her head, her smile widening like a child's as she expressed delight in being known. Qi'e blinked between them, confused, and whispered if 𝗵𝗂𝗧 was his ex. Kafka looked at her with a deadpan expression, denying it. He then turned back to 𝗵𝗂𝗧, his claws twitching as he stared at her. The forest felt too still, as if the world itself was holding its breath. He thought to himself that she still had the control part of her power in this world too. Their gazes locked, and for a moment, it felt like standing in front of a predator that had already decided he was prey. 𝗵𝗂𝗧 tilted her head, her lips curling into that faint, almost sweet smile, leaving an unsettling tension in the air. Kafka's eyes narrowed as he flexed his claws at his sides. He felt a sense of confusion wash over him when he realized that 𝗵𝗂𝗧 had attempted to use her power on him. Her smile deepened, and her eyes glinted with a sharpness that sent a shiver down his spine. She acknowledged his strength but then added, with a voice that dripped with playful malice, that she couldn't say the same for his friend. Before Kafka could react, he felt cold steel press against his neck. His instincts screamed at him, prompting him to twist and leap backward, narrowly avoiding the blade. His eyes widened in shock as he recognized the one holding the sword. She swung again, her movements sharp and precise, but her expression was unsettling. Her eyes were blank, devoid of life, as if she wasn't truly present. Kafka's chest tightened with dread. She was being controlled. 𝗵𝗂𝗧 stepped forward, her heels crunching on the dead leaves beneath her feet, and remarked that Qi'e would be useful. She reached out and placed her hand on the shoulder of another blank-eyed student, whispering a command that sent chills down Kafka's spine. The controlled boy's expression didn't change as he obeyed, driving a blade into his own chest. Kafka's eyes widened in horror as the student dissolved into blue motes of light, vanishing as if he had never existed. 𝗵𝗂𝗧 clapped her hands softly, pleased with the outcome. Kafka's claws trembled, and his jaw clenched as he continued to stare at her. He felt a low growl rumble in his throat, the word, pets, cutting deeper than any blade. It dawned on him that to her, people were nothing more than tools for her amusement. Determined, he straightened, dark green lightning flaring around him like a storm breaking free. The air vibrated with his fury as he confronted her, expressing his anger at her view of humanity. 𝗵𝗂𝗧's smile widened, her voice lilting as she confirmed his thoughts. For the first time, Kafka's eyes burned with pure rage, and dark green energy poured from him, warping the ground beneath his feet. He declared his intent to defeat her, and the forest trembled with the force of his aura. 𝗵𝗂𝗧 remained unfazed, her calm demeanor unshaken as she encouraged him to try. Kafka's claws twitched with energy as he shifted into his half-kaiju form, sparks dancing across his skin. He needed to act quickly, and with a powerful stomp, he launched himself forward, disappearing in a flash of green light. When he reappeared, his hand was inches from 𝗵𝗂𝗧's face, and he unleashed a furious strike. His claws slashed through her head, causing her skull to burst into glowing blue fragments. The impact shook the forest, and Kafka stood still, his claws dripping with radiant particles, his chest heaving with exertion. However, to his disbelief, 𝗵𝗂𝗧 remained standing, perfectly intact, that same smile still on her face. Confusion washed over him as he turned to see one of the controlled students collapse, their body shimmering before dissolving into blue light. The realization struck him like lightning. When he attacked her, the damage was redirected to whoever she controlled. 𝗵𝗂𝗧 giggled softly, raising her hand in a playful gesture, and Kafka's instincts screamed at him to dodge. But it was too late. An invisible force tore through him, and his right arm exploded into shards of light before quickly reforming. 𝗵𝗂𝗧's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she observed his regeneration, and Kafka felt a sense of dread wash over him. If he fought her directly, more of the others would be eliminated, including Qi'e. His thoughts raced as another black sphere hissed through the air, aimed directly at him. He dodged just in time, watching as it obliterated a nearby tree. More attacks surged at him from the controlled students, each one more dangerous than the last. Kafka crouched low, lightning dancing around him, and vanished in a burst of energy. In an instant he struck, launching several students through the air as their bodies shattered into blue particles. The last three attempted to react, but he swung his fist wide, creating a shockwave that sent them flying, their forms dissolving before they hit the ground. 𝗏𝗂𝗏 landed heavily, eyes burning with green lightning as he glared at 𝗵𝗂𝗏, who continued to smile, unfazed by the chaos. As he prepared for another attack, steel flashed at his throat. He twisted just in time to avoid a blade aimed at him. 𝗔𝗂𝗁 lunged again, her movements precise and sharp, but devoid of life. 𝗏𝗂𝗏 realized that if he knocked her out, she would be safe, but her quirk would make it difficult to approach her without being detected. With a growl, he blocked her strike, sparks flying as their blades clashed. They exchanged blows, the sound of steel ringing through the forest. Finally, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 stepped in close and delivered a heavy punch to her stomach, forcing the air from her lungs. 𝗔𝗂𝗏's body went limp, and he gently lowered her against the roots of a tree, sighing heavily. As he straightened, he noticed 𝗵𝗂𝗏 still smiling, her expression unervingly pleased. She praised his fighting style, calling it wonderful, and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 couldn't help but feel a mix of confusion and irritation at her words. What was her angle? 𝗵𝗂𝗏 tilted her head, her voice calm and almost kind. She seemed to sense Kafka's thoughts, a playful smile gracing her lips as she addressed him. She revealed that she was no longer connected to the person he was concerned about. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 stiffened, his claws flexing as he processed her words. Doubt crept in. He wondered if she was lying, knowing her manipulative nature. Yet, her smile remained unwavering. With a slight crouch, her eyes glowed a golden hue, and she announced her departure, her smile widening just a fraction before she vanished like smoke. Kafka's eyes widened in surprise, and he darted forward, ready to confront her, but she was already gone. A rustle above caught his attention, and he turned to see her perched on a high branch, her red hair catching the moonlight. Another student stood beside her, expressionless and waiting like a shadow. 𝗵𝗂𝗏 waved lazily, her golden eyes sharp and endless. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 exhaled, letting his claws fade as he reverted to his normal form, the weight of her presence still heavy on his chest. He turned to look at 𝗔𝗂𝗏, who lay unconscious at the base of the tree. He sighed, running a clawed hand through his hair, then approached her. After a few minutes, 𝗔𝗂𝗏's eyelids fluttered open. A dull ache pulsed at the back of her skull as awareness crept in. Confused, she realized she wasn't walking, she was being carried. Her chest pressed against a broad back, her arms draped over familiar shoulders. The warmth was steady and reassuring. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 acknowledged her awakening without looking back, and she was instantly surprised. She asked what had happened, and he explained that she had been controlled by an enemy. Her breath caught at the revelation, and she froze in shock. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 kept walking, his gaze fixed on the canopy above, knowing she remembered nothing. 𝗔𝗂𝗏 hesitated, worried about whether she had hurt him. The tension in her shoulders was palpable, and instead of answering seriously, he chose to ease her anxiety. He assured her that she hadn't harmed him, and her relief was evident as she let her head rest against his back. After a stretch of silence, 𝗔𝗂𝗏 asked where they were going. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 smirked, admitting he had no idea and was simply walking. She mischievously revealed that she had put a tracker on 2 of their classmates. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 stopped mid-step, surprised, and questioned whether she had asked for permission. Instead of answering, she pointed left, insisting that it was the closer option. He blinked in disbelief but sighed, dragging his feet forward. She was going to ignore him, he thought as he trudged left, weaving past the trees. Suddenly he realized she was awake and questioned why she didn't just walk. 𝗔𝗂𝗏, eyes closed and cheek pressed against his shoulder, pretended to be asleep. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 glanced back, unimpressed, and they exchanged playful banter until she finally pushed herself off his back, landing beside him with a bounce. They continued deeper into the forest, the quiet rhythm of their walk shattered by a thunderous crack that shook the air and sent birds scattering. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 froze mid-step, narrowing his eyes as he sensed the vibration echo through the ground. He turned to 𝗔𝗂𝗏, still resting against him, and asked if that was where her tracker was pointing. She confirmed with a nod, her expression sharpening. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 exhaled slowly, preparing for action. He instructed her to hold on tight as his muscles swelled, transforming into his kaiju form. The ground cracked beneath him as he launched forward like a cannon, 𝐒𝐻𝐈's panicked scream ringing in his ears as they barreled through the forest with inhuman speed. A blinding flash of light ahead made Kafka's instinct scream. He lowered his body and vaulted off the ground, soaring over a ridge. Upon landing, dirt and leaves erupted around him. As the dust settled, a figure landed beside him in perfect sync. Kafka recognized the blue-haired figure with a cocky grin. Sonic stretched casually, smirking at Kafka, who regarded him with a deadpan expression. Kafka wondered if Sonic was the one 𝗧𝗂𝐴 had put a tracker on. Sonic blinked, caught off guard by the question, while 𝗧𝗂𝐴 smiled brightly, confirming his suspicion. Kafka let out a long sigh, ready to move on, but Sonic raised a hand, eager to engage. Kafka paused, turning back slowly. MC felt a surge of annoyance as he wondered what was happening now. Sonic crossed his arms, his tone shifting from casual to sharp as he demanded to know what Kafka meant by a tracker. 𝗧𝗂𝐴 clasped her hands behind her back, rocking on her heels with an innocent smile, suggesting they focus on grabbing the flag first. Sonic's ears twitched in irritation as he insisted that 𝗧𝗂𝐴 was dodging the question and had tagged him with something. Kafka rubbed the bridge of his nose, already weary of the back and forth, while MC warned Sonic that 𝗧𝗂𝐴 wouldn't answer, just as she had ignored him. Sonic froze, staring at MC, then sighed and dropped his shoulders. In defeat, he grumbled that they would talk about this later, scratching his cheek in frustration before shaking his head. Regardless, he declared that he couldn't leave just yet. Kafka tilted his head, confused, and asked why. Sonic straightened, his tone sharpening as he clenched his fists, energy vibrating faintly through his body. He announced that he was going to fight someone. 𝗧𝗂𝐴 and Kafka turned their heads in the direction Sonic pointed. At first, there was only the distant shimmer of distorted air, but then a figure descended slowly from the sky. White hair gleamed faintly in the sunlight, tied back loosely, while a long 𝗵𝗃𝗏 obscured everything above his smile. His uniform swayed gently as he landed with deliberate calm. 𝗧𝗂𝐴 blinked, tilting her head in confusion, while Kafka looked surprised, his breath hitching at the sight. Gojo adjusted his 𝗵𝗃𝗏 with a lazy hand, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips. His calm, casual voice carried an unsettling weight as he suggested they continue. His words were directed straight at Sonic. Sonic cracked his knuckles, electricity sparking along his arms and legs, and his grin widened in a sharp challenge. He leaned forward, sparks intensifying around him, the air hissing with pressure. Kafka's gaze darted between them as Gojo began walking forward, each step impossibly light and deliberate, like a predator circling its prey. Opposite him, Sonic strode with lightning crackling at his heels, his body coiled with kinetic energy, ready to explode. The forest stood silent, tension coiling in the air like a storm waiting to break. Gojo stood casually, one hand in his pocket, 𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗏 tilted slightly, while Sonic crouched low, muscles tight, lightning flaring around him in arcs that scorched the ground. Then he launched. The world blurred into chaos as Sonic's fist streaked toward Gojo's jaw with the speed of a thunderclap, only to freeze an inch away, space itself bending. Sonic's eyes widened, teeth gritted in frustration as he snapped that something was wrong. Gojo tilted his head lazily, a smirk curving beneath the 𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗏 as he explained that it was infinity and advised Sonic to be careful. Sonic vanished, reappearing from various angles with blazing kicks, each strike a thunderbolt. The ground fractured, trees splintered, and shockwaves rolled outward, but not a single hit connected. Gojo strolled through the storm, untouched. Sonic skidded to a halt, sweat beading on his forehead, his chest heaving as he expressed his irritation at Gojo hiding behind a wall. Gojo chuckled, suggesting that if Sonic couldn't break through the wall, perhaps he wasn't fast enough. Sonic's eyes narrowed, lightning flaring violently across his frame as he blurred again, faster and more unpredictable. Strikes rained down like meteors, but Gojo simply raised a hand. Energy surged, space bent, and a crimson force erupted from Gojo's palm. Sonic barely twisted aside, but the wave clipped him, sending him tumbling across the ground. He rolled to his feet, frustration evident on his face. Gojo's smirk widened as he unleashed another attack, the air warping toward a singular point. Sonic's instincts screamed, and he darted away just in time, the collapsing force tearing apart the terrain where he had stood. Gojo lifted his hand once more, the red and blue energies spiraling together in his palm. He unleashed a powerful technique, and Sonic barely managed to evade it, the shockwave still catching him and sending him tumbling. As he forced himself upright in the shallows of a lake, coughing water and BLD, Gojo's voice carried lazily across the distance, calm and cruel, declaring that he was just stronger. The water stilled, and the air tightened as Sonic staggered to his feet, droplets running down his face. Above him, Gojo floated effortlessly, looking down with the same amused smirk he'd worn since the beginning, mocking Sonic's limits. Sonic wiped the BLD from his lip, his gaze sharpening as a slow smile crept across his face. He declared that he had Gojo's limit right where he wanted it. Lightning detonated around him, blue-white arcs surging across the lake, blasting the water outward in violent waves. The air cracked like thunder as he moved. The world itself seemed to bend under the strain of his speed, and in a heartbeat, he vanished from the lake, reappearing directly in front of Gojo with a fist ped back. The blow was stopped by infinity, but for the first time, Gojo's smirk faltered at the sheer force behind it. Sonic's grin widened, eyes burning with defiance as he declared that if infinity was the problem, he just had to move faster than infinity. Then he was gone, not blurred, not ricocheting, but completely absent. The air around Gojo cracked violently, and his head jerked sideways as a fist connected, his BLD whipping slightly from the impact. Another hit followed, then another, each strike raining down in unpredictable angles. Gojo's body snapped backward, sideways, up into the air as Sonic's strikes pounded him again and again, forcing him farther back until he was nothing more than a blur ripping through the landscape. Finally, with a thunderous crash, Gojo was launched through a line of massive trees, his body carving straight through their trunks before slamming into the side of a hill. The earth shuddered, debris raining down as dust clouded the clearing. Silence enveloped the scene as Sonic landed on the lake's surface, crouched, lightning sparking wildly around him. His chest heaved, but his grin never faded. The rubble shifted, hinting that the battle was far from over. Stones cracked and rolled aside as Gojo rose from the crater, his BLD now torn halfway off his face. For the first time, there was no lazy grin, only narrowed eyes, faint surprise lingering in his expression. He thought to himself, stunned, that he had been hit. Infinity had been breached. How could that be? Sonic blurred again, reappearing directly in front of him, standing tall. His grin stretched wider, reckless and confident. He seemed to taunt Gojo, questioning what was wrong and suggesting he was no longer untouchable. Gojo studied him for a long second. Then, slowly, a smile tugged at his lips again. He wiped the BLD from the corner of his mouth and tilted his head, acknowledging Sonic's strength. He raised one hand, fingers forming a deliberate sign. His cursed energy swelled, suffocating the air, making the trees groan and crack under its weight. He declared that he was still the strongest. Before Sonic could react, Kafka's voice tore across the battlefield, urgent and sharp, warning Sonic to watch out. But it was already too late. The world around them warped. Space shifted, folding in on itself. The horizon darkened, endless shapes and knowledge pressing in from all sides. Gojo's voice rang out, calm, certain, and final as he unleashed his domain expansion, infinite void. With that, the lake, the forest, and the world itself vanished into nothingness. Inside the void, reality pressed down on Sonic like an ocean. His breath came ragged, his chest heavy, and his movements felt locked in place. The endless flood of knowledge, sights, and sounds was crushing and suffocating. His body screamed at him to stop. Gojo strolled through the infinite dark as though it were nothing. His hands rested casually in his pockets, and his lips curled into that familiar smirk. He mocked Sonic, acknowledging his speed but asserting that he was simply not as strong. He lifted his hand, index finger extended like a gun. A faint glow began to hum at his fingertip, cursed energy compressing with deadly precision. He suggested they end this, and the glow turned crimson. The air split with a low, menacing hum as the technique lapse, red charged and fired. The beam ripped forward, devouring space itself as it slammed into Sonic, the light swallowing him whole. When the radiance faded, the void returned to silence. Gojo lowered his hand, exhaling softly, satisfied. He turned to walk away but froze. Someone, was still there. His head snapped back, and his eyes widened behind the torn 𝗵𝗃. Sonic was still standing, bruised and trembling but upright. His outline flickered with a faint golden glow, sparks of light cascading off him like embers. His pupils had vanished, leaving only glowing, white-hot irises. The glow grew brighter and stronger. The golden aura flared wildly, rippling through the domain as though his very existence was pushing back against Gojo's infinite void. Sonic raised his head, his expression unreadable, and then he moved, too fast to track. By the time Gojo realized what was happening, a fist was already at his face. Outside, the world trembled. Kafka skidded to a stop at the edge of the shimmering sphere, Chie clinging to his back. His eyes narrowed as cracks began to spread across Gojo's domain, splintering the air itself. He thought to himself that this didn't look good. Sonic wouldn't be able to move in there. He crouched low, muscles flexing, ready to jump in despite the risk. Chie expressed her worry, asking if Sonic would be all right. Kafka tightened his grip on her legs, jaw clenched, hoping for the best. The cracks deepened, glowing bright. Then, with a shattering sound, the domain collapsed, breaking apart like glass under a hammer. Light poured out as the infinite void imploded. Kafka shielded his eyes with his arm, bracing against the force. When the brilliance cleared, what he saw rooted him to the ground. Sonic was standing, barely. His body glowed faintly gold, sparks flickering like dying embers. He was drenched in sweat, chest heaving, but he was still there. In front of him was what used to be Gojo. His lower half still stood, but everything above the waist was gone, dissolving into glowing blue fragments that scattered like dust in the wind. Chie gasped sharply, her eyes wide in horror and awe. Kafka's own eyes went wide as he snapped his gaze from the disintegrating remains back to Sonic. He whispered in shock, questioning if Sonic had done this. Sonic turned his head slightly toward him. For a moment, Kafka swore he saw something inhuman in his friend's glowing eyes. Then the light flickered out. Sonic's golden aura dimmed, his pupils returned, and his knees buckled. He collapsed forward, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Chie cried out for Sonic, and Kafka darted forward, catching him just as his body went limp. He gripped Sonic's shoulders firmly, shaking him lightly, stunned by what had just happened. He turned his gaze toward the hill in the distance. A massive, smoking hole had been carved straight through it, the earth ripped apart in a way no normal blow could achieve. The forest had gone quiet again. The only sounds were the steady rhythm of Kafka's footsteps, the rustle of leaves brushing against his legs, and the faint, uneven breaths of Sonic lying unconscious across his back. Beside him, Chie walked briskly, her hand lightly resting against the hilt of her katana as her sharp eyes scanned the area. Above them, the colossal timer still floated in the sky, its bold red numbers ticking downward mercilessly. Kafka tilted his head back, squinting at it, feeling irritated that they were on such a large island. He sighed, adjusting Sonic on his back and grumbling under his breath about the challenge they faced. Before he could finish complaining, Chie suddenly stopped. Her head tilted, her amber eyes narrowing as she pointed into the distance, alerting him to something she saw. Kafka followed her line of sight, blinking as sunlight flashed against something metallic in the trees. A gleam caught his attention, and he questioned what it could be. Chie's lips curled into a small grin as she expressed curiosity about the shining object. Before Kafka could stop her, she was already sprinting toward it, her sandals kicking up dust from the forest floor. He tightened his grip on Sonic, gritted his teeth, and broke into a run after her. Branches whipped against his arms as he chased her deeper into the clearing. Then they saw it. The trees opened into a wide space, and there, piercing the sky like a monument, stood a flagpole the size of a building. The red flag at the top swayed gently in the wind, blank and unmarked. Kafka came to a stop, his jaw slack, shocked by the massive sight before him. He wondered how they were supposed to carry that, questioning if they were expected to drag a skyscraper across the island. As he stepped closer, something strange happened. The moment Kafka's boot crossed a faint glowing line on the ground, the blank red flag shimmered. Its surface rippled like water, then suddenly emblazoned itself with the UA symbol in bold golden letters. At the same time, the circular patch of ground beneath the pole lit up in a glowing blue ring. Qi'e blinked, tilting her head in curiosity. She noticed the flag had changed. Kafka stared down at the glowing circle under their feet, a low hum resonating from it, like the buzz of machinery beneath the earth. The realization struck 𝗵𝐶 that they didn't have to carry the flag. He glanced up at the timer again, then back to the circle, recognizing it was similar to domination mode in a game where they needed to capture the point by staying inside the circle. Qi'e looked around the massive clearing, her fingers brushing her sword hilt. She remarked that all they had to do was hold this spot until the timer ran out. Kafka exhaled, carefully easing Sonic down from his back. Sonic's unconscious body lay against the grass, his chest rising and falling faintly, the golden afterglow from earlier completely gone. Kafka adjusted him into a more comfortable position, then straightened. 𝗵𝐶 nodded, confirming that they just needed to keep the circle blue. Qi'e crouched down near Sonic, resting her katana across her lap, and looked up at Kafka with a small smile, suggesting it sounded easy enough and that they could take a break. Kafka dropped down to sit beside her, leaning his elbows on his knees as he stared up at the giant flag swaying in the wind. He grinned faintly, feeling that it was easier than he thought. For the first time in hours, silence settled around them, not tense or heavy, just quiet. The glowing circle beneath them pulsed gently, acknowledging their claim, while the massive flag high above waved proudly with the UA symbol gleaming in the sunlight. Kafka leaned back against the grass, folding his arms behind his head as he let out a long sigh. However, a sense of wariness crept in as he thought that if the game was this simple, something was bound to go wrong. He closed one eye, keeping the other fixed on the tree line, alert. Beside him, Qi'e hummed softly, her fingers idly tracing the edge of her katana's sheath. A few minutes later, the timer glowed high above the island skies, reading 51. Kafka sat cross-legged within the glowing capture circle. The humming blue light of the barrier cast a soft glow on his skin, flickering faintly with the energy of the flag. For a moment, everything was still. He stared upward, eyes half-lidded, his chest rising and falling in a steady rhythm. He thought about how there was still over 50 minutes left and that this waiting game was going to drive him insane. A breeze swept through the clearing, rattling the grass and carrying the smell of salt water from the far edge of the island. Suddenly, Qi'e shouted Kafka's name urgently. His head snapped toward her, barely managing to respond. A blur appeared in front of him. A knee struck his face with bone-shaking force before he could even raise his arms. The impact sent him rocketing backward, crashing through tree trunks, splinters exploding in every direction. Each collision shook the forest until he finally slammed into the side of a hill, carving out a massive crater in the rock face. Dust and dirt rained down around him, cracks spiderwebbing from the impact site. Qi'e, horrified, scrambled for her katana, but the ground beneath her feet writhed unnaturally. The earth itself shifted, sharpening into spear-like spikes that shot upward in an instant. She leapt high into the air, flipping out of their reach as the ground bristled with deadly spikes. Her eyes snapped forward to see a boy standing calmly at the edge of the circle, short blonde hair catching the sunlight. Realizing he was from the English school, Qi'e tightened her grip on the hilt of her katana. But she didn't have time to react further. Across the field, another figure moved, a blur of gold, the same one who had launched Kafka through the trees. A girl with sharp blonde hair stood tall, her muscles taut with raw power, confidence radiating from her posture. Qi'e's stomach twisted as she recognized another opponent. Kafka groaned, peeling himself out of the cratered hill, his vision swimming and ears ringing from the strike. He planted his claws into the earth, pushing himself to his feet, dazed and confused about what had just hit him. The ground trembled, and instinct forced his eyes upward just in time to see the blonde girl high in the air, spinning, her leg drawn back like a blade. Her smile widened as she came crashing down. Kafka's green lightning erupted as his arms transformed, claws elongating and scales forming like armor. He crossed his forearms over his chest just as her back heel slammed into his guard with devastating force. The earth beneath him cratered violently, dust exploding outward as the sheer pressure forced him down several feet into the dirt. His muscles strained against her strike, but he didn't budge this time. Her eyes widened briefly before she kicked off, flipping back and landing lightly on her feet. She grinned, brushing a strand of blonde hair from her face as a red aura bled around her frame, glowing like embers. She remarked that he was still strong as ever. Kafka narrowed his eyes, confused by her familiarity. The girl tilted her head, amusement dancing across her expression as she mocked him for not remembering her. The red aura flared hotter, distorting the air around her like heat waves. She lifted her chin, her grin turning sharper, stating that she remembered him. In a flash, she appeared directly in front of Kafka, her leg already raised. Her kick struck him square in the chest, but this time Kafka's transformed legs braced, anchoring him into the ground. The dirt split beneath his feet, but he didn't move an inch. The girl blinked, smirking as she noted the green energy arcing across his legs, the sharp, monstrous shape they had taken. She expressed interest in his quirk, finding it pretty cool. Kafka didn't return her grin. His claws hummed with lightning as he swung his arm in a sharp horizontal slash, but she was gone. She landed gracefully on a tree branch above, the wood creaking under her boots. Her red aura flickered around her like flames. Kafka's chest rose and fell, green sparks crackling around his transformed body, his eyes following her closely, sharp and predatory. The girl stood calmly, her blonde hair shifting slightly as the wind curled around them. Her red aura pulsed, shimmering like heat rising off desert sand. Kafka glared at her, still confused, muscles coiled. She expressed a longing to catch up but insisted she needed to test something first. Kafka narrowed his eyes, demanding to know who she was. The girl's smile widened, her red aura pulsing with quiet menace as she assured him he would find out soon enough. The words lingered like a dare. In the next heartbeat, she vanished. A heel sliced down from above, too fast for most to see. Kafka caught it with his hand just in time, the impact cracking the ground beneath his feet and shaking dirt loose from the trees. His green lightning danced wildly across his limbs, surging with the rhythm of his heartbeat. He shoved upward, forcing her leg back, but she was already gone. With feline agility, she rebounded off a tree trunk, her aura glowing, and spun midair with a kick aimed straight at his head again. Kafka ducked, the strike scything past his hair, then countered with a heavy punch. His fist slammed into a boulder behind her as she slipped just out of reach, the stone shattering into fragments. She blurred again, ricocheting from branch to branch, her aura leaving afterimages as she circled him. Her feet hit the bark, her body launching like a spring, and a flurry of strikes rained down, punches and kicks sharp and precise, each one backed with that red energy. Kafka's massive arms rose to meet them, his body rooted like a wall. Every blocked blow sent shockwaves rippling through the clearing. Leaves tore free from trees, branches snapped under the pressure of the clashing auras. Kafka roared, swiping his clawed hand through the air. She ducked under it, rolled, and darted back, her movements impossibly quick. This time, Kafka bent low, grabbed a tree trunk, and ripped it from the ground with raw power. With one massive heave, he hurled it like a spear. The projectile split the air, but she raised her glowing leg and kicked outward, splitting the tree in two, each half slamming into the dirt behind her. She landed lightly, her grin unshaken. Kafka didn't wait. He lunged forward, his kaiju legs cracking the ground, and swung his fist in a wide arc. She slid beneath it, the shockwave toppling smaller trees, and launched herself into a flying kick aimed at his ribs. He caught her ankle midair. For the first time, her eyes widened, but she twisted, using his grip as leverage, and drove her other heel into his guard. The impact rippled through his arms. He tossed her aside, sending her crashing into a tree, but she rebounded instantly, aura blazing. Her kick struck his ribs this time, slipping through his defense. The impact rattled his chest and forced him a few steps back. She touched down lightly in the dust cloud that followed, her aura shimmering red against the green lightning dancing from his arms. She teased him, expressing her amusement at his efforts. 𝗵𝗃 straightened, his jaw tightening, eyes narrowing as electricity sparked around him. He thought to himself that she was really getting annoying. 𝗵𝗃 steadied his stance, chest rising and falling. His eyes followed the girl as she shifted lightly on her feet, her red aura flickering and wrapping around her like flames. He noted that she was fast. For a moment, the forest seemed to quiet, leaves swaying in the silence between them. 𝗵𝗃's gaze sharpened, and then his irises burned bright green, lights sparking outward. A crackling surge of energy rolled across his face, and in an instant, a mask formed, half of his kaiju visage covering his mouth and jaw. The jagged teeth of the mask glinted, sharper than steel, his hair rising slightly with the sheer pressure of his aura. The air around him hummed with static, the forest trembling from the sudden shift. He had faced faster opponents before. He rose slowly to his full height, kaiju limbs tense and ready. The girl only grinned at the change, her own aura flaring brighter in answer, playfully acknowledging his seriousness. The forest had gone silent after the last exchange, almost reverent. Leaves drifted from the shattered treeline, caught in the faint glow of red and green light. For a long moment, neither moved. The wind whistled softly. The forest held its breath. Then they vanished. The air ruptured as they reappeared, fists colliding with an explosion of force. The impact carved a shockwave through the clearing, bending trees backward, shaking branches loose in a rain of leaves. The ground beneath them split open, roots snapping as they both dug in. Sparks of red and green energy lashed outward, colliding like fire against storm. Then they broke apart, vanishing again. Fist to fist. Elbow to knee. A clawed slash barely missed her face as she flipped backward. A glowing heel strike shattered a boulder 𝗵𝗃 tried to use as cover. They moved so fast the eye could barely follow, each reappearance marked only by the shockwave of their blows. He thought to himself that she was fast and strong too. 𝗵𝗃 lunged, aiming a heavy swing. She ducked beneath, her foot driving into the earth, then vaulted upward, kicking a jagged rock at him like a bullet. 𝗵𝗃 raised his arms to block, but the dust blinded him for half a heartbeat. She slipped through the haze. A kick to the ribs knocked him back 2 steps. She landed lightly, smirking again. Her palm opened, and she announced her intention to change things up. A sphere of red light flared in her hand. 𝗵𝗃's eyes narrowed, then widened as the beam roared across the clearing, splitting the ground and cutting through rows of trees. He dove low, dirt erupting behind him. Another beam followed. Then another. Explosions shattered the forest. Flames licked up trunks. Smoke rolled across the battlefield. 𝗵𝗃 dashed left, right, weaving between blasts. He felt frustrated, realizing this was getting annoying. His jaw clenched. The half-mask flared brighter, his breath hissing through sharp fangs. He thought to himself that it was enough. His mouth opened before he even realized it. Energy coiled in his throat, green and black intertwining into a searing orb. His eyes widened in shock even as it happened. A beam tore free, swallowing the clearing in destructive light. The forest shook. Trees disintegrated. The ground caved in. The blast slammed into the girl, detonating with force. Silence followed. Smoke curled from 𝗵𝗃's lips. His clawed hand rose slowly to his mouth, disbelief etched across his face. He was stunned, wondering when he could do that. But the moment lingered only briefly. Footsteps echoed through the smoke, and she emerged. Her uniform was torn, aura flickering, body battered. But her posture remained unbroken. Her red eyes burned bright, her step steady, her smile still infuriatingly calm. 𝗵𝗃's expression hardened, realizing she had taken that full-on and was still standing. She was tough. He dropped low into a stance again, green lightning sparking wildly. She closed the distance slowly, savoring each step like a predator toying with its prey. Then he heard a voice calling his name. His head snapped toward the sound. Through the smoke, 𝗔𝗂𝗁 sprinted toward him, her katana half drawn, panic written all over her face. He was surprised to see her. But another figure emerged as well, blonde hair, short, sharp-eyed, in an English school uniform. He recognized Edward. Kafka turned back toward the girl just in time to see her appear in front of him. No warning, no build-up. Just there. He braced for impact, expecting a fist, a kick, or another blast of red light. His claws twitched, ready to block. But instead, she leaned forward. Kafka froze, eyes widening in shock, body tensing. The moment dragged, silent and surreal. 𝗧𝗓𝗧 skidded to a stop, her blade lowering, disbelief locking her in place. The forest seemed to hold its breath. Then a heavy sigh broke the silence. Edward raised his hand to his face, dragging it down slowly as if this were the most exhausting thing in the world. He expressed his exasperation at the situation. The world froze when her lips pressed against his. Her eyes fluttered closed, aura dimming just slightly as though savoring the moment. Kafka, however, went stiff as a statue, his claws trembling midair, his eyes stretched wide in total shock. When she pulled away, her lips curled into a playful smirk. A faint blush dusted her cheeks as her gaze locked onto him with an almost teasing heat. Rose wore a sly smile, her voice low as she greeted him. Kafka didn't move or breathe, his mind was a complete blank. He was caught off guard by the sudden interruption of silence when 𝗧𝗓𝗧 yelled his name, jolting him as if ice water had been poured over him. He stumbled back a few steps, his claws raised defensively, glancing between Rose, who still smirked, and 𝗧𝗓𝗧, who stood a few paces away with her head tilted low, hair shadowing her eyes. 𝗧𝗓𝗧's aura began to rise, a storm of fiery emotion surrounding her. She expressed her frustration about having fought to keep the flag safe while worrying about him, and the ground cracked under her aura. Kafka felt a bead of sweat slide down his cheek as 𝗧𝗓𝗧 shouted, questioning how he could have fun with Rose while she was busy. His eyes widened in panic as he frantically waved his claws in the air, trying to explain that it wasn't what it looked like, but his words broke into frantic stammers. 𝗧𝗓𝗧 didn't listen to him. She raised her head fully, cheeks puffed and lips pulled into an angry pout, her eyes blazing with betrayal and embarrassment. She pointed at him, calling him a pervert. In an instant, her palm whipped across Kafka's face, causing his head to snap sideways. He spun half a turn and dropped flat to the dirt with a thud, bewildered by her anger. As he pushed himself up, rubbing his cheek, he pleaded with 𝗧𝗓𝗧 to calm down, insisting it wasn't what it seemed. But she stormed toward him, her katana rattling at her hip, fury radiating off her. Kafka's eyes widened in panic as he thought about how to calm her down. Then he saw her hand tighten on her sword, and his instincts kicked in. He lunged forward, wrapping his arms tightly around her. 𝗧𝗓𝗧's eyes widened in surprise, her face turning scarlet as she pressed her fists against his chest, struggling to break free. She demanded he let go, flustered and stammering. Kafka held on tighter, desperate to avoid her wrath. He clung to her, practically lifting her off the ground, while her face buried against his chest, trembling. He insisted she promise not to be mad if he let go. Her blush deepened, and her voice cracked as she reluctantly promised. Kafka processed her words and nodded solemnly, slowly loosening his grip. When he stepped back, he finally saw her face, cheeks burning red, lips trembling, and eyes shimmering faintly with unshed tears as she turned away, hair swaying to hide her expression. She softly requested that he not look at her. Kafka tilted his head, utterly confused, wondering if he had hurt her. His claws hovered awkwardly, unsure of what to do as his mind spun in circles. The air gradually calmed, the tension fading as 𝗧𝗓𝗧 managed to lower her aura and steady her breathing. Kafka too let the lightning flicker off his arms, though his half-mask still hung faintly over his mouth. His eyes shifted toward Rose and Edward, who stood there casually. He pointed at Rose, asking for an explanation of who she was. Rose tilted her head, a devilish smile curling her lips as she mockingly clutched her chest, pretending to be hurt by his question. Kafka's jaw dropped, and his eyes practically bulged as 𝗧𝗓𝗧 blinked, her head snapping toward him. Rose feigned a sob, forcing a tear down her cheek as she dramatically recalled a night when their skin touched. Both Kafka and 𝗧𝗓𝗧 reacted in shock, with 𝗧𝗓𝗧 stumbling back, hands covering her mouth in disbelief. 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗏 gasped, feeling betrayed, while 𝗵𝗃𝗲 vehemently denied any such incident. Rose smirked wider, enjoying the performance as she teased about how rough he had been. Kafka's entire body froze, horrified at the implication that the previous owner of his body might have had a girlfriend. His mind spiraled into chaos until Edward slammed his palm onto Rose's head, knocking her forward with a dull thud. Edward, annoyed, told her to stop. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 blinked, his brain short-circuiting at the revelation that they were siblings. Rose stuck her tongue out, holding her head, and pouted about Edward being no fun before turning her gaze back to 𝗵𝗃𝗲, smiling knowingly. She asked if he remembered a girl he had arm-wrestled with once. Confusion plastered Kafka's face until realization hit him. He snapped his fingers, recalling their previous encounter. Rose grinned, playfully declaring herself guilty as charged. Kafka's mind whirled as he confirmed she was part of the English school. Rose smirked, clarifying that her mother was Japanese and her father was from England. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 stared at her, unsure if anything she said could be trusted. He asked if she was there to fight them for the flag, and her grin widened as she leaned forward, teasingly suggesting that they might be. The air shifted, green lightning crackling around 𝗵𝗃𝗲 again as 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗏 gripped the hilt of her katana, her aura surging. The tension was palpable until Rose casually raised her hand and smiled cheekily, assuring them she was just joking. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 froze mid-stance, lightning crackling off his arms as he glared at her. Rose relaxed, explaining that they already had a flag and wouldn't hunt them, at least not yet. She waved casually, turning on her heel and cheerfully bidding 𝗵𝗃𝗲 farewell, leaving him to ponder her knowledge of his name. He sighed deeply, his kaiju form dissipating as he returned to normal, grumbling about how weird she was. Turning to 𝗧𝗂𝗧, he resolved that they should return to the flag. 𝗧𝗂𝗧 smirked knowingly, hands on her hips, assuring him there was no need to worry as she had a hidden spy set up. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 blinked in confusion, questioning what she meant by spy. A few minutes later, he stood in front of the flag, jaw hanging and eyes twitching at the sight of Sonic tied up tightly against the flagpole, completely unconscious. Kafka's whole body stiffened as he observed Sonic drooling slightly, the ropes wound around him in an absurd crisscross pattern. 𝗧𝗂𝗧 giggled behind her hand, grinning proudly as she declared her plan a genius idea. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 slowly turned his head, staring at her with a flat expression, calling her evil. 𝗧𝗂𝗧 blinked in confusion at his reaction. He groaned and ran forward to untie Sonic, muttering about being surrounded by psychos. Once Sonic was free, 𝗵𝗃𝗲 looked up at the sky where the glowing timer hovered. He sighed heavily, flopping down to sit at the base of the flag, tired and hoping the timer would run out fast. He slumped against the pole, exhaling as if his soul was leaving his body. As time passed, he rested against the flagpole, staring up at the glowing timer in the sky, the digits ticking down slowly, almost mocking him. He sighed, feeling his shoulders loosen just a little. 𝗵𝐶 thought about how close they were to victory, believing that if they just waited it out, round one would be secured. Suddenly, 𝗵𝗃𝗲 turned his head as Sonic jolted upright, eyes wide as if waking from a nightmare. 𝗵𝐶, arms crossed, noted that Sonic had finally woken up. Sonic rubbed his eyes, looking around in confusion and wondered where he was. 𝗵𝐶 calmly informed him that they were in the flag area and advised him to relax until the timer ran out. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 leaned his head back against the pole, his eyes drifting skyward again. Sonic blinked, trying to piece together what had happened. He learned that he had fought another student, won, but then passed out. Sonic's shoulders slumped as he exhaled heavily, expressing his hunger. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 tilted his head, giving him a deadpan look and reminding him that there were only a few minutes left in the round. Sonic pouted, crossing his arms in response. He slumped against the flagpole, sulking, when 𝗧𝗂𝗧's voice cut in sharply, urgent and commanding. 𝗧𝗂𝗧 pointed toward the tree-line, alerting them to movement detected by the tracker she had set up earlier. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 straightened, feeling a sense of convenience in the situation. 𝗧𝗂𝗧 narrowed her eyes and directed their attention to the left side of the forest. The tension spiked as they all focused in that direction, noticing rustling branches and heavy footsteps approaching. A voice, smiling, commented on the flag, followed by another voice that was cocky and arrogant, boasting about bringing someone along. A third voice muttered quietly, expressing concern. Kafka's eyes widened as they emerged from the 𝗓𝗓𝗓, his chest tightening at the sight. 𝗎𝗪𝗀 was being dragged by the hair, stumbling weakly, his uniform ripped and face bruised. The one holding him was 𝗧𝗪𝗀, whose cold smile seemed to cut through the clearing. Flanking him were 𝗧𝗧, casually glancing toward the trees, and 𝗧𝗵𝗲, who appeared uneasy, sweat beading on his forehead. 𝗎𝗪𝗀 groaned faintly, struggling to keep his eyes open. MC thought in shock about 𝗎𝗪𝗀's condition. Sonic shot to his feet, blue lightning crackling around him, his eyes burning with fury. He shouted at 𝗧𝗪𝗀, demanding to know what they had done to their friend. 𝗧𝗪𝗀 looked at them, his smile widening as he lifted 𝗎𝗪𝗀 higher by the hair like a trophy. 𝗎𝗪𝗀 winced in pain, his feet dangling helplessly. 𝗧𝗪𝗀 remarked that 𝗎𝗪𝗀 had been a little helpful, leading them right to this place. Kafka's fists clenched, green sparks of energy crackling around his claws, his jaw tight with anger. Chia's grip on her katana trembled, her aura rising in response. MC thought furiously about 𝗧𝗪𝗀's actions. 𝗧𝗪𝗀 tilted his head, his smile never fading, and coldly stated that they no longer needed 𝗎𝗪𝗀. He then touched 𝗎𝗪𝗀's head with a single finger, and in an instant, 𝗎𝗪𝗀 dissolved into glowing blue spheres, his elimination confirmed. The clearing fell silent for a moment. Kafka's eyes turned cold, while Sonic's electricity exploded outward, sparks flying across the dirt. Chia's aura blazed like fire, her teeth gritted in rage. Sonic growled, fists tightening, vowing that they would make 𝗧𝗪𝗀 pay for what he had done. 𝗧𝗪𝗀, amused by their fury, stepped forward, his aura flaring, filling the clearing with a dark pressure. He commanded them to hand over the flag, his words dropping like a hammer. Blue lightning erupted violently around Sonic as he stepped forward, his eyes glowing with determination. He expressed his eagerness to defeat 𝗧𝗪𝗀. Kafka stepped beside him, his kaiju arms flexing with green energy arcing around him. Chia unsheathed her katana slightly, her aura swirling like a storm. The three stood united, glaring at their enemies. 𝗧𝗪𝗀 smiled, hands in his pockets, while 𝗓𝗪𝗲 swallowed hard, trembling slightly but raising his stance. 𝗧𝗧 tilted his head back, staring up at a thick tree branch above them, casually commenting that it would make a nice place for someone to hang. His words sent a chill through the air, making Nakajima glance at him nervously. The forest air was thick with tension as the timer ticked down. Above, glowing numbers burned into the sky. Kafka's sharp eyes shifted from one opponent to the next, assessing 𝗧𝗪𝗀, 𝗧𝗧, and 𝗓𝗪𝗲. His body remained loose and unshaken, but his thoughts were sharp and steady, calculating their next move. He noted that they had 21 minutes left and realized that holding the circle was crucial, but it wouldn't be possible with these opponents present. While Nakajima was tough, the real threats were 𝗧𝗪𝗀 and 𝗧𝗧. His gaze settled on 𝗧𝗪𝗀, whose presence seemed to press against the forest itself. MC thought about 𝗧𝗪𝗀's ability to erase time and move freely within those moments, while 𝗧𝗧 could cancel abilities with a single touch. 𝗧𝗪𝗀 was the top priority. Green lightning flickered across Kafka's body as Chia and Sonic stiffened, prepared for action. Then, in an instant, 𝗧𝗪𝗀 vanished without a trace. Chia's eyes widened in shock, questioning where he had gone. Before she could finish, Kafka felt a weight on his shoulder, fingers tightening. He turned calmly to find 𝗧𝗪𝗀 standing there, smiling like a predator who had cornered its prey. 𝗧𝗪𝗀 remarked that Kafka was very dangerous. MC thought about how 𝗧𝗪𝗀 had already anticipated his next move, moving on future knowledge. Suddenly, a sharp sting pierced through Kafka's stomach, and he felt a blade of force lodged inside him. Sonic and Chia shouted in shock, calling out to him. But it wasn't 𝗧𝗪𝗀 who had stabbed him. Something else loomed behind him, tall and humanoid, with a strange, otherworldly presence. Its arm was the blade, embedded in Kafka's side. Sonic's face twisted in disbelief, questioning what that creature was. Chia stared, her jaw tight, struggling to comprehend the situation. Kafka didn't panic. His eyes narrowed as he recognized the stand, just like in the anime. 𝗧𝗪𝗀 smirked, raising his chin slightly, but then froze. His confident expression cracked as if he was witnessing something unseen. MC thought that 𝗧𝗏𝗧 had seen the future, but it was too late. Kafka's muscles tensed, locking the stand's arm in place, and he smiled, realizing that whatever damage the stand took, the user would also feel. He didn't need to catch 𝗧𝗏𝗧, he just needed to hit this thing. His fist began to glow, green lightning sparking around it, and then he swung a brutal punch, landing squarely across the stand's face. The impact sent it flying back, the arm ripping free from his stomach with a sickening crack. 𝗧𝗏𝗧 staggered across the clearing, a grunt of pain escaping him as he clutched his jaw, BLD at the corner of his lips. Chie and Sonic stared in disbelief, while Sonic's eyes widened in awe, realizing that hitting the stand had affected 𝗧𝗏𝗧 as well. Even Dazai paused, intrigued, while Nakajima blinked nervously, sweat dripping down his temple. Kafka calmly pulled the stand's arm out of his stomach, his skin knitting back together almost instantly, closing without a scar. 𝗧𝗏𝗧's eyes widened, fury flashing in them as he realized Kafka could heal that quickly. MC thought about how 𝗧𝗏𝗧 had erased the moment he was damaged to recover. Time erasure, just as he thought. It wouldn't be easy, but his stand was the key. Nakajima's voice cracked nervously as he acknowledged the strength of their opponent. Dazai chuckled softly, sliding one hand into his pocket, finding the situation intriguing. Kafka turned slightly, his eyes flicking to his teammates, giving them firm instructions. Sonic tilted his head, then smirked, ready to take on Najima. In a blur, blue lightning enveloped him, and in the next instant, both he and Najima vanished deeper into the trees. Dazai whistled low, impressed by Sonic's speed, but his expression changed when he noticed Chie above him, her blade descending in a wide arc. She demanded his attention, and he narrowly avoided her strike, the sword slamming into the ground, carving through stone and dirt. Chie's glare locked onto him, asserting her role as his opponent. Dazai smirked, brushing dust off his sleeve, complimenting her on capturing his attention. Kafka shifted back to 𝗧𝗏𝗧, focusing on the looming threat. He thought about Sonic's speed being enough to handle Najima and Chie's strength keeping Dazai busy, leaving him to face 𝗧𝗏𝗧. The stand reappeared, its arm whole again, and 𝗧𝗏𝗧's glare hardened, promising retribution. Kafka realized that 𝗧𝗏𝗧 had erased the time when his stand was injured, just as he expected. He was determined to make 𝗧𝗏𝗧 erase over and over until he broke. Kafka exhaled slowly, his eyes glowing faintly green as lightning crackled around him, the forest floor trembling beneath his feet. 𝗧𝗏𝗧's smirk sharpened, and he declared the beginning of their confrontation. Kafka grinned in response, ready for the challenge. He locked eyes with 𝗧𝗏𝗧, breathing steadily, and then launched forward. The ground cracked under his step, a streak of green energy trailing behind his fist aimed squarely at 𝗧𝗏𝗧's jaw. But 𝗧𝗏𝗧 vanished, and Kafka felt a sharp sting as something grazed his cheek. He halted, touching the BLD running down his face, his jaw clenched in frustration. 𝗧𝗏𝗧's calm voice slithered into the air, taunting him about his inability to touch him. The stand loomed behind 𝗧𝗏𝗧, its hollow eyes locking onto Kafka like a predator. 𝗧𝗏𝗧 stepped forward, exuding confidence, claiming that every path Kafka chose had already been destroyed. Kafka remained calm despite the BLD dripping from his cheek, contemplating 𝗧𝗏𝗧's power to change and erase futures. He closed his eyes for a fraction of a second, then opened them, sharpening his senses. Suddenly, a third eye opened on the back of his head, glowing green, adapting instinctively to his surroundings. Kafka blinked in surprise, realizing he had created an eye. It blinked once, then disappeared, reappearing whenever he thought about his blind spot. 𝗧𝗏𝗧 blurred again, but this time Kafka's senses screamed, allowing him to duck low as the stand's fist cut through the air above him. He was shocked to realize he had dodged. The next few exchanges were intense, with 𝗧𝗏𝗧 and his stand reappearing repeatedly, striking Kafka across his body. Each attack was erased before he could see it coming, and he was shoved and thrown into the dirt, only to rise again as his flesh healed with green energy. Kafka endured the punishment, his body shaking and bruises fading as quickly as they formed. 𝗧𝗏𝗧 laughed, dripping with arrogance, declaring Kafka's struggle meaningless. Kafka spat BLD, wiped his mouth, and stood tall, determined to find a way to survive. Another slash cut across his chest, causing him to stumble, but his healing caught up again. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 pressed forward, dragging Kafka by the throat and slamming him against shattered stone. Kafka roared, kicking free, but 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 vanished again, reappearing to strike. It was a storm of red aura and vanishing futures, with Kafka's body littered with fading cuts. Finally, 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 stepped forward, his face twisted into a cruel grin, preparing to end the fight. But then he froze, his pupils dilating and BLD beginning to trickle from his nose. The vision of the future unfolded before him, each one ending the same way, himself broken. No matter how he rewrote it, the conclusion remained unchanged. Across from him, Kafka smiled, a slow, dangerous grin as his eyes lit with red and green sparks. He declared that 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 had realized too late what was coming. Kafka's aura erupted, lightning forking through the air as his kaiju power burst forth. His teeth sharpened into fangs, and half his face cracked with monstrous scales. His legs tightened, glowing with raw destructive energy, and his fists hummed with power. The ground shattered as Kafka launched himself forward, a living warhead, announcing that this was it. His punch tore through the air, creating a massive explosion that leveled everything in its radius, a dome of green and red light swallowing trees, dirt, and stone. When the dust settled, Kafka stood in the center of a vast crater, his right arm mangled but healing at an incredible speed. Steam poured off his body as he inhaled deeply. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 staggered at the crater's edge, trembling, his stand flickering and arms shattered. He coughed BLD before screaming, overtaken by the blue glow of elimination. His body collapsed into glowing fragments, vanishing into the sky. Silence fell as Kafka exhaled, rolling his shoulders and allowing his aura to settle. He muttered to himself about the exhausting battle, dragging his tired body forward. The battlefield was quiet now, save for the rustling of broken branches and the faint crackle of energy still sparking from his kaiju form. He tilted his head upward, noticing the glowing timer hovering in the sky. With a momentary falter in his steps, a limp formed in his stride, but within seconds his wounds closed and his body straightened. The pain faded, leaving him ready for whatever came next. His healing was keeping him together, even as exhaustion gnawed at him. Kafka exhaled, thinking that he could manage just 4 more minutes. Up ahead, he saw Sonic dragging a limp body along the dirt, the silver-haired 𝗍𝗏𝗧𝗏, unconscious and his limbs bouncing loosely as Sonic hauled him. Kafka narrowed his eyes and smirked, reflecting that Nakajima never really stood a chance, often appearing terrified in the anime. He walked over, curious about Sonic's intentions. He asked why Sonic didn't just eliminate Nakajima. Sonic shrugged, dropping Nakajima carelessly on the ground, explaining that it didn't feel right to beat up someone who was already scared out of his mind. Kafka chuckled, shaking his head, knowing that this was typical of Nakajima. But then another thought struck him, Chie. His expression hardened as he wondered where she was. She was tough, but 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏's ability was formidable. Still, she was physically stronger than her quirk suggested. If anyone could push him back, it would be her. As Kafka and Sonic walked through the forest, the atmosphere grew heavier, pressing down on them. Suddenly, they saw it, Chie's body, glowing faint blue as it began breaking apart into shimmering orbs. Eliminated. Kafka's eyes widened in shock. Standing over her was 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏, casually pointing a sleek gun, smoke curling from its barrel, his grin maddeningly calm. Kafka clenched his jaw, realizing that weapons were allowed. Beside him, Sonic's aura flared, blue lightning sparking wildly around his body as his fury boiled over. He vanished in an instant, a blur of electricity, fist ped back and aimed straight for 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏's head. But 𝗧𝗏 only smirked, brushing against Sonic's arm, causing the blue sparks to vanish. Sonic's body froze mid-swing, his speed gone in an instant. 𝗧𝗏 pressed the gun to Sonic's chest, tilting his head with a mocking grin, noting that Sonic was fast but not without his quirk. He then prepared to pull the trigger. But Sonic never felt it. His eyes snapped open to find that the bullet had struck something hard, something unyielding. A massive green-scaled hand. 𝗏𝗏 stood in front of him, half his arm transformed, kaiju scales shimmering with crackling green energy. The bullet hadn't even scratched him. 𝗏𝗏 growled that 𝗧𝗏 would have to try harder than that. Sonic staggered back, breathing heavily, as 𝗏𝗏 grabbed him by the collar and yanked him out of range. 𝗧𝗏 tilted the gun lazily, eyes glinting with interest, commenting on 𝗏𝗏's impressive ability to block bullets with his bare hand. 𝗏𝗏 didn't flinch, his claws flexing slightly, whispering to Sonic to keep his distance and not let 𝗧𝗏 lay a finger on him. Sonic clenched his fists as his lightning returned, sparks flaring around him, vowing to tear 𝗧𝗏 apart. But 𝗏𝗏 raised his arms slightly, stopping him, his glare never leaving 𝗧𝗏. 𝗧𝗏 smirked, lowering the gun, then casually raised his free hand, dismissing the situation and claiming he gave up. 𝗏𝗏 and Sonic froze in confusion as 𝗧𝗏 holstered the gun and smiled, stating that he knew when he was outmatched and there was no point in wasting bullets or effort. He turned his back, hands shoved in his pockets, and began walking away through the ruined trees. 𝗏𝗏 and Sonic stared in silence, dumbfounded. Sonic suggested they chase him or knock him out, but 𝗏𝗏 shook his head, stating that 𝗧𝗏 had already surrendered and they should focus on surviving the round. Sonic scowled but nodded, and together they turned and walked back into the circle. The battlefield was eerily quiet as they sat, both staring at the glowing timer in the sky. With only 15 seconds left, 𝗏𝗏 leaned back, his eyes heavy with fatigue, thinking that this insane festival was almost over. Sonic sighed, expressing his hunger, and 𝗏𝗏 managed a tired smirk as the timer ran out. The flag erupted in light, spreading a glowing blue across the battlefield, and a crown symbol appeared, hovering above both 𝗏𝗏 and Sonic's heads. They had survived. 𝗏𝗏 let out a long, exhausted sigh, feeling the weight lift as he acknowledged that it was over. Sonic collapsed backward with a grin, insisting that someone better bring food because he wasn't moving until then. 𝗏𝗏 chuckled softly, allowing himself to breathe as he lay back down. Suddenly, the grassy ground beneath them began to ripple like glass breaking, fragments of green fading into black. Sonic scrambled to his feet in panic, worried about what was happening. 𝗏𝗏, however, remained still, closing his eyes and breathing steadily. He recognized the sensation, the strange twisting of space, like being pulled through a wormhole. When he opened his eyes, the forest was gone, replaced by a vast circular chamber lined with glowing sigils. The air was still and heavy. He glanced to the side and noticed a girl with purple hair curled up, peacefully asleep on a floating seat of light. Her power was terrifying, capable of creating a whole dimension. 𝗏𝗏 exhaled, scratching the back of his head, and turned to Sonic, who was still frantically looking around. Before he could say anything, the click of shoes echoed as a tall figure in a 𝗬𝗲𝗬𝗏 suit approached with a predatory calm. It was 𝗎𝗎𝗏, his smile wide. He greeted the students, noting that they must be tired and instructing them to go to their respective teachers, promising to announce the results of round 1 shortly. 𝗏𝗏 raised an eyebrow, realizing that 𝗎𝗎𝗏 appeared completely unfazed while dozens of students stood around battered and tense. Sighing, 𝗏𝗏 motioned for Sonic to follow. Together, they made their way across the glowing floor until they found 𝐈𝑧𝗏 and the rest of Class 1A grouped together. 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗲. As they spotted the two, 𝗵𝗃 waved furiously, and the others rushed over, relief and excitement evident on their faces. Denki anxiously asked if they had managed to get a flag, while 𝗬𝗏 expressed concern that none of them had been able to find one. 𝗏𝗏 blinked, noticing the weight of failure on their faces. Before he could speak, Sonic jumped ahead, grinning widely and announcing that they had indeed secured a flag and kept it safe. The class froze in disbelief, and then erupted in cheers. 𝗵𝗃 and 𝗬𝗏 leapt forward, hugging 𝗏𝗏 tightly, filled with pure joy. They had won the first round. Students clapped, laughed, and sighed in relief, momentarily lifting the exhaustion and tension. 𝗏𝗏 allowed himself to be swept up in the excitement, though his eyes scanned the group carefully. He noticed Izuku smiling directly at him, congratulating 𝗏𝗏 on their success. 𝗏𝗏 nodded slightly, feeling a sense of camaraderie and accomplishment. But then Kafka noticed something unusual, two things, to be precise. First, Momo and Ito were not celebrating with the others. Instead, they were focused intently on Izuku, their expressions serious, as if they were waiting for the right moment to approach him. Second, Bakugo's gaze was fixed on Izuku, his hostility more palpable than ever, fists clenched and trembling with restrained anger. Kafka's attention shifted again, landing on Shoko. She wasn't watching him, Sonic, or anyone else. Her eyes were solely on Izuku. Yet, it wasn't the cold, analytical look she usually wore. This time, it was softer, warmer, filled with unspoken affection. Kafka furrowed his brow, wondering what had transpired in his absence. After a few minutes, they walked until they reached the heavy doors adorned with the U symbol, which creaked open, the hinges echoing slightly as the group entered the new room. It was nothing like anyone had anticipated. A massive flat-screen TV dominated the far wall, while snack tables filled with chips, pocky, drinks, and instant noodles stretched across the middle. 3 oversized couches formed a lounging area spacious enough for everyone. The group froze in surprise. Voices chorused across the room, and Mineta quickly scrambled past everyone, diving onto the nearest couch and discovering a manga waiting on the shelf. Without hesitation, he cracked it open and sprawled out as if he owned the place. Aika drifted toward the bookshelf as well, scanning the spines until she pulled out a thicker paperback and nestled into the far corner of the couch, her nose buried in her book. Ruko plopped onto the opposite couch, phone already in hand, scrolling without looking up. Others split off into their friend groups, laughter erupting in one corner and quiet chatter in another, everyone settling into their own comfort zones. Kafka entered last, scanning the room until his eyes landed on Chie. She sat alone at the end of one couch, her gaze downcast, hands fidgeting with the edge of her sleeve. He hesitated for a moment before walking over. He greeted her softly, and she looked up briefly before glancing away again. She expressed her disappointment, acknowledging that she had lost her fight while the others had won theirs. Kafka tilted his head in confusion but then realized the weight of her words. His expression softened as he reassured her that she had done remarkably well, explaining how her efforts had allowed him to finish his opponent. Chie's eyes widened in surprise as she processed his words, a small smile tugging at Kafka's lips. For a moment, she stared at him, then her face softened, and a faint smile broke across her lips. She acknowledged her contribution with newfound confidence. Kafka felt relieved to see her smile again, and as he moved away, she quietly clutched her knees, a more assured look on her face. Across the room, Izuku turned as Kafka approached, and they clasped hands, both smiling brightly. They began talking animatedly, Izuku praising Kafka while Kafka enjoyed seeing Izuku so happy. However, amidst their conversation, something subtle shifted in the room. 2 pairs of eyes were locked onto them. Izumi sat at the far side of the couch, her gaze fixed on Kafka, lingering a moment too long, her expression unreadable, though a faint blush colored her cheeks. On the other side of the room, Shoko's intense gaze was focused on Izuku, her stare quiet yet piercing, as if she were studying him. Mina noticed the tension and exchanged glances between Izumi and Shoko, a grin slowly forming on her face, reminiscent of a mad scientist who had just stumbled upon an intriguing experiment. She whispered to Denki, who was reaching for chips beside her, causing him to freeze, sweat forming on his forehead as he sensed her mischievous intent. He nervously suggested that she back away slowly, clutching his chips like a shield. A few moments later, the room filled with quiet chatter as students relaxed after the exhausting first round. Izuku animatedly gestured with his hands, explaining the quirks he had analyzed while Kafka listened calmly, his mind drifting between Izuku's words and the events of the fight. Suddenly, the large screen in front of the classroom flickered to life, silencing the chatter as every head turned. A pale man in a long coat appeared, his crimson eyes glowing faintly. It was Alucard. He smirked, leaning slightly forward, his tone calm yet heavy with significance. He greeted the students and teachers, and Kafka felt a strange pressure radiating from him, even through the monitor. Some students chuckled nervously at his eerie smile, while others swallowed hard, sensing an odd dread. 𝗧𝗪𝗏 continued, stating he would keep things brief, knowing they were eager to learn who had passed the first round. The room fell silent, anticipation thick in the air. Then, 3 names appeared on the screen in large, bold letters: Iron Star Academy, Holy Dragon Academy, 𝐎𝐻𝐢. The classroom erupted with cheers, voices shouting in relief and pride. Kafka didn't cheer, he merely smirked faintly, knowing they would win. The screen shifted again, and 𝗧𝗪𝗏 announced the students who had successfully captured flags. Images flashed across the monitor, and Kafka's own face appeared beside Sonic's, causing the room to explode with excitement once more. Classmates cheered their names, and Kafka scratched his head awkwardly, pretending not to care while allowing himself a small smile. The screen changed again, showing the American school's winners: Mikima, Sora, and Shiro. Kafka's brow furrowed as he recognized their names, a nagging thought lingering in his mind. Then came the English school's winners, Rose and Edward. When Rose's smiling face appeared, Kafka stiffened, the memory of her bold kiss flashing in his mind. Izuku leaned toward him, asking if he wanted something to drink. Kafka blinked, shaking off his thoughts and expressing his longing for something other than soda or juice. Izuku suggested brewing some green tea, and Kafka agreed enthusiastically. As Izuku stood and walked toward the small kitchen corner where the supplies were kept, Kafka followed him with his eyes, only to freeze when he noticed Bakugo, Momo, Ida, Ochako, and Zuko standing near the green tea supplies. Kafka thought to himself that this was a recipe for disaster. If Izuku ran into them, they were bound to say something foolish. But then he stopped dead in his tracks as he witnessed something unexpected. The instant Izuku stepped near them, they moved away, not casually or politely, but with a clear intent to avoid. But hurriedly, as if repelled by his presence, Momo's eyes flicked toward him, nervous, before darting away. Ida adjusted his glasses, but his hands trembled slightly. Ochako and Kirishima avoided eye contact completely, stiffening as if caught. Even Bakugo, usually the loudest in the room, said nothing, his lips pressed thin, his usual sneer replaced with quiet tension. Zuko's hands curled tightly at his sides, but he stayed silent. Izuku didn't even notice. He just hummed softly as he reached for the tea leaves. Kafka's thoughts raced, wondering why everyone was acting so strangely, feeling a weight in his chest. He leaned back slowly, unsettled, unable to look away from Izuku. Before he could sort his thoughts, the screen shifted again. 𝗧𝗪𝗏's voice rang out, announcing the elimination scores. The air thickened as Kafka's gaze snapped back to the screen. Names appeared with glowing numbers. 4th place, Kafka Shinji, 13 eliminations. A few classmates clapped, but Kafka barely registered it. His eyes tracked upward. 3rd place, Finn, 14 eliminations. 2nd place, Mikima, 26 eliminations. Gasps filled the room. 26 alone was a terrifying number. But then the 1st place score appeared, golden light illuminating the name, Izuku Yagi, 82 eliminations. The room went silent. No one spoke. No one breathed. Kafka's heart lurched at the shocking number. His hands clenched at his sides as he turned his head slowly. Izuku stood by the tea leaves, looking at the table with a calm expression, seemingly unaware of the shock around him. The rest of the class stared at him, their shock evident. The only ones not staring were Bakugo, Zuko, Ida, Momo, Ochako, and Kirishima. They didn't even turn their heads. They already knew. Kafka swallowed hard, wondering what had happened in that dimension. The silence was deafening, broken only by the soft clink of a spoon against porcelain as Izuku quietly stirred the tea. His shoulders were tense, though he seemed unaware of the eyes now locked on him from all sides. Finally, with a small, polite smile, he turned, announcing that the tea was ready. Everyone looked at him in shock. He appeared confused, asking if they wanted some, but nobody answered. Every pair of eyes was glued to him, the silence heavy as if everyone was holding their breath. Kafka's brows lowered, sensing something was off. He narrowed his eyes, asking Izuku what had happened in the dream dimension. Izuku blinked in confusion, the teacup tray trembling slightly in his hands as he asked for clarification. Denki leaned forward, breaking the tension with an odd exclamation about Izuku's 82 eliminations. The room remained quiet, everyone's eyes fixed on Izuku, waiting for a response. The tension was thick enough to cut with a blade, even Aizawa's usual stoic expression showing a flicker of interest. Izuku blinked at all the stares, still confused. He looked around, awkwardly laughing as he asked to see what they were talking about. No one answered. Jiro tapped her foot impatiently, Denki leaned forward, and Mina tilted her head, grinning in anticipation. Kafka folded his arms, clearly impatient, thinking that they were all waiting for Izuku to say something. Finally, Izuku scratched his cheek nervously, tilting his head like a puzzled puppy, and gave a sheepish smile, claiming he didn't remember. The whole group collapsed in shock, legs giving out and hands hitting their foreheads. Jiro dropped her earjacks onto the floor, while Denki and Mina face-planted at the same time. Kafka slammed his palm against his forehead, exasperated, questioning how Izuku could forget something so significant. Izuku, still smiling innocently, put his finger on his chin, humming as if he were solving a math problem, insisting that he just didn't remember. Mina groaned in disbelief, while Denki slumped on the table, lamenting that Izuku had been like a monster out there. Jiro poked him in the forehead, incredulous that he could forget. Izuku pouted slightly, maintaining that it was true, he couldn't recall anything. Ojiro let out a long sigh, shaking his head, while Tsuyu blinked slowly, muttering that he was hopeless. Mineta rolled on the floor, exclaiming what a waste it was, while Ruko face-bombed in silence. Kafka let out a deep sigh, rubbing the bridge of his nose, frustrated that Izuku seemed so innocent that he probably wasn't even lying. Meanwhile, Izuku smiled nervously, rubbing the back of his head, clearly not understanding how outrageous his answer sounded. He suggested, perhaps jokingly, that he had been sleepwalking. Everyone gasped in unison, shocked that he could think such a thing. Kafka sighed again, scratching the back of his head, determined to find out what had happened in that dimension. His gaze shifted across the room, first landing on Bakugo, whose teeth were clenched and fists white-knuckled with rage. Then Zuko, who had walked away to sit down with shaking hands. Ochako looked pale and nervous, her hands twisted tightly in her lap. Momo's lips pressed into a thin line, her brow furrowed in thought. And then there was Ida. Kafka noticed the sweat dripping down his temple and the way his hand trembled as he adjusted his glasses. Kafka's sharp eyes narrowed, coldly asking Ida what had happened. The tall boy froze, his jaw trembling as words choked in his throat. His eyes flickered toward Ochako, Momo, and Bakugo, all of whom avoided Kafka's piercing stare. Kafka realized they were afraid. The silence deepened, Ida's nervous breathing growing faster, Bakugo growling under his breath, Zuko's face turning pale, Ochako looking down at her shoes, and Momo clutching her skirt tightly. Kafka folded his arms, green energy sparking at his fingertips as his irritation grew, wondering what Izuku had done. In another area of the grand building, through the massive hall with Gothic arches overhead and stained glass windows shimmering in the sunlight, students of the English school sat around a long table. At the head of the table sat Alucard, relaxed yet commanding, his presence making the room quiet. His lips curled into a sly smile as he addressed Rose and Edward, praising their performance. Rose flipped her red hair, smirking with satisfaction, while Edward shrugged, appearing bored. Murmurs of praise rippled across the table, but Alucard's eyes drifted to a blond boy wearing a tilted cap, a gleaming greatsword strapped across his back. He complimented Finn for bringing in bonus points. Finn replied calmly, almost casually. Alucard clapped his hands, pulling everyone's focus back to him, his smile widening as he announced that the second round would be a 3-on-3 fighting match. The students straightened, tension and excitement sparking in the air as Alucard explained that they would wear a band strapped to their arms. If the enemy takes it, they earn 500 points. Take 2 out of 3 bands while protecting your own, and you win. Whispers stirred around the table, filled with nervous energy, eagerness, and calculations. Alucard's eyes sharpened, and his tone dropped low and deliberate. He grinned and warned everyone that 3 students demanded their full attention. Lifting a pale hand, he conjured a glowing illusion in the air, revealing the face of a girl with striking red hair. He introduced her as 𝗵𝗲 from the American school, one of the rare few who managed to capture a flag. The students muttered among themselves, some scribbling notes, while others narrowed their eyes. With a snap of his fingers, the image shifted to a black-haired boy surrounded by faint green sparks. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 smiled as he announced 𝗵𝗃 from the Japan school. The room rippled with surprise, and Rose leaned forward, a wicked grin forming on her lips, clearly intrigued by 𝗵𝗃. Edward scoffed, exhaling hard, expressing his annoyance at Kafka's presence. 𝗧𝗵𝗃's smile grew sharper as he warned them that 𝗵𝗃 was dangerous, possessing strength that allowed him to take a flag where others failed. He urged them not to underestimate him. The atmosphere twisted darker as 𝗧𝗵𝗃 summoned the third image, a boy with glowing green hair and sharp eyes, his presence filling the hall despite being merely a projection. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 spoke quietly but deliberately, declaring this boy the most dangerous of them all. The room fell silent, curiosity etched on every face. A student raised a trembling hand, asking if the boy was truly that dangerous. 𝗧𝗵𝗃's smile lingered, but his eyes sharpened with an almost cruel intensity as he confirmed the boy's threat. He leaned back, his voice soft yet resonant, advising that if they ever found themselves alone against him, their best option was to run or to confront him with 3 against 1. Confusion, unease, and fear spread among the students, but 𝗧𝗵𝗃 seemed almost entertained, his grin unnerving. He thought to himself that the boy reminded him of someone, his gaze drifting as a memory flickered. A girl with long blonde hair in a flowing white dress, her innocent smile shining. The memory shattered, replaced by the image of Izuku standing on a mound of fallen foes, his eyes shadowed and body battered but unbroken. His fists trembled, his aura crackling like a storm barely contained. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 grinned wide, muttering about innocent faces that fought like devils. In the UA room, 𝗵𝗃 stood with his arms crossed, green sparks faintly tracing across his skin as he tried to piece together the situation. His eyes lingered on Izuku, who appeared happy and clueless, as if the whole world had opened up to him. 𝗵𝗃 thought to himself that not a single word had been spoken. No matter how he looked at it, Izuku couldn't provide answers, nor could the others. He glanced at his classmates, Ochako's worried eyes, Ida's stern but nervous stance, Momo biting her lip as if she wanted to speak but couldn't, and Bakugo scowling in frustration. Zuko looked tense, and he noticed Katsumi and Izumi, both sisters pressing for answers of their own. Each time they asked, the silence only deepened. 𝗵𝗃 let out a slow sigh, irritation prickling at his tailbone as he pondered how to get answers from this mess. They were stonewalling him, as if the whole group had made a pact not to say a word. There had to be another way. His gaze landed on Shoko, who hadn't moved since the standoff began. Her mismatched eyes were locked on Izuku, sharp and piercing, her expression unreadable. 𝗵𝗃 sensed that she knew something. Gathering himself, he made his way toward her. Shoko's shoulders stiffened slightly as she felt his presence approach. When he tapped her shoulder, she flinched, her eyes darting sideways, icy blue colliding with green. 𝗵𝗃 quickly pulled his hand back, feeling a bit awkward. He apologized for startling her, but her face settled back into a calm expression, as if the moment hadn't happened at all. She gave him a quiet, steady look, waiting for him to speak. 𝗵𝗃 scratched his cheek, searching for the right words, and then asked if she knew what happened to Izuku. For a heartbeat, there was silence, but then, almost imperceptibly, she nodded her head. 𝗵𝗃 blinked, relief washing over him as he realized she had confirmed his question. He smiled faintly, not wanting to ruin the moment, and asked her to tell him what happened. Shoko's eyes narrowed slightly, as if weighing whether or not to trust him. She studied his expression for a moment before finally agreeing to share. 𝗵𝗃 straightened, his grin widening as he focused intently on her words. In a flashback, Shoko landed on the island, the sea breeze brushing against her two-toned hair. Her mismatched eyes scanned the terrain, calm yet sharp. She exhaled lightly, thinking that the place felt too quiet. Cautiously, she walked, her boots crunching against the dirt until a sudden rustle caught her attention. Instantly, she raised her hand, fire blazing in her left palm and ice forming in her right. Her gaze sharpened as a figure stumbled out from the bushes, green messy hair, nervous freckles, and wide eyes. Izuku froze, blushing as he greeted her. Shoko lowered her power, acknowledging him and asking if he had found a flag yet. When he shook his head, she suggested they team up to find one. Izuku's eyes widened, his cheeks turning red as he stuttered in disbelief at the idea of being alone with her. Shoko tilted her head, her expression neutral, confirming that it would just be the two of them. They walked for a while until the trees thinned, opening into a massive grass clearing. The air felt strange, too open with no cover or obstacles. Shoko's eyes narrowed, sensing something was off. Suddenly, she snapped her hand out in front of Izuku, warning him to get down. He turned his head and froze as dozens of students wearing uniforms from different schools emerged from the far side of the clearing. One of the enemy girls spotted them and pointed, shouting for the others to get them. Shoko urged Izuku to run, grabbing his hand as they sprinted, grass flying beneath their feet. But before they could escape, a giant hand shot forward, wrapping around both of them. Izuku was shocked, unable to comprehend what was happening. Shoko reacted quickly, unleashing an ice spear to freeze the arm, but before she could break free, a German girl appeared, delivering a powerful kick that sent Shoko crashing to the ground. Izuku's eyes widened in alarm as he struggled to breathe, the hand tightening its grip around him. The enemy boy grinned, silencing him. Shoko wiped blood from her lip, her eyes filled with fury as she realized the situation was dire. The enemies dragged them back to the center of the clearing, where more beaten figures came into view. Shoko's eyes widened in shock as she recognized her classmates, Bakugo, Ida, Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, and Zuko, all tied or pinned down, clearly battered from fighting. Bakugo snarled, expressing his frustration at the cowardice of their attackers. Shoko clenched her fists, but Izuku suddenly flexed his arms, roaring with newfound strength. He broke free from the grip, shattering the hand that held him. He stumbled to the ground but quickly charged toward Shoko, who was equally shocked by his sudden burst of power. However, another boy stepped forward, his arms stretching unnaturally far, ready to confront them. His fingers brushed against Izuku's shoulder, causing Izuku to freeze mid-run. His entire body locked up before his knees buckled, and he collapsed, his eyes rolling back. Shoko, horrified, turned furiously to the boy responsible. She demanded to know what he had done to Izuku. The boy smirked, his voice low and cruel, claiming he had merely touched Izuku and now he was trapped in his own nightmare, forced to relive his worst fears over and over again. Shoko's eyes widened in shock and fury as she realized the implications of the boy's quirk. He was torturing Izuku from the inside out. Zuko, pinned down, growled in frustration, questioning why they were working together when this was supposed to be a competition. The students exchanged glances and laughed, with one girl smirking as she declared that they were no longer enemies. They had formed an alliance among 3 schools, Germany, Russia, and Korea, to eliminate the rest and secure their place in the next round. Bakugo, chained and bloodied, spat on the ground in anger, calling them cowards. One of the enemy boys sneered as he approached Bakugo and kicked him in the ribs, causing him to gasp. Another boy with slick hair grinned, commenting on the 2 girls they had captured, suggesting it would be a waste to eliminate them. An annoyed girl clicked her tongue, reminding him to focus on the real threats, the Americans, English, and Japanese. Another boy cracked his knuckles in agreement, stating that it was the fastest way to secure their victory. Unable to contain himself, Ida charged forward, engines roaring, vowing not to allow such disrespect. As he launched a kick, a massive diamond-like arm appeared, catching his leg mid-swing. The diamond user acknowledged Ida's effort but dismissed it as insufficient. The second boy thanked him and began to pummel Ida, sending him staggering backward. Ochako screamed for Ida, trying to rush to him, but another boy grabbed her arm, preventing her from moving. One by one, the others were restrained. Momo struggled as 2 arms pinned her, Bakugo fought but was held back, Zuko snarled in frustration, and even Shoko was slammed down, blood dripping from her nose as she glared at her captors. The mocking voice of another student echoed, declaring that they were finished and should just hand over the flag. Then, from the corner, a faint sound of movement caught their attention. A figure shifted, rising slowly to his feet. His messy hair hung over his eyes, hiding his expression. It was Izuku. Shoko's eyes widened in realization. He was awake. The others turned, blinking in surprise. The boy who had taunted Izuku scoffed, claiming it didn't matter because he would just put him back to sleep. He stretched his hand forward, preparing his quirk. But Izuku remained still, his head tilted forward, eyes hidden under his bangs. Then, in an instant, the boy who had spoken vanished into glowing blue particles, eliminated without warning. The entire area froze as a terrified student questioned what had just happened. Izuku lifted his face, revealing eyes that were no longer the gentle, nervous green they remembered. They were blank, cold, and empty. For the first time in his life, Izuku had snapped. A suffocating aura radiated from him, his body trembling not from fear but from overwhelming, uncontrollable rage. Bakugo, wide-eyed, whispered Izuku's name in disbelief. Before anyone could process the change, another enemy disintegrated into blue particles, followed by another and another. Screams filled the air as Izuku blurred across the battlefield, no longer the hesitant boy but a merciless force. Ida, shocked, noted Izuku's incredible speed, realizing he couldn't even register it. One student holding Shoko suddenly burst into blue particles, eliminated before he could react. Another holding Momo followed, then one gripping Bakugo and Ochako. One after another, they were gone in an instant. The restraints vanished, and the captives were freed. Everyone turned, wide-eyed, to the center of the battlefield where Izuku stood, his chest heaving, fists clenched, an aura erupting around him. He wasn't breathing hard, smiling, or crying. He was emotionless, appearing more like a monster than a student. A random enemy, voice shaking, called him a monster. Izuku moved again, blitzing the battlefield, and each time he reappeared, another enemy screamed before bursting into elimination light. Momo, stunned, thought that this wasn't the same boy she knew. He had transformed into someone terrifying. Zuko whispered under his breath, questioning what had happened to Deku. The screams of the enemy students echoed, cut short as Izuku erased them from the field. His classmates, who once saw him as weak and fragile, could only watch in awe as he revealed the terrifying power he had hidden. Ochako's eyes trembled as she locked onto him, realizing he was terrifying. Izuku stood at the end, silent and unmoving. The ground around him was torn up, the air heavy with his presence. His once innocent aura was gone, replaced by something monstrous. After a few minutes, every single enemy was eliminated. Izuku stood there, his chest heaving, his uniform torn and blood spattered across him, not his own, but from the brutal fights he had endured. Bakugo looked unsettled, a flicker of fear crossing his face, while Ida, Ochako, Momo, and even Zuko stared at him with unease. None of them spoke, none of them could. Izuku slowly turned around, his eyes distant and unreadable. The weight of what he had done hung heavily in the air. Each step he took forward made the others tense, their breaths caught in their throats. Everyone looked terrified, except for Shoko. She stood her ground, her expression steady as her eyes followed him. Then, Izuku's body finally gave in. His knees buckled, and he collapsed forward. Shoko moved instinctively, catching him before he hit the ground. Her arms wrapped around his shoulders, keeping him upright. His head rested against her, his face peaceful as if none of the destruction had ever happened. Shoko froze, her eyes lingering on him, studying the lines of exhaustion across his face, the faint freckles, the unruly green hair that fell messily over his forehead. She thought to herself that he had always been cute, her cheeks warming with a faint blush before she could even realize why. She quickly shook her head, but the thought lingered, pulling her deeper into confusion she didn't want to admit out loud. Kafka's eyes widened as he returned to the present, pondering what Izuku could have seen in that dream to make him snap like that. Shoko's voice cut through his thoughts, declaring that she was finished sharing. Kafka exhaled slowly, rubbing the back of his neck, acknowledging that he had gathered the information he wanted. His eyes shifted to Shoko, and his expression tightened as he realized she had revealed too much. He noted the way she didn't seem to realize what she had admitted, recognizing that she had fallen for him. How dense could she be? 𝗵𝗃 sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. He thought about where his green tea was. The courtyard buzzed with dozens of voices in different accents bouncing off the stone walls, trays clattering, and someone playing music on a portable speaker. The sun hung lazily above the tall building, turning the trimmed grass into a sheet of gold. 𝗵𝗃 sat cross-legged with his group on the lawn, surrounded by Sonic, Izuku, Tsuyu, Chie, Ojiro, Denki, Mina, Jiro, Mineta, and Taro. Their bento boxes were scattered in a rough circle, chopsticks and forks waving as everyone talked at once. Nearby, another group, including Ida, Momo, Ochako, Kirishima, Bakugo, Izumi, Katsumi, and Zuko, claimed the shade under a huge tree. Farther away, Shoko, Ruko, and Aiku quietly ate by themselves, the breeze tugging at their uniforms. 𝗵𝗃 leaned back on his hands, eyes half closed. The warmth, the chatter, and the smell of cafeteria curry blended into something peaceful. He thought about how there was about an hour left until the next match and decided to enjoy this moment while it lasted. Across the courtyard, the American and English divisions sat in loud clusters, shouting and laughing in their own languages. 𝗵𝗃 effortlessly caught every word. He looked at his classmates again, noticing Sonic bragging to Izuku about some record time, Chie nodding politely. While Tsuyu listened, and Denki trying to balance a rice ball on Ojiro's tail, failing miserably. This was actually nice, he thought. Then a tap caught his attention. Mina crouched beside him, her pink hair glowing in the sun, her grin suspiciously wide. Mina said he looked way too calm, which she found boring. 𝗵𝗃, confused, replied that he was just eating. Mina, already plotting, declared that he had energy for a game. 𝗵𝗃's eyebrow twitched, cautious about what kind of game she had in mind. Mina dramatically announced spin and truth or punishment, which instantly lit up Denki. Chie excitedly agreed, and Ojiro smiled while adding a request for no weird dares. Within minutes, trays were pushed aside, and a bottle spun in the center of their circle, glinting in the sunlight as it whirled. It slowed and then stopped on Sonic. Mina, disappointed, remarked that he was not her target, but she leaned forward with mock seriousness, asking him what his deepest, darkest secret was. Everyone leaned in like a TV audience as Sonic tapped his chin thoughtfully and then grinned, revealing that he always said he hated chili oil but actually kind of loved it. The circle went silent for a moment before erupting in laughter. Denki called it lame, Ojiro pointed out it wasn't a secret but a condiment preference, and Tsuyu sighed, finding it anticlimactic. Sonic pouted, insisting he didn't do secrets. Laughter continued as Denki performed an over-the-top chicken dance. Jiro sang a random pop chorus, and Chie delivered a surprisingly good villain monologue that earned her applause. When the bottle spun again, it rattled to a stop, and Mina triumphantly declared 𝗵𝗃's name. 𝗵𝗃, deadpan, questioned her smile. Mina, with a mischievous tone, asked him who he found most attractive in their class. The courtyard hushed, even Bakugo pausing mid-bite. Without hesitation, 𝗵𝗃 stated that if they were talking beauty, it was Ruko, but if it was about attractiveness, it was probably Aiku. The group exploded in reactions, with Denki shocked, Jiro impressed, and Ojiro noting how fast he answered. Across the courtyard, Ruko blinked in confusion while Aiku raised a brow, smirking faintly. Mina, flustered, tried to clarify that she meant who he was most attracted to, but 𝗵𝗃 simply shrugged, stating nobody. Silence fell again, Mina's jaw dropping in disbelief while Izumi quietly poked at her rice, cheeks a little pink. 𝗵𝗃 thought about how they were all just kids, and technically he was an adult. Mina noticed Izumi's tiny frown and smirked, plotting her next move. The game rolled on, with Taro making animal noises until someone guessed correctly, Mineta losing a bet and doing push-ups until he reached 300, and Izuku convincing half the circle he could juggle apples, which he couldn't. Laughter rose over the courtyard until even a few other students from different schools watching from the balconies joined in. When the bottle finally stopped spinning for the last time, everyone was out of breath. Denki's face was covered in Mina's doodles, Chia's voice was hoarse from shouting, and Jiro was still humming the tune she'd been forced to sing. Sonic declared it a win, Chia noted it killed time, and Tsuyu remarked that they still had a while before the next match. 𝗵𝗃 leaned back again, propping his arms behind him as sunlight filtered through the trees, catching the edges of everyone's laughter. After a few minutes, the campus field buzzed with leftover energy from lunch. Groups of students were still laughing, trading snacks, or showing off their quirks while sunlight shimmered between the trees. 𝗵𝗃 and 𝗧𝗂𝘁 stretched side by side near a quiet patch of grass, both letting out the same exhausted yawn. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 remarked that the food was delicious, and 𝗵𝗃 agreed, noting they had about half an hour before the next round started and suggesting they walk it off. They began wandering the paths, chatting about strategy, training routines, and quirks they had seen in the last match, until a sharp voice cut through the noise. A distant call of Kafka's name made him freeze mid-step. He barely had time to brace himself before a blur of red and gold slammed into him. He staggered back, catching the body that flew into his chest. When he finally steadied himself, he blinked down at the smiling face pressed against him. Rose looked up, her blonde hair bouncing and a mischievous grin stretching from ear to ear. She playfully asked if he couldn't let a girl visit her future husband. 𝗵𝗃 groaned, holding her at arm's length, firmly stating he was not her husband and never would be. She pouted, her lower lip trembling dramatically, but then smirked, suggesting he would change his mind eventually. 𝗵𝗃 sighed again, telling her to get off him already. Rose, smiling wider, insisted she couldn't do that because if she did, he would stop whatever was coming. Just then, a gust of wind cracked through the air. 𝗧𝗂𝘁's instincts flared, and he raised his arm in an X block just in time to intercept a punch that sent dirt flying and him skidding backward several meters. 𝗵𝗃 spun toward the sound, eyes wide. Before he could move, Rose's arms tightened around him. She smiled, playfully refusing to let go. Crackles of green lightning began to crawl over Kafka's body, his pupils narrowing as scales started forming along his jaw. Annoyed, he told her to let go before he lost his temper. She only smiled brighter, finding him cute when he was angry. Across the clearing, 𝗧𝗂𝘁 dug his heels into the dirt, slowing his momentum as he looked up at the figure walking calmly through the settling dust. A boy stepped out, a white cap tilted low, with two small shapes like bunny ears sticking up from the top. His posture was loose, hands in pockets, and his eyes sharp. He grinned, commenting on how sturdy 𝗧𝗂𝘁 was, noting that most people didn't block that. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 steadied his breath, asking who he was. The boy introduced himself as Finn, tilting his head and studying 𝗧𝗂𝘁 like a scientist observing a specimen. Finn smiled as he recognized the green-haired kid from the last match. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 remained silent, his stance tightening. Finn, curious, asked what 𝗧𝗂𝘁's quirk was. 𝗧𝗂𝘁's expression didn't change as he hesitated and admitted that he didn't have one. For a moment, the air went still, and Finn blinked in surprise. Quirkless. A smirk formed on his face. Finn remarked that it was impressive to be in one of the top hero schools in Japan and to be fighting without powers. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 braced himself for the usual insult or laughter, but instead, Finn chuckled softly, expressing respect for 𝗧𝗂𝘁's determination. Finn reached over his shoulder and pulled a slender blade from the 𝗧𝗪𝗓 on his back, flipping it in the sunlight before throwing it lightly into the ground behind him, where it stuck upright. Cracking his knuckles, he smiled and raised his fists, suggesting they fight with what they had. 𝗧𝗂𝘁's shock faded, replaced by a fierce determination as he took a deep breath and slid into his stance, ready for the challenge. The two faced each other in silence, their eyes locked, the ground beneath them marked by countless boot prints. A leaf drifted between them, and the moment it touched the ground, they vanished. A shockwave split the dirt as their fists collided mid-sprint, the force sending a pulse of air through the clearing. Finn slid back a step, twisted, and swept low. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 blocked with his shin, sparks flying from the impact. Finn's elbow darted forward like a spear, brushing past 𝗧𝗂𝘁's cheek. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 countered with a straight jab, which Finn narrowly avoided, the wind pressure slicing a strand of hair. Finn smirked, acknowledging 𝗧𝗂𝘁's strength. He lunged again with a rapid 1-2 combo, knees snapping up in fluid rhythm. Izuku caught the last knee on his forearm and twisted, launching Finn away. Finn flipped midair, landing feet first against a tree before launching himself back like a bullet. Izuku ducked under a punch and drove a hook into Finn's ribs, the impact resonating through the clearing. Finn grunted but remained on his feet, spinning to deliver a powerful kick aimed at Izuku's temple. Izuku raised his arm to block, but the kick sent him sideways through a tree, splintering wood everywhere. Izuku stood from the broken trunk, dust falling off his shoulders, and grinned slightly, challenging Finn to bring more. Finn exhaled, sinking into a tighter stance, his movements becoming cleaner and more precise. He darted forward, fists flickering like machine gun bursts. Izuku blocked and parried, each impact creating small sonic cracks in the air. A straight punch from Finn slipped through Izuku's guard, grazing his jaw. Izuku countered instantly, but Finn ducked just in time. Finn dropped low and swept the ground, but Izuku hopped over it, landing with a heavy stomp that cratered the earth. For a heartbeat, they both paused, breathing hard, dust swirling around them like fog. Then Izuku moved faster than before, his body blurring as he struck Finn's guard with enough power to send him back against a tree. Finn barely caught his footing, but before he could react, Izuku swung a leg upward in a brutal axe kick. Finn crossed his arms just in time, the ground splitting beneath him as he blocked. He jumped back, his knuckles cracking slightly, but his grin remained. Finn acknowledged that he was indeed fighting a formidable opponent. Izuku cracked his neck, tightening his stance again, urging Finn to stop holding back. Finn's expression shifted, the easy grin vanished as he rolled his shoulders, his eyes glowing with a golden aura. He declared that it was time to get serious. Before Izuku could brace himself, Finn lunged, the ground cracking under his feet from the force. In an instant, Finn's fist drove into Izuku's guard, sending him sliding back, his boots tearing grooves through the dirt. Finn didn't give him a moment to breathe, delivering a knee to Izuku's ribs that sent a shockwave through his torso. Pain bloomed sharply, but Finn encouraged him to show more. The two clashed again, fists slamming together midair, the shockwave shattering the ground beneath them. Finn grinned wider, challenging Izuku to show why he was dangerous. He shifted low and swept Izuku's legs with a quick spin. Before Izuku could react, a golden-tinged kick slammed into his chest, sending him flying backward through a row of trees. Izuku skidded to a stop, coughing, dirt and bark falling from his hair. His chest ached, breath ragged, but the fire in his eyes refused to fade. He realized that Finn seemed to predict his every move. Finn landed lightly on a broken stump, his stance relaxed yet precise. He smirked, challenging Izuku to keep up. Izuku narrowed his eyes and vanished from sight, bursting forward at high speed, zigzagging through the dust. He attempted a surprise right hook, but Finn had already moved, countering with a backhand that slammed into Izuku's shoulder. Izuku stumbled back but stayed upright, his mind racing as he realized Finn had dodged before he even threw the punch. Steadying his stance, Izuku shouted across the clearing, deducing that Finn's quirk must be a prediction type. For the first time, Finn blinked, tilting his head with a puzzled smile. He clarified that he hadn't even been using his quirk. Izuku froze, eyes wide, shocked by the revelation. Finn's grin returned, sharp and confident, as he shifted his feet into a proper stance, light bending around him. He leaned forward, his aura flaring like fire, and promised to reveal his secret after the fight. He launched forward again, the ground cracking beneath him as their fists met once more. The ground trembled under the repeated impacts, each collision splitting the air like thunder. Izuku and Finn moved so fast that their silhouettes blurred, green sparks and blue streaks dancing across the battlefield. Trees snapped in half from the pressure alone. Kafka and Rose burst through the last row of trees just in time to witness the spectacle, skidding to a stop as dirt flew around them. His eyes widened. Beside him, Rose smirked, resting her hands on her hips. She was clearly amused, teasing him about his strength. He felt annoyed, realizing that she had made him late. Rose laughed, but Kafka remained still, his focus locked ahead, disbelief etched across his face. Two revelations struck him simultaneously. First, the power radiating from Izuku was astonishing, far beyond anything Kafka remembered. Second, his opponent. Kafka blinked hard, trying to comprehend what he was seeing. Was that really Finn from Adventure Time? This was absurd. The two fighters clashed again, their fists colliding with such force that a shockwave flattened the grass around them, sending dust swirling into the air. Kafka thought they would destroy the entire area if this continued. Just as he was about to intervene, the atmosphere shifted. A low, dark hum filled the air, as if the world itself was holding its breath. A black aura began to coil between Izuku and Finn, pulsing ominously. Both fighters froze mid-strike. Kafka's eyes narrowed as the darkness condensed, forming a humanoid shape wrapped in red mist. Then came the voice, smooth and cold, laced with danger. A man in a crimson suit appeared, his long coat fluttering as if caught in an invisible wind. His presence alone crushed the tension in the air. Finn immediately stepped back, sweat trickling down his temple. He nervously acknowledged the newcomer, and Rose's grin vanished instantly. She tensed, taking a step backward, muttering to herself. The black aura spread slowly around the man's boots, consuming the light. He turned his head slightly, his red eyes flashing beneath his hat. With a faint smile, he asked which of them would explain why his evening had become so entertaining. They could only stare, equally shocked and ready, as the overwhelming aura pressed against their chests like a physical weight. The presence rolled over them, heavy and ancient. Kafka felt the hair on his arms rise. That was quite an entrance. Finn straightened automatically, almost like a soldier, his usual grin fading. Izuku took an unconscious step back, the green of his eyes reflecting the crimson glare now fixed on them. The man stopped a few paces away, his tone soft yet resonating throughout the field. It was less a question and more a verdict. Finn's shoulders tensed as he let out a nervous laugh, rubbing the back of his neck. He awkwardly explained that they were just sparring, friendly stuff. The man turned his gaze toward him without blinking, and the silence stretched until Finn looked ready to melt. Slowly, the man's head turned toward Izuku. Izuku froze, his mind racing. One look at Finn's pleading face made him nod quickly. He confirmed that they were just engaging in light sparring. For a moment, the only sound was the wind rustling through the trees. Then the man's mouth twitched into a small smile, expressing approval. It was nice to see his students getting along with another school. The pressure in the air lifted, replaced by something almost warm. Izuku exhaled with relief, and Finn practically sagged. But the calm lasted only seconds. The man's eyes shifted past them, and he grinned, causing Rose to freeze mid-step as she attempted to sneak away. Kafka couldn't help but think she was doomed. The man didn't walk to her. One moment he was near the boys, and the next he was directly in front of her, his coat fluttering from the sudden movement. Rose yelped, stumbling back. With a grin, he reminded her to take care of her classmates. Sweat traced down her temple as she stammered that she had just gotten lost. His expression remained unchanged, but the smile turned almost kind. He gestured for her to come along, indicating they would discuss her sense of direction. As they began to leave, the man paused in front of Kafka. For half a second, his gaze sharpened, and he leaned in just close enough for his words to barely reach Kafka. He remarked that Kafka smelled just like something familiar. Kafka blinked, confused, but the man was already walking away again, his coat trailing like smoke. Rose followed, casting one quick, guilty look over her shoulder before disappearing behind the trees. The air felt lighter now, though no one spoke for a long moment. Finn finally broke the silence with a relieved sigh, acknowledging that round 2 had concluded. Kafka chuckled under his breath, feeling the tension fade from his shoulders. Izuku still stood rooted, his eyes darting between the forest and Finn. Finn turned, lifting a hand in a lazy salute, grinning as he declared it a tie. He started to leave, but Izuku's voice stopped him. Curious, Finn glanced back. Izuku stepped forward, still catching his breath, his curiosity outweighing caution. He asked how Finn had known where he was going to attack, noting that he hadn't used his quirk. Finn's grin softened into something almost teacher-like as he crossed his arms, shoulders relaxing. He explained that he had used ki, not a quirk. 𝗏𝗏 nearly choked on his own spit, astonished that ki existed in this world too. Izuku tilted his head, puzzled, and asked what ki was. Finn's tone grew calm and matter-of-fact as he explained that it was a life force present in every living thing, an energy that moved through them. When trained, one could sense more than just sight or sound. They could read intent, motion, even heartbeats. He had simply listened to Izuku's. Izuku's eyes widened with understanding, the words igniting something fierce within him. Finn gave a small nod and stepped past them. As he moved, the sword he had thrown earlier lifted from the dirt and flew smoothly into his waiting hand. Kafka's jaw dropped in disbelief. Finn slung the sword onto his back and flashed a grin over his shoulder, saying he would see them around before jogging after the man and rose, vanishing into the distance. Silence fell again, broken only by the rustle of trees. Izuku stared at his open palms, curling and uncurling his fingers, softly repeating the word, ki. A small smile grew on his face, fragile but sure. Even if he was born quirkless, he could still grow stronger. 𝗏𝗏 looked at him for a long moment, then grinned and clapped him on the shoulder, encouraging him to keep that spark in his eyes. Izuku looked up, sheepish but glowing, thanking 𝗏𝗏 for everything. 𝗏𝗏 just laughed. As Izuku walked ahead, sunlight filtering through the trees painted the field gold. 𝗏𝗏 stretched, letting out a long sigh. He pondered the existence of ki in this world and wondered if he could learn it too. But if he encountered anyone who could blow up moons by screaming, he decided he would be out. He groaned aloud, rubbing his temples, when another thought struck him. He jogged to catch up with Izuku, asking if he spoke English. Izuku replied that he didn't really. They both blinked at each other, bewildered. Izuku then exclaimed in shock that he had understood Finn. 𝗏𝗏 echoed his confusion, both of them utterly baffled by the situation. 𝗏𝗏 finally sighed, contemplating the concept of world translation. He thought it was only a phenomenon of the dream world, adding another layer of mystery for his future self to unravel. In another place, the grassland was quiet except for the soft crunch of boots against damp soil. A heavy mist drifted between the trees, curling around the roots like smoke. Finn jogged to catch up, his breath short and uneven, his eyes fixed on the dark silhouette walking ahead. Alucard didn't turn. His voice came low and sharp, cold enough to freeze the air around them. He glared at Finn, reminding him of their earlier conversation about not engaging. Finn's steps faltered, and he swallowed hard, feeling the weight of Alucard's gaze. He nervously smiled, trying to explain that it was just a light encounter, but Alucard's tone cut him off, slicing through his excuse. Finn looked away, guilt and fear battling in his chest as his knuckles tightened. He admitted that he just wanted to test the other boy's strength. Alucard stopped walking, the air growing heavy around them. He turned his head slightly, allowing Finn to see one crimson eye gleaming beneath his hair. He questioned Finn's trust in his word, and Finn froze, feeling a tightness in his chest. He quickly clarified that it wasn't a matter of trust. The other boy didn't seem like a threat. A deep exhale escaped Alucard, half sigh, half growl, as he turned back toward the path, hands tucked behind his back. He quietly warned Finn that the boy was something he couldn't handle, something even the boy himself couldn't manage. Finn's confusion deepened as he replayed the fight in his mind, recalling Izuku's eyes, his stance, and his hesitation. There was power, sure, but nothing that felt dangerous. He wondered why Alucard was so cautious of him and what made that kid so dangerous. Alucard continued walking, the mist parting before him. His eyes narrowed, distant, locked on memories buried deep beneath centuries of battle. He thought about the boy's strength, but that wasn't the only reason for his concern. An image surfaced unbidden, a woman with long blonde hair flowing like sunlight, a white hero's coat fluttering, golden eyes shining brighter than any dawn. He whispered her name, feeling his chest tighten. The memories it carried were heavy, filled with pain and near-death experiences. She had been the one who almost ended him, the one who instilled fear in him. The forest wind shifted, and Rose caught the word, her brow furrowing in confusion as she asked if he meant the #1 hero. Alucard ignored her, his eyes glowing faintly crimson, reflecting fragments of the past. He thought about how the boy reminded him too much of her, the same light in his eyes, the same determination to save everyone. He clenched his fists, wondering if he was being paranoid. But then his thoughts shifted to another boy, one who carried something darker. He remembered the scent, the faint, unnatural aura that crawled beneath the skin, like the hum of a storm before destruction. His lip curled in disgust as his crimson eyes glowed brighter, flickering with hate. He muttered under his breath about the smell, stopping in his tracks as the air around him crackled faintly, the mist vibrating in response to his growing power. He growled that the boy reeked of a beast, causing Finn to take a hesitant step back, confused and concerned. Alucard's expression darkened, cold and intense, as he whispered that the boy smelled like her, the mother of Calamity. Finn and Rose exchanged worried glances, sensing the tension rolling off Alucard like waves of heat. In the silence, only Alucard's dark thoughts remained, heavy and certain. He reflected on the two boys, one who mirrored the light he loathed, and another who carried the darkness that once almost destroyed the world. The forest grew still again, as if even the wind feared to move in his presence, and he continued walking, annoyed. The hum of fluorescent lights filled the air for a while. Kafka rolled his shoulders until they popped, a faint green spark chasing down his forearm before fading. Izuku stood beside the TV, studying the clock with a thoughtful look, mumbling calculations under his breath, methodical rather than panicked. On a nearby couch, Sonic sat cross-legged, still eating his third chili dog, crumbs falling onto the clean tile. Kafka exhaled slowly through his nose, thinking about the 5 minutes left until the next round and how the others were still missing. He bent forward, twisting his torso until his spine cracked, when the door hissed open. Everyone looked up as Aizawa stepped in, his scarf loose and expression unreadable as always. Behind him came Izumi, Bakugo, Mineta, Zuko, Aiku, and Ruko. Each of them looked different. Izumi was sharp-eyed and tense, Bakugo scowled as usual, Zuko shuffled nervously, while Aiku and Ruko were calm and quiet, almost unreadable. Kafka straightened up, relieved that they had finally arrived. Aizawa's gaze swept across the room once, counting heads. He sighed, confirming that everyone was present. Kafka tilted his head slightly, confused about what had taken them so long. Aizawa didn't answer right away. Instead, he reached into a small black case and tossed something toward Kafka. It landed in his hands with a soft thump. Kafka unfolded it to reveal a sleek, dark combat suit, light reflecting faintly off its reinforced lines. Izuku stepped forward, curious, and asked where the rest of the class was, wondering if the others should be there too. Aizawa nodded once and spoke evenly, explaining that they were in different holding areas. For this stage, only the 9 of them were advancing. Round 2 would be a controlled match with 3-on-3 battles. The words sank in, causing Izumi's eyes to widen in shock. Bakugo clenched his fists but remained silent, his glare saying enough. Mineta was simply chewing gum, while Zuko crossed his arms, brow furrowing. Aiku and Ruko exchanged calm glances, showing no sign of surprise. Kafka blinked and raised a hand, curious about the format. Aizawa confirmed that they would be grouped and assigned to arenas, with each match ending when all members of one team were immobilized or eliminated from the ring. It was simple enough. He pointed toward 2 opposite doors, instructing the boys to change over there and the girls to go to the other side. They had 3 minutes to suit up, with their gear adjusted for the next environment. Kafka blinked, confused but accepting the situation with a small shrug. He thought about how Aizawa loved leaving half the details a mystery. Aizawa turned, his scarf trailing slightly as he walked out. The door clicked shut behind him, leaving the 9 in silence. Izuku adjusted his gloves, looking thoughtful. Izumi sighed, rubbing the back of her neck. Bakugo's palms popped faintly with sparks, while Aiku stretched her arms as if this were routine. Ruko closed her eyes, steadying her breathing, and Mineta continued chewing his gum. Kafka rubbed the back of his neck and looked down at the suit again, sleek, light, and clearly not standard issue. He hoped this would be fun as he walked toward the boys' changing area, excitement bubbling within him. A few minutes later, Kafka stepped out from the changing room, tugging at the new outfit sleeve as the overhead lights glinted off the white lines stitched across the black fabric. The hood hung comfortably over his shoulders, the material surprisingly light. The uniform fit him better than he expected, sleek, combat-ready, and just dramatic enough to make him feel like an anime protagonist. He thought it looked pretty good, albeit a bit edgy. Across the locker area, Izuku adjusted his gray version of the same suit, cheeks flushed as he tried to make the hood sit properly. Sonic, in a bright blue variant, twirled around with his usual grin, exclaiming that blue was his color. Bakugo, also in blue, crossed his arms with an unimpressed look, muttering that the color wouldn't make Sonic faster. Sonic smirked, confident that they would see about that. Kafka couldn't help but smirk at the exchange, feeling the energy in the air shift as they prepared for the challenges ahead. He glanced over and noticed Aiku wearing the same shade of gray, appearing far too calm compared to the other two. His gaze shifted to Mineta, who was blowing a bubble with gum while dressed in the same black and white design as him. Zuko stood beside Mineta, also clad in black, silently adjusting his gloves. MC thought about how he, Zuko, and Mineta were all dressed in black, wondering if that was cool or a sign of trouble. He then looked at the girls on the other side of the room. Ruko had a vibrant blue outfit that matched Sonic's, while Izumi's was a steel gray that caught the light with each movement. MC mused that different colors for different people must mean something significant. Before he could voice his thoughts, the heavy steel doors at the far end slid open with a hiss. Aizawa appeared, scarf draped lazily around his neck, his eyes half-lidded as always. He acknowledged the group, indicating they were suited up and instructed them to follow him. They filed out, the echo of their boots clattering down the metal hallway. Kafka caught up beside the teacher, curious about the colors of their outfits. Aizawa gave him a sidelong look, implying he would find out soon enough, and confirmed that the colors represented their teams. Sonic, behind him, threw his hands in the air dramatically, expressing his disappointment at the team selection. Bakugo, irritated, warned Sonic to repeat his comment. Aizawa, clearly annoyed, told both of them to quiet down. They continued onward until a bright light filled the corridor ahead. When they stepped out, the brightness hit them like a wall. The arena was massive, featuring stone platforms, obstacle zones, and rows of seats packed with spectators. The sound of cheering washed over them like a tidal wave. Sonic exclaimed in excitement about the impressive venue. The crowd was enthusiastic, waving flags with school symbols, and a group near the front yelled in unison. Kafka blinked, scanning the stands until he spotted familiar faces, Mina, Denki, and the rest of Class 1A cheering loudly. Mina waved both arms when she saw them. MC smiled as he pointed out their classmates, but he stopped mid-sentence when he noticed Izuku's expression had frozen. His eyes were wide, and his mouth was slightly open. The same stunned look was mirrored on Sonic, Bakugo, Izumi, Ruko, Mineta, Zuko, and Aiku. MC wondered what had caught their attention. Following their line of sight, Kafka turned, and his breath caught. High above, at the very top of the arena, were 10 ornate chairs, each occupied by figures radiating authority and power. Some wore sleek hero costumes, while others donned formal uniforms. Every movement, even a glance, carried the weight of reputation. The crowd's cheering diminished into awe as their presence filled the air. Kafka didn't recognize any of them, but judging by his classmates' faces, they were significant. Izuku whispered in disbelief about the top 10 heroes. Kafka blinked, equally shocked. The crowd erupted in cheers for the first figure, a woman with hair of spun gold and warm, glowing eyes. Her white uniform shimmered as if woven from sunlight, a faint halo drifting behind her head. Kafka narrowed his eyes, studying her calm composure, realizing she was the #1 hero, Angel. Beside Angel sat a massive man wreathed in faint flame, smoke rolling from his shoulders. His eyes burned with a quiet fire that dared anyone to look away. Another name tore through the noise, and a muscular hero stood, covered in orange and black stripes that shifted like living tattoos. He raised one hand to the crowd, flashing a wild grin. Kafka tilted his head, intrigued by his raw energy. A woman leaned forward in her seat, wearing a pointed hat and smirking as purple sparks danced around her fingertips. Another man next to her looked almost molten, fiery veins glowing beneath his skin. 𝗏𝗂 chuckled at the boy who sat cross-legged midair, levitating just above his chair, a long scarf fluttering around him as he waved casually to the fans below. A woman with long black hair sat perfectly still, a blndfld covering her eyes. Her expression remained unreadable, yet 𝗏𝗂 could feel her awareness sweeping across the arena. An older man puffed a slow ring of smoke from his pipe, his metallic jaw glinting under the sun. A hero stood with a serpent wrapped around his shoulders and a hawk perched calmly on his arm, bowing slightly as both animals responded to the roaring fans. The last hero was a mountain of muscle, shirtless with shining steel gauntlets that reflected every flash of camera light. As the chants blended together, the atmosphere grew electric. The 10 figures sat above them like gods of another world. 𝗏𝗂 stared, calm but curious, noting their posture, presence, and power. He thought to himself that those were the top 10 heroes. The cheers swelled until they were almost deafening. Above it all, Angel slowly stood again, and the arena fell quiet. Her eyes opened, soft light glowing from within as she gazed down toward the students. 𝗏𝗂 felt her attention sweep over the group, calm and sharp. Then she stopped and looked straight at him. He wondered if she was looking at him. He turned his gaze to his team, where Mineta and Aiku stood a few feet away, both silent and captivated by the stage. Aiku's eyes gleamed faintly, lightning dancing just beneath his skin, as he quietly remarked on the incredible aura of the heroes. Mineta, caught between awe and disbelief, expressed his admiration for their strength. A few feet ahead, Izuku was practically bouncing in place, notebook out and scribbling furiously with a bright grin on his face. Sonic, calm and relaxed, leaned back with his hands behind his head, a small smirk on his lips as he acknowledged the top 10 style. Bakugo stepped forward, narrowing his red eyes as he stared at Angel, the number 1 hero. His smirk sharpened into something fierce as he declared his intent to claim the top spot for himself. Behind them, Zuko and Izumi stood shoulder to shoulder, both frozen in awe. Zuko's eyes burned with excitement, while Izumi's shimmered with admiration. 𝗏𝗂 observed them for a moment before his attention was drawn back to Ruko, the calm one, the quiet tide that never wavered. But now, she wasn't calm. Her breathing was uneven, and a drop of sweat slid down her cheek. Her gaze, cold and sharp, was locked on someone among the top 10, the girl with the blndfld. She stood silently on the stage, her white hair drifting in the breeze, her presence cold and still like the moon. Ruko's hands trembled slightly at her sides. MC noticed her silence and wondered if she was okay, but she didn't respond or even blink. He thought about why she was staring like that when a deep rumble echoed across the arena, making the air vibrate. 𝗏𝗂 looked up just in time to see something streak through the sky like a comet. A flash of red light followed by a booming explosion. The crowd screamed, then roared with excitement. Out of the smoke, a tall man descended slowly from above, his black cloak fluttering like a living shadow. A silver mask covered his lower face, and his eyes glowed with amusement. In his right hand he held a microphone, gleaming with faint blue light. He landed with a heavy thud, dust swirling around his boots, then raised the mic high. The masked man shouted to the crowd, and they exploded with cheers, flags waving and lights flaring. 𝗏𝗂 flinched at the noise, quickly covering his ears, his eyes wide. He thought to himself how loud the man was, but the masked figure only laughed behind his mask, his voice booming even louder as he announced the start of the worldwide sports festival. The stadium erupted in pure chaos, cheering, screaming, chanting. Fireworks burst in the sky, golden confetti raining down like sunlight. The stadium trembled with noise, tens of thousands of spectators chanting and waving glowing flags that painted the night sky in streaks of color. A massive figure stepped to the center of the arena, microphone in hand and a wide, toothy grin that sparkled under the lights. He introduced himself as Dr. Expression, the host for the day, striking a ridiculous flex pose as the crowd went wild. 𝗏𝗂 stared blankly, blinking twice, wondering who came up with such names. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 pointed toward the left side of the stage, his expression flipping to a serious, glowing grin as he introduced you. Hi, representing Japan. The arena exploded in cheers as spotlights swept across the left platform where 𝗏𝗏 and his teammates stood beneath a massive holographic U logo. In the stands, Mina was already on her seat, waving a flag twice her size, cheering for you. Denki laughed, making a comment about frying some Americans, while Jiro yelled at 𝗏𝗏 not to mess up this time. 𝗏𝗏 exhaled, feeling the pressure. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 spun dramatically to the opposite side, raising his mic to announce the next team from the United States, Iron Star. The arena lights flashed red, white, and blue, and a wave of noise hit like a physical force. Front and center stood Mikima, smiling faintly, her eyes locked on 𝗏𝗏, sending a chill down his spine. Behind her were two smaller figures, Sora and Shiro, and 𝗏𝗏 felt a sense of familiarity with a small trembling girl in a red hoodie among them. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 pointed to the next team's side with a sweeping motion, energetically announcing the Holy Dragon team from England. The lights turned emerald green as three figures stepped forward through mist and gold sparks: Finn, Edward, and Rose. Rose smiled brightly when she saw 𝗏𝗏 and waved, blowing him a kiss. 𝗏𝗏 froze for a moment, rubbing his temple as he thought about the kids these days. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 laughed dramatically, declaring the lineup of 3 continents and only one winner. He snapped his fingers, and a massive glowing hologram appeared above the arena, showing 3 teams standing on glowing circles. He explained the rules quickly, stating that each match would be a 3 versus 3 battle, with the first team to lose 2 members being eliminated. The hologram flickered, showing bands glowing on each figure's wrist, and 𝗏𝗏 instinctively touched his own, thinking it was simple enough. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 clapped his hands, smiling like a showman, and announced it was time to spin for the first matchup. A giant holographic wheel appeared above him, glowing with colored sections labeled with teams. The crowd started chanting for the spin, and 𝗏𝗏 squinted at the spinning display. The wheel slowed, and the first pointer clicked, announcing the matchup between Team Blue and Team Green. 𝗏𝗏 scanned the arena and spotted the 3 students in green uniforms, a wolf-looking boy, a girl with wild hair and an eerie grin, and a hooded figure standing silently behind them. He recognized them as being from the England school. Beside him, Sonic grinned wide, crackling blue energy buzzing around his feet, while Bakugo cracked his knuckles, ready for action. 𝗏𝗏 noticed Ruko standing quietly, her eyes fixed on the ground, hands clenched, and he sensed something was off with her. 𝗧𝗵𝗲's voice pulled him back to the moment as he announced the first round, Team Blue versus Team Green. The entire arena vibrated with the roar of the audience as the teams prepared for battle. 𝗏𝗏 turned and started walking toward the edge with the others, slipping his hands into his pockets. He took one last glance at Ruko, who still hadn't looked up, and exhaled slowly, stepping off the platform as the barrier shimmered between the teams. He hoped this round would go smoothly. Moments later, the crowd was a storm of noise, cheers, and shouts as the next match was announced, and 𝗏𝗏, along with his teammates, made their way up the spectator steps to take their seats among the other students. The seats vibrated faintly under the weight of thousands of excited voices. 𝗏𝗏 leaned back, crossing his arms, his golden eyes calm yet sharp as they scanned the arena. Izuku was already scribbling in his notebook, muttering so quickly that only half the words made sense. 𝗏𝗏 let out a quiet sigh, thinking that Izuku really never took a break. A few seats down, Denki was practically bouncing in his chair, grinning from ear to ear, admiring Ruko's beauty and wishing he could be on her team. Jiro shot him a glare that made him shrink, teasing that he would probably faint before the match even started. Everyone laughed, except 𝗏𝗏, who remained focused, his gaze locked on the battlefield below, analyzing every movement and detail. Down in the arena, the blue team stood ready, dust swirling gently around their feet. Sonic stretched lazily, small sparks of blue lightning crackling along his shoes, expressing his eagerness to move. Bakugo rolled his shoulders, his palms popping with tiny explosions, urging everyone to end the match quickly. Ruko stood perfectly still, her head slightly lowered, white hair swaying in the breeze, her expression unreadable as she seemed lost in thought. A sharp gust of wind swept across the arena, shifting the tension. The green team entered, and the crowd's cheers grew louder. At the front was a tall boy with wolf ears and a flicking tail, his golden eyes glowing faintly as he sized up the blue team like a predator. Beside him stood a girl with dark green, tangled hair that fell over her face. Her grin stretched wide, eyes darting around with manic energy as she whispered something only she could hear before giggling. The boy groaned, rubbing the bridge of his nose, urging her not to start with the creepy stuff again. She seemed not to hear him, her nails scraping against her own arm as she smiled wider, wondering what color 𝗧𝗪𝗀 might bleed. Behind them stood a third figure cloaked in black, face hidden by a hood, radiating unease. The boy turned toward him, asking if he was ready. For a moment, there was no answer, then the hood tilted slightly, revealing one glowing blue eye beneath the shadow. The voice that followed was low and calm, yet cold enough to silence everything around him as he warned the girl not to touch 𝗧𝗪𝗀. She pouted, insisting that 𝗧𝗪𝗀 was too perfect not to break. The hooded boy's gaze locked onto 𝗧𝗪𝗀, unblinking as he declared that she was his. The girl giggled, agreeing to let him have 𝗧𝗪𝗀 while she chose another target. The crowd stirred again, the atmosphere thickening with energy, sharp and dangerous, like a storm just before lightning strikes. Dr. Expression floated above the center of the arena, arms spread wide, his booming voice echoing through the stands as he announced the beginning of the first round. Bakugo's gauntlets hissed, the pressure building until he rocketed forward, a trail of smoke and flame tearing across the field as dirt exploded behind him. His red eyes locked onto the hooded figure ahead, challenging him to show his face. Before Bakugo's punch could land, a shadow blurred into view, a kick slicing through the air with a crack. Bakugo twisted, blocking it with his arm, the impact forcing him to skid backward. He looked up sharply to see the tall boy with wolf-like ears smirking at him, ready to take on the challenge. The two glared at each other, the air crackling with tension as Bakugo's explosions flared hotter and the boy's claws gleamed under the light. A short distance away, Sonic watched from a boulder, arms crossed, giving a low whistle as he observed the sparks of combat. Suddenly, a sharp flash came from his left, something thin and pale darting past his cheek, missing by an inch. He turned just in time to see a girl with messy hair covering half her face, her unervingly wide grin sending chills down his spine. She tilted her head, asking if she was pretty. Sonic froze for a moment, then nervously chuckled, trying to lighten the mood. Her grin twitched, then widened unnaturally, her smile growing more unsettling. She questioned him, her voice dripping with something between sadness and rage as she demanded to know if he thought she was pretty. Sonic stepped back slowly, holding his hands up in mock surrender, attempting to reassure her that she had character. Her shoulders began to shake, softly at first, then violently as a jagged laugh escaped her, echoing across the rocks. Her aura snapped to life, crimson and wild, as the air warped around her, small pebbles rising from the ground. She shrieked in frustration, and Sonic winced, realizing he had stirred something dangerous. On the opposite end of the clearing, 𝗧𝗪𝗀 stood silent, frost already lacing her footprints. Her breath fogged the air, calm but sharp, as thin crystals spread outward from her bare hands. Across from her, the hooded boy approached slowly, each step hardening the ground with new ice, the temperature dropping in waves. Something about him made her chest tighten, his posture and the faint hum of power creating an oppressive weight in the air. Then a voice, low and filled with hatred, cut through the cold, demanding to know how she dared to think she could be a hero. 𝗧𝗪𝗀's eyes flickered, startled by the recognition of that voice. The boy stopped a few feet away, pulling back his hood to reveal pale blue hair and deeper frost-colored eyes, sharp and burning with fury. He unleashed a wave of ice around him, creating jagged spires as frost coiled up his arms like armor, his aura gathering at his back. The word murder hit 𝗧𝗪𝗀 harder than the cold, causing her hands to tremble slightly, flakes of ice spiraling from her palms. The shards of frost floating around her shimmered, mirroring the tears beginning to freeze at the corners of her eyes. 𝗧𝗪𝗀's voice trembled as she called out to her brother, feeling as if her world had stopped. The frost thickened around her feet, spreading in a slow circle as she faced the brother she thought she'd never see again. Dust exploded as Bakugo rocketed forward, twin blasts tearing through the air. The ground split under the raw pressure of his launch, pebbles shooting like bullets from the shockwave. Ricardo remained perfectly still, only. His eyes moved, glowing faintly with an eerie blue light. Bakugo's figure blurred, flames trailing behind him like the tail of a comet. He reached Ricardo in an instant, one arm ped back, but Ricardo tilted his head just a fraction and sidestepped effortlessly. The ground where Bakugo had aimed detonated into a blazing crater, fire liking the edges of shattered stone. The shockwave rippled through the air, scattering dust and dirt like a storm wind. Ricardo was already gone. Bakugo's eyes darted around, realizing it was too late. A knee slammed into his ribs from behind, the hit so fast it barely made a sound before pain surged through his body. Ricardo calmly remarked that Bakugo was too slow. Bakugo coughed, sliding back, smoke trailing off his costume. He grinned through gritted teeth, wiping BLD from his lip and growled in annoyance, demanding Ricardo to stay still. Ricardo listened intently, picking up on every subtle crunch of sand beneath Bakugo's boots, every hiss of sweat hitting the hot ground. His breathing slowed, pulse syncing with the rhythm of the battlefield. Bakugo launched another blast at the ground, propelling himself backward before firing again midair. Each explosion echoed, creating a rolling thunderstorm of heat and smoke. Ricardo ducked, slipped, and twisted between the blasts like liquid air, smooth and untouchable. Izuku observed, thinking that Ricardo was predicting Bakugo's movements through sound and vibration, using a type of spatial awareness akin to echolocation. Kafka looked at Izuku, acknowledging how smart Ricardo was when it came to quirks, finding it somewhat creepy. The crowd murmured in awe as Ricardo danced through destruction, evading Bakugo's every move as if he knew where the next explosion would bloom before Bakugo even pulled the trigger. Bakugo's expression twisted with frustration as he growled that Ricardo would not escape this time. He moved his arms outward, palms shaking with contained fury. Sparks ignited, popping violently like fireworks, and the air grew hot, too hot. Steam rose from the cracked earth as Bakugo pulled both hands together, his palms glowing white. The roar that followed was monstrous. A dome of fire engulfed the center of the arena, heat washing over the crowd in waves. Students in the stands shielded their eyes as a cyclone of smoke spiraled upward. Ricardo shielded his face, sliding a foot back, but the sheer force still pushed him across the arena. Then, Bakugo vanished. The explosion wasn't just power, it was propulsion. Through the swirling fire and smoke, a shadow streaked upward, twisting midair, propelling himself like a missile of pure rage and pride. Bakugo shouted that he had Ricardo now and came down like thunder, fist first. The arena floor erupted, a crater tearing through the ground, dust spiraling into a massive shockwave that rocked the entire stadium. The crowd gasped in awe as the sound rolled across the field like a bomb. For a moment, there was silence. Then, the smoke parted, revealing Ricardo at the center of the crater, one knee on the ground, steam rising from his clothes. He exhaled slowly, his eyes still glowing faintly beneath a layer of soot. Bakugo stood above him, breathing hard, explosions crackling faintly in his palms. Sally tilted her head, strands of black hair dangling over her crimson eyes. Her grin was wide, almost unsettling as she lunged forward. Her nails, sharpened like blades, cut through the air with a high-pitched whistle. Each movement was jerky and unpredictable, as if her body were being yanked by invisible strings. But Sonic was already gone. A blue streak split the air, the wind pressure alone slamming into her face as she spun, scanning. He appeared for half a heartbeat behind her, then vanished again. Sonic teased her about being too slow, and her grin twitched, muscles in her cheeks spasming. Sally snapped back, insisting she was not creepy. She shrieked, slashing wildly, her arms blurring, but Sonic danced between every swing, ducking, dodging, and sidestepping as the world slowed around him. Every flick of her wrist met nothing but air. When she tried to kick, he was already behind her, tapping her shoulder before disappearing again. Sonic, in a mocking tone, urged her to keep up, claiming he hadn't even hit top gear yet. Sally's breath hitched, her shoulders trembling, and then she laughed, a low, broken sound that grew louder, almost musical in its madness. She spun, eyes glinting with excitement rather than frustration. Sonic smirked, arms crossed, waiting for her next move. Then, something shifted. Sonic blinked, feeling his legs grow heavier, his pulse sluggish as if something was pulling him down. He stumbled half a step, and in that instant she straightened. Her grin softened, almost tender, as her eyes glowed deep crimson. She softly warned him to slow down, suggesting it would hurt more the faster he moved. Sonic clenched his fists, lightning dancing across his arms, demanding to know what she had done to him. She didn't answer. Instead, she vanished, not as fast as him, but with precision. Her claws raked across his chest before he even registered she'd moved. A punch followed, then a spinning kick to his ribs. Each hit hurt more than it should have. Sally smiled mid-fight, explaining that her quirk was called reduction. Every blow she landed stole a piece of his strength, compounding with each hit. Sonic's eyes widened as he realized she wasn't trying to kill him outright, she was draining him slowly, sadistically. He breathed, calling her a messed-up chick, to which she laughed, claiming he was delicious when tired. She lunged again, this time faster. Sonic blocked, but his arm felt slower. Her claw slipped through, grazing his cheek. She liked the BLD off her fingers, her eyes rolling back in pleasure. Sonic flinched, disgust evident on his face, mocking her for her lack of hygiene. But his humor faltered as his lightning sputtered again. Every step felt heavier, his muscles screaming. Sally twirled, her voice turning sing-song as she teased him about fading away, unable to keep up anymore. Sonic clenched his jaw, grinning through the exhaustion. He declared that meant he had to end this fast. He disappeared, a sonic boom cracking the ground beneath him. The air turned white-blue, pure electricity cutting through the haze. Sally's eyes widened as afterimages surrounded her, a dozen Sonics striking from every angle. A storm of kicks and punches tore through her defenses, sending her body spinning midair before slamming into the dirt. The arena flashed with blue lightning that split the clouds above. For a moment, there was silence. Sonic stood there, breathing hard, sparks flickering weakly off him, grinning as he asked if she still thought he was slow. Dust settled, and Sally's laughter broke the quiet, raspy, broken, and unholy. She pushed herself up, face bloodied, hair wild, eyes glowing bright red. Her grin returned, wider than ever, as she giggled about the pain. Sonic wiped the BLD from his lip and smirked, even as his body trembled. He felt a surge of energy coursing through him, a defiance that flared brighter than before. Sally's smile widened, her claws ready, as the storm between them was about to erupt again. The crowd shifted, the air heavy with tension. Even the pro heroes in the stands leaned forward, eyes sharp and silent. Frost curled along the edges of the stage. 𝗧𝗪𝗀 stood at its center, her breath visible in the air, her hands trembling slightly. Each inhale brought more frost creeping along the arena floor, spreading like veins of frozen sorrow. Across from her stood Levi, composed and cold, a living contradiction to the chaos swirling around them. In his hand, he held what looked like a sword hilt, no blade, no shine. But his eyes burned with intensity. He remarked on her bravery for showing her face again. 𝗧𝗪𝗀's voice was small and fragile as she pleaded with him. Her plea was cut short by instinct. She stomped her foot, and the ground responded with a shattering sound. Shards of jagged ice burst upward, racing toward her brother. Levi moved without hesitation, his weapon cutting through the air with a swift motion. A burst of white mist flared outward as a blade of pure, translucent ice extended from his hand, glimmering under the stadium lights. Levi dashed forward, his movements fluid and precise, every strike a dancer's rhythm. Each swing shattered an oncoming ice pillar into glittering snowflakes that fell around him. He declared that she was no hero but a villain wearing one's face. 𝗧𝗪𝗀 froze mid-step, hurt slicing through her chest sharper than any blade. She called out to him, but he lunged, delivering a powerful kick that sent her sliding across the frozen ground. The sound of her gasp echoed through the arena. Despite the impact, she raised her trembling hands, desperately trying to explain. The ground cracked beneath her palms as a surge of power exploded outward, massive crystalline spikes erupting in every direction, forming a tidal wave of ice that roared toward Levi. He didn't flinch. He leapt, spinning through the storm of frost, landing lightly atop the crest of the frozen wave. The crowd gasped, the sight breathtaking and terrifying all at once. Levi's grip tightened on the blade, the once clear ice shimmering dark blue, pulsing with rage. He swung downward, the force so immense it shattered 𝗧𝗪𝗀𝗀's creation into 1,000 glittering fragments. 𝗧𝗪𝗀 stumbled backward, nearly losing her balance. Kafka, watching from the sidelines, clenched his fists, sensing the shift in the battle. 𝗧𝗪𝗀's arms trembled violently, her fingertips pale from overexertion. Frost began creeping up her skin, her quirk freezing her from the inside. She could barely stand as Levi advanced, every step deliberate, radiating confidence and quiet fury. He accused her of being a scared little girl pretending to be a hero, and the words hit harder than any strike. Memories flooded her mind, the screams, the fire, the look on his face when he lost her. She whispered an apology, her voice cracking as she slammed her hands into the ground again, frost erupting in a desperate storm. Ice shards whirled around her, rising into a tornado of glimmering pain. The temperature dropped sharply, and the crowd shivered. Levi lifted his sword, his expression unreadable, only grief buried under anger lingering in his gaze. He declared that her apology could not fix what she had done, vowing to show her the pain their brother felt. With a roar, he slashed, the air freezing from the pressure. His ice blade expanded, forming a massive WHP of pure frost energy that crackled with light. He swung it toward her, and 𝗧𝗪𝗀 tried to block, conjuring thick walls of ice, but they shattered instantly under his strikes. The WHP lashed across her shoulder, sending her crashing to the ground. She cried out, part pain, part heartbreak. Levi shouted that she let their brother die, and 𝗧𝗪𝗀 gasped, clutching her side, tears freezing mid-fall. The air in the arena was electric. 3 battles, 3 flames, clashing across the massive stage like stars colliding. But the crowd's excitement began to shift into silence because something was wrong. Explosions tore through the air as Bakugo fought fiercely, but Ricardo remained untouchable. Every blast missed, every punch whiffed through nothing but dust. Ricardo's form blurred, his movements sharp yet calm. His golden eyes tracked every twitch of Bakugo's muscles before he even moved. He sidestepped, twisted, and countered with precise strikes. Bakugo roared in fury, demanding Ricardo to stop dodging and fight him head-on. Ricardo's expression remained unchanged as he calmly pointed out Bakugo's reliance on noise, noting that he telegraphed every move. Bakugo lunged again, propelling himself forward with explosions. Ricardo spun, striking his side with surgical precision. A sharp crack echoed as Bakugo hit the ground, rolling through shattered stone. Class 1A watched in disbelief as Bakugo got to his knees, clutching his side, coughing smoke. His glare still burned bright, but his breathing was ragged. Ricardo expressed disappointment in the strength of Japan's next generation. Bakugo's hands trembled, blood dripping from his lip, but he stood again, refusing to surrender, even as his body screamed in protest. Meanwhile, Sonic's match spiraled into chaos. He blurred across the arena, a streak of lightning, but the more he fought, the slower he became. Each dash and strike took more effort, and his breathing grew heavier. Sally's grin widened with every falter, a strange, swirling symbol pulsing with violet light on her cheek. She taunted him, delighting in his struggle. Sonic clenched his jaw, zipping around her with what little speed he had left. He attempted to land a solid hit, but the moment his fist connected, a jolt of agony surged through him, causing him to stumble backward. Sally tilted her head, her eyes glowing like a predator's in the dark. She sweetly reminded him that if he hit her, it counted too. Sonic froze as her grin split wider, feral and gleeful. She revealed that every attack, his or hers, took away a piece of him. Her nails extended, shimmering like glass shards, and she leapt, slashing in a whirlwind of violet energy. Sonic blocked with his forearm, but even the impact made his muscles feel heavy. He tried to counter, but his movements were sluggish and weaker. Sally advanced, her laughter echoing hauntingly through the arena. She mocked that he was fading, unable to keep up, insisting he was no longer the fastest thing alive. Her claws raked across his chest, sending sparks flying. He staggered back, a trickle of BLD escaping from his lip, but he did not appear scared. His focus shifted away from her and landed on 𝗏𝗀. Across the field, the girl was being relentlessly attacked by the hooded boy wielding an ice 𝗬𝗶. Her form shook, movements frantic. Sonic's breath caught as he thought about 𝗏𝗀 and the danger she was in. He clenched his fists, lightning flickering faintly around him, determined to help her. Ojiro frowned, his tail twitching as he scanned the field, confused about why their opponents were not targeting the bands that would secure victory. Momo's expression turned grave as she quietly noted that they were not trying to win but were instead toying with their classmates. Kafka's eyes widened in realization, his veins visible with tension. He glanced back at his classmates. Bakugo was on his knees, Sonic barely standing, and 𝗏𝗀 was crying, BLD and frost mingling on her skin. The arena, once filled with cheers, now murmured with doubt, condescending whispers echoing from the stands, questioning the capabilities of Japan's top class. Kafka's jaw clenched, his fingers digging into his palms until they drew BLD. He felt a surge of anger as he watched Sonic get slammed into the ground again, sparks scattering across the frost. Sally loomed over him, her grin unnaturally wide, taunting him for not paying attention to her. Sonic groaned, electricity flickering weakly around him. He turned his head, seeing 𝗏𝗀 on her knees, Levi raising his blade, and something within him snapped. The lightning around him sparked violently, his aura flaring golden blue, hair bristling with raw defiance. Kafka recognized the look in Sonic's eyes and felt a surge of hope. The air began to vibrate, and the crowd fell silent, even Dr. Expression holding his breath. Bloodied but smiling, Sonic stood back up, declaring that he wouldn't slow down for anyone. The thunder that followed shook the entire arena. Denki's eyes widened in disbelief as electricity exploded outward, swirling around Sonic like a storm come alive. His hair lifted, and his aura twisted into a golden blaze that seemed unstoppable. Gasps filled the stands as the world appeared to bow before his power. But then, Sally smiled, a sick, crooked grin that split her face. The faint mark on her cheek began to move, pulsing and spreading crimson light that tore through her skin like living fire. The air warped around her, heavy with something dark. Sally declared she was at 100%, and her aura detonated. A violet inferno burst outward, colliding with Sonic's lightning. The arena howled under the pressure, and then his light shattered. Sonic's body spasmed, the golden aura flickering out as he fell to his knees, confusion clouding his mind. The crowd screamed, and his eyes rolled back, blank and lifeless as he collapsed. Sally stood over him, breathing hard, then laughed softly, her voice unhinged. She approached, her heels echoing on the cracked stone, brushing a strand of hair from Sonic's face and commenting on his handsomeness up close, her intentions dark. Across the arena, Bakugo roared, explosions bursting at his palms, but Ricardo remained untouchable, countering every attack with ease. Bakugo snarled, bloodied and frustrated, launching forward only to be met with a swift kick to his stomach and a punch to his face, sending him crashing to the ground. Nearby, 𝗏𝗀 stumbled, armor cracked and bleeding from countless cuts, while Levi moved in like a blizzard, each strike sending waves of frost slicing through the air. He furiously questioned 𝗏𝗀's claim to heroism after what had happened. Ojiro shouted in frustration, demanding to know why the fight wasn't over, while Jiro grimly noted that no one had been thrown out or had their bands taken. Katsumi slammed her fist against the rail, fury burning in her eyes as Mina trembled, whispering that it was too much. Then, a gust of wind swept through the arena, signaling an impending storm. Levi lifted his sword for the final strike, but suddenly, a violent blast of green lightning tore through the ground, splitting the field apart. The shockwave hurled debris into the air, and when the dust settled, 𝗏𝗏 stood there, electricity coiling around him like serpents of rage. His eyes glowed fiercely, locked on Levi with an intensity that promised pain. As lightning crawled up his body, scales spread across his face, and his teeth sharpened into fangs. Behind him, Aiku appeared, dropping to his knees beside Ruko's limp body, frantic for a response. Kafka's anger was palpable, cold and controlled, each breath sparking with lightning as he prepared to unleash his fury. Sally's twisted grin deepened as her sharp nails traced Sonic's cheek when suddenly, a blur tore through the air beside her. A boot slammed into her guard, rattling her bones and sending her sliding back in shock. Before she could recover, a second kick smashed across her face, sending her skidding backward. She growled, but froze when a tall figure stood between her and Sonic, wind swirling around him. Minatta's eyes were cold, his expression unreadable as he warned her to back off. The crowd gasped as Ricardo's fist rocketed toward Bakugo again, but then it stopped, frozen midair as if time itself had betrayed him. His eyes widened in disbelief as a firm hand gripped his wrist, unyielding and burning with raw energy. The dust swirled around the grip, revealing Izuku, his emerald eyes blazing with fury and determination. The air crackled with power as he confronted Ricardo, ready to protect his friends. His glare locked onto Levi like a predator cornering its prey. Levi's breath hitched for a moment as he took in the scales forming across Kafka's face and the sharpened teeth glinting in the light. It all screamed monster. But shock quickly twisted into rage. Levi felt furious and demanded to know who 𝗏𝗏 thought he was. Frost exploded from beneath his boots, ice spreading across the shattered ground in jagged veins. The temperature dropped instantly, his breath visible in the air, and his eyes blazed with fury. 𝗏𝗏 remained unmoving, his voice low and sharp, almost growled, as he stated he was someone about to teach Levi a lesson. Levi grit his teeth, rage boiling in his veins, and thought that 𝗏𝗏 talked too much. He moved his hands out, and massive ice spears erupted from the ground, orbiting him before firing forward like missiles. They screamed through the air, tearing up dirt and stone as they shot toward 𝗏𝗏. The impact was deafening, an explosion of frost and debris filling the arena, dust and shards flying everywhere. Levi smirked, breathing slightly, but then he froze as the dust parted. 𝗏𝗏 stood there, unmoved and unscathed. The lightning around him hissed, vaporizing the shards of ice before they could even touch his skin. His scales shimmered under the green light, and his eyes burned brighter than ever. Calmly, but with a dangerous edge, 𝗏𝗏 asked if Levi was done. A sudden crack echoed as he lifted one leg and brought it down. The ground split open beneath his heel, cracks spiderwebbing outward as shockwaves tore through the ice Levi had formed. Levi stumbled, eyes wide, thinking in panic that 𝗏𝗏 had broken the ice with a single stomp. 𝗏𝗏 tilted his head slightly, a dangerous smirk tugging at his lips, and quietly declared it was his turn. Before Levi could react, 𝗏𝗏 vanished from sight, a blur of green lightning. Levi's instinct screamed, but it was too late. Kafka's fist came swinging from the side, faster than Levi could see, the air itself cracking under the force of the strike. Sally's face stared at Minatta, her twisted grin stretching wider as she met his glare. Her nails scraped the ground, leaving claw marks in the dirt. She remarked on who Minatta was, but he didn't answer. His shadowed eyes flicked to Sonic, who lay motionless on the ground. He walked past her without a word, boots echoing softly across the cracked arena floor. Kneeling beside Sonic, he pressed a hand to his chest. For a moment, there was silence, then a faint heartbeat. Relief flickered across Minatta's face before it hardened into steel. Rising to his feet, he turned back toward Sally, who tilted her head with an eerie sweetness, her grin twitching as she asked if she was pretty. The air fell silent, her tone was too soft, too innocent. Minatta stared at her, unflinching, his eyes glinting cold beneath his bangs. He thought she was ugly, and her smile vanished. Sally's body trembled once, then her pupils flared red. Her lips peeled back into a jagged grin as rage warped her face, and she screamed that he thought she was ugly. The air cracked as she lunged, the ground splintering under her feet. She charged at him with inhuman speed, claws ready to tear through him, but then she gasped in surprise as her body jerked to a halt. Looking down, she saw 2 purple spheres clinging to the ground and her ankles. She tried to rip them off, but they held fast, stretching and sticking like unbreakable tar. Snarling, she demanded to know what it was, but when she looked up, Mineta was already gone from where he stood. A blur appeared in front of her, air whipping past her face as a shadow flashed into view. A powerful kick sliced through the air, closing in fast. The shockwave hit first, snapping her hair back and ripping through the dust around them. Her eyes widened in horror, frozen in that final heartbeat before impact. Mineta whispered that she would get a taste of her own medicine, and the arena trembled. Ricardo's heartbeat thundered in his ears. The aura surrounding Izuku wasn't just energy, it was pressure, a living storm of fury and raw intent. Small cracks splintered through the ground beneath his feet. Izuku didn't even look at him. His blazing green eyes were fixed on Bakugo, sprawled on the dirt, beaten, blood dripping from his mouth, his hands twitching weakly. The arena, moments ago roaring with noise, fell silent. Even the crowd stopped breathing. The air itself seemed to thicken, pulsing with the rage that radiated from Izuku's body. Then, in one explosive motion, Ricardo lifted his leg and kicked Izuku square in the chest. The impact cracked like thunder, and dust rippled outward. Izuku didn't even move a single step, his gaze still downward at Ricardo, the fury in his eyes burning. Ricardo exhaled sharply, freeing his wrist at last. He jumped back, shaking out his arm, the skin around it red and sore where Izuku had held him. He glared, his golden eyes glowing faintly, his aura beginning to rise. Cautiously, he thought that this was the one Alucard had warned them not to face one-on-one. Straightening his posture, he wiped a line of blood from the corner of his mouth and taunted Izuku, though his heartbeat betrayed him. But the moment he blinked, Izuku was gone. No sound, no motion, not even a trace of movement. Ricardo's eyes darted wildly, instincts screaming danger, but there was nothing to track. Until a presence appeared right in front of him. Izuku's fist hovered inches from his face, the air trembling around it from sheer force. Ricardo's eyes went wide, breath caught in his throat. Then came 3 strikes, all mid-motion, all about to hit their target. Everything stopped. Kafka blinked, his arm frozen mid-swing. A glowing circle of light floated around his wrist, spinning slowly like a halo. It shimmered with divine energy, humming with power that wasn't his. Confused and shocked, he looked to the side. Mineta's kick hung inches from impact, halted midair. A similar glowing ring circled his leg, pulsing faintly. Izuku's punch had stopped too, his muscles strained against it, but the halo around his arm didn't budge. Izuku gritted his teeth, realizing his arm wouldn't move, while Mineta growled, questioning what was happening. Their auras crackled uselessly against the divine light. The halos pulsed once more, and then the air shifted. A sudden wind swept across the arena, silencing the crowd in an instant. Even the roaring energy from the students froze. It was as if the world itself stopped breathing. Then she appeared. No sound, no flash, just presence. From above, a figure descended slowly, bathed in a soft, radiant glow. Her blonde hair floated weightlessly, each strand catching the light like silk. A flowing white dress wrapped around her form, moving as if guided by the wind itself. Every eye in the arena turned upward, and every heartbeat seemed to falter. It was her, the #1 hero, Angel. Someone in the crowd gasped, and spectators rose from their seats in disbelief. Angel's bare feet touched the arena floor, the divine energy surrounding her dimming, but the air still thrummed with her presence. She opened her eyes, 2 brilliant pools of light, calm yet terrifying in their purity. Kafka's breath caught. For a moment, all his rage evaporated, and he couldn't look away. Stunned, he thought her eyes were appealing. Angel lifted one hand, her expression serene, and clicked her fingers. In the blink of an eye, Kafka, Mineta, and Izuku vanished from their spots and reappeared directly in front of her. The light faded, leaving them kneeling slightly from the sudden teleportation. Dust swirled around their boots. The halos vanished. Izuku's eyes widened in shock. Mineta froze, unable to find words. 𝗂𝗏𝗂 stared up at her, lightning flickering faintly around him, but no longer defiant. Angel smiled softly, her voice calm and melodic as it carried across the entire arena, silencing everything. Her gaze shifted from 𝗂𝗏𝗂 to Mineta to Izuku, her eyes sharp but not cruel. Then she turned slowly toward the announcer's box. Dr. Expression froze, sweat rolling down his temple as she met his eyes. He fumbled for the mic, nearly dropping it. In a panicked tone, he announced the winners of Round 1 as the green team from Holy Dragon Academy. The crowd was silent for a moment before the entire stadium erupted with cheers, confusion, and disbelief, the sound crashing like waves. But none of it reached the three heroes in front of Angel. They could only stare. Kafka's chest rose and fell heavily, his heart racing. Izuku clenched his fists, trying to keep his anger under control. Mineta remained silent, his jaw tight. Angel's gaze returned to them, her voice softening but carrying the weight of judgment. She pointed out that what they had done was a violation of the rules. The three froze, glancing at each other, none daring to speak. She took a step closer, the sound of her foot touching the ground echoing like thunder. She calmly stated that they had let their emotions control them. 𝗂𝗏𝗂 looked away, anger flashing in his eyes, but he remained calm. Mineta's fists unclenched, and Izuku swallowed hard, the tension visible on his face. Angel's golden gaze sharpened as she asked what their punishments should be. Moments later, the air in the room was thick, as if even sound didn't dare move. 𝗂𝗏𝗂, Izuku, and Mineta knelt on the cold marble floor, arms raised above their heads in quiet surrender. Sweat trailed down their faces, but it was not fear, it was endurance. The silence pressed down, broken only by the faint hum of the ceiling light. Across from them sat Aizawa, slouched slightly, scarf loose, eyes sharp. His stare alone carried enough weight to make grown heroes flinch. The three boys thought they were done for. Aizawa finally spoke, his tone low and measured, carrying an edge of danger. He asked if they realized the chaos they had caused out there. None of them spoke, and the silence stretched. 𝗂𝗏𝗂 lifted his gaze, green eyes steady. Izuku kept his eyes on the ground, fists tight. Mineta yawned and looked at Aizawa. With a long sigh, Aizawa leaned back in his chair and acknowledged that he understood why they had acted as they did. He agreed with their reason but questioned why they had to fight. Kafka's tone was cold but clear as he explained that they had been toying with their classmates, beating them even after the match had ended. He wasn't about to let that slide. Izuku raised his head slightly, eyes burning with quiet conviction, stating that they had disrespected their classmates, which was not something a hero does. Mineta, cool as ever, simply added that they had annoyed him. Aizawa stared at them long enough for the silence to feel heavy again before exhaling and rubbing the bridge of his nose. He admitted that while they were unbelievable, their hearts were in the right place. The air shifted, and the heavy wooden door creaked open. Two figures entered, instantly changing the energy in the room. First came Angel, her golden hair flowing like sunlight, her white dress glimmering faintly with every step. Behind her was Inferno, the number 4 hero, tall and broad-shouldered, with eyes glowing faint crimson like molten steel. 𝗂𝗏𝗂 blinked at her appealing face, while Mineta sighed. Izuku was barely holding himself together, his mind racing. Angel's soft and graceful voice floated through the tension as she suggested they begin. Before she could continue, Inferno stepped forward, a grin tugging at his lips, stating that he believed there was no need for punishment. The words hung in the air, and everyone froze. Aizawa's brow raised slightly, and Angel tilted her head, curious. Inferno explained that they had fought for their friends, which was what heroes do. Kafka's expression twitched with half amusement as he thought that Inferno sounded just like Kirishima. However, the warmth in the air evaporated when a cold voice echoed from the doorway, declaring disagreement. The temperature dropped, and footsteps echoed as a coat swept across the floor. It was Alucard, his crimson eyes gleaming beneath the dim light. Aizawa instantly stood, his scarf twitching like a serpent ready to strike. Alucard coldly pointed out that they had interfered with an official match and initiated conflict. Aizawa glared at him, defending that his students had gone too far and questioning if 𝐎𝐽𝐽𝐻𝗓 expected his to sit and watch. 𝐎𝐽𝐽𝐻𝗓 smiled, stating that the rules allowed for only 2 ways to end a match: take a band or get thrown out of the arena. They could have just jumped out. Aizawa's eyes glowed faintly, dangerous, as he challenged 𝐎𝐽𝑽𝑐ℎ𝗧's mindset, suggesting that running away does not teach strength. The air split with tension as 𝐎𝐽𝑽𝑐℧'s aura flared, red and suffocating, causing the lights to flicker and the walls to creak under the pressure. Suddenly, a wave of heat burst outward, consuming the cold. Flames spiraled for an instant before fading into calm gold as Inferno stood between them, his presence stabilizing the room. The 3 boys finally exhaled, the air returning to their lungs. Inferno turned to Angel with a grin, suggesting they handle the situation differently. He proposed that in the next round, the 3 would fight, but with a handicap: they could not use their quirks for 3 minutes. The trio exchanged looks, agreeing quickly. Izuku nodded, and Mineta coolly stated that it didn't change anything. Inferno blinked, caught off guard by their swift agreement, but he chuckled quietly, liking their style. Angel smiled faintly, serene as ever, and declared that it was settled. As the meeting adjourned, Aizawa nodded, though his gaze lingered on 𝐎𝐽𝑽𝑐℧, whose glare remained locked on Angel. With a sweet but venomous smile, Angel commented on 𝐎𝐽𝑽𝑐℧'s healed chest. 𝐎𝐽𝑽𝑐℧'s eyes narrowed, but his smirk returned, sharp and mocking, as he muttered under his breath before leaving. Angel turned to the boys again, her expression softening as she looked directly at Kafka, promising to see him soon. Confused, Kafka watched as a golden light circle formed beneath her feet, and she vanished in a burst of radiance. Inferno watched her go, then turned to the trio with a proud smirk, declaring that they were true heroes in his book. Keep it up. Izuku's eyes lit up like stars. He felt a rush of excitement as he eagerly responded to Kafka. Kafka looked at him and smiled, and the main character thought to himself that he liked this guy. Inferno chuckled, waved casually and walked out. A few minutes later, the metal doors creaked open as 3 familiar figures stepped into the sunlight. Kafka walked in the middle, hands tucked in his pockets, while Mineta wore his usual blank expression. Izuku walked on the right, his green eyes soft but bright, still processing everything that had happened. As they headed back toward the arena grounds, a loud, dramatic voice echoed through the hallway. Aoyama, with flair, struck a pose and announced their return with enthusiasm. The whole class turned, and Mina gasped, her pink curls bouncing as she waved them over. She expressed her relief, saying they had been worried about them. Kafka grinned, and the main character reassured everyone that they were fine, noting it could have been worse. Mineta simply sat down on the bench beside Denki, stretching a bit before exhaling and commenting on how tiring it had been. Izuku smiled faintly, rubbing the back of his neck. He was still buzzing, not from fear, but from the excitement of having just spoken to 2 top heroes, Inferno and Angel. Denki leaned forward, curious about their punishments, hoping they hadn't been suspended. Kafka shrugged and explained that they just couldn't use their quirks for 3 minutes during their next round. Jiro frowned, clearly irritated by the unfairness of it. Denki agreed, pointing out that they were just standing up for their team. Kafka waved it off, assuring them that 3 minutes was nothing. Ojiro crossed his arms, skeptical, but Kafka nodded confidently, and the class began to relax. Just then, a quiet voice called out from behind them. Shoko stood there, her usual calm expression softened with concern. Her mismatched eyes glimmered under the sunlight, one blue like frozen glass, the other red like quiet fire. Izuku turned, surprised to see her, and she stepped closer, asking if he was okay. His face turned bright red as he stammered that he was totally fine. Unexpectedly, Shoko reached out and gently took his hand. Her fingers were cold at first but slowly warmed, almost like ice melting into flame. She asked if it had hurt when she stopped his attack, and Izuku blinked, his mind racing at the unexpected contact. Suddenly, Shoko realized she was holding his hand and flinched, instinctively pulling back as half of her hair flared into fire while the other side frosted over. Her face flushed as she apologized, and Izuku quickly reassured her that it was okay. Kafka watched from a few steps away, amused by the interaction. Mineta chuckled quietly beside him, commenting on young love having its own kind of heat. 𝗂𝗏𝗂 grinned, but then a thought struck him, and he turned to mynetta, surprised to learn that he had known they liked each other. Mynetta simply pointed to his eyes, indicating he had noticed. As they shared a laugh, a shadow loomed over the group, and heavy footsteps echoed down the corridor. Everyone turned as Bakugo approached, his arms and neck wrapped in bandages, his face set in a scowl. Kirishima called out to him, asking if he was okay, but Bakugo's sharp gaze locked straight onto Izuku, silencing the chatter around them. Bakugo questioned why Izuku had helped him, and Izuku, surprised, replied that it was because he needed help. Bakugo clicked his tongue, looking away for a moment before snapping back, insisting he didn't need Izuku's help. 𝗂𝗏𝗂 observed the exchange, sensing the weight in Bakugo's voice. It wasn't full of rage this time, it was heavy and strained. He realized Bakugo might be feeling guilty. Bakugo's jaw tightened as he asked why Izuku would help him after everything he had done. The class froze, and even Aizawa, watching from afar, raised an eyebrow. Izuku's expression softened as he spoke gently but firmly, saying that while he couldn't forget what Bakugo had done, he could forgive him. Bakugo's eyes widened, and he seemed on the verge of speaking when a flashback took him back to a time when they were young boys atop a grassy hill, pretending to fight villains. They laughed and dreamed of being the best heroes ever, their friendship filled with warmth. Back in the present, Bakugo's breath hitched as the memory flickered in his mind. He clenched his fists, his lips trembling as he began to mutter an apology, but he abruptly turned and walked away before he could finish. The class stood in stunned silence, confused by Bakugo's sudden departure. A few students were particularly shocked, including Izuku, Ochako, Ida, Kirishima, Momo, and Katsumi. Even Izumi, watching from the stands, covered her mouth in disbelief. 𝗂𝗏𝗂 quietly observed Bakugo's retreating figure, feeling a shift in how he viewed him. Before the class could process the moment, a loud, theatrical voice boomed through the arena, announcing the start of the next round. The lights dimmed, and two massive holographic wheels appeared above the stadium, spinning rapidly with names flashing across them. The crowd leaned forward in anticipation as the first wheel stopped, revealing the teams. The announcer dramatically declared that Team Gold from Ironheart Academy would face Team Black from 𝐒𝐻𝐈, and the audience erupted in cheers. 𝗂𝗏𝗂 exhaled slowly, a grin forming as he prepared for the upcoming match. He glanced at Izuku and mynetta beside him, noting mynetta's calm demeanor and Zuko's clenched fists, which showed a hint of fear. 𝗂𝗏𝗂 began stretching, readying himself for the challenge ahead, determined to give it his all. The stadium thundered with excitement as thousands of voices roared in unison. Flags waved, dust spiraled, and heat shimmered off the cracked stone floor under the relentless sun. 3 students stepped forward through the drifting haze, the black team: 𝗂𝗏𝗂, mynetta, and Zuko. Kafka's boots ground against the stone with each step. His sharp eyes scanned the stands and then the opponents across the field. He adjusted his jacket collar and exhaled, calm but alert. 𝗂𝗏𝗂 thought about their opponents standing across the field, 3 students in sleek gold-trimmed suits, glowing faintly under the sunlight, the gold team. His gaze hardened as he recognized them. Beside him, mynetta stretched and let out a loud, lazy yawn that echoed awkwardly through the tense air. 𝗂𝗏𝗂 sighed and turned his head slightly, his attention shifting to Zuko. The boy's green hair blew gently in the warm wind, but his expression was tight and uneasy, his fists trembling before slowly tightening. 𝗂𝗏𝗂 noted that this would be the first time he had actually seen Zuko fight. Zuko noticed Kafka's eyes on him and quickly looked away, jaw clenched. Kafka's brow twitched as he realized Zuko was nervous. The wind picked up again, lifting dust and sand around their boots. The crowd's noise faded into a low hum, the silence before a storm. Sora stood confidently at the front, hands in his pockets. His golden jacket fluttered like a flag, and his grin was sharp and unshakable. His golden eyes glinted with mischief as he looked toward the black team. Beside him, Shiro, his sister, stood quietly, her white hair flowing in the wind, her calm gaze locked entirely on 𝗂𝗏𝗂. Sora grinned and asked if Shiro had something on her mind. Shiro flatly pointed out that 𝗂𝗏𝗂 was the one who had helped Sora at the airport. Sora tilted his head slightly, his grin widening as he recalled the encounter. However, Shiro's tone didn't lighten as she warned that 𝗏𝗏 was the one 𝗵𝗃𝗻 had cautioned them about. Sora's grin froze for a moment before turning sly again as he joked about 𝗵𝗃𝗻, the creepy woman with the piercing gaze. Shiro remained silent, her eyes never leaving 𝗏𝗏, her instincts screaming that something about him was off. Behind them, a girl with auburn hair and thin-rimmed glasses, Stephanie, shifted nervously. She wondered if they really had a chance of winning. Sora turned around, raising an eyebrow and teasing her about shaking before the match had even started. Stephanie insisted she wasn't shaking, but Sora chuckled and suggested she use her glasses to check their win probability. Hesitating, she looked toward the black team, her hands trembling slightly as she adjusted the glowing lenses over her eyes. When she revealed their probability of winning was 87%, Sora blinked in surprise, unimpressed by the high number. He found it boring, while Stephanie argued that it was good news. Sora's smirk returned as he glanced back at 𝗏𝗏, who remained still, the air around him seeming heavier and darker. Sora thought 𝗏𝗏 looked strong but wondered about his true capabilities. The crowd's roar faded as Dr. Expression, the eccentric announcer in a blindingly bright suit, strutted to the center platform. He raised the mic high above his head, grinning ear to ear, announcing the match between the black team and the gold team. The stadium exploded with cheers as energy flared from both sides, golden against black, sparks lighting the air like electricity. Both teams lowered into stance. 𝗏𝗏 rolled his neck, the bones cracking softly. The air around him began to warp, the ground trembling under his feet. His heartbeat slowed, steady and calm as he prepared for the match. Across from him, Sora started walking forward, a casual grin on his face, golden eyes locked on 𝗏𝗏 like a hunter who already knew how this would end. 𝗏𝗏 took a slow breath and shifted his stance, his aura pulsing faintly as the air around him bent under pressure. Suddenly, a thunderous impact cracked through the arena. 𝗏𝗏 blinked in confusion and looked to his left, seeing Mineta sent flying backward after blocking a vicious kick with his forearms. The white-haired girl landed gracefully, her eyes cold and blank, her hand glowing with swirling white and violet flames. Mineta skidded across the stone, stopping himself with one hand, his calm demeanor replaced by seriousness as he cracked his neck. He remarked that she hit harder than she looked, but the girl didn't respond. 𝗏𝗏 noted her speed and turned his head right, eyes landing on Zuko, who stood stiff and unsure. He urged Zuko to go after the girl while he handled Sora. Zuko looked at him, nerves still eating away at his confidence, but he clicked his tongue, muttered something under his breath, and ran forward, the ground cracking beneath his feet as he sprinted past Sora toward the red-haired girl. However, Sora didn't even glance at him. His entire focus remained locked on 𝗏𝗏. Sora greeted 𝗏𝗏, recalling their previous encounter at the airport. 𝗏𝗏 blinked in confusion, trying to place Sora's face. Then it hit him, the white hair, the posture, the girl behind him. He realized they were from No Game No Life, and he felt a mix of annoyance and intrigue at the situation. Sora cracked his neck and stepped forward with a grin, expressing his longing to get back to his game. He raised one hand and snapped his fingers, causing a giant, glowing die to appear beside him, floating in midair. 𝗏𝗏 blinked in disbelief, curious about what was happening. Sora explained that if his roll landed on a 6, he would become stronger than 𝗏𝗏, a 1 in 6 chance. 𝗏𝗏 furrowed his brow, confused but cautious about what this meant. Sora chuckled and shrugged casually, ready to see how the match would unfold. Since you helped him at the airport, he decided to share. He pointed at himself, his grin widening. Sora proudly declared that his quirk was called Game MSTR. 𝗏𝗏 looked at him and sighed, thinking that the name alone sounded overpowered. Sora lifted his hand, explaining casually that it allowed him to create any type of game, dice, cards, coin flips, whatever, if he won the bet. His stats would multiply based on the risk. The higher the risk, the bigger the reward. 𝗏𝗏 narrowed his eyes, realizing that if luck was on Sora's side, he could overpower anyone instantly. Sora's grin widened as he lightly punched the dice, which began to spin and glow brighter with every rotation. He confidently stated that he was eager to see what Lady Luck thought of him that day. The dice rolled through the air, spinning and flashing numbers and golden light. It slowed down, clicked once, then twice, before finally stopping on a perfect 6, glowing bright gold. Sora beamed, exclaiming that Lady Luck was smiling on him today. In an instant, golden light burst from his body, creating a tidal wave of energy that rippled through the air. Cracks spidered across the stone beneath his feet, and his jacket whipped violently in the wind as his eyes glowed with radiant yellow fire. 𝗂𝗏𝗏 took a small step back, squinting through the glare, feeling the energy wash over him. He thought to himself that Sora looked incredibly cool. Sora clenched his fists, power humming around him like thunder, and boomed that he was ready to play. 𝗂𝗏𝗏 smirked faintly, rolling his shoulders, and coldly replied that he didn't play games. Sora lunged forward like a bullet, his foot crushing the ground beneath him, sending dust scattering as he blurred into motion. 𝗂𝗏𝗏 barely tilted his head aside before Sora's fist sliced past his cheek, the wind pressure brushing against his skin. Sora didn't stop. He twisted mid-step, spinning on his heel and launching a roundhouse kick straight toward 𝗂𝗏𝗏's ribs. The impact rattled through 𝗂𝗏𝗏's bones as he blocked with his forearm, the force sending him sliding back across the arena floor until he regained his balance. 𝗂𝗏𝗏's breath hitched as he realized Sora was incredibly fast. Before he could finish that thought, Sora was already in his face again. His movements were a blur: 2 punches, a low kick, then a spinning elbow. 𝗂𝗏𝗏 bent backward, letting the elbow whistle just inches from his nose, then ducked low, sweeping at Sora's leg. Sora hopped the sweep effortlessly, landing with a smirk and snapping his knee toward 𝗂𝗏𝗏's jaw. 𝗂𝗏𝗏 raised both arms, catching it just in time, the impact cracking the air around them. Sora's eyes gleamed as he grinned, suggesting that 𝗂𝗏𝗏 was holding back. 𝗂𝗏𝗏 gritted his teeth and replied that Sora thought so. He shoved Sora's leg aside, twisted, and countered with a sharp punch to the gut. It connected solidly, but Sora barely flinched. Instead, he caught 𝗂𝗏𝗏's wrist mid-punch and drove his knee up toward 𝗂𝗏𝗏's chest. 𝗂𝗏𝗏 crossed his arms to block, but the hit launched him backward with tremendous force. He rolled twice, hit the ground, and slid to a stop. Sora didn't give him a moment to breathe. He blurred forward, the sound of his steps almost vanishing. 𝗂𝗏𝗏 barely managed to raise his guard before a flurry of punches struck like rain, each blow echoing like thunder. Each hit forced 𝗂𝗏𝗏 to retreat, step by step, his arms shaking from the shockwaves. Then, an opening appeared. 𝗂𝗏𝗏 twisted his body at the last second, letting Sora's fist slide past his shoulder. He grabbed Sora's forearm, pulled, and spun, using Sora's own momentum to flip him over his shoulder. Sora hit the ground hard but rolled immediately, flipping upright and landing in a crouch with that same sharp grin. He complimented 𝗂𝗏𝗏 on the move, brushing the dust from his arm, and smirked that 𝗂𝗏𝗏 would have to do better. 𝗂𝗏𝗏 exhaled, sweat dripping down his chin, and grinned back, suggesting he could say the same. They charged at each other. Fists met midair with a sound like an explosion, shockwaves rippling outward. 𝗂𝗏𝗏 ducked under a straight punch and countered with a palm strike to Sora's ribs, but missed. Sora vanished from sight, reappearing behind him with a kick to the back. 𝗂𝗏𝗏 spun with the hit, using the momentum to backhand strike. It connected, barely, as Sora's head turned with the blow, hair whipping across his face. Instead of faltering, he smirked, caught 𝗂𝗏𝗏's arm again, and yanked him forward. A knee to the stomach, a punch to the jaw, and a back kick sent 𝗂𝗏𝗏 sprawling across the ground. 𝗂𝗏𝗏 coughed, air bursting from his lungs, but pushed himself up. Every muscle screamed in protest, yet his eyes remained focused. He planted his foot deep into the dirt and launched forward with renewed fury. Sora blinked in surprise as 𝗂𝗏𝗏 closed the gap faster than before, his fist grazing Sora's cheek. 𝗂𝗏𝗏 followed with a barrage of hooks, jabs, and a rising knee, his movements tight and precise. For the first time, Sora was the one retreating, blocking, dodging, and reading the rhythm. Then Sora caught 𝗂𝗏𝗏's wrist again and spun with him. 𝗂𝗏𝗏 tried to break free, but Sora's foot hooked behind his ankle. A sharp twist sent 𝗂𝗏𝗏 down, but before Sora could finish, 𝗂𝗏𝗂 twisted mid-fall, planting his hand on the ground and flipping backward. He landed on his feet, crouched, one hand on the floor, dust swirling around him. Sora's eyes glimmered as he grinned, stating that this was more like it. 𝗂𝗏𝗂 wiped a drop of BLD from his lip, smirking faintly, and warned Sora not to get cocky yet. They vanished again, two blurs colliding in the center of the ring, shockwaves bursting outward with every impact. Fists met, knees clashed, and bodies wove around each other in perfect, deadly rhythm. Each strike carried the weight of intent, and each dodge was a hair's breadth from disaster. Sora drove his elbow toward Kafka's temple. 𝗂𝗏𝗂 ducked and countered with a low kick. Sora jumped, spinning midair, and came down with an axe kick that split the air. 𝗂𝗏𝗂 caught it on crossed arms, but the ground cracked beneath his feet. The two stood there, breathing hard, eyes locked. Sora's grin widened as he encouraged 𝗂𝗏𝗂 to show more of his strength. 𝗂𝗏𝗂 smirked, lifting his chin and breathing that Sora talked too much. Shiro blinked once, and in that instant, purple and white flames burst from her palm, solidifying into a sleek dagger. She lunged forward, the blade slicing through the air with a whistle. Minatta's eyes narrowed as he twisted his body just enough for the blade to graze his sleeve, missing flesh by a breath. He didn't flinch or blink, he just watched. Minatta thought to himself that Shiro was fast. She landed lightly, her blank expression never changing as her hands flared again, forming two short blades that spun between her fingers like silver lightning. She rushed him, and Minatta met her halfway. Their movements collided, her blades slashing in arcs while his hands deflected with sharp precision. She swung high, and he ducked under, striking her side with a quick elbow. She twisted midair and flipped backward, sliding across the ground, the impact cracking dust beneath her boots. Minatta's breathing remained steady and calm as he wiped a faint cut on his cheek and smirked, suggesting she would have to do better than that. Shiro didn't respond, her flames flared again, this time forming a long spear. The purple-white glow reflected in her eyes as she dashed forward, moving with mechanical precision. Minatta sidestepped, the spear tip grazing his jaw, and caught with one hand. With a twist, he snapped it in two. Minatta thought to himself that since it didn't burn his hand, he could touch her weapons. Shiro leapt back, flames sparking around her again, forming a pair of handguns that glowed faintly as she fired bursts of condensed energy. Minatta dashed left. One shot grazed his arm, and another shattered the ground near his feet. He rolled forward, closing the gap between them, and slammed his knee into her abdomen. The impact made her stumble, but she caught herself. White fire erupted in her hand, forming a curved blade that she slashed upward with. Minatta caught her wrist mid-swing, their faces inches apart. He met her blank stare with an unbothered grin, thinking that she relied too much on her creations. He twisted her wrist, forcing her to drop the blade, and pivoted on his heel to kick her back. She slid again, but her flames reignited before she hit the ground. A wall of fire exploded between them. Minatta shielded his face from the blast, but when the flames cleared, she was gone. He thought to himself that she was behind him just in time to see her dagger whistling toward his neck. He ducked under it and countered with a rising palm strike that sent her staggering backward. She steadied herself, breathing lightly, her expression still blank, but her eyes flickered with something new, irritation. Purple-white light gathered around her, forming a storm of weapons, floating blades, spears, and guns circling her like a halo. Minatta exhaled slowly, cracking his knuckles, and smirked, realizing she was done holding back. The weapons shot forward like a barrage, blades slicing from every direction. Minatta moved like water, ducking, weaving, and turning every dodge into a step closer. A dagger passed his cheek, and a spear nearly clipped his shoulder. He caught a blade midair and used it to parry another before throwing it back toward her. Shiro raised a hand, flames shaping into a barrier that absorbed the hit. He dashed through the smoke and struck with a clean right hook that connected with her jaw. Shiro hit the ground, sliding across the dirt. Her flames flickered weakly before reigniting. She stood, wiping BLD from her lip, her expression unreadable, but her eyes finally alive. Minatta cracked his neck, still calm, and grinned, thinking that this was getting fun. 𝗧𝗂 clenched his fists, dark green energy swirling around his hands like a gravity field, dense, heavy, and pulsing. The ground beneath him cracked from the pressure alone as he slammed his fists down. The earth split open, debris flying as waves of gravity rippled out. Stephanie darted back, light on her feet. Each punch he threw carried enough force to crater the ground, but she flowed around them, ducking, flipping, and sidestepping with perfect rhythm. 𝗧𝗂, frustrated, shouted for her to stay still. He swung again, his arm coated in dark energy, but she spun aside and countered, her heel catching him square in the jaw. He stumbled, eyes flaring with anger. That hit had annoyed him. He cracked his knuckles, gravity pulsing harder and heavier, the air around him wavering like heat. He lunged, punches faster now, each swing bending the air, each step crushing the ground beneath him. But no matter how fast he got, Stephanie slipped past every strike, her movements sharp and effortless. 𝗧𝗂's teeth clenched, gravity flaring so strong it distorted the space around his fists. Stephanie landed softly, smirking just a bit, brushing off her shoulder and teasing him about his aim. 𝗧𝗂's glare deepened, the gravity energy swirling violently. The fight was far from over, but right now, Stephanie had the rhythm, and 𝗧𝗂 was losing his cool. Sora moved like lightning, pure golden light trailing behind every step. His aura had grown brighter and thicker, flaring off his skin like a miniature sun. Kafka's skin shimmered faintly around his jawline, his breathing deep but steady. He dodged the first strike, barely, but the pressure alone sent cracks through the ground where Sora's fist landed. He muttered to himself in surprise as he twisted away from another blow. Sora didn't stop. His movements were sharper now, cleaner, speed backed by terrifying precision. He didn't give Kafka time to breathe. Every punch and kick came in faster succession, glowing arcs of light cutting through the smoke. Kafka countered, ducking under a glowing fist and slamming his elbow into Sora's side. The blow connected, but Sora didn't even flinch. He turned his head slowly, eyes blazing gold. Then Sora vanished. A blinding flash, and suddenly Kafka's body jerked backward, a heavy blow crashing into his ribs. Before he could recover, another hit came from behind, then one to the jaw, a flurry of strikes faster than his eyes could track. Each impact exploded with golden light. Kafka roared, sliding backward, his shoes tearing the ground. Anger crawled up his neck and across his shoulders, his eyes burning with fury. He leapt forward, swinging, but Sora caught his punch effortlessly, smirking and telling him he was too slow. The air rippled, and his golden aura erupted, launching Kafka back with enough force to shake the entire floor. Kafka rolled, his body carving a shallow trench through the cracked arena tiles. Shiro stood amidst the haze, her eyes gleaming like molten amethyst. Her flames swirled, shaping and reshaping, a dance of creation through destruction. Minatta's breathing was steady but heavy, his stance low, his shirt torn at the shoulder. He had been holding his own, but Shiro was done playing around. She softly smirked as purple and white flames spiraled up her arms, announcing that it was time to turn it up. She extended her hand, and the fire condensed into a rifle, long and sharp-edged, the barrel glowing faintly with heat. She fired. The bullet of pure flame screamed past Minatta, exploding behind him. The shockwave threw him forward, straight into her kick. Her heel slammed into his chest with brutal precision. Minatta flew backward, his back smashing into the ground hard enough to kick up dust. Before he could rise, she was already in front of him. Her hand glowed as she summoned a massive hammer from her flames, a weapon twice her size, white-hot at the edges. Minatta pushed off the ground, dodging the first swing. The hammer came down again, smashing the floor to pieces, purple fire exploding outward in a wave. He rolled to the side, breathing, sweat dripping down his temple. Shiro turned, her smirk wicked, and declared that he was tough, challenging him to see how long that would last. Her flames twisted again, forming a sleek pistol in one hand and a dagger in the other. She fired 2 quick shots, then lunged in close. Minatta weaved through the bullets, but the dagger caught him across the shoulder, making him hiss and stagger back. Shiro teased him, asking if that was all he had. Minatta clenched his fists, His expression calmed despite the BLD on his arm, and grinned, acknowledging that she hit hard. She grinned back, and before he could finish, her hand grabbed his face. Shiro smirked, telling him to let her show him how hard she really hit. Purple fire exploded from her palm, and with a violent swing, she hurled him backward like a rag doll. Minata's body slammed into the ground, skidding across it before stopping near the edge. He groaned, pushing himself up, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 his face. His vision steadied, and then he froze as something gleamed inches from his eyes, a small metal sphere glowing white. A flash grenade. Mineta's eyes widened in realization just before the explosion of light engulfed him, white and blinding. His body reeled instinctively, arms shielding his face. Before he could recover, the hammer hit, a colossal blow that sent him flying into the air before crashing back down. The arena floor shattered under the impact, cracks spiderwebbing. Outward. Shiro stood tall amidst the smoke, her hammer igniting into flames once more. She exhaled slowly, white fire flickering in her hair, a grin spreading across her face as she asked if Mineta was still breathing. From the crater, Mineta stirred, one knee hitting the ground as he wiped BLD from his lip. His eyes sharpened, focused, devoid of panic or fear. Shiro's grin faded slightly as she noted his lack of fear. Mineta responded that it took more than light and noise to make him quit. Her smirk returned, softer this time, as she acknowledged his stubbornness. Sora lunged again, golden light trailing behind him, while 𝗏𝗂 ducked, too slow to evade. Sora grinned, declaring 𝗏𝗂 wide open before delivering a knee to his ribs. 𝗏𝗂 skidded back, breath sharp, as sparks flew between their blows, each impact carving cracks through the ground. The main character thought that 𝗏𝗂 was becoming increasingly annoying. He raised his arm to block another punch, but the next hit came from above, slamming into his jaw. Sora taunted 𝗏𝗂, asking if he was already out of lives. Flashes of violet and white fire painted the arena as Shiro lunged, her spear blazing. She called out to Mineta to keep up. Mineta caught the bare-handed, wincing at the heat, confused by its intensity. Shiro spun, the weapon melting into flame before reforming into twin pistols. She fired, and Mineta rolled under each shot, dust kicking up around him. He rose, calm and steady, remarking that she fought loudly. Shiro smirked, asserting he would be quiet when he was down. She dropped low, her blades flashing as she forced Mineta back, his shoes scraping against the cracked stone. Zuko's fists glowed black-green, the air warping with gravity pressure as he declared he would see if Stephanie could dodge his next move. He slammed the ground, creating a shockwave that burst outward. Stephanie leapt gracefully, her glasses flickering with lines of data. She calmly noted that Zuko's rhythm was slowing and predictable before darting forward to collide her fist with his chin, following it up with a kick that spun him sideways. Zuko caught himself, rage evident in his breath, and expressed his annoyance, insisting it wasn't over. 𝗏𝗂 charged, swinging wide, but Sora ducked low and delivered an uppercut to his chin. 𝗏𝗂's body shot upward, crashing into the floor with a thunderous impact. Sora grinned, challenging 𝗏𝗂 to be faster, while the main character muttered that Sora talked too much for someone glowing like a light bulb. He pushed off the ground, but Sora was already gone, landing another strike, then another, each faster than before. Shiro's flames intensified as she snapped her fingers, unleashing a burst of white light. Mineta staggered, blinded, and Shiro grinned, declaring she had him. A massive hammer formed in her hands, and she swung it down, sending Mineta flying backward, rolling through the debris. He pushed himself up slowly, dust covering his shoulders, remaining calm and focused. He thought that Shiro was faster but not careful, and he could use that to his advantage. Zuko roared, slamming his gravity-charged fists into the floor again, causing the ground to split. Stephanie danced between the cracks like water, teasing Zuko about his inability to hit her. She spun, kicking his legs out from under him, then slammed an elbow into his back. He hit the ground, gravity rippling uncontrollably, and growled that she was reading every move. 𝗏𝗂 lunged again, but Sora was a blur of light, every punch cracking the ground. Each dodge came milliseconds too late, and Sora coldly remarked that 𝗏𝗏 was losing his spark. 𝗏𝗏 caught his breath, wiping BLD from his mouth, while the main character smirked, noting that Sora played rough. Another blow landed before 𝗏𝗏 could finish. Weapons shifted mid-swing: swords, guns, daggers, chains. Each flicker of flame reshaped the battlefield. Shiro smirked, challenging Mineta to block her next attack. She sent a WHP of burning chains forward, catching Mineta's leg and pulling him off his feet. She leaped, hammer forming midair, but Mineta rolled aside, narrowly avoiding disaster. Stephanie's glasses blinked with lines of blue data as Zuko's aura distorted gravity around them. She softly calculated his next move, sidestepping before he swung. Her jab hit true, causing Zuko's head to JRK sideways. He swung wildly, but each motion bent the air, missing by inches. Her eyes were calm and precise, like a machine. Sora's aura ignited like a supernova as he sprinted forward, golden trails burning through the air. He reappeared right in front of Kafka's face and swung his fist, declaring it was game over. At that moment, Mineta was about to get slashed. A sudden ringing sliced through the silence, halting all movement. The sound came from the stands, Izuku's phone. He blinked, pulling it from his pocket and smiling as he noted how time flies. He tapped the screen, and the arena froze. The air shifted, becoming cold, still, and electric. Something unseen pulsed through the floor. Stephanie's glasses flickered violently, lines of red text flashing across them, warning of recalculating probabilities. She whispered in confusion, but the numbers stopped, and one line burned bright: winner probability, 0%. Her pupils shrank in shock. A massive clawed hand suddenly caught Sora's fist midair, scales glistening and veins glowing green. Sora was shocked, questioning what was happening. 𝗏𝗏 looked up, one eye burning neon, his half-kaiju form rising from the dust. The main character calmly noted that 3 minutes were up, smirking as the ground trembled under his weight. Sora grinned back, acknowledging the new development. Kafka's claw flexed, golden light reflecting off it. Across the arena, Mineta caught Shiro's next attack mid-swing, stopping the fiery blade with one glowing hand. A faint purple ball pulsed from his palm, something entirely new. Shiro was startled, questioning what it was, but 𝗏𝗏 tilted his head slightly, a faint smirk forming before he disappeared. A shockwave ripped through the arena as Sora blinked in confusion, realizing 𝗏𝗏 had vanished. Suddenly, a blow landed in his ribs, forcing air from his lungs as his body bent backward and crashed into the dirt. He rolled, eyes wide, trying to track 𝗏𝗏, but he was already gone again. Sora thought that 𝗏𝗏 was faster, almost teleporting. 𝗏𝗏 appeared beside him, moving with fluid, impossible rhythm. The kaiju energy shimmered like liquid lightning across his body. He swung, missing by inches, but the air pressure from the swing alone tore through the ground. The shockwave sent Sora skidding backward, carving deep grooves in the earth as dust exploded around him. Sora steadied himself, coughing, eyes narrowing in disbelief. He lifted his hand, golden energy trembling around his palm, thinking that this didn't make sense. 𝗏𝗏 had been slower before, but now he was everywhere at once. Kafka's voice broke the silence, low and calm, inviting Sora to have fun. He vanished again, and a strike came from above, followed by another from the side. Each hit sent Sora flying, and each dodge came too late. He couldn't see 𝗏𝗏, couldn't read him. 𝗏𝗏 moved like the air itself, appearing, vanishing, and reappearing, his kaiju arm shimmering with every shift. Shiro's body glowed faintly under the white and violet blaze swirling around her. Each step she took left a ripple of fire that bent and reshaped itself into a weapon. A dagger vanished, then a spear, and now a sniper formed midair. Before disappearing after one clean shot, Mineta moved through the chaos like smoke, calm and focused. Every motion was efficient as he ducked under a bullet of flame, rolled forward, and sidestepped a spear strike. The moment Shiro appeared again, right in front of him with eyes blank and emotionless, he reacted instantly. He raised his hand, and the purple orbs from his quirk popped into existence around him, shimmering faintly with energy. Shiro's eyes flicked to them, narrowing as she grinned, dismissing them as toys that wouldn't help him. She moved her hand forward, white flames twisting into a massive scythe and swung. Minato jumped back, just out of range, and threw one of his orbs forward. It hit the ground near her feet and stuck. Shiro didn't notice until she stepped, and her foot locked instantly. Her eyes widened in shock as Minato moved in, dashing low, closing the gap, and slamming his shoulder into her chest, sending her stumbling backward. The scythe cracked and vanished into mist. Shiro flipped, landing hard but steady. The flames around her pulsed violently. Shiro felt annoyance at her opponent's tricks. Minato, with a smirk, found her predictable. He threw 3 more balls around her, fast and precise, calculating the angles. They landed on the ground, bouncing once, twice, then locking her inside a triangle of sticky zones. Shiro tried to move, but her boot stuck again. She growled softly and raised her hand, gathering white-purple fire in her palm. Determined, she thought she would burn through it. Flames erupted, and the sticky spheres began to melt, but Minato was already on the move. He jumped, slamming a giant purple ball onto the ground beneath him. The surface reacted to his weight, and instead of sticking, it bounced hard. He shot upward like a cannonball, flipping in midair, his eyes locked on Shiro. With enthusiasm, he kicked off another ball midair, bouncing from it like a springboard, spinning forward. Shiro barely had time to raise her arm before his heel connected with her shoulder, sending her flying across the field. She rolled, coughing, her hand glowing with flames again. She extended her palm, and flames shaped into chains lashed out at him like 𝗬𝗲𝗍𝗍. Minato landed and slid backward, grabbing one of the chains mid-swing, his hand gripping tightly despite the heat. He yanked, causing Shiro to stumble forward and lose her balance. Seizing the opportunity, Minato bounced off another giant orb and shot forward, fists clenched. He delivered a solid punch to her face, causing her to gasp as her body arched and flew back. Her flames flickered, weakening for a moment. Minato landed lightly, balancing on another ball like a gymnast, the orbs around him shifting and following his movement. Shiro got up, shaking her head, her flames reigniting and growing stronger. Weapons formed all around her, swords, guns, hammers, daggers, floating in a spiral of violet light. With a faint smile, she thought it was not over yet. Minato, calm and collected, pressed his hands together, and dozens of cork balls appeared behind him, hovering and pulsing with energy. He grinned, ready for action. Minato kicked off the ground, ricocheting off the ball like a blur of motion, zigzagging through her storm of fire. Flames and bullets tore through the air, but he moved faster, every bounce sharper and every hit heavier. He closed in again, and Shiro raised her arm for a counter, but her wrist was stuck. Looking down, she realized her own weapon had touched one of his orbs. Shocked, she realized she had been outmaneuvered. Minato, grinning, spun midair, using a giant ball for momentum, and slammed his fist across her cheek. The impact sent her crashing through her own flames, the light flickering violently before vanishing into smoke. The final echoes of battle faded, replaced by the low hum of energy still lingering in the air. Stephanie watched in disbelief, realizing Sora was losing. Suddenly, a fist slammed into her stomach, cracking the ground beneath her and sending air exploding outward. Her eyes widened as her body folded, hitting the dirt hard. Zuko gritted his teeth, reminding her not to look away from her enemy. She coughed, breath lost, before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Sora looked up at 𝗏𝗏, confusion crossing his face. He felt calm but uncertain, thinking that he had won his bet and should be stronger. 𝗏𝗏 tilted his head, still half human, half kaiju, breathing steadily as if the battle hadn't fazed him. MC shrugged, smirking, and commented on Sora's situation. Before Sora could respond, 𝗏𝗏 disappeared. Sora's eyes widened as 𝗏𝗏 reappeared behind him in a flash, throwing a punch that didn't connect. 𝗏𝗏 then grabbed Sora's band and ripped it off. Sora's eyes widened, but he grinned and sighed, realizing he wasn't the only one full of surprises. 𝗏𝗏 exhaled, his kaiju side fading slightly, green scales receding into skin. He turned his head, hearing the faint voice of the referee announcing the match's end. The stadium erupted in cheers as the black team was declared the winner. Denki yelled in excitement, Mina grinned, Jiro pumped her fist, and Ojiro expressed awe. Aoyama sparkled with delight, while Toru cheered. Katsumi crossed her arms, acknowledging Zuko's contribution, and Izumi smiled quietly, brushing hair from her face. Izuku stood beside her, fists clenched proudly, expressing his admiration for their team. The top 10 pro heroes watched closely, each reacting in their own way. Tiger Fong grinned, impressed by the style displayed. Witch Flare rested her chin on her palm, her eyes soft yet focused on Mineta. She noted his calmness and adaptability. Float Boy, floating slightly above his seat, couldn't contain his excitement, marveling at Kafka's kaiju form. Even Inferno, leaning back with arms crossed, nodded in quiet approval, recognizing their potential. Beside them sat Angel, her radiant white hair framing her face, her expression unreadable until her gaze flicked toward Kafka. A strange light filled her eyes as she softly whispered that she had found him. Kafka approached Sora, the battle haze slowly fading. Sora was still sitting, catching his breath, a faint grin on his lips. MC grinned, commenting on Sora's quirk. Sora smirked, wiping his mouth and acknowledging Kafka's skill. Before they could continue, the ground shook, and a ripple of power spread across the arena. Both fighters froze, the dust in the air seeming to pause. A shadow fell over them, followed by silence. Kafka frowned, looking around, while MC expressed confusion about the disturbance. A figure appeared between them, landing softly. Both stepped back instinctively, sensing the tension in the air. The newcomers stood tall, hands calmly folded behind their back. Long purple hair floated lightly, and their eyes glowed faintly under the stadium lights. She smiled sweetly, almost childlike, and softly announced that she had found them. Kafka's brows furrowed in concern, while MC felt confusion rising. The woman tilted her head, her smile widening, and then snapped her fingers. The entire arena shook violently, lights flickering and dust raining from above. The audience gasped, some rising to their feet in confusion. Then, abruptly, it stopped, leaving a dead silence. The crowd murmured nervously as Kafka turned around, eyes narrowing. MC, tense and confused, questioned what had happened. A low gasp came from the stands, and a spectator shouted to look up. Kafka followed their gaze, seeing 9 figures floating silently in the air, glowing. With different hues and radiating an overwhelming pressure that made even the top 10 heroes freeze. Kafka's pulse spiked as he clenched his fists, and MC quietly wondered who they were. When he looked back, the purple-haired woman was already right in front of him, her face mere inches from his. Leaning forward slightly, she smiled with a soft blush and whispered that she had finally found him. Kafka's entire body tensed, instincts screaming danger, yet her presence was suffocating. The air pressure shifted again, this time filled with fury and disbelief as Magma Shift stood abruptly, slamming a hand on the railing and yelling her name. The crowd fell silent, and the moment that name left his mouth, the stadium froze, filled with gasps and whispers of disbelief. Kafka's eyes widened in realization as he turned back toward her. She tilted her head slightly, her smile widening again, warm, playful, yet terrifyingly confident. She was Grace, the #1 villain. The dust had barely settled from the final clash when the air shifted. A chill crept across the arena, sharp and unnatural, as if the world itself was holding its breath. The cheers from the crowd fell silent, replaced by the faint hum of energy building in the air. Kafka stood at the center, his half-kaiju form flickering, smoke rising from his cracked skin. Confusion etched across his face as his glowing eyes scanned the field. Then, a gentle tap landed against his forehead. Grace, with a soft smile, suggested they talk somewhere more private. Her tone was calm, eerily calm. Kafka, shocked and confused, tried to respond, but before he could finish, his vision blurred. His muscles froze, and the world twisted sideways as the strength in his legs vanished. The roar of the crowd faded into silence. He hit the ground but never felt it, darkness swallowed him whole. Sora, shocked, called out, wondering what Grace had done to him. He lunged forward, only for his body to lock up mid-stride. Every nerve screamed as a suffocating pressure pressed down on him, heavy and cold. He thought to himself that he couldn't move and questioned what this aura was. Grace turned toward him, her amethyst eyes glowing faintly under the shattered lights, her lips curling into a soft, almost playful smile. She told him not to strain himself, her voice dripping with mockery. At that moment, a deafening boom echoed beside her. A rush of wind tore through the arena as another figure landed, cracking the stone beneath her boots. Grace's smile widened, radiant yet venomous, as she recognized the newcomer. Her halo flickered violently, feathers of glowing light drifting around her like burning snow. The air shimmered with her divine energy. The angel, furious, demanded Grace not to call her that. Grace feigned innocence, asking why she couldn't call her best friend, her words oozing with twisted warmth. The angel, with a voice like thunder, commanded Grace to let 𝗂𝗃𝗃 go. Grace chuckled softly, her purple hair lifting and dancing in the invisible current, the air rippling with power. She declared that 𝗂𝗃𝗃 was very important to her plan, the key to their freedom. In an instant, the angel vanished, reappearing inches from Grace's face with her hand outstretched. Dust exploded outward in every direction as the ground trembled. When the dust cleared, the angel was gripping nothing but air. She gritted her teeth, realizing Grace had outmaneuvered her. Grace appeared behind her, close enough for her breath to brush the angel's ear, mocking her with a whisper about what an angel should say. Flames erupted nearby as Inferno landed first, molten fire rolling off his shoulders. Witch Flare floated overhead, her staff glowing a deep sapphire hue. Magma Shift cracked his knuckles, molten metal dripping from his armor. Beast Tamer crouched low beside them, his red eyes glowing feral in the shadows. The remaining top 10 heroes took their positions, surrounding Grace in a tight formation. The tension was suffocating, heat and frost battling in the air. Grace stepped forward delicately, her heels clicking softly against the fractured arena floor. She pretended to pout, then grinned wickedly, suggesting they make it fair. A ripple of dark energy burst outward, crackling through the sky as 9 silhouettes dropped from above, hitting the ground one by one. A towering man coated in dark blue scales, saltwater dripping from his body, grinned as he declared it was finally dry land worth flooding. A spear-wielding woman with a sleek black ponytail and burning crimson eyes smirked, eager for a fight. Draped in tattered cloth, another figure flickered between existence and nothingness, whispering dark intentions. A calm woman with green hair unraveled into living vines, expressing her distaste for the heroes. Lightning tattoos danced along another's skin, who sighed about wanting to end things quickly. A pale figure, with bones jutting from his shoulders, drooled at the prospect of battle. A beastly woman with fiery mane-like hair grinned, ready to hunt. A man made entirely of smoke, with glowing eyes, found amusement in the chaos. Finally, Grace, the Queen of Chaos, stood among them, her presence commanding. Inferno's flames burned hotter, the ground beneath him glowing orange as he commanded Float Boy to evacuate the civilians. Float Boy nodded and soared upward toward the stands, but a silver flash streaked past his vision. Spearpoint coldly questioned who gave him permission to move, swinging her spear downward, only for Metal Fist to intercept it with a powerful block. He grinned at her, twisting her weapon and slamming her into the cracked floor. Spearpoint coughed but smirked up at him despite the pain, expressing her anticipation for their confrontation. Metal Fist challenged her, ready for the fight. Meanwhile, the angel glanced toward Kafka's unconscious form, the purple energy around him pulsing like a heartbeat. She whispered to Inferno and Beast Tamer to hold back, warning that unleashing their full power could endanger the civilians. Both men nodded, their powers now controlled. Grace looked down at 𝗂𝗃𝗃, brushing her fingers across his cheek, assuring him they would finish their conversation soon. The unconscious boy floated closer to her, wrapped in coils of violet flame. The air thickened, and the battlefield fell silent, heroes and villains locked in a deadly standoff. Even the wind hesitated to move. Izuku gritted his teeth in the stands, his fists trembling as he called out for 𝗂𝗃𝗃, ready to jump in, but Aizawa's firm grip stopped him. Aizawa sternly advised him not to act, stating he was no match for them and that his priority was the civilians. Izuku's jaw tightened, frustration and fear warring inside him as he looked back at Kafka and nodded, muttering for him to hang in there. He turned, following Aizawa to help evacuate the crowd. Grace tilted her head, her grin widening as she looked at the heroes encircling her. The storm clouds above began to swirl, thunder rumbling in the distance. With her arms spread wide and her eyes glowing brighter, she declared it was time to begin. The earth trembled beneath their feet as flames, lightning, and shadows intertwined, signaling the battle between heroes and villains was about to commence. Inferno's flames flared bright red, reflecting the fury in his eyes. He clenched his fists, heat distorting the air around him. Inferno surged forward, a comet of fire tearing across the field, but a massive wave erupted from the ground, crashing into him. Tidebreaker grinned, taunting him about Grace's unavailability. Steam hissed where flame met water as Inferno skidded back, boots digging deep into the cracked stone. With a smirk, he declared his intention to turn Tidebreaker to vapor first. Tidebreaker raised his hand, confidently stating that the tide always wins. Boiling water and roaring flame collided, exploding into clouds of steam that blanketed half the arena. Across the field, Beast Tamer was already surrounded by ethereal beasts, wolves of light, a massive serpent, and a winged tiger, all growling in sync. Marrow, bones cracking with every step, grinned with a manic gleam in his eye, eyeing the serpent hungrily. Beast Tamer coldly warned him that he would choke on it. Marrow lunged, bone blades jutting from his arms, only to be caught mid-swing by a spectral wolf's fangs. Beast Tamer's eyes glowed crimson as he grinned, challenging Marrow to handle spirit flesh. The wolf roared, tearing through Marrow's armor as bone shards flew. Crimson Howl leapt from above, claws bared, landing before Tiger Fong with a predator's grin. He remarked on Tiger Fong's scent, which prompted Tiger Fong to respond with a grin of his own, stating that he was about to say the same thing. Both roared in unison, their voices shaking the ground as they clashed, Fong against claw, shockwaves bursting with every strike. Their battle was pure feral instinct, two beasts fighting for Demps. Meanwhile, a beam of energy lanced through the air. Witch Flare had fired directly at Grace, but the shot reflected off a floating shard of glass, reversing course toward her. She twisted her staff, dissipating it midair. Annoyed, Witch Flare flicked his wrist, causing mirrors to spin around him like a shield, each showing distorted reflections of the battle. Mirrorbane sighed, expressing his longing to go home, but Witch Flare smirked, promising to ensure he got there early. Mach rays darted through the field like lightning itself, clashing with Magma Shift in a blur. Each time the speedster struck, molten sparks flew from Magma Shift's armor. Mach rays teased him about being slow, while Magma Shift glared and grinned, cracking his knuckles. He slammed his fist into the ground, causing a geyser of magma to erupt upward, forcing Mach rays to jump back mid-flash. Magma Shift smirked, challenging him to dodge lava. Mach rays jumped higher, snickering that he would run on it, electricity sparking across the molten rock. At another corner, Thornqueen's vines exploded from the ground like snakes, wrapping toward Black Sage, thorns glistening with poison. Mockingly, Thornqueen claimed he couldn't cut what grows back. In a single motion, her black blade carved through every vine, causing them to shrivel instantly. Black Sage warned her that her nature wouldn't save her, but she raised her hand defiantly, insisting she wasn't the one who needed saving. Roots burst from beneath her again, only to meet her blade once more. Smoglord's toxic haze spread, swallowing the air around him, causing civilians to cough and choke until a blur of steel flashed through the fog. Iron Jaw landed before him, teeth gleaming as he expressed his disgust at Smoglord's appearance. Smoglord glared and waved his finger, mockingly gasping at Iron Jaw's insult. Iron Jaw, slightly thrown off, grinned and quipped that it was too bad he didn't date gas clouds. He dashed through the haze, slamming his metallic fist into Smoglord's chest, dispersing the fog like wind through smoke. In the center, Metal Fist and Spear Point squared off. Her spear gleamed with crimson lightning, her stance flawless as she declared that his last breath was hers. Metal Fist grinned, cracking his neck and offering her a free shot. She lunged, her spear slicing through the air. Metal Fist didn't block. He took it head-on, sparks flying like fireworks. He smirked, challenging her to do better. She smiled as her spear began glowing, insisting it was not even close. Their clash sent shockwaves that shattered the tiles beneath them. High above, Rift Veil hovered, his body flickering in and out of shadow as he aimed his hand at a group of fleeing civilians. He chanted ominously about sending them to the hands of the evil god. A black beam charged but stopped midair, crushed by invisible pressure. Float Boy appeared, hovering between Rift Veil and the civilians, declaring that he wouldn't allow harm to come to them. Rift Veil raised his hand toward Float Boy, faintly smiling and promising to send him to their lord instead. Darkness swirled as he raised his arm again, but Float Boy's eyes narrowed, his aura glowing bright blue as he pushed back with gravity waves. At the center of it all stood Grace and Angel, facing each other in utter silence. The wind howled, carrying the roar of battle around them. Grace's aura shimmered like corrupted light, while Angel's wings burned with holy flame. They didn't move or blink. Grace smiled, reminiscing about the nostalgia of old times. Angel glared at her, clicking her lips and stating that this time, she wouldn't let Grace escape. The ground cracked beneath them from the sheer tension of their power, felt by every hero and villain present. Grace tilted her head, whispering almost tenderly about seeing if Angel's light could outshine her chaos. Her aura exploded outward, purple lightning crackling through the air. Angel's wings flared, forming a shield of radiant gold as Grace's violet aura shimmered like liquid starlight, cracks of reality splitting behind her as her portals rippled open and shut in the air. Angel's wings flared wide, feathers glowing like small suns, her halo humming with divine energy. A small breeze passed between them, gentle, silent. Then, with a sudden burst, Angel vanished, reappearing right behind Grace, her palm glowing gold. She warned Grace that she should have stayed hidden and moved forward, but her hand pierced only air as Grace stepped through a portal. Grace echoed her voice, teasing about missing that tone and questioning Angel's righteousness. Another portal opened behind Angel, and Grace emerged with a smile, swinging her heel toward Angel's ribs. Angel gritted her teeth, asking if Grace was still pretending to be human. She blocked with a burst of radiant energy, sending Grace sliding backward and cracking the ground beneath her feet. Grace twirled her hand, 9 portals blooming in a circle around her like a flower of distortion, mocking Angel for never seeing the bigger picture. Angel's eyes narrowed as her wings shimmered, hundreds of golden feathers detaching and hovering midair like daggers. Calmly, she warned Grace that she never learned when to shut up. With a single motion, the feathers shot forward like a storm of blades. Grace flicked her wrist, twisting the air in front of her into twin portals. The feathers vanished into one and shot back out of another, behind Angel. Angel snapped her fingers, commanding a radiant barrier of light that exploded behind her, vaporizing the redirected feathers instantly. Grace chuckled, smiling as she remarked on Angel's quick reaction and how 𝗵𝗃 had preferred her. Angel's aura flared at that, her halo splitting into 2 spinning rings as divine heat scorched the air. Furious, she warned Grace not to mention his name. In a blink, she moved faster than sight, her fist connecting with Grace's cheek and sending her flying into the air. Grace grinned mid-fall, recognizing the temper she knew so well. Before she could hit the ground, a portal opened beneath her, and she vanished, reappearing behind Angel and slamming her palm down. Mockingly, she commanded Angel to kneel before her better. The ground beneath Angel's feet exploded upward as massive stone pillars erupted, attempting to crush her in an instant. But Angel's wings folded inward, and she teleported out in a flash of golden light. Above her, Angel remarked that Grace talked too much. She unleashed a golden beam the size of a building straight downward. Grace raised her hand lazily, and a dozen portals opened around her like mirrors, absorbing the beam. In the next instant, those same beams rained down around Angel from every angle. Her wings expanded, releasing a radiant wave that deflected the redirected energy. The explosion illuminated the entire arena like a second sun. Even the top heroes and villains paused for a heartbeat, blinded by the clash of two powerful beings. Inferno, nervously smiling, thought about how scary she could get when she was angry. Just then, a wave of water shot at him. He burned his body with flames, evaporating the water. Tidebreaker, grinning, exclaimed that Inferno should not look away from him. Inferno glared and ignited his hands with flames, ready for a challenge. Grace landed gracefully, her lips curled in amusement. She waved her hand, and Kafka's unconscious body floated closer to her, wrapped tightly in tendrils of purple energy. Grace softly reassured that she was just playing with her old friend. Angel's eyes widened in fury, demanding that Grace let him go. She charged again, firing multiple golden rays in quick succession. Grace opened portal after portal, the attacks looping and twisting through space. Then she formed two identical portals side by side. Angel stopped, confused, as two Graces stepped out from each portal, moving in perfect sync. Angel narrowed her eyes, asserting that illusions wouldn't save Grace. Both Graces smiled and stated in unison that they were not illusions. One raised her hand while the other gestured behind her. A burst of telekinetic force slammed into Angel from both sides, crushing her midair. Groaning, Angel complained about Grace still using cheap tricks. Her halo expanded, light bursting outward like a supernova, shattering the telekinetic field. The twin Graces merged back into one, floating upside down midair, spinning lazily as if bored. Grace mocked that Angel used to be fun and questioned when she became so serious. Angel glared at her, clenching her fist, and coldly replied that it was when Grace started harming people. Grace blinked innocently and smiled, stating that killing was such a harsh word and that she liberated them. With a flick of her wrist, Grace caused the debris of the arena floor to rise into the air, thousands of stones orbiting like meteors. She snapped her fingers, and the stones hurled toward Angel all at once. Angel twirled, her wings wrapping around her like a cocoon. Each feather shot outward, slicing the stones apart before they could hit. Golden light glimmered through the chaos as she reappeared in front of Grace, their eyes meeting again. With a low growl, Angel declared that this would end now. They collided, light and shadow intertwining. Each strike from Angel's fists was like a meteor, while Grace slipped away with portals, redirecting her blows and forcing her to punch through her own reflected images. At one point, Grace teleported mid-spin, grabbing Angel by the wrist and slamming her into a wall of rising stone. Gritting her teeth, Angel warned Grace that she had told her not to touch her. She vanished again, appearing above Grace and shouting that she would not be touched. She drove both feet down, golden energy bursting from the impact. Grace crashed into the ground, dust erupting around her like an explosion. But from the rubble, Grace only laughed, smiling through the dust and calling Angel the little righteous girl. A portal opened beneath Angel's feet, and she dropped, but reappeared behind Grace instantly, a golden dagger formed from her own feathers stabbing toward her. Hissing, Angel declared that she was not falling for that again. Grace blocked with telekinesis midair, stopping the dagger inches from her face. Grinning, Grace remarked that Angel had already fallen for it. From behind Angel, another portal opened, and Grace's clone stepped out, kicking her through a third one. Angel shot across the field like a meteor, crashing into the barrier protecting the civilians. Civilians screamed as the barrier cracked but held. Breathing and wiping blood from her lip, Angel remarked that Grace had not changed. Grace began to release a purple aura, tilting her head and stating that neither had Angel, who was still predictable. She gestured, and Kafka floated higher, almost to the ceiling. Angel's expression hardened as she warned Grace not to hurt him. Grace grinned as she lazily floated around, bringing Kafka closer. Interrupting, she mockingly gasped that she would never harm him. Angel's aura burst to life again, divine energy lighting up the dark arena. Every hero and villain paused to look up as Angel furiously shouted for Grace to stop. Golden beams rained from above, hundreds of them, each like a spear of holy judgment. Grace waved her hand, and portals spun faster and faster, redirecting the beams in a chaotic storm of light. Each one bent, curved, and folded in on itself until the sky looked like a shattered mirror of gold and violet. Grace shouted through the roar that Angel could not save him, as he belonged to them now. Angel dashed toward her, screaming that it would be over her dead body. They lunged toward each other again, one wielding a blade of pure light and the other using portals and telekinetic power that warped the world itself. Grace dodged Angel's attack and moved back, standing lightly on a shattered pillar, her purple hair waving through the smoke. Her eyes gleamed like amethyst fire as she smiled, stating that Angel was holding back. Angel froze midair, feathers of golden light circling her like burning halos. Her eyes narrowed, and her jaw tightened as she coldly told Grace to shut up. Grace tilted her head, her smile widening, and mockingly asked if Angel was concerned about the civilians huddled behind the broken stands. Angel's breath hitched, her wings trembling as her eyes went wide. Grace's voice softened, almost kind, as she whispered that she could help Angel. She raised her hand, and the ground responded. A massive boulder tore itself free from the arena, floating above her palm, the air screaming from the weight. Angel shouted for her to stop. Her body erupted in divine light, wings bursting outward and scattering shards of golden energy. The civilians cried out, shielding their faces. 𝗵𝗲 roared, lava splashing from his fists as he charged, only for a blur of lightning to crash down in front of him. 𝗏𝗃 grinned, sparks crawling up his arms as he mockingly declared that it would not happen on his watch. 𝗵𝗲's teeth clenched, his aura flaring molten red as he furiously demanded that 𝗏𝗃 get out of his way. The two collided, lava and lightning splitting the ground apart, while Grace watched with amusement, her giant rock hovering above her head, its shadow swallowing the arena. Grace smiled and remarked that it was time to see what would break first, Angel's resolve. Then, a crack echoed through the arena. A blur moved, a streak of green ripping through the haze like a bullet. Grace barely turned before it hit. A single punch created a shockwave, the sound thundering through the stadium and rattling the air. Grace's body shot backward, smashing into the far wall hard. Enough to create a crater. Every hero and villain froze in shock. Angel, stunned, wondered what had just happened. Dust rolled across the arena floor, and through it, a shape stumbled forward. A clawed hand, a scaly arm glowing faintly green, and green eyes blinking in confusion revealed 𝗏𝗃. Across the field, Grace sat in the rubble, her hand pressed to her face, her fingers coming away red. For a moment, she just stared at the BLD, her own BLD, smearing across her palm. Softly, almost amused, she noted that 𝗏𝗃 had hit her. Her eyes twitched as a single drop of crimson fell onto the cracked floor. The top 10 heroes looked shaken, with 𝗵𝗲 wide-eyed and 𝗔𝗨𝗧 muttering in disbelief about the rookie. Inferno clenched his fists, a grin ghosting his lips as he praised the kid. Even Beast Tamer paused mid-fight, his beasts snarling behind him in awe. On the villain's side, 𝗧𝗵𝗲's grin faltered, his mist quivering as he stammered that Grace was bleeding. Mirrorbane blinked slowly, the shards around him flickering as he deadpanned that it was bad. Grace pushed herself to her feet, tilting her head until her neck cracked. That eerie smile returned. Grace whispered dangerously, revealing that someone had awakened. 𝗏𝗃 stood still, blinking in disbelief. He felt a surge of panic as he wondered what he had just woken up to. The air was thick with dust and chaos. Smoke curled into the sky like torn shadows, filling 𝗏𝗃's lungs with the acrid scent of ozone and scorched stone. The arena, once vibrant with cheers and energy, now lay in ruins, craters splitting the ground beneath him. He stood motionless at the center, his chest heaving, heart pounding like thunder trapped inside his ribs. The world felt alien, his own heartbeat echoing too loudly. Every distant sound of battle, every scream, every explosion twisted around him like whispers from a dream. Then a movement caught his eye. From the rubble ahead, a woman emerged. The woman he had punched moments ago climbed out of a crater with slow, almost regal composure. Her violet hair shimmered with reflected flame, drifting in the smoky wind. She brushed the BLD from her nose and looked up at him, smiling, not in anger or pain, but in unsettling amusement. 𝗂𝐽𝐻 felt confusion wash over him as he processed her expression. Her eyes gleamed like stars behind storm clouds, hiding something ancient and cruel, as if she found entertainment in her prey. Kafka's pulse quickened, instincts screaming at him. His muscles reacted before his brain could catch up. He bent backward just as a silver spear sliced through the air where his skull had been a moment ago, tearing a trench in the ground behind him. A tall woman with raven-black hair landed gracefully before him, her long ponytail cutting through the dust. Fury burned in her eyes like a furnace as she declared that he dared to lay a hand on her 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐵. 𝗂𝐻𝗻 could sense her divine wrath, knowing from her stance that she meant to eliminate him. She lunged, the silver spear spinning downward with terrifying precision. 𝗂𝐻𝗻 crossed his arms instinctively into an X guard, his instincts roaring to life. Just before the spear connected, a flash of red metal collided with her side, sending her hurtling through the rubble, sparks scattering like fireworks. Metal Fist dropped between them, landing with a thunderous crash. Steam hissed from his gauntlets, his armor cracked and glowing from overuse. He grinned at 𝗂𝐻𝗻, complimenting him on his punch and expressing surprise at his strength. 𝗂𝐻𝗻 blinked, trying to catch his breath. He turned to respond, but the air beside him shimmered. A violet light spiraled open like a wound in space, and a pale hand reached out, delicate and trembling. Then came Grace's voice, soft yet twisted with obsession, inviting him to come to her. Panic surged within him as he realized the danger. Before the hand could touch him, golden light burst behind him like dawn. Wings, radiant and divine, unfolded and wrapped around him. An angel stood before him, her golden eyes burning like miniature suns, her feathers trembling with power. She pulled him close, forming a protective barrier that made the ground hum. The violet portal shattered in sparks, and Grace hissed from across the battlefield, glaring furiously. She demanded that the angel return 𝗂𝐻𝗻 to her. The ground trembled as hundreds of portals ripped open behind her, and from each one, copies of Grace stepped out, silent and emotionless, their eyes glowing the same eerie violet. Kafka's jaw dropped in shock as he realized the magnitude of the threat. The angel spread her wings wider, the light almost blinding, and urged 𝗂𝐻𝗻 to hold on tight. She shot into the air, golden streaks trailing behind as energy beams and debris flooded the sky. Grace's clones surged after them, tearing through the wind, her furious commands echoing like thunder. But then, the top 10 heroes moved into action. Inferno landed in front of Tidebreaker, fire swirling around his fists, declaring that he wouldn't let anyone through. Witchflare's ancient tome floated before her, runes spinning like stars as she chanted a spell. Floatboy intercepted Riftveil mid-teleport, focused on preventing any escape. Tiger Fang and Crimson Howl clashed with a roar, while Magma Shift blocked Mockrays, snarling his determination to protect 𝗂𝐻𝗻. The arena erupted into chaos as fire clashed with water, sound waves shattered the air, and energy beams rained down like comets. 𝗂𝐻𝗻 watched from above, the angel shielding him with her wings as the world below turned into a blinding war. Then, a voice cut through the madness, announcing that all civilians and students had been evacuated. The battlefield fell silent for a brief moment before it exploded into action. The angel raised her hand, and 1,000 golden beams fell like divine rain, erasing every Grace clone from existence. Inferno's flames surged hotter, vaporizing entire lakes and rivers in an instant. Black Sage removed her BLNDFLD, revealing molten silver eyes, and declared her intent to cut down their foes. Metal Fist's armor cracked further, black lightning crawling across his frame as he grinned, eager for the fight. Floatboy's aura darkened, gravity bending around him as he prepared to unleash his full power. Witchflare opened her grimoire, the symbols glowing like galaxies, while Tiger Fang transformed, his fur becoming white as his eyes glowed red. Beast Tamer summoned a serpentine dragon that howled through the air, and Iron Jaw grinned, ready to engage. But Grace only sighed, tilting her head with that unnerving smile. She declared that they would retreat for now, as it wasn't their time to show their full power. 9 portals opened behind her, swirling with violet light. She looked up, her gaze meeting Kafka's, and her expression softened, almost tender. She assured him that she would come for him soon, and their mother would be very happy to see him. Kafka's eyes widened in confusion as he processed her words. Grace smiled, a promise and a curse intertwined, before stepping back into her portal, followed by the other villains. Metal Fist and the others lunged forward, shouting for them to wait, but the portals snapped shut with a thunderous boom, leaving silence in their wake. Ash drifted from the sky as the glow faded from the angel's wings. She descended, landing softly on the cracked stone, holding Kafka close as the dust settled around them. He looked up, eyes wide and voice filled with shock as he asked what had just happened. A few hours later, Kafka sat alone in a quiet room, too quiet, with no windows and only the soft hum of a flickering fluorescent light above. He sat at the center, elbows on his knees, eyes half-lidded with exhaustion. Letting out a long sigh, he watched his breath fog faintly in the stale air, feeling as if he had been there for hours, maybe 3, maybe more. He leaned back in the chair, staring at the ceiling, wondering why no one had come in or said anything. The silence pressed down on him like a weight. Kafka muttered to himself, wondering how long he had been in the room, 3 hours, maybe longer. He rubbed the back of his neck, his mind drifting back to Grace. The moment she touched his forehead, everything had gone black. He recalled falling into that strange, empty place again, a dark void stretching endlessly in every direction. Then it appeared, the same bug-like creature he had seen before. But this time, it was still and calm. Kafka stared at the memory, those hollow eyes glowing faintly in the darkness. Then came the creature's voice, distorted and broken, but unmistakably real, whispering that she was coming. Kafka's eyes widened as the whisper echoed in his mind. Who was she? Weird things had been happening since the attack. Visions, whispers, bursts of power he couldn't explain. It was getting under his skin. He gritted his teeth, frustrated, wishing for answers. The door clicked and Kafka froze, his gaze snapping toward the sound. The handle turned slowly, and then the door opened. A tall, familiar figure stepped in, tired eyes scanning the room. His scarf draped around his neck like a coiled serpent. It was Aizawa. Kafka blinked, his shoulders relaxing just slightly. Aizawa walked forward, hands buried in his pockets, his usual unreadable expression in place. He remarked that it was good to see Kafka safe and healthy. Kafka managed a small smile, trying to hide his nerves, and mentioned that the top heroes had taken good care of him. Aizawa nodded faintly, stopping in front of the table, and informed him that his parents were worried, along with his classmates. Kafka's eyes softened a little as he quietly assured Aizawa that he was alive and healthy. He hesitated, the word, healthy, ringing in his mind like an echo. He felt different. His muscles didn't ache, his breathing was steady, and even his heartbeat felt stronger. Something was up with his body. Before he could ask, the door opened again, and 3 men in black suits stepped inside. They were tall, silent, and unyielding, each wearing sunglasses and carrying heavy metallic cuffs engraved with strange markings. Kafka narrowed his eyes, confused about who they were. None of them answered. One reached for Kafka's wrist while another produced a thick muzzle-like restraint. Kafka flinched, alarmed. He sharply protested, but the first man snapped the cuffs shut, followed by another securing the mouth restraint over his face. Kafka's breathing quickened as he glanced at Aizawa, confusion and alarm evident in his eyes. Aizawa's calm, serious gaze met his, heavy with something unsaid. He instructed Kafka to follow their lead and not to resist. Kafka froze, understanding that this wasn't a rescue, it was a transfer. The men guided him toward the door, and Kafka followed, his boots echoing against the polished floor. The hallway beyond was bright and sterile, lined with glass panels where people watched him, whispering and taking notes. Kafka felt uneasy under their gaze. They turned a corner, and the corridor widened into a massive chamber. Kafka's breath caught in his throat as he took in the room, which resembled a courtroom with high ceilings, banners from multiple nations, cameras, and screens flickering with official seals. To his left stood 4 familiar figures, Witchflare, Iron Jaw, Inferno, and Angel. Their presence alone made the air feel heavier, each of them watching him silently with judgment, worry, and curiosity in their eyes. Kafka's heart pounded harder, questioning why they were all there. His gaze drifted forward to the center table where 3 people sat. 2 of them were instantly recognizable: Old Man 𝗬𝗠, the calm deputy prime minister, and beside him, his wife 𝗧𝗵𝗲, whose expression was anything but calm. The moment their eyes met, her lips curled in disgust as she referred to him as a beast. Kafka froze, feeling her hatred like heat against his skin. He turned slightly toward 𝗬𝗠, who offered only a small, tired smile. Just then, a new voice, soft yet firm, broke through the tension. A woman stood at the center of the table, her blonde hair flowing past her shoulders, sapphire eyes sharp as glass. She wore a white suit trimmed in gold, her posture straight and commanding. Kafka wondered who she was. The woman introduced herself as Karen and stepped forward, her heels echoing across the marble floor. Her next words dropped like a thunderclap as she declared herself the President of the United States of America. Kafka's eyes widened, and the room seemed to shrink around him. He noticed other faces, high-ranking officers, heroes, and even Rai, who stood quietly among them, giving him a small smile and a silent wave. Karen's gaze moved across the chamber, her voice calm but sharp enough to cut glass as she prepared to begin. The room fell silent, and Kafka stood at the center, chained and restrained, surrounded by heroes, world leaders, and enemies alike, every eye fixed on him. President Karen sat upright at the long marble table, her gloved hands folded as she studied Kafka like a scientist examining an unpredictable subject. Without a word, she snapped her fingers. From the shadowed side of the room, a woman stepped forward, tall and poised, her face hidden behind a smooth black mask. In her hands, she carried a sleek silver suitcase. Kafka's stomach twisted as he watched her approach, the sound of her heels clicking sharply on the floor. Karen calmly instructed her to place it on him. The masked woman knelt before Kafka, unlocking the case with a hiss. Inside was a collar, identical to the one he remembered, except this time, it had a clear crystal embedded in the front. Kafka thought to himself that he was facing a collar again and wondered what the gem was for. The woman snapped the device around his neck, and it clicked into place with a faint hum. The metal felt cold against his skin. As the masked agent stood, another removed Kafka's restraints, allowing him to rub his wrists and stretch them. He grumbled about not being trusted to walk around freely. Looking down at the collar, he noticed the faint green crystal pulse before dimming, making his skin crawl. Karen leaned back slightly, her voice smooth but sharp as she confirmed his name. Caught off guard, Kafka responded affirmatively. The crystal on his collar glowed green, and Karen nodded, her tone unreadable. The masked agent retrieved the suitcase and stepped back into the shadows. Kafka's confusion deepened as Karen pressed a button on her console, causing a holographic screen to flicker to life in the center of the room, displaying a familiar face, Grace. Karen asked if he knew this woman, and Kafka stared at the image, his jaw tightening as he acknowledged her as the #1 villain. Karen then rephrased her question, her eyes narrowing as she asked if he had any connection to Grace. Kafka froze for a moment, realizing this was not an interview but an interrogation. He firmly denied any connection, and the crystal glowed green once more, prompting a small nod from Karen, her tone unreadable. "Let's continue." Leaned forward, her voice calm and controlled, as if she had done this 1,000 times. Karen asked if there had been any contact with villain organizations, to which the main character responded with a simple no, a green glow illuminating the room. Karen then inquired whether the main character had ever used their quirk for harm. The answer was only in defense, accompanied by another green glow. Karen pressed on, asking why they had joined the Hero Academy. The main character expressed a longing to protect people, which again elicited a green glow. Karen then asked if the main character considered themselves dangerous. After a pause, the main character admitted that sometimes they did, prompting a faint, knowing smirk from Karen. The others whispered among themselves. From the far end of the table, a sharp voice cut through the air. 𝗬𝗵𝗲 coldly questioned whether the main character was human. The main character blinked in confusion, unsure of what she meant. 𝗬𝗵𝗲's icy gaze burned with disdain as she repeated her question, demanding an answer. The main character hesitated, feeling the weight of her hatred. Finally, they quietly affirmed their humanity, and the crystal glowed green. Yet Tsubaki's jaw clenched, and she accused the main character of lying. Confusion rippled through the room, even causing the top 10 heroes to exchange glances. Tsubaki pressed a button, and the main screen changed to an X-ray scan, displaying the main character's body in pale blue. Gasps erupted around the hall when it became clear that where a heart should have been, there was instead a glowing circular core, pulsing like a reactor. Tsubaki seethed as she demanded to know if the main character had a human heart. The main character's voice trembled as they quietly admitted they did not, leading to a stunned silence in the hall. Even Inferno's flame dimmed, and Witchflare's calm demeanor cracked. Tsubaki pointed at the screen, insisting that the main character explain what it was. Sori calmly urged her to calm down, but Tsubaki shot him a glare that could cut glass. Before she could respond, a cold, commanding voice echoed from behind the seats, demanding an end to the discussion and suggesting they execute the main character. The main character turned, eyes wide, as a man with white hair and an eye patch strode forward. The scar running down his jaw hinted at a life filled with battles. Karen frowned, stating that Commander Eren was out of line. Eren bowed slightly, requesting permission to enter the discussion. After a brief pause, Karen granted it. Eren stepped forward and pressed a button on the console, revealing a new image of a massive, winged creature tearing through a burning city. Gasps filled the air as Eren grimly reminded everyone that they knew what this was, a world breaker. The mention sent chills down everyone's spine, even causing Angel to stiffen. Eren continued, pacing slowly as he recounted their history of hunting down and erasing these monsters from existence. He revealed that the last Worldbreaker had appeared 40 years ago, resulting in millions of deaths before it was destroyed. He then turned his narrowed gaze toward the main character, suggesting they had found another. Murmurs erupted in the crowd, and Sori frowned while Angel's wings twitched nervously. Karen challenged Eren's extraordinary claim, to which he offered to prove it. Reaching into his coat, Eren pulled out a sleek, metallic weapon unlike any the main character had seen before. The barrel glowed faintly blue as Eren coldly explained that it was a section, a high military weapon built specifically for world breakers. He aimed it at his own head, pulling the trigger. The weapon fired with a burst of light, but Eren didn't flinch. He then lowered the barrel and turned it toward the main character, who widened their eyes in shock and protested. The energy blast struck the main character's chest, causing them to scream and fall to their knees as the collar flickered violently. The pain was overwhelming, unlike anything human. The main character's body trembled, their eyes glowing faintly red. Eren stepped closer, his voice booming as he declared that if the main character was a monster, the weapon would work. He pressed the barrel to their head, affirming that it had worked. Aizawa shouted for Eren to stop, but Inferno surged forward, flames erupting, only to be blocked by Iron Jaw. Eren fired again, another blinding surge of light hitting the main character, causing their body to convulse. The collar cracked, and energy poured from their skin like molten gold. The room shook as monitors flickered and papers flew. The main character's voice, now warped and monstrous, echoed through the hall, roaring in defiance as the collar split apart, falling to the floor in pieces. Their body transformed, muscles expanding and scales tearing through their skin, eyes burning bright as their kaiju form was unleashed. Eren staggered back, shielding his eyes as alarms blared. Tsubaki shouted for everyone to restrain the main character immediately. Eren slammed a button on the console, and a new image appeared, a scanner reading the main character's rating. The number blinked and climbed rapidly, 8. White. 7, 9. 2, finally settling at 9. Gasps of panic filled the room as Eren grimly declared that this was not a boy, nor even a human. He raised the weapon one last time, his expression hardened, stating that this monster was a world breaker. In UA's waiting room, tension hung thick in the air. Students of Class 1A sat scattered, their eyes darting between one another, the silence broken only by faint murmurs. The walls hummed with the sound of monitors replaying the earlier battle between the top 10 heroes and the top 10 villains. The echoes of explosions and screams still lingered in their ears. Some students attempted to lighten the mood, but the weight of what they had just witnessed was too heavy. Denki expressed disbelief at having seen the top 10 heroes and villains fight, while Mina, who was laying on Jiro's lap, shivered at the memory. Jiro remarked that terrifying didn't even begin to cover it, recalling how she thought the ground would split open at one point. Sonic, sitting upside down with a half-eaten chili dog, grinned and exclaimed that while it was terrifying, seeing the top heroes and villains go all out was awesome. Jiro groaned, pressing her palm to her face, and deadpanned that Sonic was either completely dumb or completely fearless. Sonic blinked, halfway through another bite, before spitting a chunk of chili dog onto the floor in offense. Jiro flatly pointed out that for someone who moved fast, his brain seemed to lag behind. The laughter erupted among their classmates, with Mina, Momo, and even Toru giggling. Sonic pretended to sulk, looking wounded. Denki leaned over his desk, smirking as he commented on Angel and Grace's looks, which abruptly silenced the room. Realizing his mistake, he nervously smiled and quickly defended himself, but the moment had passed. The chatter resumed, voices rising and falling in waves of nervous energy. However, at one table, silence weighed heavier than anywhere else. Izuku stared down at his cup, the light catching the trembling in his fingers. His face was blank, but the veins beneath his eyes pulsed with quiet fury as he recalled the villain's evil smile and the sight of Kafka, knocked out and nearly taken. And there he stood, doing nothing. He squeezed the cup tighter until it crumpled in his palm. Izuku thought to himself that he was pathetic. It was a self-directed insult, a reminder of how Kafka had helped him, and how he still hadn't repaid that kindness. The fact that someone else had saved him weighed heavily on his mind. Izuku grabbed his hair and sighed, gripping his breaths in frustration. A small voice pulled him from his thoughts. Chie stood beside his desk, her hands clasped nervously in front of her. She asked softly if he was okay. Startled, Izuku looked up and forced a breath through his nose, assuring her that he was fine. Chie frowned, sensing his distress, but he cut her off with a cold glare, repeating that he was fine. The sharpness of his tone made her flinch, and she nodded slowly, stepping back. When she left, the silence that followed felt even colder. Izuku looked down again, his jaw tightening as his thoughts echoed in his mind like thunder he couldn't silence. He berated himself for being useless, for not being able to protect anyone, not even his friend. Then he heard footsteps approaching. He almost ignored them until he heard that familiar voice. Bakugo stood in the doorway, sunlight outlining his sharp features. His expression was calm and focused, a stark contrast to the anger he usually displayed. Caught off guard, Izuku asked what Bakugo wanted. Bakugo's eyes didn't waver as he simply instructed Izuku to come outside. Annoyed, Izuku questioned him, but Bakugo didn't repeat himself. He just turned and walked out the door. The sound of his boots echoed down the hall, leaving Izuku confused yet curious. After a moment, he stood and followed without a word. The rest of the class erupted into whispers the second the door closed. Some wondered if they were going to fight, while others speculated about the timing. Izumi, who had been quiet, stood from her seat, her gaze lingering on the door. She recalled Bakugo's strange restraint earlier in the arena, something heavy in his eyes. Before anyone could stop her, she walked out, followed by Katsumi, who called after her, and Zuko, who followed out of curiosity. Outside, the sky was drenched in orange, the sun low and casting warm light across the training field. A quiet breeze carried the scent of the evening. Bakugo stood in the middle of the yard, his back straight and hands in his pockets. Izuku stopped a few paces behind him, and for a moment, neither spoke. The silence was thick with years of pain, pride, and buried emotions. Finally, Izuku asked what they were doing there. Bakugo turned, the fading sunlight catching in his eyes, revealing a flicker of gold in the storm gray. His face was calm, but his stare burned with intensity as he demanded that Izuku fight him. The words hit Izuku harder than any explosion. Stunned, Izuku questioned Bakugo's request, but Bakugo remained silent, his determination unwavering. Izuku exhaled slowly, looking down at his hands before meeting Bakugo's gaze again. He flatly stated that he wasn't in the mood, but Bakugo's unyielding stare told him that he wouldn't back down. With a clenched jaw and heavy breath, Izuku finally nodded, his eyes cold. He stepped forward, the grass crunching beneath his boots, and dropped into a stance. The air shifted around him as Bakugo's hands tightened at his sides, faint sparks flickering at his palms. For a heartbeat, the world held its breath. The wind rustled, dust lifted, and their eyes met. As the last ray of sunlight disappeared over the horizon, the first explosion shattered the silence. Bakugo launched himself forward, propelled by his fury, leaving a crater where he had stood. He charged at Izuku with frightening speed, a wild right hook bursting with explosive energy. Izuku tilted his head just enough for the attack to miss, the explosion grazing his cheek and scattering his hair. Bakugo didn't stop. Another blast followed, then another, turning the yard into a storm of fire and dirt. Izuku moved through the chaos like a shadow, weaving effortlessly between the blasts. Bakugo snarled, twisting midair and detonating behind him, using the explosion to swing into a kick aimed at Izuku's ribs. But Izuku ducked low, planted his hand into the dirt, and swept Bakugo's legs from under him. Bakugo hit the ground and rolled, blasting off the floor instantly, dust exploding in his wake. Their movements blurred, one of fire and one of control. Bakugo's explosions roared like cannon fire, while Izuku's counterattacks were clean and precise. Bakugo threw an explosion point-blank at Izuku's chest, but Izuku caught his wrist mid-detonation, feeling the heat scorch his arm without flinching. He twisted, pulling Bakugo forward, and his knee shot up, slamming into Bakugo's stomach. The force knocked the air out of Bakugo, who stumbled back but didn't waver. He roared and launched himself again. Izuku sidestepped the charge and delivered a spinning back kick that connected with a shockwave, sending Bakugo twisting mid-flight before slamming into a wall hard enough to fracture it. Bakugo slid down the concrete, clutching his ribs, breath shallow but still burning with determination. He wasn't done yet. He rocketed upward again, soaring above Izuku before diving down like a missile, explosions firing in rapid succession. The ground erupted around Izuku, firelight painting the yard, smoke choking the air. But through the storm, Izuku moved calmly and silently. He burst through the smoke with a blur of motion, executing a low kick, a parry, and a palm strike, each attack landing with terrifying precision. He controlled his energy, every movement designed to end the fight cleanly. Bakugo threw a desperate punch with his right hand, detonating mid-swing, but Izuku caught it again, his grip unshakable. With one swift movement, Izuku twisted Bakugo's arm and drove a punch into his chest. The sound of the impact echoed like a shockwave. Bakugo's body flew backward, smashing into another wall, debris raining down around him. His explosions flickered weakly as he hit the ground, his vision swimming and the ringing in his ears deafening. Yet even beaten and bloodied, he got up again, staggering forward with explosions sputtering in his hands. His knees shook, and his breath came in ragged gasps, but he forced himself on, sprinting and dragging his hand across the ground to ignite another explosion behind him, propelling himself faster. As he charged, the fire trailed behind him like a comet. Izuku stood waiting, still as stone, as the ground cracked under Bakugo's feet with one last desperate strike. Izuku stepped forward once more. Then he was gone from sight. Bakugo blinked and then felt it, a hand on his shoulder, a shadow behind him. Before he could turn, Izuku slammed him into the ground with overwhelming force. The impact echoed like thunder, and cracks splintered through the tiles. Bakugo gasped, his body trembling, unable to move. Izuku pinned him with one arm, his knee pressed into Bakugo's back, holding him firm. His face leaned close, calm, his green eyes hard as ice. Izuku's voice was cold as he stated that it was enough. The word was quiet, but it cut through everything. Bakugo's explosions fizzled out, his hands twitching weakly against the dirt. His breath came in ragged gasps, eyes staring at the broken ground beneath him. Then footsteps approached. Izumi, Katsumi, and Zuko arrived at the edge of the yard. The wind carried the smell of burnt smoke and scorched stone. They froze when they saw the scene. Bakugo on the ground, Izuku above him, the yard torn apart. Izumi's eyes widened in shock as she realized they had really fought. Zuko frowned, his gaze darting between the shattered walls, clearly upset. Katsumi's lips tightened as she looked at Bakugo, concern etched on her face. Izuku slowly rose, brushing dust off his hands. His expression remained calm and controlled but distant. The sunset burned behind him, casting a long shadow across the yard. The sky dimmed to a deep amber as the last rays of sunlight sank behind the training walls. Smoke drifted across the shattered tiles, curling around the broken ground where two boys had once stood as friends. Bakugo lay there, his chest rising and falling slowly, every breath sharp, dust clinging to his skin. His palms were blackened from overusing his explosions, and the air still reeked of burnt ozone. For the first time in years, Bakugo didn't shout or curse. He just lay there, silent. He quietly expressed his frustration, acknowledging that Izuku hadn't changed at all. His voice cracked, and he shut his eyes, memories beginning to surface in the darkness. In a flashback, the sound of laughter filled the air as the Yagi and Bakugo kids ran through the neighborhood park, sticks in their hands pretending to be swords. Small Izuku grinned from ear to ear, dirt on his cheeks, declaring himself the #1 villain. Katsumi, grinning, insisted that heroes would win that day. Zuko chased behind them, tripping over a rock and face-planting into the grass, earning giggles from the others. Izumi giggled, teasing Zuko about his fall. Even little Bakugo laughed then, wild and carefree, his eyes full of light. He declared that he would be the strongest hero ever, and when he turned to Izuku, he asked what role he would play. Izuku tilted his head, smiling brightly, and Bakugo confidently stated that Izuku would be his sidekick. They all laughed, rolling in the grass as the sun shone above them, everything back then simple and innocent. Bakugo ran into the park that day, explosions sparking lightly in his palms from excitement. Katsumi ran behind him, her eyes glowing with energy as she announced that she had also received her quirk. They froze when they saw the Yagi siblings sitting on a bench. Zuko's head was down, and Izumi's eyes were red from crying. Izuku sat between them, patting their heads with a gentle smile. Katsumi, confused, asked what had happened. Izuku looked up at them, smiling gently, but his expression was tinged with sadness as he explained that he was quirkless. The air went still, and even the cicadas seemed to hush. Izumi sniffled, asking how Izuku could be a hero now. Izuku's determination shone through as he insisted that he didn't need a quirk to be a hero. Bakugo remembered staring at him that day, frozen, admiring Izuku's unbreakable spirit. Years passed, and everything changed. Bakugo recalled the day he saw the news about a quirkless man who had been beaten while trying to save a child. He clenched his fists, realizing that if Izuku tried to be a hero, he could face a similar fate. That night, walking home with Izuku, Bakugo hesitated to say anything that might discourage him. Izuku, smiling, declared his intention to be a hero. Bakugo's throat tightened as he warned Izuku that he couldn't, that he would die without a quirk. Izuku's smile remained steady as he insisted that he still wanted to try. Bakugo felt something snap within him, and he shouted that Izuku couldn't be a hero, calling him a quirkless loser. That was when it all began. The pushing, the teasing, the bullying. Others joined in, convincing themselves it was for Izuku's sake, but deep down, Bakugo knew it was fear of seeing Izuku stand up again despite their attempts to bring him down. Over time, that bright smile faded. Izuku stopped laughing, and the light in his eyes dimmed. Bakugo realized that he had played a part in extinguishing that light. Years later, someone new appeared, Kafka. He stood beside Izuku when no one else would, protecting him, training him, believing in him. At first, Bakugo hated Kafka, but when he saw Izuku stand tall and smile again, he understood that Kafka had done what Bakugo couldn't. He had brought Izuku back to life. Bakugo reflected on how he thought he was helping Izuku by breaking him down, but all he had done was destroy him. Images flashed in his mind, Izuku standing tall beside Kafka, smiling in the hospital after saving a friend, fighting fearlessly. Back in the present, Bakugo's eyes opened to the twilight sky, stars faintly visible. He pushed himself up slowly, his body trembling. He stared at Izuku, heart pounding. Izuku had stopped halfway across the yard, turning with calm but tired eyes. He blinked, brow furrowed, and Bakugo lowered his head, speaking softly. He expressed his sincere apology to Izuku. In another area, the air was heavy and still. A single window let in a dim glow, barely cutting through the darkness that enveloped the room. Shadows danced across the cold, cracked walls, stretching and twisting like living things. The space was small, no bigger than a cell. Rusted iron bars lined one side, their edges jagged with age. The air smelled of rust, sweat, and mold. The faint sound of dripping water echoed somewhere far off, marking the only passage of time in this forgotten place. Chained to the floor sat a person. His black hair hung over his face, unkempt and greasy. His hands were bound behind him with heavy cuffs, and a metal muzzle covered his mouth, bolted shut with steel straps. His knees were drawn close to his chest, back slouched against the stone wall. It was Kafka, letting out a low, tired sigh, the sound muffled beneath the muzzle. His head tilted slightly, eyes dull yet alive beneath the dim light. He wondered how long he would have to remain in this place. The words barely escaped his lips, swallowed by the darkness that surrounded him. He turned his head slightly, staring into the void. His breathing was slow but sharp, chest rising and falling in quiet frustration. He couldn't shake the irritation that lingered from his earlier encounter with Eren, that smug look and defiance twisting something deep within him. A low, bitter sigh escaped him. And then, a voice. Soft, calm, almost appealing. It asked if he wanted help. His eyes widened in surprise, and his body tensed. He snapped his head to the left, noticing shadows along the wall moving unnaturally as if alive. The darkness spread and began to crawl across the floor toward him, forming shapes that bent and folded in impossible ways. His breath quickened, confusion flooding his mind. The shadow thickened, shifting until it began to resemble a man. Boots, coat, hat, until the darkness peeled away, revealing someone real, standing right beside him. He stared in disbelief at the tall, slender figure. The man's posture was relaxed yet deliberate, wearing a white snowcap that cast shadows over sharp, calculating eyes. A long brown coat hung loosely around his shoulders, dusting against white breaths and a clean white shirt beneath. He looked out of place, too clean and composed for this grim, suffocating cell. Kafka's gaze flicked between confusion and recognition. Why was this man here? The man's lips curved into a slow, cold smile, his voice low and smooth, carrying a strange warmth that felt out of place. He introduced himself as Fyodor Dostoevsky, stepping forward with a gloved hand resting over his chest in a mock bow. Kafka blinked, stunned. He knew this man, understood the way his mind worked, his twisted logic, his manipulative grace. Why was he here? This didn't make sense. Fyodor seemed unfazed by Kafka's silence, urging him not to waste time. He stepped closer, lowering his voice to a whisper, asking if Kafka would like to be free. Kafka's expression remained unchanged as he stared up at him, silent. He recognized Fyodor's type, the man who smiled kindly while plotting countless ways to deceive. Still, a part of him couldn't help but admire him. Fyodor was one of his top 3 favorites, right next to Rampo Idagawa, a man whose words could be more lethal than a bullet. But liking him didn't equate to trusting him. With a soft sigh, Kafka calmly declined the offer, stating that he was good where he was. Fyodor's eyes widened slightly, surprise flickering across his face. He asked why Kafka felt that way. Kafka shifted, chains rattling against the floor, meeting Fyodor's gaze without flinching. He explained that he already had people fighting for him. The answer hung in the air, steady and absolute. For a moment, Fyodor said nothing, then a small, satisfied smile curved his lips, complimenting Kafka on his maturity. Kafka tilted his head, a faint smirk tugging at his mouth beneath the muzzle. He acknowledged the compliment, and Fyodor chuckled softly, almost genuinely. Straightening, he brushed dust off his coat sleeve and announced that he should take his leave. As he turned, his steps echoed softly in the cell. He added that if Kafka ever changed his mind, he would know where to find him. The air grew cold, tightening around them as Fyodor's tone chilled, leaving Kafka with a thin, knowing grin before he stepped toward the stone wall and walked straight through it, vanishing without a sound. Kafka stared, eyes wide, grappling with disbelief. That wasn't even one of Fyodor's abilities. Passing through walls. His frown deepened as his mind raced with possibilities. Did Fyodor have 𝗵𝗄𝗂 in this world too? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. He exhaled, the sound echoing softly in the silence. What did Fyodor mean by, "You'll know where to find me"? He had just met him today. A sudden thought struck him, freezing him in place. Did Fyodor know he had been transported here? The light flickered, as if reacting to his realization. Confused and wary, Kafka leaned back against the cold wall, closing his eyes. He grumbled softly, questioning if it was even possible. Tilting his head against the stone, he felt the chill bite into his skin, the chain clinking faintly as he sighed. He muttered to himself, wishing for someone to hurry up and free him. The window light slowly dimmed, shadows creeping closer and swallowing the cell in darkness once more. Kafka remained there, silent in the cold light, alone with the echo of Fyodor's words still whispering in his mind. In another place, the conference room smelled of ozone and stale coffee, a sterile theater for decisions that would ripple across nations. Conversation had dwindled to small groups of grim faces and clipped breaths. Paper rustled. A pen clicked. Power and policy gathered like storm clouds. Commander Eren stood at the head of the table, his white hair and eye patch giving him an imposing presence. When he spoke, his voice was calm but carried the precise cruelty of certainty. He stated that everyone had witnessed what happened and declared that the only responsible choice was to execute the boy before he became a global threat. The word landed heavily, causing shoulders to stiffen around the table. Some faces softened in tired agreement. The logic was simple, brutal, and terrifyingly persuasive. Remove the unknown before it could kill millions. Tsubaki smirked, agreeing that if the boy could wipe out cities, they could not afford to gamble with him still walking among them. Murmurs of assent rippled through the room, with policy people discussing risk matrices and military officers nodding grimly. For a moment, it felt as if the room had already made its decision. Then Sori rose. He did not thunder or command. He stood from his chair quietly, yet his presence was immediate and impossibly heavy. The deadpan expression on his face halted the undercurrent of momentum like a finger-pressing pause. He firmly stated that he did not agree. Conversation snapped to attention, Tsubaki's smirk curdling into a warning as startled heads turned toward him. Sori folded his hands, making a private observation into public fact. He acknowledged the reality of a world breaker and the scale of damage they could cause. But he posed a question. If the young man possessed such destructive power, would he not also be capable of standing toe-to-toe with a world breaker? A silence larger than the first filled the room, the weight of Sori's question hanging in the air. It bent the meeting into another shape, forcing them to consider a different ledger, possibility as a weapon, not merely a danger. Eren bristled, the muscle in his jaw working. He expressed his disbelief at the idea of allowing a potential threat to remain alive, deeming it monstrous logic. Sori's gaze slid to Karen, deliberate and calm, and he posed a question about the devastating impact of a world-breaker strike, emphasizing the heavy cost of such events. The gravity of the situation hung in the air as Eren insisted that the threat must be neutralized before it could claim more lives. Sori remained composed, countering Eren's sharpness with a logical perspective. He suggested that if the boy could rival such a monster, he might be their only practical counter. To execute him preemptively would mean discarding the one chance they had to prevent the catastrophe they feared. A whisper moved through the room, a curious edge of possibility emerging as Sori framed the problem in strategic terms, likening their situation to fighting fire with fire. The metaphor reframed the boy from being seen solely as a liability to being viewed as a potential resource. The room held its breath as Eren's glare cut through the tension. He questioned whether anyone truly believed that the boy, whom they referred to as a monster, would help humanity. His words landed heavily, drawing attention to 𝗧𝗓𝗓, who was expected to provide a rebuttal. 𝗧𝗓𝗓 rose slowly, crossing the room with measured steps, and pressed a button on the desk. The wall illuminated with images of small, stubborn acts of kindness. The footage showcased Kafka helping a crying child gather spilled balloons, rescuing someone trapped, and intervening in a potential fight between students. The reel was simple yet profoundly human. 𝗧𝗓𝗓 pointed out Kafka's actions during his time at 𝗧𝗓𝗓, and the room watched with a mix of curiosity and surprise. A few shoulders relaxed as they began to see the boy in a different light. 𝗧𝗓𝗓 then turned to 𝗧𝗓𝗓, asking him to share his perspective on Kafka. 𝗧𝗓𝗓, though tired, spoke honestly about his student, describing him as a troublemaker who never backed down from injustice. He expressed pride in Kafka, acknowledging him as a wonderful brat. The words resonated, evoking a sense of approval among those present. 𝗧𝗓𝗓 then posed a question about whether anyone truly believed that Kafka would intentionally harm innocents. A murmur ran through the assembly, and some of the top 10 shifted, their expressions softening. Eren's voice rose again, filled with raw pain as he referenced 𝗧𝗪𝗏, the monster who had caused them so much loss. The room quivered at the mention of the name, and 𝗧𝗓𝗓's expression shifted, revealing a flicker of ancient hurt. He responded not with anger but with a personal memory, urging calm. Then, he quietly mentioned another name, prompting Rai to step forward with silent precision. Her movement was swift, a blade appearing at Eren's throat before vanishing. The room inhaled collectively as Tsubaki's voice broke the tension, trembling with the weight of her own loss. She accused 𝗧𝗓𝗓 of wanting to defend something that had taken their child, and the atmosphere grew tight with shared grief. 𝗧𝗓𝗓 did not raise his voice but spoke steadily, expressing his understanding of loss and his refusal to sacrifice that memory for a false sense of safety. He articulated his longing for families to remain whole, for children to have their parents return home, and for the simple joys of childhood to be preserved. His words painted vivid images of love and longing, transforming the conference room into a space filled with warmth and humanity. For a moment, the atmosphere shifted from one of policy to a more personal realm, evoking memories of family and connection. 𝗧𝗓𝗓's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he recalled a tender moment with his daughter. He emphasized the need for Kafka, framing him as a boy with a hero's heart who wanted to protect others. He implored Karen, the president, to recognize the potential within the boy and to not allow fear to dictate their actions. As silence enveloped the room, the weight of 𝗧𝗓𝗓's words lingered, leaving everyone to contemplate the path ahead. The room held its breath, waiting for Karen to speak, a moment that would determine the fate of everyone present. Around the edges, faces softened and hardened in turns. Some cheeks glistened with unshed tears, while others tightened with newfound respect. The moral balance had shifted, dulled by the weight of what those at the table had already lost. In that silence, everyone felt the weight of 𝗧𝗓𝗓's words. History could be shaped by fear or by the stubborn belief that even dangerous lives deserved a chance. The president's hand hovered over the console. The next word would not just be a sound, it would be a fate. Moments later, the metal door opened with a hiss, revealing a narrow, cold corridor, silent except for the faint hum of fluorescent lights. 2 men in black suits entered the cell, their faces unreadable. They unshackled the lock on the iron bars and motioned for Kafka to move forward. Kafka sat up slowly, humming under his breath as if trying to drown out his own thoughts. His wrists still ached from the cuffs, but he managed a crooked smile as he looked at the men. He thought to himself that it was time to face whatever awaited him. Their hands tightened around his arms, pulling him out of the cell. The echo of their footsteps rang off the walls, each step heavier than the last. At the end of the corridor stood a door. When it opened, light, sound, and warmth enveloped him all at once. The room was vast, filled with marble and glass, populated by heroes, officials, and leaders whose names shaped nations. At the far end sat the president herself, Karen, her posture straight and her expression as cold as ice. Hundreds of eyes turned to him, and he thought to himself that the welcome party looked less than thrilled. Karen's glare pierced through him, her voice sharp enough to cut glass as she addressed him directly. She asked him what a hero meant to him. Kafka tilted his head, trying to maintain a steady, playful demeanor. He glanced around, half expecting some sort of mind-reading device, but there was only the heavy silence pressing down on him. Karen stepped closer, her heels clicking on the floor like small hammers. When she stopped, she was just a few feet away, her eyes unblinking and intense. The question hung in the air, and Kafka blinked, momentarily confused. He looked down, not out of shame, but as if searching for the right words within himself. Then he lifted his head, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. He spoke softly, the single word echoing in the stillness. Whispers rippled through the hall, and the atmosphere seemed to pause. Karen urged him to explain. Taking a slow breath, he continued, describing how people often spoke of heroes as if they were perfect beings, untouchable and always shining. He shook his head slightly, a wistful laugh escaping his lips as he clarified that being a hero was not about self-identification but about carrying the weight of that title every day, especially when it hurt. His gaze swept across the room, taking in the faces of strength and pride, but also the fatigue, grief, and doubt behind them. He smiled gently, expressing that a true hero should be human first, capable of feeling fear, sadness, exhaustion, and even failure. It was those very feelings that made the act of protecting someone meaningful. He paused, his expression sincere and honest, stating that if someone could feel all that and still find the will to stand up and fight for others, even at great personal cost, that was a hero in his eyes. The hall fell silent again, but this time it felt warm, like the quiet before dawn. For a brief moment, Kafka's gaze drifted to a boy with messy green hair and trembling hands, a boy who had no power or support but held onto a dream that refused to die. The heartbeat of the room was palpable. Izawa, arms crossed, exhaled softly, a hint of pride flickering across his face. Inferno and Witch Flare exchanged glances, their usual fire replaced by something gentler. Even Iron Jaw's stoic mask cracked, his brows furrowing in thought. Then came a whisper, almost like a prayer, acknowledging Kafka's resemblance to someone else. Karen studied the boy before her, seeing no arrogance or manipulation, only truth. Without a word, she raised her hand in a fluid motion. The sound of metal clanging echoed as the chains around Kafka's wrists and ankles fell to the floor. He looked down, blinking in disbelief. When he looked up, he saw Karen smiling, not coldly, but with a warmth that surprised him. She declared that he possessed a wonderful soul, her voice carrying across the room like a verdict. She announced that it was decided, this boy was no monster but a hero. He would be released and would not face punishment. The words struck him like light breaking through water. He stood still, frozen, eyes wide, as if afraid to believe it. Across the room, Izawa let out a long, quiet sigh of relief, while Sori smiled faintly. Rai grinned widely, arms crossed, but Tsubaki's glare remained cold. Eren simply turned and walked away, muttering under his breath about not letting any monster escape him. The air was still, with no voices or movement, only the sound of wind brushing through the open yard. Izuku stared, eyes wide, breath caught in his throat, as he noticed Bakugo on his knees, head bowed and hands trembling. Rain clouds gathered quietly above, as if the sky itself was holding its breath. Izuku, in shock, called out to Bakugo, who had never knelt before anyone. Katsumi felt her throat tighten, unable to comprehend why her brother, who had never shown weakness, was now on his knees before Deku. Izumi's fingers twitched at her sides, struggling with the belief that the strong should never bow to the weak. Yet, witnessing Bakugo like this stirred something painful within her. Bakugo lifted his head, his eyes red and voice breaking as he expressed his regret for the pain he had caused. He acknowledged that Izuku was someone who had never given up, despite being born weak. The words struck like stones thrown into still water, rippling through the silence. Izuku blinked, stunned, unable to respond. Bakugo insisted that Kafka was a better man than him, and Izuku froze, grappling with the weight of those words. His heart skipped a beat. Bakugo lowered his gaze again, his voice thick with guilt. He recalled the moment he discovered Izuku was quirkless, seeing only a normal person, a loser, someone who needed to wake up from his dream. He pressed his palm to the dirt as rain began to sprinkle against the earth. He continued, expressing how Kafka had seen something in Izuku that he could not. Kafka had recognized a hero buried inside him. Bakugo drew a slow, shaky breath, admitting that he had tried to destroy that dream out of fear and misunderstanding. The drizzle intensified, cold drops hitting their skin. Izuku's fists clenched, trembling, as he stared down at the boy he once called a friend. He questioned why it had taken Bakugo so many years to realize the truth. In a surge of emotion, he rushed forward, grabbing Bakugo by the collar and slamming him into the mud, demanding to know why Bakugo was apologizing now after bullying him for so long. Bakugo didn't fight back. He simply stared up, water running down his face. Izuku's voice broke as he shouted again, filled with anguish. His fists came down, striking Bakugo once, then again and again. Each hit grew weaker, not from anger, but from heartbreak. Bakugo's lips split, blood mixing with the rain, but he didn't raise a hand to stop it. Izuku, hoarse and desperate, demanded to know the reason behind Bakugo's actions. Thunder rumbled overhead as the rain poured harder, soaking through their clothes. From the side, Zuko's breath hitched. He had never seen his brother like this. Katsumi stepped forward, tears blending with the rain, feeling the pain of seeing Izuku cry. Izumi stood frozen, heart pounding, until a memory surfaced. 3 kids on a swing set, laughter echoing as Bakugo pushed both her and Izuku higher against a sunset backdrop. A single tear slid down her cheek as she whispered to her brother. The sound of rain grew louder, washing over them all. Izuku's grip trembled as he held Bakugo by the collar, his voice breaking apart as he questioned what he had ever done to deserve such treatment. Tears spilled freely now, his voice raw and shaking as he expressed his longing to be a hero, one who helps people. His breath hitched, eyes glassy, as he cried out in despair, asking why Bakugo had hated him so much. Bakugo looked up, his swollen lip and bruised cheek reflecting the pain he felt. When he spoke, his voice was small, admitting that Izuku had done nothing wrong. Slowly, he reached into his pocket, hands shaking, and pulled out something small, wet and worn, a card. Izuku's breath hitched as he recognized it as an All Might card, edges torn and colors faded, yet still intact. Bakugo asked if Izuku remembered it, and the memory flooded back. 2 little boys in an arcade, laughter echoing as they dropped coins into a machine and received matching All Might cards. Bakugo whispered about their promise to be heroes together, lifting the card slightly as rain dripped from his fingers. He shared that it had been one of his favorite memories. Izuku's heart ached as he listened. Bakugo looked up, his eyes red but soft, and asked if it was possible for them to be friends again. Izuku stared, breath shaking, as something inside him shattered. Memories came in waves, laughter, fights, cruel words, broken promises, every scar, and every smile. And he broke. Bakugo sat up, reaching forward to pull Izuku close, his voice almost a whisper as he expressed his sorrow. Izuku remained still, unable to move, as he cried deep, ugly sobs that shook his body. Behind them, Izumi's knees gave way, and she covered her mouth, tears falling freely. She stepped forward into the rain, kneeling beside them, wrapping her arms around Izuku's shoulders and whispering her apologies. Katsumi joined them, crying openly and expressing her sorrow as well. Zuko watched, frozen, before taking a shaky step forward, recalling how Izuku had once told him that kindness didn't require strength. He dropped to his knees, head touching the muddy ground before Izuku, and expressed his regret. Izuku closed his eyes as the rain poured harder, their tears mixing with it, creating a sound of healing, of pain being washed away. Minutes later, the room was quiet. The sound of rain outside faded into a gentle drizzle, tapping softly against the window. Izuku lay on the bed, his breathing slow and calm, while Shoko stood beside him, holding a small flame that spread gentle warmth through the air. The water on Izuku's clothes evaporated into a soft mist, and she looked at him, her expression softening as he appeared peaceful for the first time after everything. Her gaze shifted to Bakugo, who stood silently by the door, his face swollen and eyes red. For a long moment, neither spoke until Shoko broke the silence, quietly asking what had happened. Bakugo didn't meet her eyes. He simply stared at the floor, his voice low as he replied that nothing had happened. Then, as if realizing something, he turned toward her, a faint, awkward smile tugging at his bruised face, thanking her for drying Izuku off. Shoko blinked, caught off guard, as she wasn't used to hearing thanks from Bakugo. She smiled and shook her head before turning to leave, pausing at the doorway to glance back at Izuku, the quiet dreamer, before slipping out silently. For a while, Bakugo stood motionless, watching Izuku sleep. The rain outside faded completely, and a soft beam of light broke through the clouds, reflecting faintly off the damp floor. Then the door creaked open again as Izumi, Katsumi, and Zuko stepped in quietly. Their faces were tired, but there was something else behind their eyes, guilt, perhaps, or realization. Izumi was the first to speak, softly suggesting that Bakugo should dry himself to avoid getting sick. Bakugo didn't answer. He just stood there, staring at Izuku's sleeping face, his expression unreadable. Silence filled the room again until Zuko broke it, his voice trembling with bitterness. He acknowledged that they had been no better than villains, recalling how they had bullied and mocked Izuku, even telling him to end it. His voice cracked, and Izumi and Katsumi flinched, memories flashing in their minds of the laughter, the pain, and the words they wished they could take back. No one spoke, only the soft sound of Izuku's breathing filling the silence. Finally, Bakugo spoke, his voice firm but quiet, declaring that he wouldn't stop. They all looked at him, confused, as he continued, acknowledging that he had done things that couldn't be forgiven but expressing his determination to move forward. He took a slow breath, his eyes steady and burning with something old and familiar, stating that he would prove to Izuku that he could be his friend. They froze, shocked, as Katsumi hesitantly questioned what would happen if Izuku didn't want to be friends. Bakugo didn't hesitate in his response. He looked right at her, his expression fierce. Bakugo was determined to keep trying. Zuko looked down, his hands trembling, filled with regret as he thought about how they had crushed his dreams and broken him. He wondered how he could ever be forgiven. Izumi turned away, her lips trembling as memories flooded back. Times she had turned her back on her brother, the cold words, the looks of disgust, and the guilt that never faded. But then Bakugo spoke again, stronger this time, vowing to keep trying for as long as it took. He raised his head, his eyes blazing with determination. He declared that he would repent for what he did, proving he was not the same person anymore. Wanted to be Zuko's friend again. Steam began to rise from his body as faint explosions crackled from his palms. The water on his clothes hissed and evaporated in small bursts of light. He clenched his fists, grinning through his tears, that same proud, fierce grin from long ago. Bakugo shouted that he was Kaken Bakugo, and he was Zuko's friend. The words echoed like thunder through the room. For a moment, the others were frozen, wide-eyed and stunned. Then Zuko's lips curved into a shaky grin as he slammed his hand against his chest, proclaiming that he was Zuko's brother and he wouldn't give up. Katsumi wiped her eyes, a faint smile breaking through as she declared she was his friend too and would prove it. Izumi stared at them, her heart thundering in her chest. They were smiling, not the fake smiles they had worn for years, but the real ones from their childhood. Memories flooded her mind of 4 kids under the summer sun, laughing, running through the grass, and shouting their dreams into the wind. Her lips trembled before curving into a bright, genuine smile as she declared that she was his sister and would never give up. They all looked at one another, eyes shining, hearts lighter than they had been in years. For the first time since their childhood, they felt like a family again. The laughter they had lost and the warmth that had faded came flooding back in that moment, fragile but real. Izumi stood a few steps back, quietly watching them, Zuko's grin, Katsumi's bright eyes, and even Bakugo's fiery determination, that spark she hadn't seen in years. Her lips trembled as a small, wistful smile broke across her face. She turned her gaze toward the bed, where Izuku slept soundly, the rise and fall of his chest steady and peaceful. Raindrops still clung faintly to his hair, glistening under the soft light. Tears welled up in her eyes, but this time they weren't born from pain, they came from something warmer. She thought about how they were coming back, the people they once were. Her breath caught as the thought deepened. They were the ones who laughed under the sun, dreamed of being heroes, and promised to protect each other. Her heart clenched as she realized it was all because of him. She closed her eyes and instantly his face appeared, calm and steady, with sharp yet kind eyes that seemed to see right through her walls. The voice that carried both strength and gentleness echoed in her mind. Just the thought of him made her heart skip. Her chest tightened, a warmth rising within her that she couldn't quite control. She remembered every small thing. How he stood between danger and Izuku without hesitation, how his words could quiet the storm in her mind, and how he never looked at Izuku like a loser but as a person. For so long, she had wondered why her pulse raced whenever he was near, why her gaze lingered longer than it should, and why his name echoed in her mind even in silence. Now she finally understood. The realization struck her like a soft flame, terrifying yet comforting, bright and unyielding. He had changed Izuku's life, showing him that even someone broken could still become a hero. He had shown her too that strength wasn't meant to hurt, it was meant to protect. He brought all of them back, the old them, the family they had lost. Her hands trembled slightly as she pressed one to her chest, her heart pounding fast, wild and alive. A faint blush crept up her cheeks as she lowered her head, whispering softly through a trembling smile that she loved him. In another area, Kafka sat on a couch, flipping lazily through a book when a soft sneeze escaped him. He blinked, rubbing his nose, wondering if someone was talking about him. A grand room stretched out before him, tall windows framed by deep brown curtains, gold trim along the ceiling, and a chandelier that shimmered like a captured star. The air smelled faintly of polished oak and tea leaves. Kafka sat on a velvet couch, legs crossed, flipping through a glossy book titled, The Peculiar Habits of Platypus. He tilted his head, brow furrowed, contemplating the strange creature that was a mammal that laid eggs, looked like a duck, had poisoned spurs, and swam like a pro. He blinked, then deadpanned that for a cute animal, it was kind of terrifying. Just then, the heavy double doors creaked open, and the faint click of heels followed, slow and deliberate. Sori walked in first, his usual smug grin painted across his face. Behind him, Karen entered with calm authority, her every step measured, her white suit catching the light like moonlit silk. Sori smirked, apologizing for taking too long. Kafka looked up from his book, his expression flat but his tone warm as he replied that it was cool and he had all the time in the world. They both chuckled lightly and took their seats across from him in elegant armchairs upholstered in red velvet. Karen raised her hand and snapped her fingers once, and a maid appeared instantly, silent as a shadow, carrying a silver tray of steaming tea. Karen smiled politely, offering tea, and Kafka grinned, accepting it. He took a sip, and the flavor hit him like sunlight, making his eyes widen in shock as he exclaimed how delicious it was. Sori snorted, barely suppressing a laugh, while Karen allowed herself a faint, graceful chuckle. Sori grinned, teasing Kafka about how it was better than the instant stuff he usually drank. Kafka mock glared, defending the classics, saying that coffee from a vending machine had character. Karen placed her cup down softly, her expression shifting from warmth to steel as she stated they needed to get started. The air in the room shifted, lighter tones replaced by tension. Kafka set his cup down, his posture straightening slightly as Karen firmly stated that he was dangerous. A silence followed, and Kafka bluntly acknowledged that he had been hearing that since he arrived. Sori coughed into his hand, half trying to hide a grin, while Karen raised an unimpressed eyebrow. Kafka awkwardly apologized for his language, and Karen sighed softly, finding his self-awareness refreshing. Leaning forward with her elbows on her knees, she locked her eyes onto his, seriously stating that because he was dangerous, he was not just a threat but also a target. Kafka's smile faded slightly as he quietly asked if he was a target. Karen nodded, explaining that not just villains, but some of their own higher-ups would pay good money to see him gone. They saw his power and unpredictability as a risk. For a moment, Kafka said nothing, simply staring at his reflection in the tea surface before sighing and leaning back into the couch. Now he had to sleep with one eye open. He rubbed the back of his neck and gave a wry smile. The main character, feeling curious, wondered what was next. He assumed he hadn't been called just to be frightened. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 smirked and leaned forward, presenting two options. 𝗵𝗃 tilted his head, narrowing his eyes slightly, preparing for what was to come. Karen lifted her hand, counting off with slender fingers. She explained that the first option was to leave you and transfer to Ironheart Academy, where he would be monitored and studied under controlled conditions. 𝗵𝗃 blinked, processing the information. It sounded like a long journey to a school with iron in the name, which didn't seem inviting. Karen smiled faintly, assuring him that it would ensure his safety, as she would personally oversee his protection to prevent any unfortunate incidents. 𝗵𝗃 leaned back, deep in thought. He could almost see the faces of his friends and family, all the people he had grown attached to. He couldn't just walk away from them. He quietly asked about the second option. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 chuckled, tapping his finger on the table, and explained that he could go back to Japan, but with 3 elite guards assigned to him 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. 𝗵𝗃 blinked again, realizing that both options involved constant supervision. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 leaned back, his grin widening, confirming that was indeed the case. Karen lifted her cup, unfazed, and remarked on his quick understanding. 𝗵𝗃 stared at them for a few moments, feeling overwhelmed, then sighed, dragging a hand down his face. He thought about how he just wanted to sleep. Finally, he spoke, his tone tired but resolute, stating that if those were his only options, he would choose the one that allowed him to go home. 𝗧𝗵𝗲's grin stretched wider, and Karen exhaled softly, clearly disappointed, mentioning that he would have enjoyed the academy with its state-of-the-art technology and imported coffee. 𝗵𝗃 waved a hand lazily, grinning as he pointed out that Japanese snacks were far superior to American ones. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 burst into laughter, almost spilling his tea, while Karen rolled her eyes, unable to hide her faint amusement. 𝗵𝗃 leaned back into the couch, feeling exhaustion wash over him. He muttered about wanting to nap for 3 days straight. The chandelier above cast a soft golden light over him, with his book still open beside him, the platypus illustration staring up from the page like a silent witness. As laughter filled the air, 𝗵𝗃 let out a tired chuckle, closing his eyes for just a moment, thinking that at least he was going home. A few minutes later, the polished corridor stretched endlessly, lined with shining marble floors reflecting the golden glow of chandeliers. 𝗵𝗃 walked beside 𝗧𝗵𝗲, hands stuffed deep in his pockets, his footsteps echoing softly. He asked about the identity of his bodyguards. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 grinned, the kind of grin that usually meant trouble, and explained that they were special individuals trained by the top 10 heroes themselves. 𝗵𝗃 blinked, impressed, picturing 3 massive men with bulging muscles and crackling energy. At least they wouldn't be weak. However, his imagination shattered when they reached a certain door. Inside, loud voices clashed, and then a wooden table burst through the door, flying straight into 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and knocking him flat against the wall. Dust settled as the door hung by one hinge, revealing chaos within. 2 figures stood in the middle of the wrecked room, mid-argument. The first was tall and elegant, with long raven-black hair flowing down her back. Her posture exuded authority, and her piercing blue eyes burned with judgment. The second was shorter and wild, with messy black hair tipped in red, her uniform torn, and her glare sharp. Energy crackled around her, every movement radiating defiance. 𝗵𝗃 sighed, recognizing them as Ryuko and Satsuki. Ryuko shouted, demanding Satsuki to stop her relentless speech about justice. Satsuki coldly insisted that justice would never be silent. 𝗵𝗃 sighed again, feeling the need for a nap. He started to say something but paused, realizing there was supposed to be a third person. A slurp echoed through the room, and he turned to see a man with messy white hair, a lazy expression, and a half-empty bowl of ramen. He raised a hand lazily in greeting while continuing to slurp noodles without breaking eye contact. 𝗵𝗃 blinked, recognizing him as Gintoki Sakata. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 groaned from behind, snapping the broken table in half like it was cardboard, his aura radiating anger. He stormed into the room, filled with enough fury to make the walls tremble. Ryuko snarled, ready to confront him, while Satsuki unsheathed her sword, declaring her intent to strike him down in the name of justice. Red and blue auras exploded around them, shaking the floor and crackling the air. But before either could attack, both girls dropped instantly, clutching their heads from the impact of Sori's earlier action. Ryuko looked up, freezing when she saw Sori's furious expression, quickly deciding to back down. Sori crossed his arms, glaring down at them, and declared it was time to have a chat. 𝗵𝗲 stood by the door, hands clasped together in mock prayer, thinking that he hoped for mercy on their souls. Another slurp echoed, and he turned to see 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵 still casually eating, completely unfazed. 𝗵𝗲 thought about how long those noodles must be. The door lay in splinters across the floor, plaster dust hanging in the air, glittering in the chandelier's light. A table lay snapped in half, and cracks webbed through the walls. In the center of the wreckage, 𝗵𝗲 sat on an intact couch, slouched casually with one ankle over the other, hands tucked into his pockets. Beside him, Sori remained calm and composed, an ocean of patience about to boil over. On the floor, Ryuko and Satsuki knelt, palms raised, their hair sticking out in ridiculous angles where Sori had smacked them. They wore expressions of people who had severely misjudged the day's difficulty. Meanwhile, 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵 stood off to the side, entirely unconcerned about the chaos, slurping noodles as if he were in a ramen shop. Sori's jaw moved slightly, a sign of his growing impatience. He declared it was time to start the meeting. 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵 continued to slurp, seemingly oblivious. Then Sori erupted, demanding that 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵 stop slurping those noodles. A ceramic mug became a projectile, striking 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵 across the forehead, causing noodles to launch into the air like pale confetti. 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵 dove for the wreckage, cradling the broken bowl as if it were a sacred relic, and the room watched in silence as he mourned the loss of his meal. He was delicious. He collapsed to his knees in a slow, dramatic manner, murmuring praises to the meal he had just enjoyed. Then he sprang up, an enormous wooden sword in hand. 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵, with a fierce expression, declared that there would be consequences. In a swift motion, Sori's palm connected with 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵's face, delivering a firm correction. Sori flatly instructed him to get on the floor. 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵, in a state of mock insanity, complied with a sarcastic acknowledgement. The two girls exchanged glances. One smirked while the other pinched the bridge of her nose, a tableau of suppressed laughter. 𝗵𝗲 stifled a laugh, a small exhale escaping him. He thought to himself that it was so typical of 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵 to weep over ramen. Sori's gaze swept the room and landed on 𝗵𝗲's face. With a warning tone, Sori addressed him, prompting 𝗵𝗲 to stand a little straighter, insisting he hadn't been laughing. Sori sighed, as if he had witnessed the universe's many absurdities and had reached his limit. He commanded that 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵 was the person 𝗵𝗲 would watch over and protect. The kneeling pair blinked in surprise. 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵, still mourning his broth, dabbed at his lip with the edge of his sleeve and peered over. Ryuko, incredulous, questioned whether they were really talking about the guy everyone called the national treasure. 𝗵𝗲, deadpan, remarked that he wasn't an exhibit. Sori smirked, urging them to get along and do their jobs. The girls narrowed their eyes, with Ryuko leaning forward, questioning if she was expected to babysit a lanky, weak-looking guy. 𝗵𝗲 thought it was a bit harsh, wondering why he needed to be strong if he was supposed to be protected. Satsuki, composed and icy, noted that while she disliked uncouth behavior, Ryuko wasn't entirely incorrect. Ryuko flared up, demanding to know if Satsuki was saying that again. Satsuki grinned, ready for a verbal spar. Sori's grin widened, hinting at mischief as he suggested they put 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵 to the test. Silence enveloped the room, and 𝗵𝗲 felt the absurdity return. Sori declared that the two girls would fight 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵 to see if this so-called treasure was worthy of the title. 𝗵𝗲, confused, protested that he hadn't agreed to this. Ryuko cracked her knuckles, her eagerness evident. She stated that it would be fine, blaming the old man if she turned 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵 into a cautionary tale. Satsuki rose, her blade whispering from its sheath, calmly declaring that by the name of justice, she would smite him. 𝗵𝗲, alarmed, reiterated that he didn't recall agreeing to this. The girls stormed out, their boots clattering and their words trailing behind like war cries. They stepped on the broken door, and Sori rubbed his temples, as if he had earned the headache. He instructed 𝗔𝗂𝘁 to go fetch them, noting he hadn't told them where they would fight. 𝗔𝗂𝘁, still sticky with broth, looked up unimpressed and questioned why he should. 𝗧𝗓𝗓 produced a crisp $20 bill, waving it like a tiny white flag, which instantly lit up 𝗔𝗂𝘁's eyes. He snatched the bill midair with a grin that was almost blasphemous, saluting 𝗧𝗓𝗓 and bolting toward the two angry girls, yelling for them to wait. Kafka watched them go, his posture sagging slightly in exhaustion. He thought to himself that he just wanted a few minutes of rest. 𝗧𝗓𝗓 rose, all business again, grinning as he declared that the fun was about to begin. Kafka followed, hands shoved back into his pockets, casting one last glance at the chaotic scene, noodles drying on the floor and a wooden sword abandoned like a guilty conscience. He muttered that the place needed a referee, and maybe a mop. A few minutes later, the room was blindingly white, with walls, floor, and ceiling merging into one seamless expanse. Light came from everywhere, flattening shadows and making every movement feel sharper. Kafka stood near the center, hands half buried in his pockets, staring at the emptiness with quiet exasperation. He sighed, the sound swallowed by the blankness. To his left, Ryuko stretched, loose and feral, rolling her shoulders and cracking her neck, her eyes glittering with impatience. Satsuki, in contrast, stood still and controlled, a blade at her hip, her gaze sweeping the room like a surgeon measuring angles, radiating danger. High on the far wall, a square of glass broke the monotony, behind which 𝗧𝗓𝗓 and 𝗔𝗂𝘁 watched like spectators. 𝗔𝗂𝘁 lounged in a chair, smirking, while 𝗧𝗓𝗓 stood composed, an amused grin on his face. 𝗧𝗓𝗓 announced the rules. No killing moves or blows, but anything else was fair game. Kafka looked at 𝗧𝗓𝗓 in shock, questioning the absurdity of those rules. 𝗧𝗓𝗓 urged them to begin. 𝗔𝗂𝘁, still smirking, twirled the $20 bill in his lap like a talisman of chaos. In an instant, the white room's emptiness exploded. With barely a whisper, Ryuko and Satsuki vanished from sight, only to reappear charging from opposite sides. Ryuko's feet barely touched the floor, her form a blur of sinew and intent. Satsuki's blade caught the light as she spun, a white arc slicing through the sterile air. Kafka stood perfectly centered, eyes calm and calculating. As Ryuko's foot shot toward his chest in a high kick aimed to break through his guard, Kafka raised a single hand, stopping her momentum. Before she could recover, Satsuki's sword slashed from above, aimed at his shoulder. Kafka bent his neck to the left, the tip of her blade whistling past his ear. Ryuko spun around mid-fall, attempting a low sweep kick targeting his knees. Kafka shifted his weight, pivoting, and caught her ankle with the inside of his foot. A flick sent her off balance, but she recovered gracefully, rolling forward to regain her stance. Satsuki attacked again with two fast overhead strikes that merged into one continuous slash. Kafka's reflexes were uncanny. He twisted, letting the blade skim past his chest and retaliated with a sharp jab of his palm into her chest. She staggered slightly but maintained her balance, eyes narrowed, lips pressed in a thin line. Ryuko launched a barrage of martial strikes next, her style a chaotic blend of techniques, relentless and fluid. Kafka moved like a shadow, stepping aside, pivoting, ducking, and deflecting with precision. Each motion was calculated and effective. A punch aimed at his ribs from Ryuko met Kafka's forearm, followed by a knee strike that he blocked with a swift downward palm strike, using his momentum to pivot behind her. Ryuko spun to face him, only to have her next high kick caught midair by Kafka's foot. The contact was sharp, enough to jar her slightly, but she twisted expertly and landed in a crouch, launching into a spinning back kick that he barely sidestepped. Satsuki pressed relentlessly, slashing diagonally from left to right. Each strike was precise and dangerous. Kafka danced around the arcs, ducking under one, sidestepping another, and even blocking it with his hand. The force of her swing reverberated through his hand, sending a shockwave up his arm. MC thought about how sharp the sword was. Satsuki narrowed her eyes but did not retreat. Instead, she adjusted her grip and swung again, this time aiming low. Kafka's free hand intercepted, brushing the steel with his palm and guiding the tip aside with a flick of his wrist. Sparks danced in the blinding white room at the point where steel met flesh. She pressed forward, forcing him to step back, but he remained calm, not a bead of sweat touching his brow. Ryuko, seeing an opening, launched a flurry of punches aimed at his torso, alternating with spinning back kicks and side sweeps. 𝗏𝗏 pivoted, catching her wrist mid-punch, twisting it and using her momentum to send her flipping backward. She landed on her feet, crouched and breathing hard, but unbroken. 𝗏𝗏 counterattacked, kicking low and sweeping Ryuko's legs. She jumped over it, flipped, and came down with a two-fisted hammer strike. 𝗏𝗏 bent backward, letting her fists slide past him, and delivered a sharp elbow strike to her shoulder as she landed. Ryuko staggered but recovered immediately, spinning into a flying roundhouse. Satsuki pressed again with her sword, moving at his chest and slashing across his thighs, stepping into lunges and spinning sweeps. 𝗏𝗏 caught one move midair between his hands, surprising her with his control and strength, but she did not stop. She pivoted, changed angles, and lashed out with a leg sweep aimed at his knee while swinging the sword in a low horizontal arc. 𝗏𝗏's foot met hers mid-sweep, lifting her slightly, and he responded with a spinning back kick towards Satsuki's midsection. She jumped back gracefully, spinning, and swung her blade in a horizontal slice that he ducked under. His arms came up, and with a fluid rotation, he used the momentum to deflect a follow-up slash from her sword with the side of his forearm. 𝗏𝗏 moved with calculated fluidity, blending evasive footwork, martial strikes, and controlled counters. He blocked, parried, and dodged, striking back only when necessary, palm strikes, elbow jabs, low kicks, and sweeping attacks executed flawlessly. Ryuko's martial attacks were fast and fierce, but 𝗏𝗏 anticipated them, using his weight, timing, and leverage to redirect force rather than absorb it. Satsuki's sword never stopped. She combined fast moves with spinning slashes, feints, and foot sweeps. 𝗏𝗏's hands met the blade. Multiple times, catching, guiding, and redirecting the steel with barely any effort. Ryuko tried to catch him off guard with acrobatic kicks and quick jabs, but 𝗏𝗏's legs and hands met her attacks with precision. Every kick she threw was avoided or redirected, every punch caught or blocked. Even when she attempted an unexpected aerial flip kick, 𝗏𝗏 bent backward and twisted slightly to avoid it entirely, landing softly on the ball of his feet. The two assailants circled him, relentless, yet 𝗏𝗏 did not break stride. He remained in the center, composed, moving only to counter or evade, sometimes barely moving at all, letting their momentum betray them. Each strike that should have landed grazed him at best. By now, both Ryuko and Satsuki were breathing harder, sweat forming on their brows despite the sterile air. 𝗏𝗏, however, remained dry, not even a bead along his temple. 𝗏𝗏 jumped back a few steps, taking in their forms. Sweat glimmered on Ryuko and Satsuki's brows, their breathing slightly heavier, but their eyes burned with unwavering determination. He sighed, wondering if this should be enough. Ryuko and Satsuki glared at him, their focus unbroken. 𝗏𝗏's gaze shifted upward toward the glass where Sori watched. He muttered to himself, questioning if they had tested his skill enough already. Sori's grin widened as he glanced at the two girls. Sori asked what they thought, but both remained silent, their glares sharp enough to cut steel. Then, Ryuko reached down to her wrist and grabbed her bracelet. With a sharp pull, it clicked, and her body immediately began to glow red, a scorching aura flaring outward, spilling heat and energy into the air. Satsuki mirrored her motion, gripping her sword tightly, the blue aura surrounding it blazing like lightning. Energy crackled and danced along her blade, forming jagged streaks that reflected off the walls. Ryuko shouted with fiery determination that it wasn't over until she was down on the ground. Satsuki leveled her sword at 𝗏𝗏, blue light crackling along the blade, declaring that her sword would cut him down. 𝗏𝗏, facing away from them for a moment, did not move. He turned slowly, hands raised in a gesture of surrender, calmly exclaiming that he gave up. Ryuko and Satsuki froze mid-motion, shocked by his words. Sori furrowed his brow, questioning why he was giving up. 𝗏𝗏 gestured at their transformed forms, stating that he wasn't blind and that he wouldn't fight them. Jintoki, perched lazily in his corner, couldn't hide his grin as a nosebleed formed. He snickered, finding the situation amusing. 𝗧𝗓 shook his head, sighing, explaining that they couldn't control that, it was their power. 𝗏𝗂 dryly muttered that he would be air fighting then, prompting another long exasperated breath from 𝗧𝗓, who reminded him that if he didn't act, they wouldn't stop. 𝗏𝗂 turned his head slowly, only to realize that Ryuko and Satsuki were already in front of him, moving with blinding speed. Without warning, they struck simultaneously, slamming into 𝗏𝗂 with a force that sent him flying into the far wall. The impact cracked the pristine white surface, shards of plaster raining down. As the dust settled, 𝗏𝗂 rose, his hands transformed into powerful appendages, each finger gleaming with green energy. He sighed, acknowledging that there was no way out of this. He began walking toward them, each step shaking the floor slightly. His neck cracked with a sharp click, signaling his readiness, and he determinedly stated that they should end this quickly. The white room pulsed with energy, every surface reflecting the aura of the three combatants. Ryuko's eyes glinted as she summoned her scissor blade, the massive weapon materializing in her hands with a flash of red light. Sparks danced along its edge, and Senketsu's life fibers coiled around her limbs, amplifying her reflexes and strength. Satsuki hovered nearby, her blue aura flaring from Junketsu. Bakuzen glimmered in her hands, slicing the air with high-speed arcs that sent invisible shockwaves toward 𝗏𝗂. She flexed her false toenails, poised to strike if her sword was ever blocked. 𝗏𝗂's legs transformed as well, crackling with green lightning, energy humming along his frame. He exhaled, calm and collected, watching their approach with a faint smirk. Ryuko lunged first, dashing forward with a flurry of strikes. She swung the scissor blade in a horizontal arc, then a vertical chop, spinning and kicking as she combined martial arts precision with raw power. Her strikes were relentless, each one designed to overwhelm and pin 𝗏𝗂. He tilted his body, dodging the horizontal slash, the green lightning around his kaiju arms flaring as he caught her leg with a precise sweep. She rolled through the air, barely recovering before springing into another assault, launching high jump slashes at his head. He ducked, countering with a backhand swipe that made Ryuko stagger midair. Satsuki leapt from above, Bakuzen slicing downward. She followed with a rapid series of high-speed air slashes, her blue aura ascending like light across the white room. 𝗏𝗂's palm met the sword midair, the green electricity arcing off the steel. Shock ran up Satsuki's arm, but she held firm, twisting the blade and striking again with incredible precision. Ryuko regrouped, summoning multiple afterimages of her scissor blade. They flared in red, dashing and slashing from every angle. 𝗏𝗂 blocked a slash with a kaiju forearm, then swept a leg out, sending one afterimage crashing into the wall. He moved with calm precision, not breaking a sweat as each of her attacks met effortless counters. Satsuki circled, kicking off walls and swinging Bakuzen horizontally, her false toenails gleaming. She sent a barrage of air slashes in tandem with Ryuko's onslaught. 𝗏𝗂 leapt, twisting midair, avoiding a spinning heel kick from Ryuko while intercepting a sword strike from Satsuki with his kaiju hands. Sparks flew as Bakuzen and lightning collided, and he pushed her back with sheer strength, forcing her to regain her footing. Ryuko's eyes burned red with determination. She unleashed a series of rapid strikes, spinning the scissor blade in a deadly dance. 𝗏𝗂 countered with an electrified uppercut, sending her tumbling backward, but she used her momentum to vault into the air and landed gracefully, ready to attack again. 𝗏𝗂's aura flared brighter, the green lightning dancing along his limbs. He advanced slowly, deliberately, eyes fixed on Satsuki first. With a low, commanding presence, he prepared to finish the fight. In one fluid motion he launched forward. His fist collided with Satsuki's midsection, sending her flying into the wall with the resounding impact. She slumped against it, unconscious, her blue aura fading. Before Ryuko could react, 𝗏𝗂 twisted through the air, positioning himself in front of her midair, green lightning sparking across his arms. With a confident grin, he delivered a punch to her stomach, sending her rocketing straight down. The impact created a crater in the white floor, dust and debris spraying outward. Ryuko's red aura sputtered as she crumpled, unconscious. 𝗏𝗏 landed lightly, green electricity fizzing along his kaiju limbs, his chest rising and falling calmly. The room fell silent, walls scarred, energy dissipated, and both transformed warriors defeated without leaving a sweat on their opponent. He reflected on the intensity of the battle, wondering if he had gone too far. Outside the glass, 𝗬𝗓 pinched the bridge of his nose, smirking nervously as he noted how quickly the situation had escalated. The white room was quiet now, dust and small debris settling around the crater where Ryuko had landed. 𝗏𝗏 stood over her unconscious form, his green lightning still faintly crackling along his kaiju limbs. He crouched, tilting his head, his sharp eyes examining her carefully. He reached out and lightly touched her face, playfully poking her, but she remained unconscious, her uniform slowly returning to normal. He couldn't help but wonder how she fought in such a state. A set of footsteps echoed from the hall. 𝗏𝗏 straightened, brushing debris from his clothes as 𝗬𝗓 and 𝗔𝗂𝘁 appeared, walking with measured steps toward him. He raised a hand, acknowledging them, but before he could finish, 𝗬𝗓's hand shot into his pocket, pulling out a small vial. With precise aim, he sprayed 𝗏𝗏 in the face. Immediately, 𝗏𝗏 staggered, green lightning flickering erratically. His body went limp, and he crumpled to the ground. 𝗔𝗂𝘁 stepped forward, his usual carefree expression replaced with a serious glare. He noted how 𝗏𝗏 was stronger than they had anticipated. 𝗬𝗓 knelt, catching him gently and laying him down, sighing as he acknowledged 𝗏𝗏's growth since their last encounter. Reaching into his pocket, 𝗬𝗓 retrieved a small bottle of golden liquid and handed it to 𝗔𝗂𝘁, instructing him to give it to 𝗧𝗏𝗁. 𝗔𝗂𝘁 nodded silently and jogged toward 𝗧𝗏𝗁's unconscious body, placing the vial near her lips. She stirred, her eyes fluttering open. Meanwhile, 𝗬𝗓 picked up another bottle and handed it to Ryuko. The moment the golden liquid touched her lips, she gasped awake, sitting upright. Confused, she blinked rapidly, taking in the scene. 𝗏𝗏 lay unconscious in the center of the room, and her eyes widened as comprehension hit. 𝗬𝗓's cold gaze met hers, and he pointed at 𝗏𝗏, indicating that she had been defeated by him. Ryuko's teeth clenched, fury and disbelief flashing across her features. She had trained under a top 10 warrior, how could she have lost? 𝗬𝗓 calmly reminded her not to dwell on useless thoughts, stating that in this world, there would always be someone stronger. Ryuko's shoulders tensed, her eyes narrowing at the reminder. Footsteps echoed again, and 𝗔𝗂𝘁 returned, supporting the now awake 𝗧𝗏𝗁. She stepped forward, her blue aura faint but flickering. Seeing Ryuko, she took a moment to assess her comrade. 𝗔𝗂𝘁 grinned, announcing that 𝗧𝗏𝗁 was up. 𝗬𝗓's gaze sharpened as he observed them both. The air felt heavier now, the weight of the situation pressing down on everyone. 𝗬𝗓's voice sliced through the tension as he stated that they would discuss the mission they had been given, to protect and eliminate 𝗏𝗏. A shiver ran through the room. The three of them, Ryuko, 𝗧𝗏𝗁, and 𝗔𝗂𝘁, exchanged glances. The task ahead was clear. 𝗏𝗏 was no longer just a threat, he had become a challenge that would test everything they knew, every skill they possessed, and every limit they had trained to surpass. The silence that followed was almost deafening. The faint hum of residual energy from 𝗏𝗏's kaiju form seemed to pulse in the room, reminding everyone that this was only the beginning. A few hours later, 𝗏𝗏's eyes snapped open, wide and unblinking. Confused, he wondered where he was. He shot up from the bed, his heart hammering in his chest. The room around him was elegant, lavishly furnished, with ornate curtains draped over tall windows and a crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling. The soft hum of some unseen clock echoed through the space. His green lightning was gone, leaving only his normal body, though he could still feel the faint tingling of residual power. Looking around, he found no one in sight and frowned, trying to piece together the fractured memory of the fight. He swung his legs over the edge of the bed and noticed something odd. He wasn't in his usual clothes. Instead, a neat set of casual attire covered him. Shocked, he wondered where his clothes had gone. As he moved to stand, he felt a strange pressure against his arm, causing him to blush. After a brief moment of irritation, he sighed, realizing that resistance wouldn't help him yet. He walked toward the door, opened it and peeked into the hall, calling out to see if anyone was there. Silence greeted him, only the faint echo of his own voice answering. Frustrated, he wondered if he was still in the mansion and where he was even supposed to be. Standing still wouldn't get him answers, so Kafka began walking, his footsteps echoing against the polished floors. The corridor stretched ahead, adorned with elaborate paintings and golden accents, but not a single person was in sight. As he moved further down the hall, a rich, savory aroma caught his attention, making his stomach growl. Kafka thought about how he might as well take advantage of the situation. He followed the scent to a kitchen where 2 neatly plated sandwiches sat on the counter, steam rising lazily. Approaching the counter, he grabbed one and took a bite. The flavor was surprisingly good. Soft bread, fresh ingredients, just the right seasoning. His eyes widened slightly, and he smiled faintly, realizing it was better than he expected. After finishing the sandwich, crumbs falling onto the pristine counter, he continued exploring. The mansion seemed endless, featuring a ballroom with towering windows and polished floors, a meeting room filled with dark wood tables, a grand dining hall, and several smaller rooms, all silent, empty, and untouched. As he passed a polished and elegant stairwell, a low, ominous rumble echoed through the air. Kafka froze, instincts flaring. He stepped closer, peering over the railing into the darkness below. Another rumble echoed from below, louder this time, raising his caution. Carefully, he descended the stairs, each step creaking softly under his weight. The stairwell seemed endless, winding down into deeper darkness. The faint hum of electricity from earlier had vanished, leaving only silence and the occasional low rumble. Finally, he reached the bottom, enveloped in darkness. The faint outline of walls was barely visible. He muttered to himself about how dark it was and that he needed some light. Cautiously, he stepped forward and called out, hoping for a response. Silence answered him. 𝗔𝗂𝗁𝗔 along the wall, his fingers found a small lever. Feeling hopeful, he pulled it down. Instantly, a dim, yellow light illuminated the room, and relief washed over him. But then he sensed a presence. Turning slowly, his eyes widened in shock. Across the room, behind the faint glow of the light, a massive cage held a creature that dwarfed him completely. Its face was enormous, eyes gleaming with intelligence and malice. The beast's body was bent low, muscles rippling under coarse, dark scales. Panic surged within him as he tried to comprehend the sight. Before he could react, a voice cut through the room, calm and chilling. A man in a black suit stood at the far end of the dark room, his expression icy and unyielding. His cold eyes locked onto Kafka's, leaving him in shock as he wondered what this man was doing there.